1-2. Soler. High drive. Left field. Out of here. Oh, baby, does that feel good for Soler.
Home run number 8, and that has got to feel so good because that is the one hit he's been looking for.
Kite just dropping, oh, baby, on NBC Sports Bay Area. Kipe, I need my royalties. The way Kipe or my crew called the call as Jorge Soler hits a 3-run jack. Look, man, last 4 games, he's batting well. 13 at-bats, 6 hits in 18 plate appearances, a home run, 4 RBIs, 4 walks, batting .462. But honestly, as we say good morning to everybody out there, and oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, shout out to YouTube, which, by the way, the YouTube chat's back. Yay, YouTube. Twitch and Twitter brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Yay! For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer as well as the Xfinity mobile text line. Here's why I'm out with the Giants, Shasky, and I'm not going to be outraged about them because they did lose a series to the Anaheim, California, Los Angeles, Angels of Anaheim, Orange County, whatever you want to call them.
A very faceless team with no Mike Trout.
I mean, I didn't even know. I forgot Ron Washington was managing that team.
I know.
I forgot he was there in Anaheim or L.A., Orange County, whatever the hell you want to say, the Big A where they play at. They lose a series to the Angels. You go 3-3 in this homestand. Now you're in Wrigley Field to take on the Cubs. You're 2 games under 500. They're a definition of a 500 team that I can't take seriously. Kyle Harrison's now on the IL because he twisted an ankle lifting weights. I have no idea how he did that. You're running out of pitchers. You're running the opener. Bivens, who I had no idea was on a roster, gets called up. He played. What a story for him. Good opportunity for him on Father's Day, and he makes the most of it. But I come in this morning when I hear the Giants highlights and they win a game against the Angels, Shasky. It's a team I just can't take seriously. I just can't take them seriously. They're an afterthought to me. They really are.
I think a lot of people feel similarly, but right now there's just a lot going on with this team that is very frustrating. And so yesterday was a day where they actually busted out with runners in scoring position, but in the 2 days prior, Friday night, 3 for 12.
Yep.
10 guys left on base.
Yep.
Saturday, 1 for 13. 8 guys left on base.
Yep.
This is a team that feels very feast or famine. But more than anything, what frustrates me is that I thought with Bob Melvin we would see more of an emphasis of the fundamentals, meaning the small ball stuff. And there was a point where they had first and third with no outs yesterday. And they didn't score a run. This was early in the game.
Yeah, early.
You could feel the broadcasters getting frustrated with these at-bats. You could feel them. They had 3 consecutive outs, and no one could score on that play. Brett Wisely getting thrown out at home by basically going. It was just this team, when it comes to small ball execution, which still plays. I don't care what anyone says. You're going to go watch the playoffs at some point. The really good teams, you get a runner on third with less than 2 outs, they're going to hit a ground ball to the right side, or they're going to hit a sac fly. They're just going to put the ball in play. They're going to shorten up, they're going to get wide, and they're going to get the ball to go to a spot on the diamond to allow someone to advance and score in those situations. And until this team can field the ball better, starting pitching is better, and do the little things offensively with runners in scoring position, I'm kind of with you, B. It's going to be very difficult to take them that serious. Now, I know the wild card is still in play. Everyone's still playing. Have you seen the Mets? The Mets are on a little run right now, right?
Well,
am I wrong?
This is why when people say, oh, third wild card, this is why I hate the third wild card, because it gives mediocre teams like the Giants a chance to think that they can do some things, right? Now, maybe they do make the playoffs. Maybe they do. I don't know. But you look at the Mets, and people were laughing. They're a game and a half back in the third wild card spot. I mean, everybody, with the exception of Colorado and Miami, are in the playoff race. The Mets, the Cubs, the Pirates, the Reds. The Reds and Pirates are not even trying to win. They're not even trying to win. They're just trying to develop, and they find themselves in a race. The Nationals, who aren't trying to really win, are now tied for the third wild card spot. You got the Padres, who are a game under 500. Look, I don't know who's going to be buying. I don't know who's going to be selling. But when I look at the Giants, and I don't even know if it's all on Bob Melvin, for crying out loud. This is Farhan's baby. As far as I know, listen, in 2021, we gave all the credit to Farhan Zaidi for winning 107 games. And I thought, boy, you can't give Kapler no love? He was NL Manager of the Year. Cap gets no love? Okay, fine. You don't want to give Cap love? Fine. So you fire him. You move on from him a couple years later. To me, this is Farhan's baby. And this is his roster construction. So when people get mad online about what's going on with the Giants and, you guys need to put more pressure on, listen, man, they are who they are. We saw them against the Yankees. We saw them against the Phillies. We saw them against the Dodgers. This is who they are. So there's no point of screaming and yelling. You want to look at some bright spots? Sure. Elliot Ramos is a bright spot. He's playing excellent baseball. Jorge Soler maybe coming out of his shell. We'll see. Matt Chapman, But other than that, to me, they're an afterthought.
Well, I'd like to stop on Ramos for just a second. I actually think it's been excellent, and I've been waiting for the other shoe to drop. This just might be who he is. I mean, he might just have turned it around. Now, 35 games does not make you a major leaguer that is a 300 hitter who is an impact bat at the top of a lineup. That's not what I'm here to say. What I'm here to say is that I think he is a big leaguer. I don't know if he's a big leaguer who bats 300, but I believe he is a big leaguer. Whatever has happened from a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where he didn't really have a defining trait, that's not the case now. His defining trait is he barrels the ball up, and although he does strike out from time to time, I think he has unbelievable plate discipline. On a team with a lot of guys who don't have great plate discipline, I actually think that Ramos does. He's a much better defender than I've given him credit for, and for me, it's the clutch factor. So I look at right now, if you're just going up, most hits on the team. He's 5th on the team in hits, and he's played way less than half the games. Yeah. All right? He's number 2, tied for number 2 in RBIs right now. This is a team that desperately needs someone who can come in and get hits with runners in scoring position and drive in runs. Oh, and he's got 6 home runs in just the 35 games. So you're projecting this and you're saying, is this a guy, if I give him 500 at-bats, 550 at-bats, could he be a 25 home run a year guy? I don't know, but I definitely want to see it. So,
you're going to see it.
I mean, on the list of all the issues that the Giants have, there is a giant bright spot with Elliot Ramos, and I've been blown away at what I've seen from the guy.
Well, so far so good for him. But again, now I was texting with somebody. Who was I? I forgot who I was texting with, but I just need to see it for the season before I get all going.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point.
I'm happy for the young man. But I need to see it through September. Look, 8 home runs on the season. He's got 6 in the month of June. In the month of June, he's batting 386. That's unbelievable, right? I mean, he has been carrying this offense, but he's going to need help from others. He's going to need as bright of a spot that is, and it's a feel-good story with Elliot Ramos.
It is.
Who's 24 years old. He'll turn 25 in September. And you hope that he's one of the youngsters who does pop for this team moving forward. You got to find some pillars. I'm trying to find some pillars here to move into the future with the San Francisco Giants. I know Logan Webb is a pillar. Can Elliot Ramos be a pillar? Patrick Bailey, maybe he's a pillar, no doubt.
He's coming around.
He's coming around, but other than that, that's 2 guys on a 25-man roster that I'm saying right now that are pillars to this organization. Is Kyle Harrison a pillar? Is he a guy that's going to move into the future and blow people away and be part of this rotation? I don't know.
Well, the Kyle Harrison thing is interesting. Like out of nowhere, he's lifting the day before his start, look, these guys all have different routines. I know Sam Loveman did an interview with him where he kind of broke down what his regimen is throughout the week. So do injuries happen in the weight room? Obviously, they do. But I'm not going to lie to you, B. And I'm not saying that anything nefarious is happening, but I am a little skeptical on the severity of the injury because this is already a guy that they've been telling me very loudly that they're going to try to taper off his innings. And when I see them say, hey, he's going to be on the 15-day IL with an ankle injury in the weight room, I raised my eyebrow. I'm like, all right, so that means he's not getting 3 starts. So that's about 15 innings that they can eat up. Maybe they're trying to, taper him off before the All-Star break. Right. I don't know. But I was a little, how do I put this? I didn't take it at face value.
Skeptical? You're skeptical
about the injury? And that might be reckless on my behalf, and that might be me, trying to find an issue where there isn't. But, you can't tell me for weeks on end that they're going to find a way to stopgap this guy's innings logged and then all of a sudden have an injury in the weight room the day before a start. To me, it's a little random.
Well, whether it's legit or not, I'm not going to question that. I'm going to take it for what they said. I'm going to take them at their word until I hear otherwise. But here's the problem. But whether you believe the injury is legit or not, the problem is that's now another starter out of the rotation. So now I have Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, Keaton Wayne, who pitched fairly decent Saturday.
He wasn't bad.
It was a bounce back for him. But again, I'm looking at the Angels. This is one of the worst teams in baseball. Okay, so how much stock can I put to a Keaton Wynn start against the Angels?
Well, he needed a good start.
He didn't feel good start no matter what. I feel that, but it's the Angels. So I'm going to keep it real here. It's the Angels. You lost this series to the Angels at home. The Angels. Think about that. You lost to the Angels at home after a day off. Dude. 2 out of 3. So Keaton Wynn having a solid start, great. That's awesome. But it was also against the Angels. So, Larry, you hit a big jack yesterday. Felt good. But it's against the Angels. You know what I mean? So now you're one less starter here. So now you have Jordan Hicks, who's giving you 5 innings. Logan Webb. Who the hell? When's Blake Snell coming back? When's he back?
I haven't heard much.
Heard nothing about him.
Well, but okay.
So now you're one less arm. Now you got to use the bullpen even more. That's not a ton to feel good about with the Giants. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
No, I think a lot of people agree with you, especially when you lost
the series to the Angels.
I know, but again, you're not getting any hits with runners in scoring position in the first 2 days. Ramos with a big home run Friday night, but you were down big. That felt like a hollow comeback.
Six runs in the 8th inning. Great, you kept me up for another inning.
Here, let me give you a couple. So I gave you Ramos, and you referenced Ramos.
New York Kitty, they stink. Let's just be real.
What about Brett Wisely?
He's fine.
23 games. He's got 21 hits, 67 RBIs.
I'm fine with Wisely.
67 at-bats, excuse me. Only 15 Ks. I think Brett Wisely has been wow, I'm kind of surprised. I think he could be a middle infield guy. At minimum, he's a utility guy. At most, maybe he ends up being a starter for a couple of years.
Maybe.
Here's another one. Look, I'll admit, this guy triggers me, okay? And I have to give credit where credit is due. He returned on June 5th. That's Austin Slater. He's 9 for 22 since returning. 5 hits in all of May and June. He's already got 9 in less than 11 days.
It's solid. This is what we're hanging our hats on.
I know.
This is what we're hanging our hats on.
I'm trying to find the optimism.
No, not the hell with the optimism. You know what? The hell with that. Matt Dehigan a few weeks ago, we were coming out the Yankee series, and he was saying, hey, do you guys think you were over the top that Monday after watching Judge hit 3 bombs and Soto hit the 2 bombs on a Sunday afternoon? He goes, I don't think it was over the top. I want you guys to be you. Be you when it comes. Because you know what? We have treated this team with kid gloves this year because we've been so worried about the reaction or the blowback of what fans say about what we're saying about this team. Let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real for once, man. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to do me from here on out, and I don't care whatever team it is. I watched that damn series, and I'm telling myself, I'm wasting my damn time watching this team. I'm wasting my time. I could have been out and about. The sun was out. It was a little windy, sure. This team lost 2 or 3 to the damn Angels. I know. And I'm supposed to sit here and talk about bright spots? You lost 2 or 3 to the Angels. Angels. And now we got Logan Webb, Jordan Hicks, and Keaton Wynn. You're back to last year when it comes to the starting pitching. And now you're using this bullpen left and right. Gosh, I'm seeing Eric Miller so damn much. I'm seeing John Jelly so damn much. Randy Rodriguez, damn, he already hit a rookie wall. Looked good a couple weeks ago. Next thing you know, he's getting rocked left and right. This team, this construction of the roster. And then when it comes to, at the deadline, if you're in it, you're going to buy. Everybody's buying. The Mets are going to be buying.
Well, all of baseball is mediocre. It feels like outside of 4 teams, Let me we got to bring this up. Look, everybody, we spent a month. He goes out the month of May. He's batting .324. He gets hurt. Since coming back, he's 4 for 41.
Who, Michael Conforto?
Batting .098. Michael Conforto. Look. Conforto's making 17 or $18 million. He's blocking a couple of young guys that are down in the minor leagues. You can make the argument that the young guys aren't good. Fine, sure, no problem. Journeyman Michael Conforto has got to step it up. He's 4 for 41 since coming back.
Well, if it's not him struggling, then it's Soler struggling. Then Soler's going to get hot. Maybe Conforto gets hot. Maybe Slater stays hot. Maybe Wisely stays hot. But to me, it's not even about the lineup right now. It's about the pitching. It's about the pitching. This pitching staff is supposed to be one of the best in the National League. It really was. We talk about Snell, Webb at the top.
Yeah, I thought
Logan, Kyle Harrison. Oh, man, this hotshot rookie is going to be blowing people away. He ain't blowing nobody away. Now he's got a rolled ankle, right? Now he's on the IL. So we won't see him for a week or 2. He's going to miss a couple starts. Keaton Wynn got off to a hot start. Then he got rocked in this. Keaton Wynn, maybe a 5 starter at best. And now, again, you're in the same situation as you were a season ago. So what's changed? What's changed with this team? What's changed with the moves that they made?
They've added payroll. That's what's changed.
I'm watching a $200 million team that is 2 games under 500 that is losing series to the Angels. The Angels. And I'm supposed to come in here on a Monday and feel good about a win yesterday? I don't give a damn about that win. You better have won the game. You better. As a matter of fact, I'll admit this on the airways. I'll admit this as a Giants fan. I was actually pulling for a sweep. I was pulling for the Angels to sweep. Because maybe somebody will throw another spread or flip a Gatorade bucket. I don't know. It would have been more intriguing to talk about than, oh, man, they salvaged the game. And, Brett Weiss is playing well and Elliot Ramos is playing well. Like, come on, what are we doing to ourselves? What are we doing?
I do want to have a Camilo Duvall discussion at some point because seeing him, look, like Sam was triggered that he came into the game in a blowout situation. But I'm like, dude, he hasn't pitched in like 4 or 5 days. I mean, I get trying to use him. Like, I know we want to blame Bob Melvin. Like, how about you go out there and get 3 outs? Okay, it's a non-safe situation. Get some work in. And then I have no problem with you showing emotion. I don't have a problem with you. Here's where I have a problem. You can't be throwing buckets and it ricochets and hurts somebody in the dugout. Like, no, that's childish. Like, I have no problem with you showing emotion, being frustrated. You wanna break something in the locker room or whatever and go and let when no one's in there? Fine, go in there, whatever. When you're throwing things around, it will ricochet and it can hurt someone. And on a team that just lost a starting pitcher in the weight room, somehow randomly, maybe you shouldn't be throwing Gatorade buckets.
Well, I don't mind a Gatorade bucket being thrown. Honestly, I like that.
Well, Camilo, I'm telling you right now, if there's anyone's stock that I'm selling right now, it's Camilo Duvall. Well, the only person he should be mad at is himself.
Well,
he's slow as hell on the pitch clock. He can't throw strikes. He has no second pitch.
He shouldn't have been in the game. He shouldn't have been in the game. He shouldn't have been in there.
But he might not pitch on a team like this. If he can't go in there,
you know what?
Up a zillion runs and get 3 outs, that's on him.
Somebody takes Camilo Duvall on our hands, they'll fix him. And they won't be saying, damn, we had Duvall. And we got rid of him. Who else you gonna rely on in the 9th inning to close the game on the team? You want to go to the Rogers brothers? You want to go through that again?
Well, right now,
you want to go to Randy Rodriguez? You sure you want to do that?
If we're being realistic,
you want to go Sean Jelly?
Look. I don't love the Rogers brothers.
What other options do we have?
I don't love the Rogers brothers in the 9th, but I think we're being a little ridiculous. The Rogers has outpitched Camilo in the last 2 months. I don't think it's even close. Like, and again, I don't love Rodgers in the 9th. That's not what I'm here to say. But what I'm saying is Camilo's got to get it going here. Like, I said to you about a month ago, like, this is a guy I might dangle in a trade. And I'm telling you, something's off with him and the team. Himself. Something's clearly off with himself.
There's like 10 guys we've talked about. Let's be real. It's not even July yet. We talked about guys being dangled. Talk about Michael Conforto being dangled, Jorge Soler being dangled, Camilo Duvall being dangled.
You don't
Blake
dangle
Snell
Conforto,
being dangled. Blake Snell. You talking about dangling him? Who else are we talking about here? Dangling players. Matos, Luciano, right? Yaz, Slater. This whole damn team we talked about trading. Even Wilmer Flores, for crying out loud. Tyrell Estrada, who's, God, good Lord. This is what we're talking about. You know what? The Giants keep losing series to the Angels, and we'll stop talking about you sooner rather than later, because you know why? The U.S. Open was great. All right? You got Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. And Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. It's more interesting, and I don't even like getting into this stuff, but it's probably more interesting talking about Klay Thompson unfollowing the Warriors on Instagram and Twitter than it is about this damn baseball team losing a series to the Angels.
You know what?
You want Giants fans to grow up and start going to the yard? And I know they had a sellout on Father's Day. Yeah. They always draw good crowds on Father's Day. They've been doing that since Candlestick Park. So woohoo, you drew 40,000. Great. Awesome. Damn it, you lost the series to the Angels, and you look so lackluster when you're trying to stack wins, and I'm supposed to sit here and say, oh, Giants baseball, summertime, let's go, pennant race base. No, hell no. What the hell am I supposed to be excited about? You put out that product, and I'm trying to take my baby girl and become a Giants fan? I'm saying, we ain't gonna watch this. Let's turn the TV off. Let's watch Inside Out Part 1 instead of watching this crap.
It's hard to argue with that.
Oh, my God.
But like Bonte, I got the bleacher, and I'm not rooting for injuries. I want to make this very clear. But I got the notification that Mookie Betts got hit in the wrist and that Yamamoto was going on the IL for whatever. And I was saying, that might have been a bigger positive for the Giants. Again, we're not rooting for injuries. I want to make this very clear.
Positive how?
But
because they're going to be out for a while? Wait, you think the Giants got a shot to catch this team?
I don't know. It's a little bit of fool's gold.
You think because Mookie Betts
you just never know.
and Yamamoto got hurt that we got a shot to go catch the Dodgers?
I'm just saying you might open the door a little.
All right, open the door. They're up 8.5 games on the Giants right now. And I don't give a damn if Mookie Betts could be out until October. They still got Ohtani.
I sound like an idiot.
They still got Will Smith. They still got Freddie Freeman. Oh, Clayton Kershaw's coming back soon, right? Catching the Dodgers. We need to be worried about who the hell's going to be pitching 2 days from now. Who the hell's going to be a starting pitcher 5 days from now? Are we bullpenning twice this week? The Dodgers are out of sight, out of mind. Don't even bring them up right now. Giants got no shot. You lost the series to the damn Angels, who are 28-43. I'm not celebrating nothing happening with the Dodgers. Can't beat the Angels. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway?
contact. And that's caught the slump, ran up there.
Right below the hole goes DeChambeau, and he's pumped up.
This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, two Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yes.
That is pretty funny. Oh, man. What's pretty funny is Klay Thompson. I'm following the Warriors on social media. As I see on their TV here, they're talking about it. Draymond Green. We'll play this out in just a second. Draymond's reaction to that. Shout out to everybody out there. Bryson DeChambeau, what a shot on 18. I didn't think there was a chance in hell he was going to be able to save par. He does. What a shot. That third shot, iconic. The win at Pinehurst, number 2. And then Rory McIlroy. To me, that's the story. Rory getting so close. And it just, you knew what was happening at 18. You knew that little 3-foot, 4-foot putt, whatever it was going to lip out. And
Did I not call it?
Oh, I said it too. I was like, he's going to choke it. There's no way he's saving par on 18. So I like Rory because I think he's a really, really good player.
Yes.
But I didn't know the history of Rory McIlroy and how much he gets so close. And man, my guy blew it. He blew it.
Well, so here's the thing. First off, I thought it was one of the best finishes to any kind of tournament in golf in a long time. I don't know. You want to pick 2019 Masters with Tiger, go right ahead. Molinari putting it in the water. You want to go Jordan Spieth versus Dustin Johnson years ago at Chambers Bay. I'm here for that. I remember watching that with Pops on a Sunday, another Father's Day. It was incredible to watch DJ miss that putt. The setting matters. Like Pinehurst is like a Fenway type setting. Like it visually looks different. And the fact that it has the openness where you could see like Rory's about to hit his tee shot on 18 and he's watching Bryson approach the green. You could feel the energy and the tension. And the two of them are looking back up at the monitors. They're looking back to see where the guy was driving it because they weren't in the same group. I thought it was spectacular television, unbelievable theater. But more than anything, and you brought it up, and I'd like to have a larger conversation at some point about this, but Rory McIlroy has been a PGA Tour allegiant guy. Like throughout all this live PGA Tour stuff, he has basically found a way to line his pockets, and he's already a guy who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He's made 150 at minimum $1 million on the course, just in career earnings.
Must be nice.
Okay.
A lot of money.
He makes another $50 to $60 million a year in sponsors endorsements.
So maybe choking at the U.S. Open isn't so bad. He could always go back and lay into your pile of money, right? No, I'm kidding.
He created 2 years ago when the live thing came out. Him and a bunch of other guys created a rule. It's called the PIP, where they give you money at the end of the year based on social media engagements. Right. Well, of course, you got like a zillion followers. You're going to win every year. So he wins 16, 20 million bucks every single year on this PIP thing. He's created a league.
So it sounds like you're not a big Rory fan.
I just think he's very disingenuous. And here's what I would say is that, no, I'm serious. Like, if you're going to take all the money and you're going to be Mr. In terms of golf woke, like Mr. I'm here to save the game and grow the game. Hey, look, man, I know it's your lowest moment in the history of your profession. Like, I get it. But if you're going to be Mr. Golf, you also owe a little bit to the fans. And when you lose, I do think you need to talk. I do think you need to talk to the media a little. And I'm not Mr. like pound the media.
Before we get there, I do want to talk about how he had the one-shot lead on 16. And I thought, because I was in the theater, so I'm getting alerts in there. No, so I had it on in the theater a little bit just to see the finish of it. And so I was like, man, Rory's about to do it, right? So about 15, about 15, I kind of locked in. So I got an alert. I was like, man, he's about to do it. So he's on 16 with a one-stroke lead. And everything goes to hell. And then this was a stat that I found fascinating.
Give it to me.
Afterwards. This year, he had 496 putts inside of 3 feet.
Wow.
He had made every single one of them.
Wow.
Every single one of them.
Wow.
And then you get to 16. And to give Bryson an open door. 2 of them. Kitty, come on, New York Kitty. 2 of them did on 18. You do it. Did not even say par. You're like, oh, didn't you see him in the clubhouse? And he's looking all irate. He's looking just
because he really blew it.
He blew it. So he didn't want to talk to anybody yesterday. And look, I've been a sore loser, so who am I to talk? Obviously, that's kind of your obligation to go up there and speak.
That's all I'm saying.
Especially when you come into second place.
Yeah.
He just skirt off and you don't say anything. Why'd he do it? Because he was just disappointed in himself?
Well, it's one of the lowest moments of his career, but he's come in second a few times in the last couple of years. St. Andrews comes to mind. And here's the problem. Here again, more than anything. If you're going to be Mr. I wave the flag for the PGA Tour, which this is not a PGA Tour event, it's run by it's run by a different USGA. It's a different governing body, but essentially it's a PGA Tour thing for most casual fans. If you're going to be the guy that takes all the money and you're going to be the guy that creates all these leagues and has all of this, I'm forward and I'm in front of everyone and I'm about growing the game. Like you do got to kind of wear it a little, a little. I'm not saying that we need to get our pound of the flesh. That's not what I'm saying. But you do kind of owe it to everyone. And I contrast that with Bryson DeChambeau. And the reason why I think it's fascinating, I didn't like Bryson for the longest time. I didn't like him at all. And there's a lot about, hey, the modern athlete controls their own marketing. They get to control the message. Bryson created a YouTube channel. I follow that YouTube channel. I thought he was a whack job. And then I started following the YouTube channel. I do believe he's matured a lot. I think he's transformed his own image. And I think he's realized that endearing himself to the fans has been the best thing that could have ever happened to him. Yeah, he's telling the crowd, get fired up at a golf event. I thought it was awesome.
Because he was terrible television when he was doing the showdown with Brooks Koepka on TNT.
But he's very hateable.
I was like, get this guy off my television screen.
A lot of people don't like him.
He had no personality. Brooks Koepka was trolling him.
Yep.
And then now, you look at 2024, Brooks Koepka's tweeting out, hey, Bryson, welcome to the club, 2-time U.S. Open champion. So I'm looking at Rory, though. The putts that he missed 2 feet. He missed a 2 feet, 6-inch putt.
I call that the barf zone.
The 3 feet, 9-inch putt on 18. And there's something about, I read something, I got to find it, the stat, and I thought I took it, thought I wrote it down or screenshotted it. But apparently he's been in all these majors. He's got 10 straight top 10 finishes or something, whether it's the U.S. Open, something crazy. And he's one of the only guys to not win while being that competitive. I'll find the exact stat, but I thought it was fascinating.
It's been 10 years since his last major. He won 4 majors in a very short period of time and has been in a huge drought ever since. That's really what it is.
That's what it was. It was something. He was alongside Jack Nicklaus and some of the greats of the game where he's been right there, and then he falls short. And he's been one of the few that hasn't won. So I'll find that one. But I thought it was fascinating that he blew it there. Oh, here it is. Posted 1 under yesterday. Finished second, 1 stroke behind Wyndham Clark in the 2023 U.S. Open at the LA Country Club last year.
LACC.
He's the second player in the past 40 years to finish runner-up by 1 shot in the same major in consecutive seasons since Jim Furyk did it back in 06-07.
Wow.
That is insane.
Wow. Well,
back-to-back runner-up finishes, man.
Furyk famously at the U.S. Open at Olympic Club hit the 16th hole, I want to say, hit the tree on the left side when he was leading the entire tournament. So, I look at the difference between Bryson now and a couple years ago, and he realizes now, dude, I just need to be more humble. I just need to lean into it. I need to be myself and stop being fake tough guy. And he obviously went through a physical transformation where he was skinny, then he bulked up like crazy and looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and now is at a more balanced weight. And he's very quirky and very weird or whatever, but I honestly believe he's been a much more mature individual, and seeing where he's at in his life. I was really happy for him. I couldn't see myself rooting for him a couple years ago. And then afterwards, his Father's Day, I lost my dad. He had lost his dad, and he's talking about that. And I got emotional watching it, and I was rooting for him. And look, Rory could say whatever he wants in terms of, it was his lowest moment professionally, and I have empathy for him on some level. But at the same time, part of the job at the professional level is you do got to kind of stand up and face it. And it sucks, but it's part of it. And I thought it was weak. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think Rory's a bad person. I don't think he should be tarred and feathered, but I thought it was a weak move by him.
Yeah, it was a weak putt by him twice in the last 3 holes, and he blows the U.S. Open back. Well, last year I thought, who was it? Was it Ricky Fowler who had the lead going into the final round, and he bogeyed down 18 at the LA Country Club, and it was was it Ricky Fowler who did that? No, not Ricky Fowler. Who's the guy I'm talking about? He was leading going into the final round, and he just blew it. He just blew it. He's never won a major before. It was last year's U.S. Open. Who's the guy I'm thinking? I don't even know if he made the cut this year. He's leading.
I'm gonna have
He's
to look
leading
it
into
up.
the final round last year, and he's been notorious for coming up short. I don't think he's ever won a major either. I don't think he's ever won a major, and he just faltered in the final round. So I will blame that one on him. Rory kind of came out of nowhere to be in that final round. Who was it last year? It wasn't Ricky Fowler. It wasn't him. I will pull up 2023 U.S. Open.
Well, yeah, Tommy Fleetwood, Cam Smith, Scotty Scheffler, Rory, and Wyndham all in the top there. But Ricky Fowler was right there, T5, and he had a horrible.
That's what I'm saying. He led going into the final.
Finish, a 75 to end it.
He led going into the final round. Yeah, he led going into the final round, and he blew it. He blew it in the final round. He bogeyed on 18 in the third round, and it was like, those aren't good vibes.
What did you think of that? Because I know, I'm a geek about it, but the course and the way it looked, the way it had all this native area, did it look good to you on TV?
It looked fine.
Okay, I'm not.
I don't know much about Pinehurst. I don't know about the courses, and I didn't watch the entire tournament. I just watched kind of the final 5 holes.
This is the most locked in I've ever been.
Don't miss that break,
in the last 3 years, this is the most locked in I've been on golf. I thought it was a great tournament.
I was more locked in last year at the LA Country Club. This year, I was. It was just a lot going on.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on right now. Father's Day weekend. We're trying to figure out vacations or whatnot. So we'll get more of that. We'll get to what Draymond Green said about Klay Thompson. That kind of took over everything Friday, and I just kind of chuckled because I want to know, are people really outraged over Klay Thompson unfollowing the Golden State Warriors? What does it even mean? Like, when I think about unfollowing, what is Joe Lacob? Oh, my God, Klay Thompson unfollowed the Warriors? Like, Debo did it. All these people do it. What does it really mean when an athlete unfollows a team? And how do you take it? Because it felt like a lot of fans were outraged. Oh, Klay, won't you mature? Oh, you're too old to be acting like this. Who cares? But we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. No, you know I wouldn't roast your Klay Thompson. I Bonte Hill, that is. Same old Klay to me. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Phil Simms will join us at 8:30. That's right, Uncle Phil's back in the building. Here on the Morning Roast, we'll talk quarterback. Brock Purdy, $55 million per year. Oh, y'all ready for that? Y'all don't like the Chris Simms dialogue. Y'all don't like that. There was a lot of truth to it. We'll get to that a little bit later. No, I'm not a Brock Purdy hater. I like Brock Purdy. I do. But there's some truth to what Chris had to say. So we'll ask his father, Phil Simms, what he thinks of what Chris had to say and what he thinks about Brock Purdy and everything like that. But obviously, the big story, I guess it's a big story. To me, it's whatever. And I'll ask you this. When a player unfollows a team, what does it mean to you? How do you take it? Do you get all outraged? Because Klay Thompson, the Twitter detectives and the IG detectives, they figured out that Klay Thompson unfollowed the Golden State Warriors and he scrubbed most of his Warriors content off of his page. Now, he's been posting, and he posted something 2 hours ago where he's on his bike, he's playing golf at night, and he's got a glow-in-the-dark ball that he's hitting with. That looks pretty cool. You see that before?
No.
Yeah,
I've seen the glow-in-the-dark ball. I didn't see this.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, he's got a glow-in-the-dark ball that he's hitting up there on the green. And then somebody on that same thread commented, you already knew people was going to talk about your 0 for 10 game before posting this. So somebody just wanted some attention, right? Like, they were like, oh, great, awesome. And then Klay Thompson just replied to the guy, hey, young fella, I'm rooting for you. Each agreed to get proper sleep nightly, and you will make the NBA one day through hard work and perseverance. So I think the response is great. The guy's a young basketball player who commented and tried to clap on Klay Thompson, and he replied by saying, hey, young fella, I'm rooting for you. Each agreeing to get proper sleep nightly, and you will make the NBA one day through hard work and perseverance. Now, Sam Lubman was in the room when I read that during the break, and Lubman was like, why do you have to reply? Do you really have to reply? I'm saying, why can't he reply? Like, why are we not allowed to even, we've had talks with the boss man. Boss man tells me, yo, Bonte, why do you reply to these fans on Twitter? You're up here, they're down here. I was like, no. You want to come on my timeline and you want to clap, why can't I clap back? I'm a human just like you guys. Just because I work in a certain area or I work in Sports Talk Radio, that doesn't make me better than anybody. So why can't I reply? So I told Lubman that. I was like, why can't Klay Thompson reply? God wants to clap on his page. Klay didn't even clap back. He says, hey, young fella, I'm rooting for you.
I mean, this goes to a bigger conversation. So you want to start with the replies? Or you want to start with the unfollowing on social media?
Let me ask you, how did you feel when you heard the news that he unfollowed to Golden State Warriors? What did Joe Shasky, the butcher, think?
Well, there's two parts. There's the first part is like I acknowledge that this is what young people do. And I'm not going to understand, even though I'm closer in age to Klay than maybe like Debo when Debo did it. Whether it's a tactic for negotiation or whether it's frustration and you're expressing it or whether it's just, coincidental. I find it interesting because it's on some level, it's probably unnecessary because I don't think it's swaying negotiations one way or the other. That's personal. I don't believe it does. I don't think that whoever's handling the contracts, whether it's a team out there like Orlando or pick Team X, right, or whether it's the Warriors, I don't think they all of a sudden go, we have to add another $5 million to our offer. Like, I don't think that has any value. I think it's unnecessary because what you're doing is you're alienating whatever, fan base that is out there of that team or of yours. And it's probably just stirring the pot. And some people like to stir the pot and that's their prerogative. I would just love left it alone, but I'm not him. So, and I also don't know what's going on right now. And I don't know what the negotiations are. And if he legitimately has hurt feelings, I can understand. Like when two people break up, right? Do you keep that individual on your Instagram page? No, most people scrub it, right? Like I had Instagram when I was already married, right? So let's say I had a prior girlfriend to meeting my wife or whatever. Like I'm sure I would have scrubbed certain things, right? Like I understand that. In terms of a business tactic, I don't think it's I don't think it's changing the amount of money or the years that he's guaranteed one iota. And I don't think anyone thinks that. I don't think the person doing it does. But I do think that we scrub certain things based on emotion.
Yeah, I don't.
I think there's a bigger conversation about just society and social media.
Yeah, I mean, society and social media is going to be the end of us. Like we all, you know what's crazy? I was talking to somebody yesterday about access, right? There was Big Dog City and Philly and Wet Saturday night. We're talking about, before social media, you couldn't get much access to these athletes, right? Now I believe we have too much access to these athletes.
I would agree.
There's no middle ground. No middle ground whatsoever. But I would love to be a fly on the wall when the ownership group is sitting there and somebody texts Kirk Lacob, hey, do you know that Klay Thompson will follow the Warriors? Like, what's Kirk thinking? What's Joe thinking? What's Mike Dillon
It's
Jr. thinking?
It's a no-win situation, though, too, isn't it? Like, if you do that, right? Let's say Bonte Hill unfollows 95-7 the game.
I should do that right now. What would people say?
But it's a no-win situation for you because people are like, what's he thinking? Oh, my God, he doesn't like it. And they just start jumping to conclusions.
That's what we do. We do that all the time.
You might have accidentally hit it. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe Klay accidentally hit it, right? Maybe he accidentally followed the Warriors.
And did you accidentally, hit the confirmation too after that?
Maybe.
Are you sure you want to unfollow? Oops, I accidentally hit that too. Yeah, it happens. Slippery fingers,
But listen, we've touched on this all season. We've known this. We're going to get to this point with Klay Thompson. And quite frankly, I'm eager to hear from Warrior fans about this situation because we are getting closer to free agency. And there's a reality that he may be gone and he may be wearing a different uniform next season, which hopefully, we tried to prep you guys for it. Like, hey, there's a possibility when a lot of people say, oh, Klay's not going anywhere. Corey's not going anywhere. Now it's starting to hit people like, oh, snap. Klay could go somewhere. But for some people, I remember the guy I was going to play with going to Vegas for the Super Bowl. And he turned around and said, Bonte, Klay's got to go. They just beat the Phoenix Suns. Klay's got to go. He got to get the hell out of here, blah, 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 blah. Some people like that may be happy that he's gone. Who knows? Who knows? That's why I felt like this strongly for the last 3 months that it may be best for both parties to move forward without each other. But here's Draymond Green's reaction to Klay Thompson following the Golden State Warriors.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
Another time I just shake my head and I go, Draymond, sometimes you don't have to comment on everything. Like it's
hold on. I fairness to Draymond.
Because it's going to be interpreted one way or the other. You leave it because he didn't. He just said it's hilarious. I find it comical. People are going to interpret that a certain way. I thought I thought that the whole thing was you don't talk about other people and how they handle business for the pro athletes.
No doubt. But he is doing a podcast, which you can argue. And
so now the door is open for comment.
No. Well, he's got a producer, right? Just like we have a producer, and Colin Cowherd runs that whole damn site. And Draymond Green is a teammate of Klay Thompson. You don't think Colin Cowherd and the producer talks like, hey, Klay Thompson don't follow the Warriors. Like, got to just touch on it for 30 seconds. If he did a podcast and released it the day after Klay Thompson don't follow the Warriors, then people would be like, well, what was Draymond's opinion? Because some people do want his opinion about this stuff. And I don't think he said anything egregious. To say, I find it hilarious. And maybe he finds the whole thing maybe he finds the reaction to Klay Thompson of following the Warriors hilarious. Okay. Because that's what I do. I was listening to Willard a little bit on Friday, and they were going in. I was like, this tells me that he's gone, and yada, yada, yada. I was cackling. I was cackling because we see athletes do this all the time. And whether or not, maybe he is following the Warriors because it's done. And maybe he's tired of seeing all the Warriors content flood his timeline. It's like, yeah, it's about time I go. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really care about it. But I get why it could be a big deal to certain fans. Like when Debo followed the 49ers and he scrubbed his account. I didn't care so much about that. My care was, damn, you really want to go play for the New York Jets? You want to get traded? That's what I was like, all right, Debo, but the following the Niners and doing all that stuff. Like Moses Moody, right? They cracked the code. And I was watching Moses Moody on ABC 7 Friday night. Did a great job with Larry Beal after the finals. And Moses was like, I didn't even follow the Warriors for so long and people were coming at me. Oh, 707, Xfinity mobile text line. Klay Thompson followed Austin Reeves on Twitter. Klay to the Lakers confirmed. Like, so I'm not outraged whatsoever.
I will say this though, like, and again, this sounds good in theory. I don't know how realistic this is, but when you've reached the level of some of these athletes, like Kevin Durant, I clearly feel like Kevin Durant is controlling all of his social media.
No doubt.
He doesn't have a handler. I do believe social media 9 times out of 10 does more harm than good. There is a good, like, I've got to connect with people on there that I would have never. I don't know if I'd be in media currently if it wasn't for social media. And we can have a whole different conversation about that moving forward. My cousin, his son is a junior in high school, going to be a senior. He had Tommy John surgery and was out for like 2 years. So he wasn't on this whole recruiting radar. All right. And he had a great year this year. He's throwing 92 miles per hour. He's up in Rockland and he's an absolute stud. And my cousin controls his son's social media, because he's afraid that he's going to do something that's going to like look bad on him. And like, honestly, it's a great move by my cousin to kind of control social media. Now, there are certain things that he posts about him playing ball or whatever. And if you look at his profile, it's curated to look a certain way. And I think that, again, in theory, it makes a lot of sense. Once the kid gets control of it and he gets a certain status, like there's a whole nother conversation. But his thought process is like, I don't want him posting something that's going to limit his opportunity to maybe go somewhere. Well, and so he had this big showcase over the weekend. Long story short is now he's being recruited by the entire SEC and the Big 12. He's got all these different offers and he's very lucky. And I could just imagine right now, let's say I'm coaching for Georgia and I go, oh, I don't know about this kid. I don't see him on any recruit. Let's click on his social media profile. And if it's a bunch of him doing dumb stuff or him posting, just whatever, things that you might deem questionable or whatever, like, you're probably less likely to recruit that individual. But there's many levels from I'm a junior in high school looking to get a scholarship to Klay Thompson's status as a all-time, I think he's a top 75 player of all time, 4-time champion who's reaching free agency. So I guess I don't know where Pandora's box opens and closes on these things. And I don't know what I would do if I was them.
Well, if we're going to take the conversation to that point about young kids on social media, I've talked to City College of San Francisco's football team, for a long time. And I told them, I was like, man, if I was you guys, I wouldn't have social media. But I get why you need social media, because that's how a lot of recruiting gets done, is through social media.
Exactly.
So my nephew plays at De La Salle, Jaden Jefferson. He's getting offers all over the place as well, and he's doing very well for himself. I've never talked to him about the social media stuff, but he goes to De La Salle, and I'm sure they have a very good infrastructure on how to deal with social media. I trust that school, and I trust that program to really tutor. So my nephew, all he does is tweet offers, highlights. He ran track, got the best 100-meter yard dash time at De La Salle in their school history. Post that. Social media in terms of football, he doesn't post anything else except for highlights and tracks. His highlights and whatever he's going to a 7-on-7 camp or whatnot. So a lot of kids are becoming very aware of how social media can become toxic and do more harm than good if you're using that tool. The same could be applied to us. Oh, we can't be out there tweeting F-bombs left and right or this or that and clapping at, like, I clap at people sometimes. I try to keep it very professional the way I do reply to people, but it can be dangerous, man. Like, the bosses told me, man, you don't have to do that, man. You're bigger than that. You're bigger than that. I'm just like, man, sometimes I just want to talk to fans. I want to show fans that I am human and try to have a conversation with them. Now, I can't help if they become disrespectful. That's when I start to use the block button. That's when I start to use the mute button. So I think kids like that, Klay Thompson, look, he replied to a guy on Twitter, nothing egregious. Say, young fella, I'm rooting for you. Eat your greens and get proper sleep. You'll make the NBA one day through hard work and perseverance. You want to post about my 0 for 10 game like that's the only game that I've ever had in my career? That's going to define me? No, Game 6 Klay is going to define him. 4 championships is going to define him. All NBA teams is going to define him. Making the All-Star game is going to define him. So, look, somebody on the text line right now, Bonte, you're capping right now. You're big capping because you're stirring the pot. I don't really care to Klay follow then. Why are you talking about it so damn much? Because guess what? Everybody here is talking about it. It's kind of a topic that sports radio thrives on. So I wouldn't be doing my job if we didn't talk about it. I'm just telling you my reaction. When he followed it, I just started laughing. Because one thought process I had, I'll say this right now.
What's that?
Is I thought all the calls we've taken over the last 3 years, what percentage would you say have been negative towards Klay Thompson?
I don't know. What do you think? 75%?
Yeah, at least, right?
Yeah.
At least, right? So part of me thought...
Am I wrong? Am I too low?
No, I may have said 80%.
Okay.
But part of me, and what I thought was when y'all followed him, I said, well, most of y'all are getting what you want, right? You want Klay gone. Y'all followed the Warriors. Shouldn't you be happy about it? Instead, I saw the reaction saying, oh my God, I can't believe Klay went off all the Warriors. Wait a minute. You wanted him gone from what the people I talked to.
I don't know about gone. Gone might be strong. I don't think 75% of the callers wanted him, quote unquote, gone. I think people wanted him to play better or maybe in a different type of a role or whatever. There was a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of stuff. I do believe that, like, this is just another, step of, it's been very difficult for him the last couple of years. And the response that he had is, to me, it's a nothing burger. The reply that you're referencing about him replying. But I do think that when I see someone's profile that I don't know that person, I will look at their replies and I feel like I get a gauge of who they are if they're willing to tweet certain or post certain things out there. Because what else am I? I'm going off of what you're putting out there, right? And I'm interpreting it a certain way. So I am now more cognizant than I've ever been of. And I'm not perfect, but like every reply is basically on your quote unquote resume of the profile, and anyone can consume it and they're going to interpret it any way they want. So I try to be as methodical as I can so that it can't be interpreted as Joe's a jerk. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's what that Klay is, but I do believe when you unfollow everything, you do it for a reason. Yeah. And whatever his reasons are, I don't know if it has the impact that we think it does. Like, I don't think that, like, Dunleavy and Lake Up, to your point, or like sitting there like, oh, he unfollowed them.
Steph Curry.
It just feels like standard operating procedure now in the modern era.
Moving on, right?
Yeah.
Do you right now at this moment feel like Klay's going to be a Warrior next season?
No, but it's been trending that direction for a while.
Exactly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Like, for example, I tweeted something about the Giants over the weekend. I forgot what it was. Something like, man, they didn't even win the series. I said something, and somebody replied to me, and he goes, oh, you're just, I forget, it's something about the media or whatnot. I said, what about my tweet made you think I was talking about the media? Like, some people interpret words so differently. And I'm finding that out more and more. Like I said, Friday I tweeted out, hey, at least we get another NBA game on Monday. At least we get one more NBA game on Monday, right? It gives me alternative if the Giants get routed at Wrigley Field. And somebody said, wow, sounds like you're sad about that. I said, what about my tweet made you sad? No, I'm stuck. We get more basketball. I love the NBA. I love professional sports. It's the finals. So people interpret things in so many different ways.
I agree with that.
It's tough to gauge.
No,
it's tough to gauge. But I will say, it's all fair game. If you want to reply on the athlete's page, and yeah, you could say, oh, you got to be a bigger person. You shouldn't reply. These fans are, hey, it's your page. You do what the hell you want to do.
Yeah, but with that, would you at least acknowledge that with that comes whatever consequences of how it's interpreted?
I mean, I'm sure part of the Klay maybe cares, but like Dre replies to people all the time. Some of these guys reply to people, and it's just like, well, like Kevin Durant. I think Kevin Durant has a great time at replying to people.
Yeah, I do, but I also think that Kevin Durant, for example, when I watched Tom Brady get that reception that he got for his jersey retirement, I don't know if Kevin Durant gets that anywhere.
No, he's probably not.
But again,
you know what? He probably don't even give a damn.
Well,
probably don't even give a damn.
He might not
at this point. Because people have already ripped him for leaving OKC. He spent his first 8-9 years there, did whatever, took him to as far as he felt like he could take him. Became a free agent, and all I kept thinking was, y'all are mad at him for not wanting to stay in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. For not wanting to move on from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma?
I think this boils down to my belief is the majority of people want to be loved and want to be liked, and they want to be accepted, and they want to be wanted, right? That's what the majority of people want.
Klay Thompson wants that,
absolutely. And KD can say he doesn't. Maybe he's one of the rare that doesn't. But I've always felt like he's wanted some level of acceptance. And now we're going into like the psychology, and I'm not trying to go that
has
deep.
He gotten that? It felt like he didn't get in here with the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think he's
with the social media fan base. I would say Most Warrior fans appreciated KD.
I agree, but
there's a big segment that said, KD just leave. This is Steph's team
this goes
anyway.
back to I've had this take for like 10 years. Twitter ain't real life. Social media is not real life. It's very curated and fake and angry, or like everything's perfect. You know, like when you see click on, forget an athlete, pick anyone. Look at my family. Look at my car. Look at our house. We just won 15 trophies this year. You never see like, hey man, like we're behind on our credit card bill. We're, you know, our tires popped on our car, and
people,
oh my gosh, we can't afford this.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up. But yeah, basically people only just post their highlights when they post.
That's
on
all,
social
yeah.
media.
And like so it's taken a long. I'll you know what? I'll be as transparent as I can. For the longest time, my wife and I, we didn't have kids. Do you know how difficult it was for me to open certain apps and see everybody's family and how beautiful they were and how happy they were? It made me sad. It made me super, super, super sad. Like it just did. And it was very difficult. And there were days like yesterday, Father's Day, where I would open it up, or Christmas or whatever, and I would see everybody post their families, right? And I would be on the other end of that, like, damn, man, this is what I don't have. And it would trigger me to be sad. And so like I'm admitting it out loud. You know what I mean? It has pluses and minuses, but I've learned through, again, therapy and many, many years, it's not real. A lot of that stuff isn't real, but it still hurts certain people certain ways, either the poster or the people interpreting the posts. And now we're getting into a whole nother deeper psychology, but like, I do believe that Klay Thompson, like any normal human being, and this I think is part of why the Warrior fans do love him, he's a real person, and I do think he hurts, and I do think that he's searching for an acceptance or whatever it is right now, and I feel bad for the guy. I do. I legitimately feel bad for him.
All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Klay Thompson stuff in open phone lines. How do you feel about Klay on following the Warriors? 888-957-9570.
Save at Whole Foods Market.
excruciating decade-long wait and excruciating short misses for McIlroy coming down the stretch.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, McIlroy chokes the U.S. Open. Blew it. He blew it. Up one shot on 16, misses 2 putts under 4 feet. Terrible. Terrible. Bryson DeChambeau wins the second U.S. Open at Pinehurst, number 2. Willie Mays also, he's in the news because he's not going to travel to Rickwood Field this Thursday. He's decided it will be easier to enjoy the game from his Bay Area home. You hope that Willie's doing well. It's kind of disappointing that he won't be at Rickwood Field where he played baseball as a kid. In Alabama, when, of course, the Giants play the Cardinals out there in Birmingham, Alabama, at Rickwood Field, the oldest stadium in baseball, oldest field in baseball in the United States, I should say. But we're talking about Klay Thompson, and obviously, I want to hear from Warrior fans right now. Free agency is right around the corner. Right around the corner. It's going to be here before you know it. Time's moving fast. Feels like training camp is 2 weeks away. You know what I'm saying? That's how quickly we're moving through these summer months right now. We're in mid-June. And Klay Thompson scrubs his Instagram, scrubs some of the pictures that he had as a member of the Golden State Warriors. Even pictures with Stephen Curry is now no longer on his Instagram page. So What does it mean? Yeah, what does it mean? Yeah, one with the title in Boston, that one got scrubbed. It's crazy. So what does it mean? What does it mean, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. Is Klay giving us a hint that, hey, I'm out? It's been real. We done with this. Or how are you interpreting as someone who's being immature? Do you think this whole situation is immature? It's going to be an unrestricted free agent. Personally, I don't know how to feel other than, okay, great, he unfollowed the Warriors. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. I honestly don't know.
Well, I think let's say you're a fan out there that really likes Klay Thompson, and you're not on social media or whatever, or you're not active, and you're not like in the comments ripping or anything. Let's just say just your average Warrior fan, right? Like my mother-in-law is a great example. Loves Klay, not on social media. She's probably thinking something to the like, hey, what? We've always rooted for you. Why? You know, that's her. Like, she doesn't get, why the young athletes would do what they do. Like, wait a minute, why are you scrubbing some of the greatest memories that all of us have ever had? Like, we love those moments. I still want you back. And so I don't know how everyone falls, but I do know that let's say the few that are out there, or the chunk that are out there that aren't negative or are ready to run them out of town or whatever. I think the majority are like, wait a minute, like we still want you to be here. It might be in a different role. It might be in the same role that you've been in. I'm not sure. But like, why would you want to get rid of those memories? Those were some of the greatest memories that all of us have ever had. And so I think that people are just more questioning it out loud, like, whoa, what's going on? And then the thought of, wow, this is getting more real, that he could actually leave. Yeah. Well, and that this generation is over, and like no Splash Bros, no Klay Thompson.
Well,
really?
For our waiting for the mobile text line. I don't know. Sam, we see if this is true, Lubman. Fire up Instagram. Is Klay following Paulo Banchero?
Is that what we're doing?
Basically, that's what they always do. We always do it. Whatever. He's following the Magic. He's not following the Magic. Not following the Sixers yet, but is he following Paulo Banchero? He's starting to play some two-man basketball with Paulo Banchero. Oh, man. Listen, man.
Klay Thompson is following Paulo Banchero.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun process. Klay Thompson, an unrestricted free agent, now following Paulo Banchero. So now the Orlando Magic thing is real. Because we've been talking about this for all year, discussing the situation with Orlando. Like, boy, Orlando will be a great place. They got a great lot of money. They're going to be looking at Malik Monk. They were the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. You got Paulo and Franz Wagner, 2 guys you could build around. Cole Anthony plays hard. Jalen Suggs plays hard. They love Jalen Suggs in Orlando. I didn't know that. They love him down there in Orlando. And if he stays healthy, he's a very solid guard who defends at a high level. Maybe it is real. So how are we feeling about this? Because listen, part of me was I'm not going to lie, the cynic in me, from all the calls we've taken about Klay Thompson, and the dialogue, you just mentioned that, man, 75% of the calls that we've taken, and maybe the calls are not real life. Maybe the tweets are not real life. Maybe it is. But it was a lot of negativity towards Klay Thompson. I felt like last year he got more heat than Andrew Wiggins. And he played the most games for a member to go to St. Warriors. He took more heat than Andrew Wiggins. Think about that. Klay Thompson, our homegrown, 4-time champ who got hurt, came back, shot free throws with a torn ACL, gave his all. And at the end of the day, a lot of people have a problem with his attitude, right? Oh, he sulks him because the guy cares so damn much. You want a guy not to care? I thought we want our athletes to care, right? And if anything, we could say Klay Thompson cares, right? We all admit that. Can we all admit that Klay Thompson cares?
Yeah, I don't think your assessment is accurate. I think unanimously everyone's done with Wiggins, and I think Klay Thompson. There's more emotion.
No.
Because we love him.
I'm not saying that. My assessment is on this show. Klay Thompson got more heat than any Warrior on this team last year.
Well, because like 888-957-957 Wiggins. No one cares. Just no one's gonna call in. They're just done with him.
It's not even about calling in though. It's about what I'm seeing online, what I'm seeing in the papers, what I'm seeing on the headlines, first take, get up, whatever it is. Klay Thompson. And I get content is gonna sell. Klay's gonna sell a lot more than Wiggins. Yeah. But just in terms of basketball, talking about just basketball and on-court play and who got the most heat, who should be benched, who should not be benched. Klay Thompson took the most heat out of any Warrior last year, and it wasn't even close, in my opinion. Wasn't even close. So forget the content, for example. It's just one of our homegrown athletes, and he heard the stuff. That's the worst part about it. He heard the stuff. Trust me, he heard the stuff on radio. He read the papers. He knew what was taught. He dropped 54 points, and this was confirmed to me. He dropped 54 points, and he saw somebody on television say, yeah, how you like that? How you like that now? Like, he hears and listens and reads to everything, which is part of the problem. But my thought process was when he unfollowed the Warriors, and I saw all the rhetoric like, oh my God, how could he unfollow the Warriors? And I'm thinking to myself, isn't this what most of y'all wanted in the first place? Y'all want him gone.
No, we wanted him to take better shots and accept maybe a different role. And
he did that, right? Check.
But you're asking like this is what people wanted, and then they're looking at the team and they're saying to themselves, I'm just saying, like, this is what fans are thinking of, like, how can we build the best team? Well, if Klay takes less money, we can maybe do some more things financially under the apron, and so like that was the algorithm, like take better shots, accept some sort of different role or a version of a different role, and the ones that are acutely aware of the salary cap are like, well, if you can accept slightly less money than what is out there, then we can build the best team. I think people want their cake and eat it too. They want Klay Thompson to stay, but they want him to kind of accept some of the terms of negotiating.
Right. So you want to take less money than Wiggins? Yeah, it's not fair to take less money than Draymond and Andrew Wiggins. That's number one. Number two, he did take another role. He took another role and played a lot better in that role. So again, because I'm around it so much and I'm in the thick of it. Not to say that you're not, but being there at the Gatehouse and talking to Warrior fan. Hey, I was at a pool party. Shout out to my nephew Amari, just turned 14 years old. Mike, who you know on Twitter, Mike Hill, his son. We're at the pool party and talked to a couple brothers, Marcel Jr. and Marcel Sr. We'll talk about it. And we're just talking about the gravity and the basket and the way the Warriors play, what's happening there. And it was just, and I was like, Klay did all the things that the fans wanted to do. And how many fans I've talked to over the last year where they said, Klay's got to go. Klay this and Klay that and Klay this and Klay that. And I'm like, damn. Klay could have been an issue, but it ain't the only issue on this team. So now, when he unfollows the Warriors, we all freak out.
Well, I think
that's just fascinating to me.
Well, the freak out. But again, like, when two people are together for so long and then they have a divorce, there's going to be fireworks, right? You don't lose your mind over a person you barely know. You lose your mind over people you quote unquote love. And so I just think that this is going to be.
So we don't love Andrew Wiggins? The guy signed a 4-year, $100 million deal. And some people thought, boy, if Curry didn't exist, if he didn't have game 4 Curry, He may have been in the running for Finals MVP. Now we don't care about Andrew Wiggins?
No, we don't.
What?
Using the analogy of a relationship?
2 seasons ago, signed a 4-year, $100 million deal. Now we don't care?
Bonte, if you think the Klay Thompson connection to the Warriors and the Warrior fans...
I'm not saying that. When you say nobody cares about Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but if that's a marriage, man. Andrew Wiggins was a one-night stand.
He
metaphorically.
Wasn't.
Right?
He's been more than a one-night stand.
What?
He's been more than a one-night stand.
Okay,
we stayed bad with him, and he was a guy we did not want to trade. Andrew Wiggins, we're talking about, man, one of the best two-way players in the league.
I mean, that lasted for a couple months. I mean, I'm just being real. Like, we don't care about Wiggins the way that we care about Klay Thompson. And I think Steiny's kind of talked about this for about 5, 6, 7 years. He's like, Warrior fans in their minds thought that this would go on forever. And you don't want to accept, timing and people declining and eras changing and things like that. And I think seeing Klay do this on a Friday night, I think for a lot of people, it started to become real that they're not going to be able to keep this thing together forever. And at some point, we're going to have to turn the page. And I think a lot of people aren't ready to do it. We might talk about being ready to do it.
I love Steiny 6, 7 years ago. You can't keep this thing together forever. Yeah,
well,
no.
I mean, eventually he was going to be right.
Exactly.
Bonte,
like the Niners in the 90s. I watch all these magazines and articles talk about the Niners in the 90s, right? The dynasty's over. It's done with the Niners. They did it in 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. And then finally Steve Young's on the ground on Monday Night Football after getting popped by the Arizona Cardinals and Aeneas Williams coming on the quarter blitz. And all of a sudden it's over. Yeah, at some point it's going to be over. It's going to be over.
I know, but I think the reality of the first couple of dominoes falling, of it being over, like you had Steph, let's call it what it is. Like Steph wasn't as vintage as he's normally. Slight tick down, Draymond, slight tick down the last couple of years, even though he's been better than when Steph was out. And then Klay Thompson down a little and might be out the door. Like these are all indicators of like, wow, this is really coming to an end, and not that it's over now. Like if they kept this group together, like for example, going into the playoffs, there were a lot of people that are like, we could still win from the 10 seed. I mean, we took those calls. Because they were once champions. They could do it. And they're not wrong in believing that. They were just champions a couple of years ago. But they feel really far away. And I guess seeing him unfollow the Warriors on social media, for some people is like, damn, this is the first step of the team turning the page. When the Niners all like fell apart in 2014, 2015 offseason, it was like Willis retired, Smith retired, Harbaugh left. It was like, boom, all of it happened almost so quickly you couldn't even digest it. This has kind of been a slow crush the last couple of years.
Let's go to the lines, man. Let's go to the lines, man. This is great. I love this. I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by this now. Because I know the calls we took in the last 3 years, and I know the dialogue we've heard. I hear what you're saying, Chasky, but you know what's what. You know what's what when it comes to Klay Thompson. Let's go to Oscar and Stockton. What's happening?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Shaq? You're definitely right. Because I don't like to call in about this, but Klay Thompson is my boy. And the way the fans have responded to Klay Thompson is I can't believe it. And the way Andrew Wiggins did the last 2 years.
Oscar, I'm going to cut you off. It's been sickening, to be quite honest. It has been sickening. It's been sickening. I'm going to just be real about it. The Klay dialogue has been disgusting. Go ahead.
Yep. And that's the only reason why I called. I'm in here Stockton, laying on my bed. You know what I said? I didn't even really feel it all that well this morning, but I'm like, you know what? This is sickening right here because I'm watching Stephen A. Smith. Social media fans, I was going to scrub mine too. I just did it on my Instagram for my hot dog cart because I'm going to redo it. That don't mean that he's leaving. And Klay is sensitive. He hears all this because Klay is Golden State Warriors. Klay is a Bay Area guy. And for the negativity from all the fans, a lot of you guys, you want him to change positions. He did that. Then we had to go back to him because we don't have no consistent outside shooting. But and that's another thing. You would understand. Klay Thompson, his role on the Warriors, it's got to be a starter. And any other team in the league, that's why they're going after him. And I'm just so sad because Klay Thompson is the one Warrior that I wouldn't think fans would be on like that. It is crazy with Draymond Green and the way your boy Wiggins is playing. Why nobody ain't talking about them? And he had two major injuries, and played 75 games this year, I think. Oh, my God, I just can't believe it. Like I say, and when he's gone, we're going to have our head down because ain't too many scores in the league that consistent with an outside shot. And Klay Thompson, I'm going to tell you right now, he's in the gym working out. And another thing, Steph Curry ain't going to let this happen, man. Believe that. On that end, man, y'all have a good day, man, and go Warriors.
All right, Oscar. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I don't know the relationship between Curry and Klay. I don't know. And I don't know if he's going to not let that happen. I legitimately don't know because if Klay asks for a price that the Warriors, for their own fiscal reasons, can't afford, it might be out of their control, right? That's one element. Klay might not want to come back. Like that, and Curry might, because he's friends. Like, again, now we're getting into this like relationship, but like the dynamic of their relationship. I don't know. I can't speak on it. I don't want to pretend like I'm in the know, but like they might be, Curry might acknowledge that, hey, you know what, Klay, it might be better for you to go somewhere else or whatever. Or he's expressed to him that he wants to go somewhere else for whatever his reasons are. Like maybe there might be one day, B, where you leave me for whatever reason. And I might be like, hey,
why is it got to be me leaving you?
Okay.
Why is it always like that?
Okay,
why do you do this? Me leaving you.
Well, maybe it's me leaving.
Maybe it's me getting
maybe
fired.
Shasky leaves you.
Maybe it's me getting fired or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm always getting in trouble at this station. I mean,
he said you might leave. He didn't say how.
I considered myself the Curry in this equation, and so
you do that sometimes. No, it's funny because it's good, but it's funny because I got a tweet yesterday about Klay, and it was a DM. Somebody was big mad. They DM me in all caps. I didn't know where. Oh, it was like
was it DM to say hi?
No, it wasn't Brianna. Shout out to Brianna out there in Detroit. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you got your daddy something very nice. Listen, somebody, they DM'd me, they said, Klay Thompson, Bonte, cost us the last 2 years. He cost us a championship the last 2 years.
That's not fair.
And but you know what, to Oscar's point, there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of delusion going on. How can you sit up here and say Klay, like even bringing it back 2 seasons ago when Wiggins disappeared and Curry was hurt, and Draymond was hurt. Jordan Poole and Klay was doing the heavy lifting offensively. He did have a 54-point game, right? I mean, he was doing the heavy lifting. And everybody said, oh, Klay's back. But just stuff like that about Klay Thompson. They say that about one of our own. He's one of our own. Like, you know what I'm saying? I never heard people talk about, even T.O., who basically destroyed this franchise. And for a long time, a lot of people wasn't on the T.O. trade, but we accept him. We accepted him. And a lot of people was on that T.O. trade. I've seen a lot of athletes in this market get so much love. And this guy's at the top of the mountain as a 4-time champ. And the dialogue, knowing that, damn, this guy did have 2 major injuries. Okay, he needs to have some self-reflection. He had that self-reflection. Whether you like to use the word reluctant, well, you know what? I was reluctant to take this morning show gig. I did not want to wake up early. I was reluctant to do it. It got done, right? I was reluctant to do it. It got done. Hell, at times I was reluctant to drop on a knee and say, hey, will you marry me? But it got done. You know what I'm saying? Klay Thompson, reluctant to come off the bench. But guess what? It got done, and he played his best damn basketball. So to Oscar's point, we've taken a lot of calls. I've seen a lot of tweets, a lot of replies. Isn't this what y'all wanted in the first place? Don't get outraged that he's following the Warriors now. Don't do it. And don't turn your back on Klay. Klay's an all-time Warrior. But part of the reason why I'm here is because I've heard the dialogue and I've heard the outrage and I've seen where the energy has been focused on. And we're going to focus our negative energy on Klay when Wiggins went out here and averaged 13 points a game. And Draymond got suspended 18 games.
I just don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think Wiggins, like everyone wants Wiggins gone. Like that on that one thing, I think I just disagree with you on. But like
no, because we did take some calls a couple weeks ago when there was like, you can't get rid of Wiggins. We need perimeter defenders.
And right, I mean, you can find someone who we get people who still want Dwight Howard to come play for the Warriors. I mean, like I can find someone to do anything. Here's the part that I find to be contradictory is that it can't all be a business. And it all be like everything's business with these athletes, and then get mad because you're sifting through social media and you're worried about what people are saying. Like, part of being an athlete is you're going to get scrutinized, and like we could talk about what's fair, what's not fair, or whatever, but like part of being an athlete in this modern day is you do have to find a way to navigate it. And so if he's struggling with the social media, just put the social media down. You know, it's easy for me to say, it's hard to actually do, but like have someone else handle it, you know, and I don't know what to say, but if it's bothering him that much, like that's something he's going to have to figure out. I know, like for myself, when I'm getting blasted on social media, I just literally delete it off my phone, and then I circle back a week later and I try to add it to my phone. I spend less and less time, I try to, at least on Twitter, because I do find it to be an extremely toxic place. And even then I feel I get myself sucked into the vortex of wanting to respond to people. But I also understand that, like, at the end of the day, it does more harm than good. So I have to be very careful with what I'm consuming and what I'm putting out there.
From a basketball standpoint, what are they going to miss with Klay Thompson? Spacing, shot making. Now you can say, well, you didn't make a shot in Sacramento. I get to play it. It was 0 for 10. It was bad. It was all-time bad. But how do you replace that? Who's the replacement for Klay if he does move on? How do you replace that?
I mean, they're going to need multiple guys this year to step up. In terms of scoring and just outside shooting, you just don't replace that volume with one person. To me, that would be an aggregate solution. I mean, this is the Moneyball thing right here. Like, we can't find Giambi, but can we find two guys that can give us Giambi's production? Like, you're looking at some sort of an aggregate solution. And even then, I think it's very difficult. But I think that's what Dunleavy's tasked with doing, either via the draft, via free agency. See, if you move off of Wiggins, for example, and let's say Klay does go elsewhere, you have to find a way to offset the production of Chris Paul, because he'll probably be out the door, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins. So there's the offensive component, there's the defensive component, and then there's the fit alongside what your current roster is. To me, if they're going to try to find it, I don't know if you're going to find 3 players to offset that aggregate production. It might be 5, 6 guys. I don't know. And I don't even know what that looks like. Now, what's your rotation? What are you doing with a Moses Moody? Are they expecting him to take a leap forward? Are you expecting Jonathan Kuminga to offset some of that production? I don't know what their blueprint is. I don't think to say one person is going to replace 253s made, that feels aggressive.
Let's go to May Money in Oakland. May Money, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? Top of the morning, fellas.
What's up?
Okay, all right. Let me just handle this real quick, because I'm so sick and tired of hearing about all this Klay this, Klay that, Klay this for the past, 2 years. So let me just handle it real quick. So the first thing that I have to say, like, the whole social media thing, I'm not even going to, like, really try to navigate myself around the thinking of that. But what I saw, like, after that is, like, Klay's been riding his bike, and he's been, hanging out with his dog and going to places that he loves to be and being happy and stuff. So what I'm feeling for Klay is that first of all, he hasn't been feeling the love. Maybe this has been mentally taxing because he's been taken for granted, if I have to say, like, the least. Like, what is all this Klay slander? Like, how much more can he take as a person? Like, he can do no right in the eyes of the Warriors fans. So I would leave too if I were him. Like, okay, there's no love for me here. There's no happiness for me here. Apparently, everybody wants me to be gone, so I'll just be gone. That's what I would do. And so, yeah, I kind of feel Klay on that, and I'm really sad for all of these fans to be like, oh, Klay is trash this and all this, and Klay Thompson this and that. Like, that, I don't think that's fair. Draymond is the one that pretty much destroyed the last 2 seasons just from his antics, and nobody is giving him hell up and down the wazoo. So, like, I agree with Klay. Like, if he has to move on and do things that make him happy, then I think that's what he should do.
Well, there's the real life component, there's the social media. So throw the social media to the side. Bonte, you're at that stadium more than anyone I know. Does that crowd still react positively to Klay Thompson?
For the most part, I think.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Because, like,
there's also fans who are walking around saying, man, they got to get rid of Klay.
Okay, but are they actively booing him during the game?
No, nobody's booing. Nobody's booing.
Yeah, so
Warrior fans are too classy for that. For the most part, at the stadium. they're not boy.
Well, I guess that's where I'm going because, I'm not saying that interactions elsewhere in his life are negative or positive. I just know that at the arena, when Dunleavy would touch the ball, this is going back. Okay, I'm trying to think of guys who were booed by Warrior fans. There was a time when Dunleavy would touch the ball, he would get booed by the home crowd.
Yep.
Okay, I can understand that having a crazy effect on you. I get the social media is totally unique because
it's part of today's game.
Dunleavy didn't have it, but at the arena, I only went to a handful of games this year. I didn't sense this crazy negativity in the arena for Klay Thompson. No. But that doesn't mean that he's not in his feelings on his phone. I get that too.
That's just 18,500 fans at Chase Center. There's over 1 billion Warrior fans worldwide. All right, they have become a worldwide brand.
Yes.
All over the world, people are rocking Warriors gear now.
Sure.
They know about it. And so social media, whether we like it or not, does have an influence. It's part of our culture now. It is there. It's not going anywhere. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. It's not, well, TikTok may go somewhere, but Instagram and Twitter, X, whatever it is, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. So it's baked into our culture now. It's part of the culture. You know, so when you say, and I hear what you're saying when you say it's not real life, it's not real life. Well, it kind of is now. It is real life because you know what? Real life people use that against you, or they say, hey, look at this guy's profile. He's so clean cut. Oh, look at him. He's tweeting nice things. He's professional. The minute I tweet something, I know how many conversations I've had with Matt Nahigan about social media. But I'll tell you, you need to tone it down. You're here. They're there. It is part of real life now. We gotta stop saying it's not real. It's part of our culture now. If you get fired for social media for something you're tweeting or something you're posting, it's part of real life. It's a reality now.
But I guess where I was like,
Steph, real quick, Steph texted at halftime. He checks Twitter at halftime.
Okay,
it's a fact.
So
it's there. So it's tough to tell an athlete.
But if it's having a negative effect on your psyche, any therapist would tell you, like, dude, what do you need? Like for Klay's status and where he's at, what do you need it for then? If it's really having that big of a detrimental effect, like my wife doesn't have social media. You know, and no, she doesn't need it. You know what I mean? For anything. It's not like her work, requires it. And I don't think Klay Thompson needs it, if we're being real. Now, he might want it. That's a different conversation. But if it's having such a negative effect on him and he is consuming all the negativity, any normal person in your life that cared about you or a therapist or whatever would say, dude, just delete it. Or why are you doing it?
Why does he have to delete it, though?
Because it's having a negative effect.
Like it has a negative effect on me. I'm not going to delete it. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep it. I'm going to get through it. I'm going to get through it. And we don't know how much he really goes on Instagram. Like he does his Instagram lives on the boat, which are really cool. I think as fans, don't we want to be more involved in these athletes? We always say these athletes are here, we're there. And then all of a sudden they let us in. They let us into their lives, and it was like, well, you're posting too much, or you shouldn't be also. Like, we can't have it both ways.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that if the individual, like, again, I'm used myself as an example, if it's negatively affecting your psyche, then yes, you should delete it. Or at least remain off it and have someone else
I think
monitor.
It's more the rhetoric of what he's heard. And yeah, you do see someone that replies. You're like, damn, I'm Klay Thompson. I'd helped you guys win 4 championships. Nobody knew this franchise, and I got to go on my Instagram. Maybe I'm talking to my girl. Maybe I'm sliding DMs or whatnot. And I'm seeing reactions from my whole fan base saying, I'm Klay Thompson? Klay Thompson has made money.
I've never heard any of my friends go to a game and be like, Klay Thompson.
No, they're not going to scream it at the game, but I've heard it in Thrive City plenty of times.
Okay.
Man, Bonte, when they go get Klay Thompson out of there, I'm not going to just make that up.
No, I'll take your word for that.
I know what I hear. Again, I was on the plane going to the damn Super Bowl, and they just beat the Phoenix Suns, and the guy tells her, hey, Bonte, man, they got to get rid of Klay Thompson. He got to go. I'm like, damn, we getting ready for the Super Bowl. They just beat the Phoenix Suns. Klay Thompson? That name came from Warrior fans. So I hear Warrior fans say it all the time. Brick Thompson, Klay Thompson, no D, whatever it is. Let's go to Greg in the Port of Oakland. Greg, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. There's a lot of things going on. It's not just Klay. You just point to Draymond and how he has been in the league 12, 13 years, and he hasn't had a low post move at all. Wiggins just became the invisible man. Current coaching is susceptible. A lot of things.
Yeah, your call's not really good because the service is bad. Call us back, Greg. I like you. I want to take your call. I don't like flushing them. Honestly, the call could have been good, but the service is bad. Reception was bad, I should say. But you know what? You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain anyway. Floyd Water, Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, happy Father's Day, my man. How you doing, Tamir?
Hey, happy Father's Day to both of you guys. I'm just calling. I'm not here to bash Klay or any of the fans because, like Joe was saying, I'll be at Warrior games. People do call him Klay Thompson and all that other stuff. I just think fans are like in the middle. Like, we have the newer fans, and then when you have the older fans, like for me, being in the Bay Area growing up, we know that eventually this is going to come to an end. So there's the realization of us. Some of us fans know that someone has to go. We're not bashing the player, but you got to come to copes with it because if our team doesn't make a change or anything like that, we're going to be doing the same thing we did this year. Maybe they'll make the play-in, or we're going to be watching another team, go to the finals. So, like, that's part of it. But then you have the newer fans that are like, I hate to say it, but they just jumped on the Warriors bandwagon now because they're winning, and they're like, oh, trade Klay. And then there's us loyal fans that are like, no, we want him to stay. But if we keep him that way and we keep Steph, Klay, and Draymond, we're not going to – the league is getting younger, athletic, and more, what I'm saying? We're looking at it right now with Boston and Minnesota up there. So eventually one of the guys has to go. I don't want Klay going, but I know the realization I'm not the owner. So eventually they got to make that decision. So that's
real quick, Tamir, because you coach basketball, you know the game inside and out. How do we replace him from a basketball standpoint? Now, you could say, yeah, he's not the same defender. We all get that at the point of attack. Gets blown by a lot. Not really, and it's not really good when you're getting blown by without any rim protection, but the spacing, the shooting, how do you replace Klay Thompson if he does move on?
That's the part that, like you guys are saying with Dunleavy, you can't replace that because that's 200-something threes. You can't find a shoot. I'm watching college basketball. There's no shooters like that out there. It'll take probably 2 to 3 players to replace just Klay for the type of offense we run for spacing for Steph. So that's the part. If it was me, I would get rid of Draymond before I get rid of Klay because as much as like you said, Bonte, multiple times this year, that shooting, Klay can shoot. That's why there's a line of teams lined up for him because they know that he can still shoot. So you can't replace that part. As far as defense, you just get a younger person. Hopefully Kuminga and Moody develop into that, but they have to be able to play that defense. But you can't just – it's hard to say who we're going to replace because then everybody wants you to replace it with a big name, which will put us in the same situation we're at right now because they're going to want their money as well. So you can't get a big name player to replace Klay for like pennies. You got to pay him that big million, $40 million, that same thing that Klay wants. So you can't replace him with a superstar. We would have to get like a little small-time player or something and hope that he can play the way Klay does.
Luke Kennard, everybody. Luke Kennard, step on up. Thanks for the call, Tamir. That's the thing. How do you replace him? You can't replace the shooting. You can't replace the spacing. But I do agree. Changes need to be made. You cannot, quote-unquote, running back after finishing in 10th place in the Western Conference. You just can't. Got to see some type of change.
Yeah, I keep coming back, and I hear, like, you might hear murmurs or whatever, but, like, I'm just thinking, like, when I go to games, and, again, I'm not there every day like you are for every game, but when I went to games this year, thinking, like, who got the biggest ovations, just in general? Curry, clearly number one. Klay was always number two, I felt like, in terms of, the love. And so, sure, I'm sure there's...
Let's ask you, though. First of all, how many games did you go to this year?
I went to 4.
Okay, 4 games.
And again, I'm not pretending like I'm the Chase Center expert.
We talk to Warrior fans every single day.
Yes.
You got buddies every single day.
Yes.
We had the YouTube chat every single day.
Yeah.
Xfinity Mobile text line every single day. You heard Steiny Guru Show every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Willard and Dibs every single day. Callers every single day. That 18-5 is not a total representation of how fans feel about Klay Thompson. Now, on game day, Warrior fans feel good.
Yeah.
You feel good. Klay Thompson's humming. You're feeling good. You're not going to boo him because you understand what he means to the franchise and what he's meant for this organization and what he's meant for this region. I don't think that's a reflection of how people truly feel about Klay Thompson because there's a lot of people who can't afford to go to the games that we talk about all the time. They get priced out.
I'm one of them.
And they're diehard Dub fans.
Yes.
Diehard Dub fans.
But I think where I fall down, I guess where I'm going with this is that I don't think people hate him. What I think has happened is I think people are rooting for him and they want him to do well, and the results haven't been there, and there's been frustration on his end, on the fans' end, for a variety of things. But I think at the end of the day, people do love him. They do want him to do well. And now, I'm sure, again, you could find a segment of people rooting against everyone. Jesus Christ had haters, right? You know what I mean? As the saying goes, and I'm not going religious here. Curry's got haters. LeBron's got, pick any player you want who's the most beloved player. You're gonna have haters. But my point being is that I think the average Warrior fan is pulling for Klay and wants Klay to do well. I do think we get frustrated and we're critiquing and we're angry and because it's not as good as we want it to be. I'm sure it's not as good as he wanted it to be. And there's a lot of frustration. Just a lot of frustration. But I think at the end of the day, I really do. It's not like we hate him, we want him out. Like, that's different. Like, Mark Melanson, we hated him, we wanted him out. I think Wiggins, we're done with him, we want him out. I think it's different. I think with Klay, it's like we love him, but damn, like, some's got to give here, and we want to see you do better. And clearly you're frustrated and we're frustrated. I don't know. They're at an impasse.
But something did give. He went to the bench, and then you had to put him back into the starting lineup. Because you know what? The starters weren't getting it done. Because all of a sudden the spacing was gone again. Because Pods had a great rookie year. First team all rookie team. All rookie team, right? But he started struggling with his shot. He hit his rookie wall at some point. Kuminga got hurt. So he had to tweak the lineup once again. But in those 27 games post All-Star break, in the 14 games or the 13 games that he came off the bench, his percentages all went up. 45% from the field, 41% from three, 19 points a game. And we laid off Klay, and he had some nights where, look at these nights. 1 for 9, 5 for 11, 7 to 15, 9 to 16, 6 to 16, 5 to 13, 9 to 21, 8 to 16, 8 to 21, 3 to 13. But then he goes 9 to 15, 6 to 15, 9 to 18, 6 to 15, 11 to 20. So he got some days he's shooting 40%. He got some days where he's shooting 60%. I just thought the rhetoric and the dialogue and the pecking order, because we always love to play the blame game now in sports, was Klay's our biggest issue, Wiggins is our second biggest issue, Draymond's our third issue. And like I'm thinking to myself, Draymond got suspended 18 games. 18 games.
Well, I mean, we fielded a zillion calls on Draymond's. But here's the other thing about Wiggins for the last 2 years.
And we don't ever talk about whether or not Draymond's worth $25 million a year. We didn't even discuss that with Andrew Wiggins.
You and I have had that conversation.
But we want Klay to take a $10 million pay cut and make $10 million less than Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins as we sit here at Pocket Watch.
Wait, you think fans want him to make $15 million a year?
I said he needs to take $15 million. He needs to take $12 million. He needs to take $13 million. What? On this team?
Well, I mean, that's a whole other conversation about value.
But that's baked into the broader conversation here about Klay Thompson.
Well, if you want to stay, there's got to be some compromises on some end. Like, I'm sure, look, in Draymond claims he got more money offered elsewhere and he took less to stay here. Whether we believe that or not, that's what he's telling me. I think Wiggins, at the time he signed the extension, probably could have got more money elsewhere. So we can make these arguments about taking less and this, that, and the other. Like, that to me is irrelevant. Getting back to the Wiggins thing, and I think that this is something that we've missed on, and I've thought about it while you were talking. Part of why Wiggins hasn't gotten the outward criticism vocally is because his absence 2 years ago, we weren't allowed to talk about it. It was a private matter. We're not allowed to discuss it. You know, in this cancer culture that we live in, heaven forbid anyone speculate why he would be out. We were trying to be sensitive as a media crew and as a fan base. And I thought for the most part, like, we've kind of stayed out of why he was gone. Had we been allowed to discuss why he was gone, okay, I personally believe we would have had phone lines busy for a month straight.
No, we would have, but also the play.
I mean, his play was
all-time bad. His play was awful.
I mean,
but
terrible.
Yet the first part of the season, it was all about Klay and his struggles. And Andrew Wiggins coming out the gate shooting 20% from three. Well, you know what I'm saying?
But again, I guess it goes back to, like, you're going to fight with your brother more passionately than you're going to fight with a random. And when Klay is family, that's how people view him.
I can't call Wiggins a random when he was a key cog of a championship team just 2 years ago. Who's shutting down Tatum and Brown? Who's one of your best two-way players? Who are like, wow, look at Andrew Wiggins. We quote unequivocally said he was the second best player during that championship run.
Yeah, but that's that.
So I can't say that he's just some random.
But that's
I can't
like fighting for Marco Scutaro to be a forever giant over.
Marco Scutaro was here how many years?
2 years.
2 years? Wiggins been here how many?
I don't know. 4?
It's complete 4.
Yeah,
I can't call him a one night
But he's
stand.
closer
That's
to Marco
crazy.
Scutaro than he is like Buster Posey. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like I think there's levels to it, and like to think that Wiggins was ever on the beloved scale of the big three
I never said that, nor do I ever think that. I never thought that. But to just say that Wiggins is just some random when he was your second best player during the championship run and he got the fat extension.
Well, that was the byproduct.
Like, that's just, come on.
You know, but that was a
I can't call
byproduct.
Andrew Wiggins. He's a damn champion.
Yeah, but we turn on people left and right. I mean, like,
you guys turn on people left and right.
No, that's what fans do.
Yeah, that's
fans turn
and I want
on
to get
people.
into that on the other side. I want to get into that. I want to get into because you said something before the show that I want to get into about fandom.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Giants. Injury report. Kyle Harrison apparently placed on the 15-day injured list this past weekend because Bob Melvin said that Harrison rolled his ankle during a weightlifting session over the weekend. Now, how'd he roll it? Was he walking to the bench press to do some curls? Was he doing some curls and walking over to the bench press? Was he doing some leg presses? Did a weight drop on his ankle? How the hell did he do this in the weight room, rolling an ankle in the weight room? I never heard of something like this. This is unbelievable. But when speaking with reporters before Sunday afternoon's game, Melvin did not have a timetable for when the Giants could get Harrison back. So now you're down to Keaton Wynn, Logan Webb, and Jordan Hicks in your starting rotation. Boy, it feels like 2023 all over again with the San Francisco Giants. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your phone calls. Phil Simpson, 8:30, as we get into Brock Purdy and company, and Klay Thompson, who all followed the Golden State Warriors on social media. Huh. Big deal? No deal? How you feel, Warrior fans?
Have a red-hot summer at Whole Foods Market. Get red cherries for $3.99 per pound with Prime through June 18th. Transform them into a...
listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast.
All right, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Favorite day of the week, Mondays. Although, not gonna lie, kind of crazy sleep last night. Waking up today was, does the alarm have to go off at 4 o'clock? Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For your low rate all alone, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Shout out to all our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. We're talking Klay Thompson. Look, a lot's happening. Bryson DeChambeau wins the second U.S. Open. Giants salvage a game yesterday against the Angels. They did lose the series. You lost the series to the Angels, Giants fans. You lost the series to the Angels. I'm going to put them to the side for now.
Ramos looks great, though.
Yeah, sure. There you go.
Brett Wisely.
Lock out to those positivities.
Soler is heating up.
Lock out to those the Giants love fans like you, Shasky. Oh, they love you. They love you. Oh, my God. Hey, we got one. Soler hit a bomb. He's batting .462 over his last 4 games.
He's walking more, too. He's coming around.
He's taking pitches. Wow, he's coming around. Oh,
his
those
June
Giants
isn't bad.
Oh, yeah.
I have it right here. I think he's batting .326.
Oh.
His at-bats are slightly almost watchable. We're getting there.
Oh,
5 doubles.
There. Oh, wow.
2 home runs.
Wow. How many starting pitchers they have right now?
Less than Jorge Soler home runs. That was an absolute tater he hit yesterday.
Yeah, about time.
I'd be more interested in talk about Tank Davis trying to fight somebody. Fight somebody good, not Frank Martin. That knockout was vicious. And Tank Davis, he was watching the knockout back. He was sitting there with Jim Gray. They're looking at the knockout. He goes, I hit him with the brick head. He goes, God damn, as we're watching the knockout. We got to get that drunk, because I said the same thing. Like, God damn, he knocked out Frank Martin. That was vicious. What else happened over the weekend? What something else? Oh, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark gets the last laugh yesterday, but the dialogue with that is just so overblown to the point where I muted the names, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. I muted them. I can't take it no more. Everything's a race war nowadays. So got a lot going on, including Klay Thompson following.
You're not wrong on that.
It's just nasty stuff.
We're
just
using athletes as vehicles to push random narratives. Like, it's a hard foul.
Yep.
Probably a flagrant one, and we keep it moving.
Yeah. So, before we'll go to the live second. Dave and Steve, we'll get to you in just a second. But you brought up, something about the fans. We got overly emotional. We flip-flop back and forth. And you said something before the show. You asked me, do these athletes owe fans anything? Or something to that nature. Now, I want you to kind of explain where you're getting at, because my short answer was no, they don't. They don't.
So, like, on the day where Bryson DeChambeau feels like he did like this full character reclamation project where he showed a level of humility and grace that I didn't know he had in him, right? And I contrasted that with Rory, who has this very curated persona that he's the everyman and he came up the hard way. It's like, dude, you've been one of the 1% for 20 years now, and everything's always about money and him extorting money. And then yesterday, the fans, like, they want their pound of flesh when you lose. They want to see you, and I whether this is right or wrong, they want to see you stand up there in front of the firing squad, metaphorically, and just answer a couple questions. There's something about American society, whether it's right or wrong, there's just something about American society. We want to see people fall, and then we want to see them climb back up. We just do. I don't know why.
We just want to see people fall, man. And what a culture we live in.
No, I'm not saying it's right.
I know what you're saying. But I'm just speaking, like, look, what a culture we live in. I know, where we want to see people fail. I mean, we get it all the time.
Well, we despise success if you've never failed.
I had a guy tell me on Twitter in 2017, hey, man, we going to throw a party when you get fired. I was like, damn, why?
I mean, if you just say, like, what are the most triggering things in society, like nepotism, it, like, triggers people. Like, you were born on third base and you thought you hit a triple. Like, we hate that. And we just do. Like, society loves I came from nothing, started from the bottom, now we're here. We just do.
And I look, it could be harder as a Nepo baby to, like, live up to those expectations. Nobody wants to talk about that. Like, that's you being a Nepo baby, and all of a sudden you got to live for Noah Eagle, for example. You got to live up to Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle's a great broadcaster. Look, you're going to get opportunities by being the son of Iron Eagle.
For sure.
But you still have to take advantage of the opportunities.
No doubt.
That's what nobody wants to talk about.
No doubt. So on a day where I seen that, I'm like, look, Rory walking out and not doing the interview with the media, I'm not even trying to cape up for the media here. Like, I'm not one of those people like, you have to stand there and answer every question for an hour. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like, hey man, you got to win and lose with grace. Like, that's part of sports. Part of sports, even on the highest level, is you have to stand there when you lose, and you have to kind of just face it. That is life, man. And I learned more about an individual, I've always felt like, during adverse times than I do about times where they're rolling, right? And so, like, then I asked myself, like, well, what does he really owe the fans? Like, what does he really owe the fans? Like, he probably doesn't really owe them anything. But on some level, I understand huge Rory fans wanting to just see him say, like, damn, like, I came close, I gave it my all, I didn't have it today. Like, I totally botched that. But like, what else is he gonna say? I totally yanked the putt and then pushed the other one. Like, period. But there are people that want to see their athletes acknowledge them. The fans want to be acknowledged on some level. And so, like, I see Klay Thompson and how he's reacting, and there are people, trolls out there, who want to get a rise out of you. And they want the endorphin high of, I commented on Klay's Instagram and he commented back. I mean, we see this on a way lower scale, but you and I see this all the time. And so, like, I guess my question is, like, in this day and age where the fans are the ones that are consuming everything, and if without fans, the television deals aren't what they are, right? To some degree, there's a direct and indirect correlation across the board. I mean, what do athletes owe fans?
You tell me.
I think on some level you got to be a little fake to them. Whether you think all of them love you or all of them hate you, I do think that, like, on some level you have to fake it. That's part of the business model now. It just is. I mean, you're in a consumer-based business. Yes, you're in a sports business where production is the number one thing. But, like, if you want to grow your brand and you want to be profitable years after you retire, part of it is endearing yourself to the fans. It's just an unintended consequence of being a great athlete.
Yep. Endearing yourself to the fans, taking the fans. I get all that.
And not alienating them, I think, is the most important.
But now in today's society, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to go down this road. But we see fans acting ass with fantasy football and gambling now.
Oh.
These fans, I watch them over the rail. I watch them go nuts. Call the players all kind of names. Call the dudes all kind of names. Talk about their families. So sometimes I get it when, like, for example, Russell Westbrook gets all that heat, right? Some people think Russell Westbrook is a diva, right? I've had my run-ins with Russell Westbrook, no doubt. But I see people try to test him. And then he walks into a suite in Phoenix, Arizona, saying, what was that? Do you really want to say that to my face? You have an opportunity now. And then they say, oh, man, I was just playing. On a smaller scale. You talked about us on a smaller scale. I've run into fans who've come at me hard. Oh, Bonte, hey, they beat me. Oh, man, you're taller than I thought. Hey, man, I didn't really mean what I said. I was like, I didn't take it personal. But don't keep that same energy at the same time. So fans, we can fan, and being part of a fan. Being a fan is you can flip flop, you get emotional, you ride high when they win, you ride low when they lose. You're depressed, you're mad at a player, you turn your back on a player. All that's cool. It's part of fandom, right?
Yeah.
That to me doesn't make it right.
What are we talking about? We're talking about critiquing play?
Critiquing play is just fandom. You ask me, are fans owed anything? So to that point, when fans flip-flop and do all these things and say all these things, and they're ripping players left and right, are fans really owed anything?
Well, I mean, Bryson DeChambeau is a good example. He was a jerk. He was a jerk for a long time.
To who, though?
To everyone. Fans? To everyone. To other competitors in the game.
Golfers seem to be like that because they're the 1%ers or the 1%.
No question. But I'm looking at a guy yesterday who looks like he has kind of come around, and he looks way more humble, and he looks like he really does appreciate
the fans. He got humble
fans.
because he got his ass kicked over and over on these courses. So he had no choice but to be humble.
Well, I mean, he didn't have to be. And there's guys like Justin Thomas who's not humble at all. And
he hasn't won anything, right?
No, and I think he's a jerk. But, like, he's still wildly successful and rich. I guess where I draw the distinction is, like, you're talking about people, what I call, like, stepping over the line. It's one thing to critique the play, and I think that's what we've tried to do is critique play on here, or critique the actions that are associated with play. Like, for example, you put out a bunch of podcasts and you're talking all the time. Like, you're opening yourself up for criticism, right? And that I feel like is fair for critiquing. Now, going above the line, beyond the line, and, trying to get physical with someone, slurs, things like that. Like we all can, like that's out of bounds. Right. That happened before social media. It wasn't right. It's not right. It's never going to be right. I don't think it's acceptable. But critiquing play and being up and down on a player, that's basic fandom.
That's fair. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for getting me in today. You guys kind of already touched what I wanted to bring up, and that's, with Klay, he's probably looking around like, hey, you guys paid Draymond, Poole, Wiggins. I was here before them, and I was a huge part of why we are chasing where we at as a franchise. So I'm sure that's in the back of his mind, and I know it's a different situation, but they took care of those guys without any hesitation. And now Klay's looking around like, yo, I'm Klay Thompson. And people might have different views on how they view him as a player at this point in his career, but still, it's like, I know some tough decisions need to be made, but they went out their way and paid those guys without much, to back it. Draymond had a lot of baggage, and he got the contract in Poole, had one good season. Wiggins had a good finals run, and Klay's like, hey, I've been here. I've been through it. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's feeling salty, and I don't blame him. So, yeah, some tough decisions need to be made, and some feelings are going to be hurt. At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. It sucks, as a Warrior fan, but that's the reality of the situation.
Well, here's what I would say about I think this is an important detail that we've kind of forgotten, and I admit it, I forgot it for a long time. When they signed Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, that was under the old CBA, thinking that the way of doing business was that the Warriors could spend whatever they want and it wouldn't be as punishable, as penal as it ended up being. So they signed Andrew Wiggins around October 15th, 2022. In April of 2023, they came to an agreement on a new CBA, and it was signed and activated July 1st, 2023, which completely changed how the finances of building a team are. And so I can understand why Klay would feel what he just said. Hey, you took care of those guys, no questions asked. Well, at the time of them taking care of those guys, they thought the rules weren't going to be the way they are now. And so it's a little more restrictive to be able to keep everything together. I mean, we have to also acknowledge what the Warriors have done in the last 12 years is unprecedented.
Right. But also, doing those deals, you thought you would get better production because those guys will still be around.
Agree.
Think about where Wiggins is at now after signing the deal. Where Jordan Poole is at after signing the deal, where Draymond Green is at after signing his deal last summer. So, again, I go back to the 2 years, $48 million. I don't think Klay, I have no knowledge of this. I'm not psychoanalyzing Klay Thompson, but just looking at it from afar, I think when he didn't sign that extension, and there hasn't been any conversations between the Warriors and Klay Thompson's representatives, I think it had to do with the years on the contract. I think from afar, it feels like if he got his 24, 25 like Draymond and Wiggins, I think it would have been cool. But I think it was the longevity of the contract that he may have been upset with, not necessarily the money per year. So when it comes to
betting on yourself, like I hear you,
and that's what he did. Basically, so he didn't sign the deal. So he didn't sign the deal, right? Doesn't sign the extension. So essentially, he bets on himself, and now he's a restricted free agent. And now we'll see what type of money and type of years he gets.
I didn't mean bet on himself in terms of not taking it. I meant like take the deal and then like worry about the 2 years from now. 2 years from now,
but he's going to be older. He understands that. You got to cash in now. Well,
I think that goes back to like cash in now is anti building under the current CBA.
But I hear that. But you got to get yours at the same time. That's for the GMs and the salary cap experts to fill her out. Same thing with Brandon Aiyuk. When I hear Brandon Aiyuk, just take the 25, just take the 26. Well, this may be the one time you cash in. This may be the one time injuries may become a factor later in your career. Guys may get hurt. Team around you may get worse. It may affect your dollars. So you got to cash in now.
But every league is littered with athletes who had to take a compromise somewhere. Everyone wants to make $400 million. Like everyone does. And so
I don't think Klay's asking for that.
No, but I'm saying like hypothetically, everyone wants a lifetime contract worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So like I get like, I'm so disrespected. It had a negative effect on him this year. It did. And like, I think if he could go back and redo it, I wonder if he would have taken that deal.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have. I don't know. Steven in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey guys, real quick, did either one of you see the 2022 championship coming? Did you see it?
No.
Not before the season.
Neither one. Okay, so let me take you through some history. Basically, 2020, Steph's out. 2021, Steph and Klay are out. And then 2022, we win. 2023, Wiggins is gone.
2021, Curry only missed 10 games, but continue. He had he hurt his butt.
Yeah.
They lost in the play-in.
2024, Draymond suspended for 22 games. We were 5 games away from being the 5th seed. If Draymond isn't suspended, we're in the 5th seed, and our entire playoff outlook is different. We need just Draymond to not get suspended, and Andrew Wiggins needs to go. And we're right in the midst of things. You guys got, people thinking it's all about Klay, got it all wrong. I knew that we were championship contenders even before 2022. That's why I was at Game 5 of the finals, because I picked up overtime shifts knowing that they were going that way. And then also saying that Wiggins was our second best player for a month. Before Wiggins came on in the finals in the Memphis series, people were saying Wiggins needs to show up. So I don't want to hear that Wiggins was our second best player stuff. He only played good for 1 month. You guys got to really analyze our team. And
wasn't he an all-star that year? Bonte, wasn't he an all-star that year?
Can you flush the guy, please? Can you flush Steven in Oakland? Flush him.
I love how he's trying to give me a history lesson, and he didn't even have the appropriate data.
I've been pre- and post-game host for 4 years now. I've been at 95.7 The Game for 7 years. Been going to all these games. What the hell are you talking about, Steven? For 1 month? Did you miss the entire guy giving us a history lesson, not knowing that Andrew Wiggins was an all-star starter in Cleveland, Ohio? Call's not good, Steven. You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing, Drain at FloydWater.net. I mean, it's just stupidity stuff. That's what I'm. And then to think that, hey, Draymond doesn't get suspended, our playoff outlook is different. Blah blah blah. Do you not know, Steven, that they went 0-3 against Denver, 1-3 against the Clippers, 1-3 against OKC, 0-3 against Minnesota, 1-3 against Dallas. You did split against the Lakers, but you're a 1-3 against Phoenix, and you think they were championship contenders? Come on, man. Oh, God. I almost used God's name in vain. Horace in Texas. Go ahead. Horace, let's go.
What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing today? Happy Father's Day to everybody.
You too.
Hey, it's like this with me, guys. Hey, and Shasky, I appreciate your rundown about the difference between the old deal and the new deal, because that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with you on that point. But my issue is with these fans. All the toxicity that Klay has been receiving over the last year from these fans. It's like I've seen players decline on teams. I've seen players, have to leave teams, but not with this kind of toxicity, man. I mean, the dude only went through 2 possible career-ending injuries, comes back, helps you win the chip. And I understand what he did against the Lakers in the second round last year. I understand that he had an up-and-down season this year, which was pretty bad for him, but probably average, for the average player. But one bad season, and they turn on him like a pack of wolves. When Draymond Green, he runs KD off, he punches Jordan Poole, runs him off, he gets suspended left and right, gets kicked out of games, basically changes the whole trajectory of the team in 2 seasons, and these guys want to let Klay walk. I hope Klay hears this, because let me tell you something. I want the brother to stay. I think it'll be a big mistake. They will pay dearly if they lose Klay Thompson. And I just want Klay to know that he's got some fans out here that really love him and want him to stay. That's all I got, brothers.
All right, Horace. Phil Sims is going to join us in a second, because we'll get to another hot button issue, and that's Brock Purdy.
Speaking of Niner quarterbacks, can I ask you this one?
Oh, man.
Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo heard all the noise?
I don't know.
Do you think he felt the fans flipping on him?
Probably. His brothers probably let him know. Because you get family members who are all over it. So at the pool party,
But do you know why Jimmy, I think for a lot of people, like even though his play was so maddening, I think a lot of people smile when they see Jimmy because I think the way he handled it was like, yeah, out of sight, out of mind on social media. Like he didn't unfollow the Niners when they drafted Trey Lance, right?
No.
Right? Like, I do think that, again, how you conduct business now on social media.
Well, no,
not that it's
because
the end
I heard people.
all, but it can only hurt you.
No, because he would go up to a podium and give us 5-word answers, and people get mad at that. They'd be like, oh, he's smiling after a 30-10 loss to so-and-so. Like, so no, don't do that, because Jimmy Garoppolo handled himself in a way to the podium that pissed a lot of people off.
But didn't you flip-flop on Jimmy G?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't flip-flop in terms of, yeah, he's got to go. It was all football-related. It wasn't psychoanalytic. Like, you guys got mad at him for dating a porn star. Hell.
Well, it was bad luck.
Well, was it?
Yeah, for my quarterback,
man,
for my team, I view you different.
Yeah, see, I disagree on that.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. You date whoever the hell you want to date. I don't care. Will you show up on Sundays? Will you be a good citizen? Like, who?
Well,
like,
if I'm investing $400 million into you, I want you to be as, like, presidential as possible. That's just my belief.
So
if you want to play D end and do that, fine. Well, you want to be a DB, fine.
I don't care if you're a quarterback. You can be a quarterback. John Brady was dating models. What's the difference? I mean, the porn star models, I get it's a little different, but you dating a model, right? They ain't showing nothing on Instagram. They're showing you everything. IG models showing you every damn thing. So what's really the difference in today's day and age? It ain't that far away from porn. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I mean, come on. You're showing everything anyway as an IG model. Might as well be a porn star.
If I'm running a $7 billion team and I'm going to give out a $400 million contract, I want to make sure that my guy is as locked in and as down to earth as possible. And so I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm just saying it's a bad look.
You could date a porn star and still be knee deep into the playbook.
What if she's like a really big football fan and they're breaking down the playbook together? Women like football too. It can't happen.
I didn't say that.
I just don't care. Like the worst thing, Jimmy G dated a porn star. Oh my God. It's like, dude, whatever. We're going to the NFC Championship game, man. You know what I'm saying? Who dared Jeter date in New York City? He had a lot of fun, right? Everyone. Right? Kitty, New York Kitty, right? Come on.
I mean, he saw his fair share of women, but yeah, Mariah Carey, Jessica Alba. We
didn't talk about the ones he knows, so it is what it is. Let's come over the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full service baking with no compromises.
Things are buzzing in Fremont by choosing the bank.
Bonte and Shasky.
I like these beats, New York, Kenny. Little East Coast flair to it. I feel you. I see you. By the way, if you're looking for more Giants talk, not going to get it from me today. But you can go to Gulliver's Baseball Guys podcast, that's for sure. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky will break down how the Angels of Orange County, Anaheim, L.A., California, whatever you want to call them, came into Oracle Park and won 2 or 3 against the Giants. I can't name a damn starting pitcher. What is it? Sandoval? They got Sandoval. They got Tyler Anderson. That's about it. I mean,
ex-Giant Tyler Anderson that you're talking about right there.
He got a big money deal with the Angels after having a big year with the Dodgers. You can hear in-depth analysis and insights as well as exclusive interviews with players. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. We're working on Uncle Phil Simms. Uncle Phil Simms. Phil Simms, former NFL quarterback, of course, with the New York Giants, 2-time Super Bowl winner. We'll see if we can get him on the airways in just a second as we shift gears. We'll get back to Klay, 888-957-9570. I guess the biggest question, or the basic question is it a big deal that he unfollowed the Warriors on social media? What does it mean to you? Let me know. I'm a little older now, so I don't get into all the Instagram and social media shenanigans, but does it mean anything? Is it a big deal or no deal?
Wait. I'm curious on this one. You do know who in this landscape, whatever it's the media or whatever, you know who follows you and who doesn't.
On Instagram, no, I don't. On Twitter, no, I don't. Because I don't get the notifications anymore.
I'll admit, I know.
I don't.
And I'll be like, oh, like for example, Raj Mathai started following me, and I was like, I made it. Raj Mathai's following me. Let's go.
Well, when I went to go, like for example, FP Senior came in here, did a couple shows with me, and I followed him on Twitter. I was like, damn, he was already following me? I didn't know. I didn't get the notification.
Gotcha.
Rich Aurelia was following me for so long. I didn't know. I didn't get the notification. Same thing with Instagram. I try not to get caught up into it. I try to keep it at bay. It doesn't, so if somebody follows me, right? Somebody big time follows me, I try not to get, oh my gosh, so-and-so follow me.
But if they unfollow you after following you,
I don't even know.
You don't feel any kind of way?
I don't even know because I don't have the unfollow features. I don't know who unfollows me or whatnot.
You don't
my numbers go up and down. Like, for example, Instagram, my numbers will fluctuate from one number to the next number. I'm like, I don't know who's unfollowing me.
I will say this.
I don't get caught up in that.
Because I know when someone plays the follow-unfollow game, I always find it odd.
It's very odd. That's why I don't get caught up into it. Oh, we got our man. I thought he was ducking the smoke. It's been way too long since Uncle Phil Simms, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the New York Giants. I hated New York Giants, but we loved him on CBS. Check him out on his YouTube channel, Sims Complete. Man, Uncle Phil, long time no talk. What's going on?
Well, I can't talk if nobody calls me. You know what I'm saying?
No, Uncle Phil Sims, we've been trying to connect with you for over 2 years now. Over 2 years.
Come on. Really? Well, okay, if you have, then the message you're sending me are not very good, so I don't know why in the hell I haven't been on, so.
Probably one of your 3 phones. You didn't pick it up. That's okay. That's okay. How you been, Phil? Happy belated Father's Day, by the way.
Well, same to you, everybody. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. It was pretty up here in New Jersey, so got to see some of my children, grandchildren. We had a lot of fun, and everything is good, man. I had no complaints. Nobody cares. As Bill Parcells would say, hey, Sims, nobody cares about your troubles. And we just move on, and it's been great. It's been a good off season. And, of course, I'm sitting here now thinking, man, that football season's coming fast. I can't wait.
I can't wait. Well, I was going to say Father's Day. Did you spend it with Chris? And did you talk about what Chris said? Hold on, Phil. I'm going to play it for you. Here's what Chris said about Brock Purdy against the Green Bay Packers in a playoff game.
He's damn good, but there's some things still, if you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch. I mean, it was not a good night, let alone, right, that game. There's other games too.
So that was your son, Chris Sims, on the Unbuttoned podcast when I met Fareed, and he said that, hey, this is why I'm ranking Brock Purdy as the 17th best quarterback in the NFL. Right. What'd you think about those comments first on the Green Bay game, and did Brock Purdy get lucky in that football game, Phil?
Well, it's really interesting. I watched the game, back last year when it was played right after a little bit. And I didn't probably study it near as hard as my son did because there was a lot more going on for me. But if he says that, I don't think he makes it up.
I think he watched the game very closely, and I know he rewatched all these quarterbacks during the offseason. So if he said it, I'm not being a father. I believe it. You know, I think he probably said the right things about that game. I think all quarterbacks have games, and hell, I had many where I threw it. I had to yell, "Drop it," because it was so. Hey, you know, it doesn't. It like I said, maybe sometimes he can maybe over-evaluate a little this or that, but I haven't been around many people that watch it as closely as he does, tells the truth as much as he does. And so I think there's a lot of validity to what he said about that game.
Phil, you said you had the grandkids, and I'm curious, are you trying to manipulate it so every single one of them can be a quarterback? Because the money being thrown at these quarterbacks is unreal. You played in the wrong era, Phil.
Oh, man. You know, I always tell this, or not always, I've told it a few times. On the CBS set, Boomer Esiason sits on the other end, I'm on one end. And during a commercial, sometimes something comes up and he goes, look at this. And he'll tell me a quarterback's contract. And I go, okay, Boomer, get over it, man. It is what it is. I don't care. I don't care about the money now, whatever. And then this past year, a few came up, and I said to him, you know what? It bothers me now. It really it really, whoever thought that this would go and the way it has, and it's escalated so fast. The Deshaun Watson trade and money, that changed the world for quarterbacks. And, boy, they're all taking advantage of it. And really, there's not much teams can do. I always kind of see this. Who's going to be the first team to take, however you want to say it, your franchise quarterback and go, you know what? We're not paying you $50 million. If you don't like it, man, we love you, but good luck, and we'll try to find somebody else. I've kind of thought that sooner or later somebody would break this game, but now I'm starting to believe there's no way it will, because who's ever up, they're the next highest paid guy in the NFL, and it's good for them. I have no animosity, of course, towards any of those guys. Make the money, and it's a rough game, and when you get a chance, take advantage of it. All
right, so like the 49ers are going to be faced with this a year from now, basically. We know that Dak Prescott's deal is going to be coming up a year from now as well. And, you know, Dak's going to get a lot of money. Purdy's going to get a lot of money. Yep. If you're the 49ers, though, like, is there some reluctancy? I mean, obviously, you're taking a leap of faith with all these guys because of injury, decline, et cetera. You see it with Russell Wilson. How do you navigate it this year with the Niners and Brock Purdy leading up to this contract extension?
Well, I think everything. I think what he's done, of course, in the league so far has been really spectacular. Whatever you want to say, to be where he came from, we know all that. The way he's played, he's made a lot of big plays, and he's a bigger guy than I expected to see on the field. And of course, he moves around, I think, well. He anticipates throws. And he's done a terrific job. But my whole point is this. It really is going to come down to what he does this year now, because we only remember the latest episodes of whatever's going on. Rory McIlroy, oh, my God, we remember what happened yesterday. And I think it'll kind of be that way for Brock Purdy through the season, the playoffs, how he performs, and where you feel he stands in this group of quarterbacks being paid such extraordinary money. So if he has a good year, there's no doubt the 49ers are going to pay him, just like all these other quarterbacks are getting, and it'll work out for both.
Phil Simms here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. All right, Phil. Brock Purdy, you said all those great things about him, and he's played at a high level, MVP conversation last season, but is he a quarterback? Like Mahomes, we see Mahomes, he can elevate a roster. Josh Allen can elevate an offense. Can Brock Purdy at this stage of his career elevate an offense by himself if he doesn't have said weapons like a Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's always one that no matter what, it's hard to answer. Is he in the talent level that you just talked about, those other two? I mean, of course not. He's not. But we can't judge everybody in the NFL at the quarterback position on the talent of Joe Burrow too, but Mahomes and Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, arguably the two most talented quarterbacks in the league in many, many phases and many things they do for their teams, how they handle themselves. And, how they, along with the coach, manage what's going on. That's really, if both those quarterbacks, not to get off on these different things,
right?
But Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes at the end of the year changed the way they played, and it was the right way to change, and that's why they had success at the end of the year. That's why we saw such a great game in Buffalo by the two quarterbacks. And, Patrick Mahomes, hey, he all of a sudden became, I'm just going to do exactly what the offense wants me to do instead of freelancing and, I'm going to move quicker than I should. Guys was open, but you didn't give them time. And I don't know who judged all these drop passes by Kansas City, but I sure as hell don't want that guy judging me on anything in life because, damn, he's a hard grader. Some of those drops, I'm like, oh, come on. The ball touched the receiver's hands, and that's a drop. But whatever. So, he's not going to be that guy, but he's got to be the right guy for San Francisco. And, of course, you guys hear it all the time. Kyle Shanahan, his offense, it's awesome for a quarterback. And as long as he takes advantage of a high percentage of what he's supposed to do, then he's going to get paid, and I will definitely not have any arguments on that.
So, Phil, I trust your assessment because you watch the game inside and out like Chris, like Boomer, like the rest of them. Maybe not Boomer sizing, about that. But Phil,
yeah.
When you think about the Ravens, I'm going to isolate some games here where Purdy looked very pedestrian. The 3-game losing streak when they lose to Cleveland, Minnesota, Cincinnati, and then which was on your network on CBS at the time, and then, of course, the playoffs and the Christmas Day against Baltimore. Why did he struggle so bad against some more physical, athletic defenses where it looked like, boy, that reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo at times. Like he struggled mightily in those games, Phil.
Well, yeah, it's not a game of perfection. I mean, what the hell? We're judging only his bad games, and let's see. Cleveland, one of the best defenses in the NFL. Oh, that's right. They missed the game-winning field goal. That was Brock. Aldi should have got him closer. Of course, sarcastic, which it's easy for me. But you're going to have games like they had against the Cincinnati Bengals, and Cincinnati was primed. I'm sure they were. It was just emotionally all that stuff, and they played one of their best games of the year against San Francisco. So I'm not going to sit back and just judge a few games. I judge the whole thing in totality. And, of course, another big thing always is playoffs and how you perform in them. And I used to get a little upset about how we just judge the playoff game or games, but now I understand it even more. And, Brock Purdy's done fine. It's not about him in that respect. Just take Dak Prescott. His last 3 playoffs, he's lost, all 3, 2 to San Francisco where he didn't play well in either one of those. And he lost. Listen, this is just me. He lost the game against Green Bay.
Yeah.
And from this aspect, he threw 2 interceptions early in the game. They're turned into points. And when you're playing in a playoff game, you want to, take it easy on your way into the game and be extremely careful. Instead, he was aggressive. It backfired. And I thought that was one of the big maybe the biggest reason of all by far, that and their over-aggressive defense that day was why they lost. So, and I look at even Brock Purdy in the Super Bowl. Yeah, did he miss a few plays here and there? Sure, but I'm judging them after the fact, watching them on my computer and going, oh, boy, should have done this and that. Well, gosh almighty, you can do that every game against every quarter. So, hey, look, San Francisco, you got Brock Purdy. It's working pretty damn well, and I would expect it to be even better this year on the offensive side because of experience, and his talent will continue to grow as he really learns to play big-time football in the NFL.
Yeah. We'll ask you about Brandon Aiyuk in just a second, but you brought up the Shanahan offense, and you almost like got excited, like you wanted to play quarterback in it, and it's beautiful. There are guys open. There's a lot of pre-snap motion. You do a lot of play action, and he really plays to your strengths, whether it's over the middle of the field or the intermediate routes with Brock Purdy. He's done a great job with that. The timing routes are beautiful. But if there's one area that I'm nitpicking, and I want your opinion on this, it's like there are times pre-snap where I feel like Purdy's not allowed to change a whole lot. He doesn't get a lot of autonomy at the line of scrimmage. What are the strengths and weaknesses from a former quarterback of the Shanahan offense?
Oh, wow, that's hard. Well, listen, one, he's unique. There's a few coordinators in the NFL that do this. They just have different thoughts week in and week out, and they do things or set up plays, formations, whatever you want to say, reads, that other teams have not done yet. And I saw it with, well, an ex-49er coach, Bobby Slowick, down in Houston. Oh, my God. I mean, by the end of the year, I'm watching games, all the games, and going, damn, they just copied that from Houston. Dang, there's another team that copied Houston because he brought out original ideas. And Kyle does that too. And, you know, when you talk about it, my biggest gripe sometimes about Kyle's offense, they don't throw the football enough outside the numbers. I don't know. I didn't look at the analytics yet. Let me look into that. But, you know, it seemed like they did it more this past year, and they had success. His anticipation, which, you know, he doesn't have what I call a top-flight NFL arm, Brock doesn't. But what's that done for him? That helped him fit into what Kyle does more and more, because in his whole life, he anticipates throws. He doesn't wait to see the guy open. He can see that he's going to come open here soon, so he lets the football go. And those are a couple of things that I think have been really good, well, really good for the 49ers offense. And checking out of plays, you know, I haven't really thought about it much, but I think the fact the way they set up their offense, you don't have to check out of plays very often because you see what the defense is doing. You can mark off the first and second read and just go right to the third because he's going to be open according to what he sees pre-snap a lot of times. So, you know, I got a little fired up this past year. I didn't do a great job with it on CBS when they call him a game manager and this and that, you know, and it's always said with, you know, he's not very good. That's the way, well, his talent's not doing it. He's just, you know, and that's just crazy. And I watched a lot of tape when that kind of came out because I was going to talk about it, but it was hard to really rip it apart by people who said it in 20 seconds. So,
no,
he's not
Phil,
a game manager. Phil,
that pisses me off too, though, because aren't all quarterbacks game managers? You're managing the offense. You're managing the game. You're managing that whole thing about being a game. Yeah, duh, they are game managers. It's not a negative connotation, though. That's what you do. You manage the offense.
If the quarterback is not an extension of the damn coach out there managing the game, then you got to get rid of him.
No doubt.
And that's what it is. And you know, yeah, it definitely has a terrible connotation. And some people, oh, no, I don't mean it in a bad way. Yes, you do. You're lying. I watch everybody on TV, and they do these dumb statements, you know. So, yeah, a game manager. Hey, I just gave you a great example. Dak Prescott at home against Green Bay. Everything's there for the Cowboys, and he did what? He mismanaged the game.
Mm-hmm.
Put up great numbers when it was all over, but the start was so bad because of decision-making, aggression, however you want to put it. And Dak had his best year physically and thinking-wise, throwing the football in his whole career, and I don't even think it was close. But then it all exploded in the one game, and we're going to forget about everything during the year because playoff football is different. And I'll bet you anything Mike McCarthy wished. He goes, wow, if he'd just managed the game a little better, we would have won. But he didn't, and they lost.
What's your thoughts about Brandon Aiyuk as a wide receiver in this Shanahan offense? Go ahead, Phil.
I like him a lot. I love him coming out of Arizona State. I think he fits the system great. He's a route runner. You know, I always look at Debo and just go, man, just get him in this position and let him be the big physical presence he is. But the route runner is Brandon Aiyuk. You guys know more than me. You watch it closely and more closely than I can throughout the year. But I think he's a big-time part of the offense. And, you know, so I hope it works out for him. I think it will. And, hell, I can't remember the kid's name from Florida.
Ricky Pearsall? Pearsall, yeah.
Yeah, big fan of his, too. I mean, I almost forgot his name there, but man, receivers, that's the other thing. You know, I do a podcast with my son, Matt, and we were doing it with somebody, Bucky Brooks from the NFL Network the other day. And we were talking, well, there's a skill set of guys, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, name me a team that has a bad skill set now. The receivers and tight ends are incredible in the NFL. And the tight ends, oh, my gosh, it's like the new superstar position in the NFL. They're coming out right and left. I mean, the year before in the draft, it was like 10 of them were worthy of being drafted high. But so there's a lot of receivers out there. You got to still get them in the draft. But I think Aiyuk is really the perfect guy for that San Francisco offense.
Well, let's hopefully they pay him. Hopefully they pay him, and he's back in training camp and doesn't miss much time there. Phil, we always thank you for the time. We got to do this a lot more as football season is around the corner. We love talking to you.
Well, I love talking to you guys. That was kind of tame, though. I was hoping a little more. But, there's other things to cover. We'll do that. But if you want to give me a ring the season.
Hey, it's summertime, Phil. We're chilling right now. We're trying to avoid talking Giants baseball out here as they lose to one of the worst teams in the American League.
Hey, I got to tell you, I do watch a lot of baseball in the month of June and about halfway through July. Then I quit because I definitely go all NFL. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe the podcast, I get such freedom to talk like I do with you guys.
Right.
Man, I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I'm saying things. I said to some guy, this has been fun. I'm being kind of tame and whatever right now. And the guy goes, have you listened what you say? And I go, really? He goes, oh, yeah. He goes, you're taking a lot of shots at people. And I said, well, I don't mean to do it. I like to tell, hey, I always say this, last thing, I know you guys are.
No, you can talk as long as you want. We got nothing going on.
Oh, well, I love what I do for this aspect, and I mean it from my heart. When I got into the business, when my career was over, I said, the one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to work hard, but I'm going to try to tell the truth for the players and coaches. I owe them that. That's why I get upset about when people say things that I know are really wrong, and I like to talk about that because what do the fans know? What they hear and what they read. And you guys, you're important to the fans to help them understand everything about the San Francisco 49ers and to tell the truth and to watch the games really.
Well, Uncle Phil, you learned in this business, though, not to cut you off, the truth can sometimes hurt. So when you get critical of certain players, the fans turn at us in a heartbeat. And I'm the biggest homer out here.
Well, yeah, I understand, but there's a way of telling the truth and not just crushing people too.
I agree.
I thought I was very fair when I was doing games, but I did have a quarterback call me once and goes, "I can't believe what you said about me in the game." And I said, "You threw 4 interceptions. I couldn't pick up for you anymore." And
Who was it?
What's that?
Who was it? Grossman?
Oh, I can't tell you. If I gave you a list of 5 people, one of those 5 said it, you probably would have picked him out, but I don't know. It'd be 1 or 2 of those. But no, and I think they understood after it. I said, look, I did the best I could, but it comes a point when you throw a really, because trust me, I know what bad interceptions are all about. I mean, I threw an interception against the Kansas City Chiefs in 1984. And it was bad. It was my 3rd one of the game. And I'm walking off the field, and I said, oh, my Parcells is going to kill me. So I said, I'm going to walk right by him and get it over with. And he goes, come here, Sips, come here. I said, yeah. He goes, me and Ron Earhart, the offensive coordinator in the booth, we were just wondering, are you watching the same game we're watching? And I just got, hey, that's a good one. I just kept walking. Oh, but
Phil, we're going to have you on this fall. I promise.
We'll come at you harder,
because buddy, it's great talking to you.
Yeah, no, we're going to come at you harder because I'm going to miss you on that CBS panel there with James Brown and company. So we'll talk more to you, and it won't be as tame.
Right, see you, Phil.
Yeah, bring the pain. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're the best.
All right, Uncle Phil. We could do an hour with
Phil
him.
Sims.
We could do an hour with him. Just running material left and right. Speaking of Brandon Aiyuk, TikTok, I guess, is out. Oh, wait, when Kid New York Kitty said something. Oh, yeah. Well, why'd you give me that face?
Well, yeah, we're cutting it right now so we can play it for you. But yeah, he said he was talking to Jaden Daniels of the new.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Just tease
it.
He's talking to Jaden Daniels.
He's talking to Jaden Daniels on FaceTime. So we'll have that audio ready for you in a little bit.
Where do you think this Brandon Aiyuk thing's going?
I think he gets signed. They're going to come together, and he'll be in camp.
You will, like, the way he's going about it, like, it's probably turned some people off.
Oh, I'm sure. When we talk about fandom, Bosa turned fans off by holding out because They're getting generational wealth, and we're paying top dollar for games. So we will look at this guy and say, well, screw you. $25 million is $25 million. It's still a lot more money than everybody else. Or you just take the 14, blah, 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 blah. See it in boxing all the time. Sometimes when guys are negotiating, just take the 20%, bro. Just take the 20%. Hey, that's not how this works. Here's Brandon Aiyuk. TikTok with Jay Daniels. They're TikToking together. Wow. Look at this.
Bro, look in the cam, bro. Look at the cam.
He got me vlogging this
Bro, what? They said they don't want me back. I swear.
They don't want me back. So what was that?
Tongue in cheek? It sounded like he was smiling.
He was watching.
Interpret that.
He was watching the video, correct? Watching the video. Was he watching his own highlights? Was he looking on Twitter?
No, he was FaceTiming with Jaden Daniels, and
Who's the girl?
I don't know if it was his
woman.
girl. Yeah, I think it was his girl. We're not too sure, but yeah, we don't know who they are. But these guys went to they played college ball together.
Arizona State.
You just kind of speculate now. They don't want me back. Who's they? There's only a couple of things you could think about.
Was he talking about fans? Was he talking about the team?
Yeah, who knows?
Boy, we ready for Brandon Aiyuk to not be a Niner? Like, that's my question is, if he's not on this football team, what's this offense look like?
I don't know, but I do know that it makes it a lot more difficult to try to win a Super Bowl without him, right? Not that it couldn't happen, but it's a lot more difficult. And I look at where the 49ers are at. They're, trying to go all in on one last big run with all the high-priced players before they start having to shell out money elsewhere. I mean, we've listed it. There are 7 guys not named Brock Purdy who are also asking for extensions currently. And then you throw in the, 60 or so million that he's going to want guaranteed, depending on how they finagle the money with guarantees and whatnot. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on here. And I think that, the window for the Niners to trade him to try to help your team now would have been before the draft. The timing just doesn't feel right. And so I'll be the first to say it. If they can't pay him and he says he's going to hold out and won't play on the 5th-year deal, they misplayed their hand here. The team did, because you had to either trade him before now. Because if you trade him for something else, even if you get multiple firsts, right? That's a great haul. Multiple firsts for a wide receiver is a great haul. But I need to help win now. Your entire team is top heavy financially because the winning is right now, winning the Super Bowl. Not that you can't win in the future, but I want when I have all the all-pros in their prime, that's when I want to win. And so trading away those draft picks, 4 draft picks that won't materialize until next April, it's really not the greatest business move for your on-field product right now. That's, again, you can still win and win at a high level without Brandon Aiyuk. I find it hard to believe you're a better football team today without those draft picks being able to be executed and be players on this year's team.
Well, that's where it comes to Brock Purdy in his 3rd year. Can he elevate an offense without a Brandon Aiyuk? How good is Brock Purdy then? Can he elevate an offense without number 11, a guy who averaged 19.7 yards a catch? Can he elevate it? Because when it comes to paying Brock Purdy next season, and he's going to get anywhere from 55 to 65 million per year, when you get paid that type of money, I'm looking for a quarterback to elevate my offense. So, yeah, Brandon Aiyuk would be a huge loss.
In this era of pocket watching, it would be interesting if Steph Curry's wait a minute. Brock Purdy's making $65 million a year. Yeah, I'm not even looking within my own sport, and I'm not that. I'm looking at. I need to match what Brock Purdy's making. That would be funny. I'm laughing. There's a joke, tongue in cheek. I'm doing tongue in cheek.
I hear you.
I want to make sure the people, the audience, are listening.
I hear you.
$65 million.
All I'm saying, $65 million. Now, maybe worth it. If he goes out there and balls out without Brandon Aiyuk, then yeah, pay him whatever the hell he wants. Because as the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, they still have Debo, they still got CMC, still have Kittle, still have Juwan Jennings. And as the 415 says, and that guy Brock Purdy.
Shanahan's the most important in that equation.
Is he?
Well, yeah, I feel like they've moved the ball pretty well in his tenure, regardless of personnel. Now, your personnel elevates the scheme to a degree that last year was one of the most prolific offenses the Niners have ever had. And that's saying something. So, yeah, I wonder how much the Ricky Pearsall thing has factored into it. You draft Pearsall, you think he's going to be good. Now you've got to kind of test drove him in shorts. Maybe they're feeling better about Pearsall, and maybe that changes their stance. I don't know.
Got some sound from Sham Sarani I'm going to send to the thread here about Klay Thompson. More news
from this morning?
From this morning. Just got tagged in it. I think Atco Pest Control tagged me. They sent it to me, but
Thank you, Atco Pest Control.
But this is just broke a few minutes ago, so I'll send it to the thread right now so we can get that sound going up. When we talk about free agency, guys getting their money, Brandon Aiyuk and Klay Thompson. Oh boy, 888-957-9570. Anything about Phil Simms and what he said about Brock Purdy? Because his son obviously was very critical of Brock Purdy, saying that, boy, he can't elevate an offense. He should have thrown 7 picks against Green Bay. But Phil kind of likes what he sees from Brock Purdy. He thinks, but he also mentioned that Shanahan's offense is so quarterback friendly.
Well, I think the thing that I found fascinating is that a guy who did the job forever put his arms up in the air and was like, hey, why are we judging the playoffs and the Super Bowls more than the regular, more than all the other body of work? And then as time has gone on, now he kind of understands why we put more weight on the playoffs and the Super Bowl and things like that. And to me, that was the start of the Jimmy Garoppolo conversation.
Yeah. No, dog.
Was why is the regular season one thing, and then come playoff time, you turn into the Scooby-Doo pulling the mask off.
Exactly. We all judge on the playoffs. You get judged by the playoffs, which is Lamar Jackson.
Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, come on. Well,
I just that was a joke. That was a joke.
Rich Orberger down there in San Diego. You know our boy Rich Orberger. We can never get on the show because Mark Willard would not be happy with this, but he just quote tweeted his Brandon Aiyuk TikTok video saying, "Not a good look. Fall under, not a good look." And now everybody's running with it, saying they don't want me. I swear. I mean, boy,
look, it's not no one. I don't believe that everyone should conduct business the same way. Because I believe in America and capitalism, and they're like Amazon exists because it broke through, you know what I mean, in its own unique way, and Apple and all these different great companies that have broken through and bucking the trend of what was the gold standard, right? So I believe that everyone should go to business in a different strategy for whatever works for them. That being said, God, it just when it comes to endearing yourself to a fan base, and not everyone can do this because their leverage is different. But the way McCaffrey went about getting the extension quietly, hush hush, behind closed doors, and the way that this is playing out publicly, it just lands in the fans' lap a different way.
So
and it sucks. I honestly now feel bad for Brandon Aiyuk that he has to go this route.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, it's a new age, man. It's a new day and age in professional sports. Damn, they don't want me back. Is that true?
Is that true? I'm sure they want him back, but at the right number.
Probably would love to be in Washington.
I mean, isn't it the same conversation the Warriors are having, but obviously different? But the Warriors and Clay are having probably a similar comment. We want you back at this number.
By the way, real quick, Brian Wayhorse on Get Up this morning. He's discussing Klay Thompson's contract. He said what he believes the key to getting a deal done with the Warriors. Here's what Wayhorse said. I think the key here is it's not just about the money. It's the amount of years.
Wow, you've been on that?
This is the same thing with Paul George. Kawhi Leonard took less of the max, but the key, I think, for Paul was he took 3 years, not the max, which would have been 5. Paul George wants 5 or at least 4 to be sure. Klay, he's going to have to take a pay cut. He's coming down. But how many years can he get? Andrew Wiggins took a pay cut, but he got 4 years. Draymond Green took a pay cut, but he got 4 years. That's the thing. I would not freak out if I was a Warrior fan. I would not overreact to this, but I do think the negotiation season has absolutely started. So obviously he's not gonna make $43 million a year, Klay Thompson. That's done. We all know that. $43 million a year is done. Will he make 20? Will he make 25? Will he make 30? I think there's a team out there willing to pay him 30 per year, but it's the years.
So is it 4 years? He wants the same as Draymond?
I think he wants at least 3, not 2. And I've been saying this all season.
Yeah.
Like, it's the years. It's not the money. It's the years of the situation. So what's going to happen with the years?
But why can't you go the Iguodala route and get to 2 years, and then in 2 years, get another 1 year deal? Like, why does it have to be take it or leave it?
Make it hurt. If you had career-threatening injuries like Klay Thompson's had, you got to get the stability with the years.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
That's what it is. You had the major injuries. You had the major injuries. You're not going to do that. You want to be long-term.
It's hard for me to accept. Like this, when you say stability, I'm thinking financial stability, even though I know you mean more than protection of the years. But like the Warriors, they've kept guys on. Like they kept Iguodala well past his prime.
They did. But he wants
just
3
for
years.
vibes.
He wants 3 years. Can he get 2 with a player option?
I mean,
Draymond got 3 to player option.
But I
got
also
3 to
think
player
that
option.
Draymond was an overpay.
So
shocked you talking to me.
No, I mean I think we can acknowledge that.
Shocked I'm talking about him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And at 895-79-570, we'll get the Shams Heranius out in just a second. Brendan Aiyuk, they don't want me back. There's a TikTok video. We'll play it again, but I can't. It's really better if you watch it. If you go online and watch it, it's better. But here's the audio in case you don't know what we're talking about.
I haven't seen it yet.
Who starts now?
Bro, look in the cam, bro. Look at the cam.
He got me vlogging this
Bro, what? They said they don't want me back. I swear.
They said they don't want me back.
If there's one thing though that I do think we need to like throw out the window, this whole like stop pocket watching. Literally every athlete in every sport now, whether it's golf, as I'm looking at Rory on my screen, who's printed gazillions of dollars, whether it's LIV or it's PGA, whether it's Brandon Aiyuk wanting more money, more years, whatever, whether it's Brock Purdy, Trevor Lawrence, Klay Thompson, it's all about the money in the years. Like that. Literally, we can't have sports conversations without talking about the 7 guys on the Niners who want extended and all of the possible combinations regarding trades, fitting it under the particular salary cap, who you could sign, how many years you can get. You need almost a business degree to be able to talk sports now.
Well, you do, but you don't. It's not. I don't have a business degree. I understand the cap and I understand the money and I understand that we talk about the financials. It's all baked into the equation. But we do pocket watch and people get mad when these players have already made millions of dollars, want more money, or they want just what they deserve on the open market. And if they're sticking the team for an extra, like Bosa, I believe, got an extra $20 million by holding out. An extra 20, at least. I don't think the 49ers expected him to want all that money, nor did they expect to pay him all that money. Then it got close to Pittsburgh, and they said, oh, damn. We can't go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania without Nick Bosa.
Yeah,
hell no.
I think all the parties regret how that went down.
Right,
I'm sure
they do.
Bosa feels great about it because it's hit his bank account.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I think that the Niners, looking back on it, like, I bet even Bosa to some degree would be like, yeah, it probably set me off on a bad path last year.
All right, we got your Shams Heranius sound coming up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number on this Monday. That's what's coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at O'Reilly, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for $9.
Yo, Bay Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, P-Lo? What's happening? Good to have the YouTube chat back, even though we can't. I haven't really looked at it today. Maybe I will right now. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line, talking Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Brandon Aiyuk news. We got news about Klay Thompson. You guys got the Shams Charania sound? All right, you'll get it up in just a second here. Shams Charania has some things on Klay Thompson. Also, if the finals end today, teams can start negotiating with their players right after midnight. So maybe this whole posturing of Klay Thompson or whatnot, what's going on with that, maybe they're going to start negotiating this week, and Klay knows that. And so that window will be open, but maybe he'll go talk to other teams. I have no idea. But one thing is for certain is that the Warriors do need to get better, and they cannot run it back. And how do you get better? You need to get more athletic. Does that mean getting younger or older? You just need to get more athletic. Got to get some size. Got to have spacing. Because there's still something there with Stephen Curry. Draymond's still playing at a high level. You got some young studs in Kuminga. Maybe Moses Moody pops this season. I have no idea, but the Warriors definitely have to run it. They cannot run it back with what happened last season. Heck, what happened the last two seasons. So Klay Thompson, he's going to leave. Does anybody still think that Klay's a lock to be back with the Golden State Warriors? Because I heard a lot of that during the season. Like, Klay's not going anywhere. The big three forever. I'm starting to get to the point, and I've gotten to the point where I'd be shocked if he was a member of the Golden State Warriors next season. It's not because he hates the Warriors or the Warriors hate him or whatnot. It's just sometimes you come to a point where it's time to move on. The Giants finally got to that point with Brendan Belt, right?
Well, I think that's like the Giants are the ultimate cautionary tale.
Right.
I think that's the one thing I don't want to see happen to the Warriors is becoming the forever Giants, where they hang on too long. It just feels like we were never out from underneath that final 4 or 5 years of going nowhere, and like right now, Brandon Crawford still wants to play. Where is Brandon Crawford? Playing in St. Louis. Brandon Crawford, I don't know if I may be sure to some people he's on the level of Klay Thompson. I don't know. But he's very beloved, I guess, is where I'm going at with this. I don't want to compare the two, but he's very, very beloved. I couldn't imagine in my head him playing for any other team. He still wants to play. His interest didn't necessarily align with the Giants' interest.
Mm-hmm.
I believe if Brandon Crawford was still in San Francisco, we probably wouldn't see Brett Wisely as much as we've seen him.
Mm-hmm.
Like even close to that, right? I don't even know if we get a chance to see Luciano earlier this year. So like, I feel like it was time to move on for both parties, but his interest, he wanted to keep playing. And the Giants were like, we love you. We want you to be a forever Giant. We want you to finish your career here. Unfortunately, like we have to turn the page. So like, I feel like, I don't know if we're here right at this moment with the Warriors and Klay, but I think that their interests clearly aren't aligned currently.
I do worry about this. And I don't know why I worry about this, but I do. I'm afraid that if he does move on, that little nuggets here and there throughout the season that could maybe tank Klay Thompson may come out. And what I mean by that is you always hear stories after the fact, well, this guy didn't participate in this meeting, or this guy was late to practice, or this guy. You always hear something, right? After the fact. There's always something that you hear about a player or a coach or whatnot. Like Darvin Ham got fired, right? And you start hearing about Darvin Ham. Oh, he lost the team in February. Blah, 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 blah.
You float, people float things out there so they could win the divorce.
Win the divorce and protect themselves.
Yes.
Protect themselves and say, hey, we're good. We did our job over here. We're getting out in front of it. We're good. I'm afraid that may happen with Klay Thompson if that does happen. Like,
what do you mean?
What I mean is that I'm afraid that, boy, we may not taint his legacy, because his legacy cemented with the Golden State Warriors, but we may start to hear things, possibly. You start hearing little nuggets here and there with KD years, right?
Uh-huh.
It helped shape how the fans view KD after he left. You started hearing some of those things.
I don't know. I don't remember. Like, I'm just trying to think about KD, because I think that's an interesting one. People are very torn on KD. I think he was a great Warrior. I don't remember them being like, he didn't show up to practice. Or
no, it wasn't that. I'm not saying a specific incident.
Okay.
I'm just using hypotheticals here.
Yeah.
Where, hypothetical, where there's start thinking, oh, KD was by himself, or KD didn't hang out, or KD was this.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It could be anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be exact, not literal. Like, oh, Klay Thompson missed practice. Oh, wait, no, that's nothing. It's not literal.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that stories like that, or store little nuggets where it makes Klay look like he wasn't a team player, and it could shape how the fans feel. Because as Phil said, we're an extension of the fan base, right? The fans want to hear from us because they want to know what's going on inside and out. I'm afraid that things may come out that may taint Klay Thompson, and not taint his legacy or anything like that, but will just shape how fans say, see, he's selfish. Thank God he's out of here.
Well, look, time heals all wounds, right? Like there was a time where Jeff Kent or even Brian Wilson coming back to the Giants, we would have booed the ever living.
Has Jeff Kent even came back?
He came for the 2002. I thought he was there for the 2002 little reunion that they had.
Was he there?
I could have sworn.
I don't even remember.
Yeah,
that's how I don't even remember.
Well, I know Brian Wilson was recently at AT&T, and it ended very ugly.
Right.
And he did things very publicly, okay, during games and before games, publicly to the Giants. And I feel like Giants fans, like, enough time has passed, and I'm sure there's always going to be a couple of people that hate on you, but, like, you come back around, T.O., right? It didn't end great. It didn't end great on either side. And I think that when I saw him get announced at the pregame for when he finally got inducted into the Hall of Fame, he got a great standing ovation.
But it took like 20 years. It was 20 years.
Well, I'm not saying, like, I don't know how long these things take, but I just know this. When it's all said and done, I think he has unbelievable amounts of goodwill in a majority of the fan bases. I think everyone's going to give him the most unreal standing ovation of all time.
They will. I mean, I'm not saying that. But there's going to be some, you get what I'm saying, though. There's always stories that, like Darvin Ham. Darvin Ham helped the Lakers get to the Western Conference Finals, and then they lose in 5 to the Denver Nuggets. And then all of a sudden, as soon as he's fired, stories are coming out. Well, he lost the team this. Oh, this happened there. Oh, that happened there. Oh, these are a little close here and there. And it's just like, damn. One day after the guy got fired, all of a sudden we're coming out all these nuggets to protect ourselves.
Let's look at the track record.
I don't think the Warriors will do that, but I am a little afraid. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little afraid.
Well, I think it kind of comes with the territory when there's divorces. There's going to be murmurs and things like that. You can't control them. Some fake and made up to just help win the divorce, and some are real. I look at the track record for the Warriors. They could have just thrown Mark Jackson under the bus for months and months on end, and I felt like it was like, hey, we're turning the page.
Well, you start hearing the stories about Mark Jackson, though, right?
Well, that was also former people that worked with him, too.
His stories got out.
I don't know. If Klay did something that warrants somebody saying something, then that's up to him to, like, ultimately be judged. That's not up to us. And, I think I'm going to think of him fondly, even if he has to move on. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I can't worry about winning the divorce in terms of the tabloids and things like that. I just don't think that that's worth energy. I'm more worried about, like, how can they, like, win next year for right now, whether that's with him or without him.
Sam Sarani on Klay Thompson.
This is something we've been talking about for months. For the first time in his career, really, Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going. If he does leave the Warriors, that call with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, that's going to be the most difficult call Klay Thompson's made, possibly ever.
That's Sam Sarania on Klay Thompson, that he will test free agency. He will test. I don't think there's really a surprise there.
Draymond tested free agency, correct?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
He signed on the first.
Yeah, like the first 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but he did. He tested free agency.
Right. What do you think? You think Klay's going to be back?
I don't think that he hops on a phone call with Draymond, Steph, and Steve Kerr simultaneously. No, I don't think that happens. Do you
think he's back?
It feels like it is totally up in the air.
Like, where do the Warriors stand on this? Are they even interested in him coming back?
Well, the fact that you're like worried about what that might come out, like now I'm thinking like, wait a minute, is there more to this? Like I hadn't even thought of that point. Like I really hadn't, Bonte. And I'm not saying that you're wrong in thinking that, because this happens all the time with every team, no matter how much of a person's legacy is cemented with that organization. Little stuff does come out over time. But I hadn't even thought about that. And now I'm quite like, well, wait a minute, do they know more about this and we don't?
Because you know how these think pieces work. Somebody leaves off, somebody moves on, and all of a sudden you get the article. It's like, yeah, they just didn't see eye to eye. And then there's a little nugget about something that may happen.
Well, did Portland do that with Dame Lillard?
I don't remember. But there was a disconnect with Dame Lillard and the Portland Trail Blazers organization. At the end, and all the different variations of the stories. Hell, for example, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole situation. Chris Haynes reporting one thing. Steph Curry's like, yo, Chris, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? You had a disconnect there. I don't know what it was. Maybe somebody tried to get out in front of the story. I have no idea, but these things happen. But do people now think Klay's gone? Is he for sure? Are we even sure the Warriors want him back? I don't even know. 888-957-9570 is a number. Here's Sam Serrani again on Klay Thompson and whether or not he'll test free agency.
This is something we've been talking about for months. For the first time in his career, really, Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going. If he does leave the Warriors, that call with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, that's going to be the most difficult call Klay Thompson's made, possibly ever.
Draymond Green's thoughts on Klay Thompson on following the Warriors.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay on following the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
I wonder what's hilarious about it.
If they end up splitting, I'm sure that there's going to be not bad blood. That's too strong, but like frustration, right? Who's the last guy to leave the Bay Area with some frustration?
Kevin Durant.
No, I'm talking about our guy. Like a beloved.
Like Tio. Tio was up there.
I was going to say Pablo.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wasn't big enough profile-wise.
No, Pablo was huge.
Like Pablo was beloved.
No, Pablo was huge, especially coming off that World Series. Especially coming off his 2014
Mad Bum
season.
Didn't even hit this way.
No, it didn't, because he kind of figured that Farhan was moving in a different direction. Pablo's a good call. I was thinking just football. Yeah, Pablo's a really good call.
When he left, it did feel like there was a segment of people angry at him. There was a segment of people that were angry at the Giants. Like, it was a no-win situation.
Right. People hated Pablo, and then when he signed back, people got mad about that. Why'd you sign him back? He said really mean things about the Giants. Took a minor league deal to come back, for crying out loud. Actually played all right, too.
Yeah, he was one of your better players.
Right, already. You know what I'm saying?
And he's batting like 210.
Somebody said Monte Ellis, but he was traded.
He was traded away.
Just in terms of free agency, I'm out.
Yeah, the way it went down with the money and the finances and someone feeling slighted.
Peace out. Yeah, that's, by the way, Madison Bumgarner still doesn't have a job. All these pitchers dropping left and right.
What are you talking about? He has a job.
Milking cows?
No, he's a rodeo guy.
Is he now?
What was the name of his rodeo?
Mason Saunders.
Mason Saunders. What is he doing right now? Because he left, and I know some fans were butthurt about him leaving. And he went to Arizona and just did not pitch well. And the story came out. Speaking of which, when he got released by the Arizona Diamondbacks, it took less than a month for a story to come out about how the Diamondbacks in that clubhouse did not accept Madison Bumgarner, and Madison Bumgarner not accepting them. And all the little think pieces, the little nuggy nugs came out about him, and ironically, he doesn't have a job.
But doesn't that speak more on Mad Bum than it does
it's not. That's not the point. The point is that these stories always come out after somebody leaves.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Or gets waived or what. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Bumgarner, we know how he was. Like when the Diamondbacks were dancing after a game, remember that? Bumgarner was nowhere to be seen. Did not feel him. But there's always a think piece that comes out afterwards saying, oh, well, this actually happened and this actually happened. Then you want to see, oh, boy, who's the source? Who's talking? Is it the agent? Is it the player? Or is it players? Is it former teammates? Is it a teammate? Who knows? Who the hell knows? But Kevin Durant did mention, when he'd go to practice, he would take it seriously, and he wasn't happy. He was like, man, Klay would just walk in whatever the hell he wanted to, and yada, yada, yada. So KD kind of sent some little nuggets and some things about that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching here. 888-957-9570. We also got Barkley talking about retirement.
I mean, look, real quick on that, because you're talking about when you work with people, there are quirks that drive you nuts. Like, it's just, it is. I can't even imagine some of the weirdo quirks that I have that drive you crazy. When you live with someone, whatever your spouse is, or significant other, or roommate, or whatever your living conditions are, there are things about that individual that drive you nuts. So when people break up, move out, whatever, like, those things do stick with you, and I get it. Like, and people, they like to chat and gossip, and they want to get that stuff out there. That they just do. Like with Jimmy Garoppolo, when Jimmy Garoppolo left the 49ers, what was one of the first things that came out? Oh, nobody could get a hold of him for months.
And then when he came back, oh, that's 49er football. That's the way we play. Yeah. Boy, everybody's unfollowing. Didn't Giannis unfollow the Bucks at one point? Yeah. Everybody always unfollows somebody. Let's go to my favorite caller. I know you have your favorite caller, BPA. We haven't heard from him today. Sure, he has some thoughts on Klay, but my favorite caller, Tony in Oakland. Tony, what's happening?
Good morning. I'm so glad we get to have this exchange, Bonte and Shasky, so I can get some stuff. Now, the thing about Green, the problem with the Warriors is that Green is the spiritual leader. He was. Then he had problems. He lost his connection with God, right? And they started to go down the drain fast. Okay, Curry is great, but you know what? The game coming tonight, we have an example. If the Warrior management wants to know what they should be looking for, something like this. Luka is Green and Curry combined. What do I mean? The dude is the MVP. He has magnetic vector potential. What do I mean by that? Is that he allows the guys to take the pattern that he gets into because he's hooked up like Bruce Lee. Be water, my friend, or the Mona Lisa you were discussing. So Luka gets into that pattern and he gives it out. Now, Curry gets into it, but he's sort of incapable of passing it on. That's why they need Green. But this dude is has both, so the Warriors should be trying to get this dude, right? Because he's the spiritual leader, plus he's given them the stuff. And then they get pattern recognition. Look at Lively. Look at these guys. They weren't doing jack. And look at in the last game, he gets them in, and all these guys are shooting and defending. It's like unreal because they take it right off of it.
You know what, Tony, Tony, it blew me away too Friday night. It blew me away. The connection there with Luka and Lively.
Another team, and then all the guys, they leave in the end of the third, and the other guys come in, and they're hitting basket after basket. You know why? See, most people, they don't get this. I know this from listening to your radio show and hearing,
hey, Tony,
people.
That's not a lie. You're right about that. Not everybody gets the zone. Not everybody gets what it's like to be in the zone.
Is Klay coming back?
That's why you are so different. We have Stephen A. up there and chirping. You could be in there giving us the stuff after the game.
They don't want the truth. They don't want the truth, Tony. They're not ready for me.
Can't feel it.
Plus, I don't want to leave Shasky.
Tony, when you're brewing your magical brew, okay, with that broom and you're twisting it in the cauldron,
can you see? It has to do with a broom. It has to do with God. Aren't you a Catholic?
I am. I don't know where you come from.
Let's cut to the chase. This isn't some witch stuff.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Get in bed with God and feel it and can talk about it and discern it in others, or you get to walk around like a dead, living, whatever.
Okay, form. Lazarus. Look, is Klay coming back?
Okay, this is what I think. They need Klay can be Klay. He's done it before. He's got the pattern recognition. But all these guys, it's just like the team on Friday. They need some spirit. They need someone who can get them going. You know, Lakers or whatever the owner's name is. That dude can't spot whatever. You got to believe in something. But what they need is some person to light their fire. And this is it, Bonte. You and I are going through those doors.
We're going through those doors. Talk to me, Tony. Talk to me, Tony. How are we going through these doors?
I don't know where we're going. I'm so confused.
No, what I'm saying is, Bonte, you're the guy, you have the look, you get us into that door, and I'll light them on fire so they play like they're supposed to be.
But you know, Tony, I got a lot of haters. Not a lot of people want to walk through these doors with me, and then 5 months later, they're always like, hey, Bonte did have a point. It happens late. I don't know why. Tony. I just try to tell the truth every single day. That's all I'm trying to do.
Electromagnetism, they have to go with it.
They don't have it. Hey, you know what, Tony? They don't have that magnetism.
Are you
They don't have
Raiden?
it.
Who is this?
Everyone
Are you
has
Magneto?
their own thing. We can light it. You know, the doors come, baby, light my fire, right?
Yep.
We all have this.
We all have it, but not everybody knows how to utilize it, Tony.
No, hey, in the words of the
we
doors,
do.
Tony,
We'll just
Tony,
go in there and
hit the flush button. Tony,
Don't flush her.
Yeah,
Don't
flush her.
She doesn't get
Flush
flushed.
her.
She doesn't get flushed. She's already off the line.
That was at number 2.
She's already no. She's
in the
great.
words of the doors,
like a
people are
Pelican.
strange.
Hey, she came
What the
down
hell
your
was
road.
that?
Hey, that was a great call is what it was.
It wasn't witchcraft, that's for sure.
No, it wasn't. She was cooking.
Was she cooking or brewing?
She brewing. When she said Bruce Lee, be like water. You know what I'm saying? Hey, matter of fact, I would have talked to Tony about the French Open anyway, because I know she enjoyed Carlos Alcaraz.
Tony later in the week when she calls.
Hey, no, don't do me like that.
That could be your guys'
and
podcast.
No, I'm not spooning
My
nobody.
bad.
I'm spooning one person.
I didn't
one
mean
person.
to
Figure
only.
it's
Listen.
metaphorically.
Yeah.
No, I know what it is. I know, but don't get mad because she came down your road. All of a sudden, you would have come.
She wasn't making sense.
I'll let y'all sit here and fawn over Brian and Palo Alto.
What was
Brian
the
and Palo
point?
Alto? You guys are fawning over everything. The same damn takes every damn day.
She had takes too. She said that Steph doesn't have that ability to pass that zone on to other people.
The four-time champion, greatest basketball player in Warrior history, doesn't have what?
But listen. You have to listen. You have to listen to Tony.
You gotta be in the zone with
She's
us,
talked
Shasky.
about Lively and Luka. She's giving us little nuggets here about Lively and Luka and how they're all come together. BPA says the same damn thing every call. Klay, with his little snarky laugh, he just doesn't have it
Let's
anymore.
not act like Tony doesn't mix it up too.
No, I know. See, no. That's all. Gotta listen. Can't hate them. Don't hate on Tony. Hate the game. She's in the zone. I take one for the team all the time with BPA. We take his calls every damn day. Now we gonna get on Tony. Where's Kane Open to Cal at? Where's Clark the Shark? No, where they don't call no more. Damn.
I do want to hear from Ken Oper and Cal.
I miss him.
I miss him a lot.
I miss Kane Open to Cal. I want to talk about Tank Davis knocking out Frank Martin. I want to talk to Clark the Shark out there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Man. Tony in Oakland. Racker. Call it a
Racker?
week.
This is
Call
not
it a
Jim
week.
Rome.
Call it a week. Oh, now we not Jim Rome. Now we not Jim Rome.
Racker.
Y'all quote tweet Jim Rome every damn day. Clones. Oh, my God.
Hey, clones.
I know what pushes Shasky's buttons. All I can do is make the bat signal. Where's Tony in Oakland? Shasky starts getting on my nerves.
A minute and a half
Tony in
of going
Oakland.
nowhere. At some point, pass the rock, Tony.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. 888-957-9570. Klay coming back. What do y'all think? He followed the Warriors on Friday. Big deal, no deal. What do you guys think? Big deal, no deal. Is he coming back? Chance Arania just said this. We'll play it again.
This is something we've been talking about for months. For the first time in his career, really, Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going. If he does leave the Warriors, that call with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, that's going to be the most difficult call Klay Thompson's made, possibly ever.
Well, I don't know about that, Shams, but it's going to be a call. It's going to be a very important call if he does move on.
You think? Okay, I think he'll reach out to Steph in some way. I don't know. text, call. I don't know. He's not just going to all of a sudden like be gone, right?
Yeah, no, they know what's going on.
Do we know like what the relationship is between Draymond and Klay?
I don't know. You would think that they're cool. They've been playing together for over a decade. But apparently Tim Kawakami, remember on the Plus Minus podcast, Tim Kawakami reported, and we know that didn't come from anywhere. When Tim Kawakami says something, it came from somewhere. There's a lot of truth to it. Validity is the word everybody likes to use. He said that Klay wasn't happy when Draymond brought up his money and his contract or what he signed for back when he torn his ACL. That bothered Klay. But in terms of the relationship between Klay and Dre, I think they're brothers, right? You win 4 championships together, all those series. They love each other. I don't think it's a bad relationship.
Like if I was leaving here, like hypothetically, I'd definitely reach out to you. I don't know who else I would. I don't know. Before making the actual move. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'd feel obligated to reach out to every single individual.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would.
Definitely to the boss.
I would. Like when I left the other station, everybody knew, but they didn't have to reach out. I wouldn't. There's going to be a few that I reach out to. If I get fired from here, hey, thanks. I loved working with you. Not everybody's going to get that text.
It'll be like the end of The Sopranos. We'll be sitting here eating onion rings. Next thing you know, the screen will go black.
Right.
We're just done. It's like the mafia. That's what happens.
That's just me, though. I know when I left Bleacher Report, I didn't reach out to everybody about it, but my chosen few at Bleacher Report, they knew what was up, and we kept it moving. Now, here's Draymond's reaction before we get to Casey and Marin. Draymond's reaction to Klay Thompson unfollowing the Warriors, courtesy of the Draymond Green podcast.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
This whole situation is good.
I'm
not even outraged.
There's so much social media and new media and everything. Like it's just every 5 minutes. We almost need to hire someone in the back who's only following all the athletes and all their podcasts and just cutting videos and sound all day.
I would love that. Just social media.
I can't keep up with it. So if you're just getting into your car, no one on the Giants has done anything spectacular outside of Ramos and Brett Wisely.
Oh wait, hasn't Matos tore it up in Sacramento?
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
That's Sacramento.
And exactly.
What about Luciano? The Giants had 3 starting pitchers right now. The Giants had 3 starting pitchers right now.
When it comes to the Niners, Trent wants more money. Aiyuk's on TikTok. Debo is posting his new, what he looks like in his new #1 uniform. Brock Purdy's got new commercials. Kyle Shanahan, I don't know what he's up to right now. I definitely know when it comes to the Warriors, Klay's hitting golf balls in the dark that are
glow in the dark.
Glow in the dark. Okay,
he's riding his bike out there.
Steph Curry looked like he was showcasing the entire family wearing a yellow top bottom.
And by the way, new podcast with him and Dale Curry.
He's got a new podcast.
Don Nelson called Dale Curry, said, hey, what do you think about us drafting your son? He goes, I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
And then, he's like, oh, okay. He's like, I'm just giving you my opinion. And he told Minnesota that, hey, we don't want you to draft us either.
And then you've got Klay following, unfollowing all these different accounts, and then deleting certain posts, whatever, scrubbing his stuff. And then you got Draymond Green on his podcast. I mean, I'm telling you, we're like overloaded with stuff.
Well, if we weren't overloaded with stuff, what would we be talking about for 4 hours?
Talking about their home run.
You want to be talking about the Giants losing to the Angels 2-3?
Estrada,
you want to talk about Jorge Soler having a great 4-day stretch because they lost a series to the damn Angels? Do y'all really want that? We better be. You know what? Now that I think about it, I am thankful for social media, and I am thankful for Klay Thompson unfollowing the Warriors, and I'm thankful for Brendan Aiyuk saying that they don't really want me, bro, because we would be talking about the Giants for 4 damn hours, and I would be driving myself crazy talking about one lackluster-ass organization that is losing 2-3 to the freaking Angels.
Yeah, but Brett, did you know that Austin Slater since June 5th is 9 for his last 22 with a home run and 5 RBIs? He only had 5 combined hits in the first 2 months of the season. He's got 9 since June 5th.
Give him a 3-year extension. Go ahead. Give him a 3-year extension. Give him a 3-year extension.
Saturday, with runners in scoring position, they were 1 for 13. Friday, they were 3 for 12. Sunday, 9 for 19.
Oh, awesome. They salvaged a game against the Angels. Oh,
Brett
great.
Wisely.
You know what?
9 runs, 21 hits, 5 doubles, 2 home runs, 12 RBIs, 2 walks.
You know what?
He's been on fire.
Hey, we got the next Jose Altuve, baby. Let's go. Let's go. The next Jose Altuve. The next Roberto Alomar. Yeah. Yeah.
Soler had a 4.44 OPS heading into the weekend. In the month of June, he's batting over 300.
Ooh. Ooh.
Slugging over 500.
Oh, my gosh.
With an on-base percentage over 400.
You know what?
Guys, is Jorge Soler playing himself into the All-Star game?
Hey, you know what?
957-9570.
Hey, I'm gonna call him Big Hurt Jr. from now on. Looks like a baby Frank Thomas, baby. Let's go. Casey and Marin.
Frank Thomas wears Jorge Soler pajamas.
Don't disrespect Frank like that.
Frank Thomas is one of the greatest right-handed hitters. Like, come on, man. He's
obviously
Frank
not being serious, Shasky. It's called joking around.
But Frank, honestly, I hold
Let's
Frank
get
in
the
high
zone,
regard.
all right?
I hold Frank in very high regard.
Get to the zone. He was joking.
Okay,
Casey and Marin.
sorry.
Gentlemen, good morning. Such an interesting conversation regarding Klay. I think we'd be having a much different conversation. He never got hurt. It did happen. Ultimately, I can't fault the guy for looking into free agency. His only time he's been able to. He's my goat of goats. He can do whatever he wants, and I won't be upset with him. Ultimately, I do think if they end up re-signing him, it's going to end up hurting the Warriors for the next 10 to 12 years because they're going to be in payroll purgatory. They're going to have no picks. They're going to be an old, dilapidated team. And ultimately, I hope they can. Yeah, and I don't even think I said it right. I hope they can figure out a way to get rid of some salary in order to get some younger players on here to continue this sort of dreamland that this front office has created over the past 15 years. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to ruin it. I think they're going to mess this up by keeping this core together. But ultimately, Klay can do what he wants, and I will immediately have a second favorite team, whatever team he goes to. And lastly, this whole Draymond thing, I do think Klay and him have some acrimony. I do think Klay looks down on him for all of his shenanigans during finals. And the comment about, I'm not pissed, I'm just laughing at his comment, I took that as a major shade from Dre to Klay. It's sad that this is happening to this franchise because we've had sort of a Disneyland ever since Cohan sold this team and Lakeup took over. But I think reality is starting to set in. And I think we're going to be back to the days of 20 to 30 wins for a while.
Say it ain't so. And KC, what am I going to do on TV if that's the case? What am I going to do?
We're bringing on a special guest. My co-host, Joe Shasky's going to join us for 6 minutes.
That's when you know we hit rock bottom on television.
What up, Murray?
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, my final thought is, England, you didn't look good yesterday in the Euros. You went up 1-0, but the back end looks a little suspect. I will be watching France today. France plays, I believe, at 12 o'clock. Mbappe and company. I'm all into the Euros. Look, the Giants. You want to keep me around? Start winning series against teams like the Angels. Hey, no, don't give me this. Mookie Betts is hurt. Now's your chance to climb up in the NL West. Please.
Yamamoto, too.
Yeah, Yamamoto, yeah. Clayton Kershaw's on the way back. Clayton Kershaw's on the way back, by the way.
My final thought is this. Rory McIlroy. Yesterday was one of the tougher days of your career. I understand it. But you're the guy that reworked all of the PGA Tour money so that you could get $20 million a year off the PIP, which is basically social media engagements, because every year you're going to have more social media followers than anyone else on tour, so you're going to win every year this algorithm based on engagements. And so if you're going to take all that money and try to rework all the money so that it always favors you, at some level, you got to face up to the media. I mean, look, I get it. It's tough. It stinks. It's horrible. But, you know, you win with grace, you lose with grace. And part of sports on every level is sometimes you just got to wear it. And yesterday was a day you needed to wear it a little. I'm not saying you got to sit there for 3 hours and answer every question, but come on, man. Yesterday, that was weak. You should have talked to the media.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've officially entered the Grimace era. For those of you who don't know, the New York Mets had one of McDonald's mascots, Grimace, out for the first pitch 5 days ago. And since those 5 days, or 5 games, I should say, the Mets have not lost a baseball game. But you have to take this into account. They're still a sub-500 team, and until they become an above or even an at 500 team, it's like Shasky and Banta were talking about with the Giants. I'm not taking them serious yet. Get to 500, then maybe we can talk about Mets baseball. But for me, not right now. Not even for Grimace.
Is Grimace available to throw out the first pitch for the Giants? I mean, they need a rally. Guys, my final thought is, what were you doing on this day 30 years ago?
I know what I was doing. Watching the NBA Finals.
You watched the NBA Finals for a little bit, but then the breaking news happened. And 30 years ago today, the world was transfixed by this one little white Bronco driving up the LA freeway. Man, 30 years, time really goes by. I always say, if there was one past sports moment I wish we had Twitter for, it would be that one. That would be the most tweeted about sporting event in the history of the world. So happy anniversary to O.J. Simpson's run.
I didn't even want to bring that up today because I know what that meant and some of the things that would have maybe came 30 years ago today. O.J. Simpson. He had Kato Kaelin in the car, right? The white Bronco.
Al Cowlings.
Al Cowlings. Yeah. AC.
Kato's in the house.
Yeah, Kato's at the house.
Technically, I'm not a real person.
AC was in there. AC, 30. I'd never forget that day. I'll never ever forget
so
that
many
day.
Memes.
Gosh, I was so pissed when they went away from Rockets Knicks. Anyway, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Hey, Guru's back. He was back on Friday. He's back today, along with Matt Steinmetz. They'll talk some Warriors. They'll talk some Klay Thompson.
Yay!
You know they will. Brock Purdy, Phil Simms, everything. Have a good day, everybody. We'll see you.
Make this the summer to go anywhere.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Were you ever hard?
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you what, right now, before anybody thinks differently, I know what you're going to think. Oh, I know why Steiny's in a good mood. Oh, Steiny's in a good mood because Klay Thompson wants out of here.
Yay!
Oh, Steiny's in a good mood because the Giants, they lost 2 of 3 to a terrible Angels team.
Damn.
Oh, I know why Steiny's in a good mood because Brandon Aiyuk says the 49ers don't want him. What a great day for Steiny. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with that, Goo.
What does that have to do with, partner?
Your boy played a good round of golf yesterday.
Yeah.
Just put it that way. And when you get to be my age, there's really not a lot left except playing a good round of golf.
On Father's Day.
Thank you.
And telling you want a little side chicken, too. You start gambling. Time is money.
81 for your boy.
Now, dude,
Paradise
that
Valley.
might be your best
Fairfield.
since the 6 years we've been together. Tell me the last time you broke in 81.
Oh, boy.
That's damn near 79.
It was one of my best rounds.
Wow.
In probably top 10, 15 round of all time.
Good job,
All
baby.
right. Woo, man. We got a lot. You want to... I'm sorry.
The YouTube chat is back up, so I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm back. We back, y'all.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I feel like, Steiny's selfish. He told everybody about his great weekend. Did you want to just talk?
I had a great weekend.
Good.
Spent it with my dad and my family from Texas, Aunt Stanfeline and Clark and everybody, Cecily. So they were in town. We showed them around, had a good time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I watched Rory choke. We all watched that together. I did that for effect, but even Evan said it. He choked too. And you were okay with it. You didn't fight. You're growing. Those were 2 bunnies. We'll get to it. Are there bunnies in golf? Those were 2 bunnies.
It's gotta make them.
All right.
You gotta make them. Man, so we got done with the show at 2:00 and we're just trying to relax.
Yeah.
We don't get away from work often, but we try to get away on a Friday just for a couple hours. We couldn't even do that. When did the boss send you that text?
4:35 Friday.
Right, so I was long gone.
Yeah. No, you were there. Oh, no, yeah.
Goo. I was long gone.
Boy, you were out of there. It was just Evan and I.
So the boss sends us a text at 4:30 that Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors, and apparently he's deleted some photos of him and teammates.
Everything Warrior related.
I'm out.
Dude,
well, what do you think?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think. In this new world we live in, where I believe athletes communicate via their social media, they share with you what they're feeling. And what I do know is, I'm going Dick Tracy here, Steiny. The beginning of the year, Klay Thompson put up the great Tupac, Me Against the World. I believe that was how he felt about his team, where he was at in his career, and how did the year start off for him? It wasn't that great. We all felt like he was fighting, and the great Klay Thompson, the warrior that he is and has been, shared with us what was going on upstairs. So for the people that saw the Tupac Me Against the World, that wasn't a good thing. And he ended up telling us what was going on, okay? I'm telling you, we just discussed Klay Thompson ad nauseum Friday before this. And this is my last stab at it. I believe Klay Thompson got a number for his representation from the Warriors. He didn't like it. He felt slighted. And in that moment of motion and feeling, he went to IG to erase pictures that he sit next to Steph Curry and the trophy from 2 years ago. Everything Warrior related. So to me, he's mad. I think he's mad at the money that they're offering is not what what he wants. And my last caveat is, I want Klay to remain a Warrior. I told you all that Friday. But if somehow he remains a Warrior, Steiny, I will retire IG being something people communicate with. So I was telling Lucas out there, Lucas, like, it might not be anything. No, when you do this and you're the talk of the world, because it blew up, it's still blowing up, You're telling people the scorecard reads, I'm upset with my team, and a guy like myself from Union City, California, Steiny, has to believe he's mad at what they're not offering.
It's hard for me to disagree with you. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you accomplish or what you don't accomplish when you do that on social media. Okay, real quick, because this is where, and I'll be honest.
Don't go ahead.
This whole social media part of an athlete is it's a weakness of mine.
It's a weakness of all, I'm guessing.
No, what I'm saying is, what athletes do we know of who unfollowed their own team, and are they here or not anymore?
Deebo Samuel did it when he requested to trade.
So he's still here.
Yeah, they call it scrubbing your social. Yeah.
Okay. Didn't Kyler Murray do something like that?
He did do that. Great call.
Okay, and he's back with Arizona.
Good call.
Trying to think who else. I'm sure there's many.
They'll let us know. Good call, though.
But I can't disagree with you. My first thought was, okay, he unfollows the Warriors. That means something. It means he's annoyed. He's pissed. He's angry. Can we agree? He doesn't like the direction that things are going in.
No doubt about it.
Listen, if you want to call in at 888-957-9570 and say this is much ado about nothing, you may end up being right. I have no idea.
But it made noise, right?
No doubt.
Made noise.
And he wanted, Klay Thompson doesn't do that to not make noise.
So Uncle Looney said he thinks Klay's agent may have told him, and I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't play that card, go do that, so we could kind of, make the spotlight ours or put the onus on the Warriors if you believe that could have any impact. But, dude, this thing, and then Draymond's there to say, I just want Dre sometimes to sit one out. This ain't your baby. This is Klay. And he goes, this is about nothing.
Well, let me hear it.
Yeah.
I
got the sound.
Well, I saw Draymond had said something about Klay unfollowing the Warriors. And actually, when I heard Draymond said something about it, I thought to myself, there's nobody I'd like to hear from least about this certain situation than Draymond Green. Unfortunately, that's not the way it goes in this business.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
Okay, it's hilarious, but you didn't address why he did it or why you think he might have done it. Okay, it's funny.
It wasn't hilarious when you had to have dinner with the owner to get your contract? Like, why are you speaking? How can you say, I think it's hilarious?
What?
And this dude's tenure's up in the balance, and he might be mad, and you sit there and say that. Let me stop. That bothers me.
Well, of all the words to use, why was it hilarious?
Exactly.
I think it was hilarious that Klay didn't have any pictures of Draymond to scrub.
Wow. I'll leave that there. Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. We heard the news at about 4:30 on Friday that Klay Thompson unfollowed the Warriors. He deleted some pictures of he and teammates on social media. And it's kind of on the heels of us talking about him a lot on Friday. And I think, somebody...
This is, wow. It's not good to me, Steiny.
I think essentially that the Warriors don't want Klay back at the number that he's sniffing. That's what I think. And
I hope you're wrong. But I get that. Man.
I think that's really what's going on here. I think the Warriors now, and I think Klay in a way, by doing that, look, there's two narratives can happen. If Klay leaves, he either leaves and we see for how much, and we say, well, it's understandable. Klay, go get your money. We couldn't give you $32 million a year over 3 years, or Klay Thompson's gone to the Orlando Magic for 3 years and $60 million.
Then at
that point we say, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe the Warriors didn't want him back. And my feeling is, I think the Warriors can live with Klay walking as long as it doesn't look like they screwed him.
Right.
That's what the Warriors have to avoid.
You hit that home. You nailed that Friday. I thought about it driving home after we hooked up, and I feel that way today. But is it fair for me to believe, Steiny, and only asses assume, but is it fair for me to assume maybe there was you ever go to a business meeting or watch a movie about the big, and they write a number down on a napkin and they just slide it over?
Okay.
I feel like the Warriors did that to Klay and his team, and Klay didn't like that number. Now, if that number were to get out, then we would be, then the Warriors could, God, you guys lowballed Klay, or you could be right. And this is what I don't want to have happen, but some are clamoring for it. The Warriors got to put on their big boy pants and say, Klay, we love you, but we're on to the next. And maybe this is the start of that. But again, for him on a Friday to not know the impact and the scuttlebutt that was going to come with the storm of you unfollowing Klay, the Warriors, and then me seeing the pictures that you just took down of you instead. I got lightweight emotional, no tears, but I'm like, where's this thing going?
Let me ask you this. I know that we're not pro athletes. We don't make the money they make, and we don't deal in they don't deal in the real world like we do. But just hypothetically, if you were a free agent right now,
yeah,
and you were down on Nahegan and that, would you unfollow Odyssey and take down pictures of me and you together?
I wouldn't. And I'm saying that, and I mean it, Stoney, to my core. And Klay, I love you, so don't take this the wrong way, because it's not you doing it. It's just this new era of individuals, youngsters, guys that are different era than us, Stoney. They call that fake kicking it. And I don't like to send subliminals when I can just tell the people or the parties at hand how I'm really feeling and when I got to do that. I don't like playing that game. Let me take it down to, like, what if I left a chat? What would you guys think? Not that you would care, but I believe you, Spadoni, and Evan would be like, Goo must be feeling so. Who pissed him off?
Right.
Why would Goo leave the chat without knowing? So I wouldn't do that, Stoney. And everybody's like, oh, come on, Goo, you would. I wouldn't, because at the end of the day, reality is going to set on I do wed. Is that it?
What?
What's the part of the wedding vow?
I do.
Yeah, it was I do, but
I do thee wed.
Yeah, there you go.
I do thee wed.
Till death do us part.
When the preacher reads it to you, yeah.
Right. All you got to do is repeat it. Right. Even if you don't believe it, just repeat it and you're still going to be okay.
But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Now, this is one, and I'm not picking on somebody who may be trolling.
Okay.
But this is from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Your Klay gossip is so boring. Okay, fair enough. Is this gossip?
No!
If you want to call in here at 888-957-9570 and say, guys, this is not a big deal, I'm willing to listen to that. But we're not making anything up. Klay Thompson did something, and listen, you know your boy Matt Steinmetz. I don't mind being provocative at all.
Yeah.
But when Klay Thompson unfollows the Warriors and takes down pictures of he and his teammates, I don't care what you think, that's provocative.
No doubt.
That makes you think. And maybe he will be a Warrior a month from now. And it'll all be forgiven. But I got to believe if you've watched Klay Thompson for the last 12 years, this is a little bit surprising. To me, it is. I wouldn't have thought I would have thought if Klay were down about the way he thought the direction was going, I don't know, he'd just keep it to himself and let the chips fall. And at the end of the free agent period, when he decides, he'll talk about it. But I don't know, big deal or not, Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. I also think this might be a way for Klay to get out in front of it a little bit.
Now, what do you mean by that, out in front?
Well, with people now know people don't know anything about the way the negotiation's going, except they know now that Klay might be upset. So why is he upset? Well, he might be getting lowballed. Yeah. Why would the Warriors lowball him? Well, we don't know they're lowballing him. But why is Klay upset? Well, maybe they are lowballing him. Why would they lowball a champion? Well, because he's not the player he was. But they didn't lowball Draymond Green. Different time. I mean, I think it's all fair discussion right now when you talk about the Warriors and kind of where they're going. And I don't know what direction they're going.
Yeah, and add me to that list, but I'm not mad at Dub Nation, the ones that say maybe we're pushing an agenda, we're making something out of nothing. Steiny, we don't do that, but I'm hugging you through the microphone right now because what it is emotion. You don't want Klay to leave. We don't know what's going on, and you don't want to deal with the reality that he subliminally is telling you how he feels about his relationship with the organization. And as I left you and Evan Friday, I thought about this. As quickly as that news broke and spread, that's as quick as they could have said, you know what, Klay Thompson's coming back. We signed him at this number. You know what I mean? Like that could have, that's how fast it can happen, and it's not happening. And then now all of a sudden we have something to look at, regardless of, what you believe in. He might be upset, and I don't think he's happy. And the last thing, Evan he got me thinking, Draymond, you could have easily said, I'm going back to you because you're supposed to be a leader. You are too damn smart with your words. You know about this. How come you couldn't have just said, I called Steiny, I called Klay, I think this is hilarious. But to say, I just think this is hilarious, that's badly. It just, dude, do you hear yourself aloud? I think this is dude's tenure with the team and negotiation is up in the air, and you're saying you think it's hilarious. Please to add, I called Klay. I think it's hilarious. That's the stuff that I didn't know I was going to feel this way, but it's whack.
Well, it's funny. Before the show, obviously I knew we were going to talk about Klay because it's been a weekend and we didn't get to address it on Friday. And then I was talking to Evan and I said, oh, wait, I saw we have a sound sheet with all the sound for the weekend. And I looked and it said Draymond Green on Klay scrubbing social media. And I was like, oh, Draymond said something. I mean, and then it hit you. Of course he did. Of course. But then I listened to it and that's the first time I listened to it 5 minutes ago. And I'm thinking, what a strange, I'm with you, Goo. What was that?
Wow.
What was that?
Nobody commented on your situation at all.
Really
and
strange.
Your private dinners, hey, I get it. I had your back. Go get your chicken. But for you just to say, I think what's hilarious? That one of your brothers might depart?
Sham Charania of The Athletic. He had this report early this morning about Klay and what's going on with Klay Thompson. Might have been over the weekend, but it was very recent.
This is something we've been talking about for months. For the first time in his career, really, Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going. If he does leave the Warriors, that call with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, that's going to be the most difficult call Klay Thompson's made, possibly ever.
Well, I mean, when he talks to Draymond, it'll just be hilarious.
Wow.
It'll just be hilarious. The one thing, first of all, and listen, Sham Charania is money. He's great. I really think he's phenomenal. But there was no news here. We know he's testing the free agent market. I mean, he's a free agent. Now, I guess what Sham's meant by that is now Sham Charania is willing to bet it all that Klay will not be re-signed by the Warriors before free agency starts. So, in theory, if Klay were to re-sign with the Warriors before free agency, then he's never really been a free agent. But the fact that he's not most likely going to sign an extension. The other thing out there, and it's a line that we've all kind of thrown it around, but I got to know what people really think and if they think it's this cut and dried, because I don't. Sham said, we know this. We know the Warriors want him back. I'm sorry. That's too broad a statement. And I'm not coming down his road. We all say stupid stuff.
I understand.
That's stupid. We all, but I don't think we do know.
Yeah.
I think they want Klay back on their terms.
No doubt about it.
I don't think they want Klay back on his terms, and I think there's a difference right now. You cannot. This is not as if Steph Curry became a free agent 2 years ago and Steph's getting it. No, you give him the money and he's here. But clearly, the Warriors aren't comfortable giving Klay Thompson a certain number.
Wow,
I
man.
think it's what it's got to be, right? At 888-957-9570.
Would we call this, Evan? You grade this for me, and Stoddy, it just popped up when you said terms of enclaimment. Now, Stoddy had said to both teams, Klay wants his terms, the Warriors want their terms. I said, terms of enclaimment. I said,
3.
Yeah, you took too long. It's really a 2.
No, I did it on purpose. That's what's known as laying out on purpose, so that maybe the listener in the car is like, Steiny can't believe goo again. I'll give you the 3.
Yeah,
I'll give you the 3. I'll give you the 3 there. That's fine.
People say it too.
That's fine. But here's the other thing. Let me just ask you this: do you? Because
I'm emotionally involved in this.
When I say "do you," I don't necessarily mean just Guru. I mean Warrior fans. Do you think that the report was accurate that he turned down $24 million? I'm sorry, they turned down $48 million.
No doubt.
For a 2-year extension at basically either 23 and 25 or 24 and 24.
No doubt about it. So that's why this has to be more. He's probably thinking it's Dre got 25. That's some nickels and dimes more than what they offered. But Steiny, there's no doubt Klay bet on himself and said,
but did he win?
38%.
Did he win?
I think he might be thinking he thought he won.
I think you're right.
Now he might win.
But I don't know that he did.
If Orlando comes throwing 30, he won. But when you say did he win, his terms, I believe, is getting 30 or something and being here.
Well, I mean, let's
think about what you're asking me, man.
Let's just ask Warrior fans that. So Klay Thompson this past year was making $43 million. Before last year, the Warriors said we'll tack on $48 million to the 43. So no matter what would have happened last offseason, he was still going to make $43 million this year. Had he re-signed that extension, if it were real, and I'm going to believe it is for the sake of this discussion, well, then Klay would be under contract next year for $25 million, and the year after that for $23 million.
Yeah, no doubt.
And at that point, you'd be like, wow, the big three's kind of wrapping things up together. But if Klay Thompson, here's my question to Warrior fans. If Klay Thompson turned down a $48 million extension for 2 years, did he make it so that he deserves a raise because of the year he had? After the year Klay Thompson had, he turned down 2 for $48. He then went out, bet on himself, and had this kind of a year. Should he make more or less?
Wow.
And should he make more or less from the Warriors? Is Klay Thompson going into Joe Lacob and saying, look, I turned down 2 for $48. I had a hell of a year. Now I need to be paid 2 for $60 or 3 for $80. Something like that.
Wow,
and then what do you do if you're the Warriors? And you know what? This may be called speculation, but the reality is it's based in what's really going on right now.
Juan Cruz on the YouTube chat just stole my thoughts, Toddy. That's a big issue. On do the Warriors feel like you had the same year you think you had? That is everything.
And the other thing is, if you were going to give him 24 last year or last summer, and he had this kind of year, maybe the Warriors are saying, hey, Klay, 24 years too much for you. That price has come down. That would have me
scrub my social, Steiny. Like you're telling me that?
I mean, I just, obviously something's going on with Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors. Something's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers. And we're going to be talking about it. I mean, it is interesting, and I'll be the first to say it. I mean, the social media part of this generation is something that no media had to deal with 20 years ago. I mean, you had guys that would tell their buddies something, but their buddies didn't necessarily go shout it to the media. These guys are able to control their own message.
Yeah,
and they're doing it.
And I know we're up against it. To take it off just the pro athlete, you got daughters, I got kids. They were once teenagers in this new generation, Steiny. Could you imagine the pressure I used to feel going to Logan to keep up with the Joneses with my clothes and all the other stuff? Imagine what these teenagers and kids are doing now, but even the athletes, man, the respect that the contract symbolizes. So I don't know what's going on, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. As a Warrior fan, how does it go over to you that Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Warriors on social media, taken down some photos of he and his teammates? And if you're the Golden State Warriors, what do you do? Did Klay Thompson have the kind of year where you give him a little raise off the offer of last year or not? 888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today. You ready to unload on me?
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door.
national basketball team for its training camp in Houston this week, sources said. He's not expected to get clearance and compete for the Bahamas in the Olympic qualifier this summer, those sources said. But anyway, Klay Thompson is working.
So what was the word you didn't know how to pronounce?
I thought it was Bahamian. I just would have assumed it was Bahamian.
Oh.
But
well, we appreciate the honesty. Like, I knew that. I'm not saying no because I knew that.
You should.
I'm a little disappointed. I thought it was going to be a hell of a word. Like, okay, Evan was like, what word?
Yeah. I mean, I'll admit, Evan goes, got a little piece of news with Klay. I'm like, what? He's like, he's playing with the Bahamian team. And I'm like, the Bohemian team? What? Who are the Bohemians? I mean, anyway, so.
Southern.
But Houston Rockets have a boatload of cash. Klay in Houston.
I'm
he
not
might
mad
be meeting
at that.
with
The
whoever replaced Daryl Morey.
Well, what about the other Draymond? What about the other post he put up Saturday, Klay? It was
I'm not caught up at all.
It was like a vent court in L.A. I call it Venice Beach because it had water. It was, and he said, "Boy, do I miss this place." So it's L.A. I'm like, I've been saying Lakers. Dad works for the Lakers. He's from there. Hey, but I get it. Everybody's emotional. Nothing to see here. We're making this up. We hacked his account. But this is a big deal. What I'd like you to do before you go to the phone, Steiny, is answer your own question. Do you think Klay's year constitutes a raise from $24 million that he was offered?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to play it from both sides naturally.
Shocker.
If I were the Golden State Warriors, I would not say, well, you know what, Klay had a pretty good year. Let's bump him up to 30 from our no. Could somebody else do it? Yes. I would not pay Klay more than $24 million.
And I think that's
they're in a tough spot.
No doubt about it.
If the Orlando Magic or Philadelphia 76ers can touch $30 million a year and the Warriors are at 24, 25, I'm sorry. That's not home discount money.
No doubt.
It's not for me. And I don't think for Klay either. You know, the whole idea of a hometown discount, the only guys who take a hometown discount are guys who take a hometown discount.
Ohtani did it.
Some guys don't.
Tom Brady did it.
I mean, God love him. Steph Curry never took a hometown discount.
That's amazing. He got his chicken.
Tom Brady took a hometown discount for whatever reason. So what we know about Klay, it doesn't seem like he wants to take a hometown discount.
Sacrificing.
Exactly.
You fill in the blank.
Exactly. So Klay Thompson right now, kind of in limbo. I do have
to add this real quick, Steiny. Right. We're assuming it's about money. What if it's about what we talked about a little bit in regard to role?
Might be. I mean, it's fair.
But which one's more important? Nobody's going to give you 30 to come off the bench. But if you want 30, and so he could be losing both ways, the number and the role. What if that we find out that the Warriors were like, you know what, we like you coming off the bench. And we're not going to give you 30 for that, because that wouldn't make fiscal sense.
But let's talk about Klay this past season. He started, then he went to the bench, then he started. So what I think is if he wasn't crazy about coming off the bench, he bit his tongue and he still came off the bench.
Okay.
And then why did he come back into the starting lineup? I don't think it was because of injury.
He got hot.
Pajemski wasn't injured.
He started playing better. He was shooting better.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I do think if I put myself in Klay's spot, I do say, hey, Klay, we'd love you back, maybe coming off the bench. I would say, why? Why am I coming off the bench?
Oh, no, me too.
Because we started, then you put me on the bench, and you obviously didn't see the results that you wanted to see from that lineup because you put me back in the starting lineup. So why would I come back and expect to be a sixth man next year for the Warriors?
Damn. And Uncle Looney again, Stanley, I got to throw him some love.
You got to be careful, though. Too much there.
Yeah, no, I got you. Dubs paid Poole 30 to come off the bench. I'm mad at that.
He was 23 years old with his whole future in front of him.
No doubt about it, but that is a fact.
Klay Thompson is 34.
This is different. And we're talking about pride. Man, Stotty, where's this thing going? And again,
5-1-0. Curry took 4 for 44. And you know what? That was no hometown discount back in the day.
And that was a different Curry then.
That was a Curry. That was the peg leg Curry.
Yeah, that
was the pirate.
Yeah.
He's playing on one leg.
I hope you don't hear, but yeah.
Why? This is
that was a shot. The peg leg. Peg hit me. I don't know why it set me up. In no world does a basketball player want to hear anything about his game or body. Peg.
It's in the past.
Yeah. Shout out Peg Bundy.
Let me tell you something about Steph. If he were listening there, you know what? He giggled.
You think so?
Oh, he definitely giggled at that. And then he probably said, that guy's such a D. But I bet he giggled.
He got a podcast, him and Pops.
Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. I got no interest in that podcast, Goo. I'm sorry. None. I don't.
The biggest reason you say
because
that.
I don't find either of those guys truly compelling.
Curry?
He's the nicest guy in the world. He plays everything down the middle. He's complimentary of most things.
Well, on the podcast, talked about when he went at a fan because the heckler said something in the 2013 playoffs about Aisha, and Steph talked to him. It was
Let me guess, Steph said, please don't say that about my wife.
It would not. It had a little more.
That's worth 40 minutes.
Yeah. He was saying it, say it to my face. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Steph
was hot.
Steph has a human side. Yeah, I mean, listen, Steph's the greatest. And I would love for any of my daughters to marry him. He's the marrying type of son-in-law you'd love to have. But I wouldn't. I'll bet you that podcast ain't breaking into the top 3 anytime soon.
So now we're going ratings? I don't know. I like hearing Steph talk.
About what?
Life. One of the greatest interviews that you and I have ever done, I believe, is getting that guy to open up. He opened up for us. We were in the concert. Opened up in regard to giving us some insight to what makes him tick. I hear everything. For that thing came from that.
We knew that.
But
I know because before,
yes, thank you, Evan. Evan was there.
But see, that's where you got to put the breadcrumbs together. Long before he ever said, I know everything, he dubbed himself the Petty King.
Yeah.
So we already knew. Pool. It might have been confirmation. Yeah. Evan's got this grin on his face that I want to wipe off so bad.
Probably about Friday. Dude, maybe we'll do a podcast on that. The day
now that I would listen to. Okay, and you know what? When we do this, I do sometimes understand that people listening are like, what are you talking about? Well, I'll tell you what we're talking about. It's on Friday. Great week. I thought it was one of our best weeks ever.
I missed 2 days.
Well, I missed the day. You know what? I missed the day, too. You missed 2. Evan stepped. Evan stepped.
I'm like, I'm hurt, but go ahead. Evan's incredible.
It was one of our best weeks because we utilized everybody. Everybody contributed to the win. And it was one of those weeks you look at the box score and you're like,
management.
It was one of those weeks you look at the box score and you're like, boy, Steiny averaged 23 this week, Goo 22, Evan 22. Look at the K-Man at 19. Yeah, right. And we're like, no wonder we won by
showed up, by the way, after we left. K made a cameo.
They let him in? It was packed. Did you have to get by a bouncer?
Oh, he went and met him. My bad.
Yeah, I had to go to the ship. I wasn't at the ship.
My bad, K.
So we go to our favorite establishment, the Old Ship, and it's a normal Friday, and we're not thinking too much of it. Yeah, some people in there, certainly not empty, certainly not packed. Next thing you know, one by one, here come people. Young people.
Boy.
Men. Women. 25. 40. 35. Black. White. Yellow. Green. Purple. Every color. Every age group. It was unbelievable. So I, of course, don't talk to anybody in that situation, but Goo's a little more loquacious.
You were so close you had to talk.
Yeah, I know you did.
Evan looked like he was telling tourists what to do. Like, you had to talk.
So we're like, what is going on? This place is packed. They used the phrase that I'd never heard before, and now I know why I've never heard it, because it must be an indication of the kind of companies I work for.
Which is?
No shade. So apparently Friday, June 14th, is bonus day. Bonus day.
I didn't hear this. Incredible.
It's normally the 15th, but the 15th was on a Saturday. Apparently it's the first check after June, the June 1st check, where some great companies give their employees half their bonus.
Come on, man.
It was.
Is that what that was about?
They were celebrating bonus day.
What a concept.
And they were all there because they'd received all their bonuses.
That's why everybody was nice and happy and over talkative.
Exactly.
Like I wanted, like, no, my lips hurt.
Exactly. And
wow.
So, you know me, when I hear something like that, I got questions. So I'm like, okay.
How much?
Well, of course. I said, not every employee gets a bonus. I mean, come on. And the woman or the man, I can't even remember, said, no, everybody. Everybody.
Wow.
And then I said, well, how much did you get?
Oh, my God.
And she wouldn't say. And I said, I'll bet it was more than like $2,000.
Possibly.
She's
You were fishing.
10? Was it more than 10,000? You got more than 10. No, I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't want to know.
We didn't have to know.
People that you.
The bottom line
It's
is
a
we
bonus,
all
Donnie.
put our wallets away.
And it worked because everybody in that place was happy.
Anyway. Hey, Odyssey. Bonus day.
Send the email. You just did your survey.
Where's the suggestion box? Somebody get me the suggestion box. Bonus day.
That's tight.
Well, we did just take a survey.
I know we did.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Took you like 2 months.
You're not the boss of me.
Nah, but
I'm saying if you had waited another month, you would have been able to actually add a suggestion
You were
that
the
could
last
help
to do
the
it.
rest
I
of us.
appreciate you, Evan. I was like, well, he's in a good mood. I ain't going to mess with him. Can we turn the golf thing, the U.S. Open off? Rory.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
He did his own sideshow in the parking lot. He did talk to reporters. And, dude, no, he burnt rubber. That's what made it worse.
I didn't see
I think
that
he's going to cry when he get in the car.
Okay, so what? Are you one of those guys that laughs at men who cry?
No.
You laughed at Adam Morrison, didn't you, when he sat on the floor of the Oakland Arena after UCLA had outscored him
Nick
42-0?
Sirianni, I cry at. The national anthem's being played in the Super Bowl and you're crying. Focus, come on. You got a game to win. Those are crocodile tears to me.
Adam Morrison's in his own category.
No, Dad,
though.
not
He's
like
breaking
Adam.
down as the game was still going on.
Dude was a diabetic.
Well, it all
man
happened right in front of his eyes.
Yeah.
That was. I remember
I got respect
watching
for him, man. Dude was a baller. And he was a diabetic, hooping.
Yeah. So, U.S. Open golf yesterday, Bryson DeChambeau won. Rory McIlroy finished in second. McIlroy missed 2 chippies. I shouldn't say chippies because people think they're chip shots.
Would you like to hear the call?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Here we go.
Because a lot has come out of this now.
Excruciating decade-long wait and excruciating short misses for McIlroy coming down the stretch.
Excruciating.
So he missed 2 out of 3 makeable
A decade
putts.
worth. Like he's got ghost.
You need to be careful here.
On this course.
Talking golf.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean it. I got old notepad.
I mean, here's what I said to Goo. Goo said, boy, I said, well, Rory's Steph Curry. He's got 4 titles. He's got 4 majors. Yeah, he let one slip away. Oh, boy. And you know what? He messed up. He is going to live without one forever. He does have 4 majors. But here's my thing.
I want to fight you on, is he still like, would Tiger or Jack be Steph?
Oh, well, okay. My point is he's won the big prize 4 times.
But he struggled at this course.
I guess so. I didn't realize. But he shot better than 145 out of the 146.
Oh, no, it was there for him to win.
So he didn't really struggle at the course.
2 4 feet or less putts, Donnie. He missed. Evan and I can make those, you think, right?
No, not necessarily. Right. But pros make them. I'm not going to stand up for him and say he didn't do this, didn't do that. Couple things, though. He didn't talk to the media. So what?
Yeah, I'm not.
Who cares?
You don't hear me say anything about that. I don't
Who cares? Okay.
And what can you say?
My point is this. We hate when athletes are fake. We hate it. He's fake. But then a guy misses 2 monster putts on 16, 17, and 18, and he's broken. He's wrecked. Clearly, he's despondent. And he's like, I just don't want to, I can't deal with it right now.
I hear you.
You know what? He'll deal with it in a week. He'll deal with it in a month, and he'll come out and he'll say, you know what? Should I have talked? Yes, I should have talked. But in that moment, I was so upset, I don't think I could have made it through. What's wrong with something? Good.
I don't think he's getting a lot of shade for.
No, a lot of people.
Oh, okay. Steve.
Yeah, you got to be standing. You got to
face the music.
Yeah, and I understand that sentiment. I do, but
he was hurt, man.
He was hurt. Nobody would begrudge Steph Curry not coming to the podium. Now, you might say, well, Steph would always come to the podium, and you might be
and that's
right.
what makes him Steph.
Well, and would Klay come to the podium?
I can see him not. Yeah, 50-50.
Draymond? I don't know. And that's my point. Okay, he didn't come to the podium. He should have come to the podium, but he didn't. Who cares?
I don't think Klay Thompson went to the podium after the play-in game.
I was just going there. Well, that game never happened, so the press conference never happened
Well,
either.
the Warrior fans, it did happen. Gosh.
See, that's the thing on social media that actually was the biggest thing for me was when you said that Klay responded to somebody on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, that was Evan.
Do you have that in front of you, Evan, when he said that about the...
Someone posted a comment. It was like on a previous picture. It wasn't on one of his recent ones, but it was something like, oh, haha, over 10, blah, blah, blah. And he responded by saying...
This is great.
Eat your greens and get some sleep. And basically just killed him with kindness. Like
That's what I'm doing nowadays.
But he did respond to somebody.
Didn't he use a term for him that was kind of funny, like a slugger or a champ? Something like that. Eat your greens, youngin', or something like that. Anyway.
Young buck.
That's what it was, young buck.
I just want to know, like DeChambeau or even Tiger, Jack, what do you do after you win the big tournament like that on a day like Father's Day? Do you go pour a shot of whatever you like to drink, whiskey, whatever? You go eat? Or you just, what do you do? Well,
Kevin?
Do you want to know what he actually did?
Yeah.
Because he said, well, I'll party, but I'm not going to drink. He goes, I want to have as much chocolate milk as I can, though.
Those guys are different.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if DeChambeau doesn't drink.
Because party means different for a lot of different folks.
Yeah, I mean, if Rory had won it, he would have been drinking last night.
Or doing whatever.
I don't know if DeChambeau drinks or not. He might have.
Chasky told me he lost some weight, too. It got big.
Well,
he put on some.
Well, he's kind of at the forefront of muscular golfers. Yeah. Really work on strength, although they all do now. Tiger did back in his day.
But Rory did. Like, Rory was
no doubt
twig when he won his first U.S. Open.
And let's be honest, at least up until yesterday, I think Rory was more well-liked than DeChambeau. I was pulling for Rory.
Man.
But DeChambeau,
he was dope. I was with him. I was like, I'm feeling this. We were watching.
But Bryson DeChambeau has turned his image around.
So how many is that for him? Do you know off the top?
Two
wow.
majors.
So Rory's got 4.
Yeah. But Rory hasn't won one in about 10 years now, but he's knocked on the door. It's the nature of golf. I do want to... So, I was thinking about that today. So, Rory McIlroy, this is what I always say. Sometimes you get beat, sometimes you lose. He lost yesterday. He had that thing, and he lost. Sometimes you play well, and you get beat, but he should have won that game.
No, that was his tournament to lose.
Yeah.
All right.
Matt Roy was more upset about some hecklers telling him to go back to his home country. Well, there was some USA chants, for sure.
I'm noticing hecklers getting a little more looser and louder on the golf course.
Of course they are, because people like you continue to embolden them.
People like you, I wouldn't heckle. No, seriously, at a golf course.
No, but here's what you like to do. You like to go on social media, and when someone sticks it to somebody else, or has a good one-liner, or puts them down, you're the one like with the prayer hands up or the applause meme because you approve of that.
Boy, man. Oh, man.
I mean, golf's different, though.
New York Times said he choked.
I need to see the context.
I got it right here, but it said
read
choked.
it to me.
Give me 2 seconds.
Because I'd be surprised if an editor let that word in unless it were a quote from somebody.
Could be a column.
Yeah, yes, no, that's what it was, Evan. It was a column.
There you go.
But the choke was in the headline.
But
an opinion piece.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Give me a second.
And we were talking about this yesterday. golfers get treated unfairly because it's just one guy. In basketball, so you have to finish the round. I liken that to, here's what I think, Rory, I don't think he missed 4 free throws like Nick Anderson.
Yeah, you said that earlier.
But here's what I think it was.
There's some of it in there, though, Stoney, because they were chippies.
Here's what it was. It's
2 of them.
It's Rory's on the Warriors, okay? He's got 2 free throws with 11 seconds, with 9 seconds left, and the Warriors are up 2.
Yeah.
He makes both, it's over, pretty much. But he made 1, okay? He only made 1. So now it's a 3-point game. He could have put it away to 4. Okay, so now the other team comes down and
ties.
Maybe they get a quick 2. The other team comes out, get quick 2. They're still down 1, and they're going to play the foul game again. They play the foul game again, and they foul.
And
they foul Rory with 4 seconds. He makes 1 of 2 again, and then you get beat by a 3. That's kind of the way I look at it. Which, any way you look at it, it was very similar to when Klay talked about the time he missed 2 free throws and he went home in his uniform.
I'll never forget that one.
Okay, when was it? Who was
Early
it against?
on, Clippers. I think it was the Clippers.
That was Denver. I don't know. You just said you'd never forget, so I thought you'd have a detail
but
or
I
two.
forgot. Yeah.
Next question.
Thank you.
But if you're a pro golfer, you've let stuff slip away.
But you guys are the golfers.
They're more likely to let something slip away, or they're more likely to miss a putt and another guy make it. To me, it's more a part of the game of golf. In basketball, if you're feeling pressure, you know what you do? Just run to the corner. Just don't touch the ball.
Right.
Just let Curry do it.
You don't have that
Just let
option.
Curry dribble and take a bad shot. And if I'm standing in the corner, I'm not going to get blamed for it.
So I know what Evan thought about Rory's performance and what he would use, the word he used to describe it. You not being on social media, when Willard and Dibbs get in here, is there any doubt in your mind from what you know of your 2 friends that they'll say, nah, Rory didn't choke, but it might have been something else? Or do you think it'll be that zest of what's on social media? He choked that.
I feel like it'd be because he wasn't leading. He was down by a couple strokes.
He
was playing incredible. He birdied 4 of 5 and then kind of fell apart. So it felt like watching an underdog team in the NBA, say, their star player going for 30 through 3 quarters and then just getting shut out in the 4th. They were in the position to win because of him, but he also needed a little bit more and he didn't give it to you.
No doubt. Yeah. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, he entered the 4th quarter. He was down. They were down about 10 because I think he was down 3 strokes. He made a run. He tied. He went ahead, and then he couldn't sustain it at the end. Yeah. Hey, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. There is something about Rory losing it and how that compares to somebody in a team sport losing it. And what we think of him. I mean, can we compare Rory McIlroy to Chris Paul III or Barkley or somebody who
Dan Marino?
Yeah, or Dan Marino. Or is Rory more elevated because he's already won a few majors? All right, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
He's addressing the ball. He takes a swing. I don't see what happened. We're on the delay. Oh boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you what, if need be in a pinch, if you need a play-by-play man in a pinch. Sometimes what you leave unsaid says it all.
Yeah. And for a while, I've left a lot unsaid about Billy and Hatco. But the more I think about that day, Evan, the fact that they were going to be that cruel and I would have been in pain had I connected on that first initial tee shot, it bothers me. Billy, talk to me. And the golfing gods made me miss it, come right back, and I was proud of my second hit, which I could make contact. But the guy came up to me and said, dude, had you hit that? Your hand, it was going to be like baseball players when they hit the ball and it's just like, ow, and you drop the bat.
That's not my understanding.
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, my understanding
My guy told me the ears would have been ringing and your hands. How cruel.
My understanding is it's a very common practical joke that you play on novice golfers, and you can find those novelty balls that explode. There you go, another drop. At a variety, at any Dick's Sporting Goods or Golf Galaxy. I don't think you would have gotten hurt. I got to believe the company that makes it probably makes it so that something can't go hit somebody in the eye. Yeah. But you asked a question, and it's funny because
just random. I thought about it.
I love golf, but I'm relatively new to the sport. So you said, Steiny, who's the best golfer from the Bay? Like, who's the most famous golfer from the Bay?
That's the greater Bay Area, everywhere.
Yeah. So I first said Tiger. I said, but he's not from, I said he grew up in L.A. and he went to Stanford. And then I remembered, because I used to like this guy a little bit as a kid, Johnny Miller.
Okay.
Johnny
who I'm familiar
Miller.
with, but not to the degree to where he would hold that title to me.
Johnny Miller's a big boy back with in the Nicholas
From San
era.
Francisco.
Correct.
All right.
But then we had, and I'm sure there's more, and 888-957-9570 is the number. But the other one, like on the tour now, there's Colin Morikawa.
Okay, all right.
Now, he went to Cal. Like, he played golf at Cal. I don't know where he's from, but Max Homa.
Okay.
I know he's from L.A., but he went to Cal, and now he's
And I'll give you that, but I'm looking like born in San Leandro or Oakland or San Francisco.
I think it's got to be Johnny Miller, but I'm sure there are others.
Walnut Creek, Union City, anywhere, Hayward.
I don't know about the Union.
East Palo Alto, everywhere. San Ramon. Pleasanton.
I mean, I don't know if I should.
Roseville.
I don't know if I should just. That's not the Bay anymore.
But it's still our hood.
Well, but if someone were.
Roseville's pushing it too.
First of all, if you're from Roseville, you're not from the Bay.
Can I say this about
You're then Sacramento's greatest athlete if you're in Roseville. And I know who it is. Summer Sanders on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Not even close. You don't know who Summer Sanders is? Do your Olympic research. Do your Olympic research and get
version
back
of
to
the
me.
buzzer. Like he didn't say count the bucket on that one.
Dude, she's one of the greatest
she is.
swimmers of all time.
I got Ledecky. You see what she did this weekend?
Oh, God. She's like a minnow to Summer Sanders.
Dude,
it's about to be Barracuda in about 2 months.
I'll give you know what? Ledecky's okay. She's a little bit okay. She's all right. But Summer Sanders was. I think Summer Sanders probably won four goals.
She's big time.
I know Larry Sanders.
Man.
You mean Larry? You mean Shandling? Gary Shandling.
He was one of the best ever. I just pictured him laughing right now.
He was pretty funny.
Boy.
All right, I'll go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby is
What's
back.
up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, thank you for taking the call. Hey, I want to talk about I don't think Rory choked. I feel very strongly that Bryson won versus Rory choked. But before I get into that, I would like to just follow up on the whole Joey Chestnut conversation you guys had last week.
All right.
After I got off, I think Giddens was your host. So sorry, Goo. I think
it's all good. I was hurt a little bit, Bobby. Yeah.
Yeah, but let me just say this. I feel like you guys had some follow-up conversation on that during the crossover, and you guys really are not giving Kobayashi his due. I really feel that Kobayashi opened the world's eyes to what is possible with competitive hot dog eating. And yes, Joey Jaws Chestnut took it to the next level, but he's the one that made that contest. So I think you boys better put some respect on his name, because Joey Chestnut is standing on Kobayashi's shoulders. So please, give a little more respect to Kobayashi.
Well, Bobby, no, I'm going to let you finish, because I need to jump in here right now and just apologize immediately if I did, in fact, do that. I wasn't here. Well, it was Friday, I think, so you might have been. But anyway, no, if that were me and if anyone was offended, I apologize. So, Bobby, thanks for calling me on that. Oh.
Yeah. Evan ran him.
You said thanks for calling. That's generally when you're done with them.
Yeah.
Bobby, call back.
I'm Team Evan on that.
Did you not hear me say, Bobby, let me jump in and apologize, and I'll let you finish?
You won me back, Snow.
All right, if I can peel back the curtain a little bit, this is a subjective part of the show. Because often what you guys will do is ask a question immediately, or you'll just start talking. And even sometimes you'll ask a question, and then you'll start rambling and forget that you had the caller on, and then say, thanks for calling.
That's goo. That's not me.
You're culpable too.
Hey, we had some good times together now, Evan and I, while you're gone.
All that is true, and your job is not one that you must improvise at times on the job. Nevertheless, it needs to be understood that at least at today, what happened to Bobby was because of you.
He's back.
You made the call.
Oh, he's back. There we go.
On Bobby. I did not.
Bobby's back.
Because he wanted to get something. He wanted to talk about DeChambeau and
yeah.
You got him back, Stoney.
No, we don't yet.
Yes, he said it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Bobby, what's up?
Boy.
Yeah. Hey, Giddens, man, you're so quick with the trigger. You're so quick with the trigger. So thank you, Mr. Steinmetz. So I would like to say, first of all, I have not watched golf in probably 20-plus years. I don't really like the game. But from what I read, Bryson DeChambeau got up and down, had a Sandy from 55 yards out onto a Sunday green at the U.S. Open. How can one say that Rory McIlroy choked versus Bryson DeChambeau making one of the greatest up and downs probably in U.S. Open history to secure the victory? How can we say this is about Rory McIlroy versus just the brilliance of Dame Dollar-like performance over Paul George hitting that three in the playoffs?
Bobby, I did not say choke and never would. I'm defending it less today than I ever have. But no, there's stuff about golf. Some people consider getting a little tight choking. I don't.
But the energy around
go ahead, Bobby. I don't want to
let him go again. Or not.
Oh, I love it.
Let him finish up with a final thought.
I got no more final thoughts. I love you guys.
All right, take it easy, B.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it.
But the energy,
love you too, Bobby.
They're calling you quick draw Giddings. But the energy, to your basketball analogy, Steiny, to me, because I turned it on, and Evan had tweeted, Rory's incredible, and he was in the zone. I thought he was up 8. I thought Rory went into the 4th and blew the lead. No, he was down 9 or 11, came back, and had a little. It was there, but
it's
what he's taking on social media to me is he blew a 12.4 quarter lead.
Well, no, I think if you could, no, that's not.
No, it's not.
I think you can make a very apropos basketball analogy to what happened with Rory and DeChambeau. And by the way, I'd love to kind of have this discussion today at 888-957-9570. You guys know I hate the word choke and I hate choker. And that's why I sometimes say he's a choke artist. But I hate it, especially when we're talking about somebody like Rory McIlroy, who's won 4 majors. So he's been at the pinnacle, just like Steph Curry has. And sometimes Steph Curry misses a foul shot, and it's like sometimes you just miss. Having said all that, I mean, Rory missed 2 putts on the last 3 holes that I think you can say it's like a foul shot for an 85%er at that level, and he missed 2 of them. Okay, that all happened. So people are going to say, but in terms of basketball, I think he was down 3 entering the day. 3 strokes. That's all that matters. Right. It doesn't matter like how high they score. So he's down 3. To me, that's the equivalent of starting off a basketball game in the NBA down 12.
You got time. Yeah.
You got time. But you're down 12, maybe 13. Yeah. And 888-957-9570 if you think this is off. I'm not saying I know it all. Then about halfway through the 4th, Rory got hot. And he came back from a 12-point deficit, and he took the lead at the 6-minute mark about, and then with 3 minutes left, he was up 6.
Yeah, I'm liking this game.
He got up 6. And then he couldn't close it. If he would have made a couple, if the team was up 6, then the other team comes back and beats him.
And there was a hack of Rory, and he missed the free throw.
No, it would be more that you look back and you say, man, if Steiny makes that little 4-footer on the baseline, we're not talking about this. If Goo didn't lose that possession, if Evans in and out with a minute 15 and we win that game. Yeah. But no, it lipped out.
Like you hit a 30-footer at the end of the shot clock, and then you come and you miss like a pull-up jig in the free throw line.
Yeah.
Like you hit the tough one, and then you kind of blow the bunny.
Bucket.
Yeah. I mean, did he blow it?
His reaction was to him leaving and burning to rubber. I think he knows, to him, he has high standards.
Oh, there's
like, that was effing mine.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, I don't think anybody...
Right.
To Bobby's point, though, DeChambeau didn't play on a fairway, it felt like, for half of the round.
And
he was incredible. Like his second shot was impeccable.
Half of the round.
So he did kind of earn it, but I think just the lasting image of Rory missing a 3-footer to at least force a playoff was the tough part.
I mean, the other thing is, golf is, it's different. For example, sometimes like 2 guys can hit virtually the same shot, and one guy will get totally screwed, and the other guy will get fortunate, and it's the difference in 2 strokes.
Now, how can it be the same shot then if it could be that drastic?
Because, okay, I'm on the tee yesterday, and I hit a ball right up the left side of the fairway. It's not too far left, so it's going to go into the trees, but it ain't in the fairway. And what happens? It hits the cart path, goes boom, big bounce, hits the cart path again, big bounce around the corner, and when I get up there, it's laying on grass.
Oh, man.
And it gone further than a normal drive because it hit the cart path. So
there was some luck involved.
So, but if I hit that shot 1 foot further left, it's in the hazard.
Yeah.
It's in the hazard, and that's going to cost you 2 strokes. So there's an element of golf, and that's the one thing about Bryson. Like did he make a clutch? Clutch, yes. But he wasn't driving it in the fairway at all yesterday.
Yeah.
And his ball seemed to go into really tricky areas, but he could always play it out. If 1 or 2 of his missed drives would have ended up behind a little plant instead of beside a little plant on sand, he's in big trouble. But hey, that's golf.
No doubt.
You don't want to be in trouble, don't go over there. Joe's in Oakland. Hey, Joe. How you doing? It does seem to me like, Joe. It does seem to me that like a lot of people watched the golf yesterday.
No, and that was, maybe it was good that the NBA wasn't on.
Right.
When we know the 2-3-2 had a lot to do with it. But that was the thing. And when I got Evan's text, I was like, I'm the only guy that said Happy Father's Day. We want to talk about that on the Vine. But anyway, I'm like, man, where my guys at? And then when Evan tweeted, I said, I should have knew. Everybody's locked in. You were golfing, got done watching it. The world was watching it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too. Is I'm looking at the names. It's Rory. It's DeChambeau, and when I watched yesterday, I didn't think of this today because like I'm going to watch golf no matter what. You don't watch golf all the time.
And Dibs is watching it during the week.
But what you're telling me is You watch golf,
yes, we did.
Evan, how much golf you watch in your, daily?
Not a ton, but I like individual sports. I watch more tennis, but
okay. But did you watch the U.S. Open yesterday?
Yes, I watched the whole round.
Why?
Partially because it was on, and then once the main group came on, because there was actually a contest. Like Rory had a chance, and it looked like pretty early there might be an actual close finish.
Why'd you watch it?
Because I knew that it was neck and neck, and it was coming down to. It was Father's Day, so we needed something.
Okay, let me ask you this: did you? When did you know, or did you know last week, that the golf tournament they were going to play this weekend is one of the most important?
Norm was watching. He watches because all he has is his dojo.
Right.
And he was dialed in. So even if I had not been there or Father's Day, he would have been watching. So he had it on.
But you might not have been.
Yeah, no doubt.
I got you. Yeah. No, I'm trying to figure out who watched yesterday, because it sounds to me like a lot of people who are casual fans watched. And if that's the case, what you saw was incredible.
But I told you
it was
about,
almost perfect.
Real quick here, Easter is synonymous for my father and I to celebrate Easter watching the Masters.
Right.
We have no control over the end, but so many times we've seen Tiger is close. There's nothing. That was Easter yesterday.
Gotcha.
It was like, damn, and it's coming down to and then the world was watching. And that's when Twitter, and I know you're off, or social media was incredible, because now I'm watching not just with Pops and my family, 50 million people.
Well, see, here's the thing, and this is where Dibs is, you got to rely on Dibs. See, I don't even know, and maybe Kay knows. Yesterday was Father's Day.
Yeah.
Is every U.S. Open final round, does it always dovetail on a Father's Day? Is it always on a Father's Day, the final round of the U.S. Open? Is the final round of a certain tournament always on a certain day?
No,
I don't,
because I would have some experience.
Yes, it always falls on Father's Day.
The U.S. Open.
Open Sunday always falls on Father's Day.
Okay.
Wow.
So that's a big part of it then. That's a big part of it. Why maybe a lot of people were just watching because they're younger and their dads were laying around.
But my memories are the Masters on Easter. And damn, he just tells me the U.S. Open goo has been. I'm just saying.
Find out about the Masters. I bet that sometimes falls on Easter.
And that's what I'm guessing.
For sure. I know it does at times. But I want to say, anyway, let's go to Cole in Pleasant Hill. Hey, Cole. How you doing?
Hey, well, I thought I had a doctor's appointment today. I guess I booked it a full month out, but such is life. Gives me a chance to call you guys.
Cool.
This golf stuff, it's so exciting to be talking about it. And one of the big things I think first off is we always talk about what's good for the game, right? And things that are good for the golf game. And I think what happened yesterday is actually, and kind of leading up to it, has been really good for golf. And Bryson's sportsmanship, if you go back a couple weeks, it's just, he was kind of the villain a couple years ago, and then the live stuff happened, and now he just seems to be outgoing, really great guy, standing there signing autographs for everybody who wanted one. We haven't heard about an athlete doing that in a very, very long time. And the fact that he took the time 2 days in a row to handle that with the fans, like, that's pretty incredible. And, the comparison to other sports, I think it's tough, right? I'd say if you want to compare it to like a free throw in basketball, a must make, Rory's putt would kind of say like, hey, you get this free throw, but the rim is tilted a little bit. You're going to tilt the rim just a smidge. And that's a tough putt, I got a chance to play Pinehurst a day before they shut the course down before this tournament, and it's tough. They put a lot more sand into those greens over the weekend. It was into the sand traps over the weekend. The greens were super firm. Great to see. No lost balls,
doubt.
which you just love. And really.
Yeah, thanks, Cole. Can't the boss is listening. Start talking about playing. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, Cole. Cole's right.
Was appointment was for just a check.
It was a doctor's appointment. I thought
it's probably a checkup.
I mean, listen, there's no doubt Pinehurst is a tough course. I mean, it's not Pine Valley, but I mean, it's tough little course.
Yeah. Well, Rory was +3 over the last 4 holes. That tells me it was money time. It's always money time, but towards the end, he didn't do his best work.
Correct. But what must also go in his large body of work is that he has come through in the clutch
He's got
before.
4.
Sometimes you didn't. But you know what? And I always thank him because I haven't bought a sleeve of golf balls in 9 months.
Skinny Bob.
Skinny Bob in El Granada. Skinny Bob, how are you, my man?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Woke up today, another beautiful day in El Granada, thinking of going get some balls at the course.
Sweet.
I want to comment on that game yesterday. No sports on. Not much of a golf enthusiast, though I was a PGA honor caddy in my day as a youth at the Milwaukee Country Club.
Yeah. Milwaukee?
This guy, Rory. Yeah, Milwaukee Country Club. If you ever get a chance to play it, it's probably the best course in Wisconsin. And
better than Whistling Straits?
Well, I haven't been to Whistling Straits, so hard to say, but it sure impressed me. I hitchhiked from a poor neighborhood into the richest neighborhood in Wisconsin, and
so
boy,
you're from Milwaukee originally?
Yeah. North side.
Okay.
How do we not know that? I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, Skinny, I don't want to steal your thunder. You're going to get all the time you need. Milwaukee's one of my favorite cities, and I'm dead serious. Anybody who knows me knows that. All right, let's but talk about Rory real quick.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked. Let me tell you my scenario on that. Caddy. Basically, when Shambo missed his putt early, and Rory in the last 3 holes is seeing what's going on, and they see each other, Shambo opened the door for Rory. He could have been way up, ended that game on that 2.5 footer. Once that thing didn't drop and lift off, that was it. That hole got small. In the next 3 holes, Shambo saw his opening, and I'll tell you, 2 foot, 4 foot, when the pressure's on, you know how that game is. And given any given day, a golfer, just like bowling, when you have it, you have it. When you don't, you're in doubt.
Yep. Thank you, Skinny Bob. Appreciate it.
Go hit him straight.
Go. He doesn't play.
No, he said he was going to the range.
Right. So, and I didn't even get it. He's going to the range so his dog, a husky, can retrieve golf balls and then he can send them to us. That's why we love Skinny Bob. He doesn't play anymore. 888-957-9570 is the number. How many casual fans were into that yesterday? I got to get it more into it on the other side. Don't forget, download that Odyssey app and the QR code and everything on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Guru. It's time for excitement of summer sports.
and you can find those novelty balls that explode.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's pull my finger humor.
Yeah,
we don't like that.
He deserved it, but it was funny. Yeah.
Goo and I agree. Hey, we're talking about the U.S. Open from yesterday, and I do think it's interesting how we talk about it. I've told the story a million times about Don Nelson.
Nelly.
He thought there was a difference between losing and getting beat. If a reporter said, "Did you lose tonight?" and he thought they got beat, he'd say, "We didn't lose, we got beat."
Damn.
If he thought they let one slip away, he'd say, "Yeah, we lost. We lost tonight. We lost tonight." So I am interested in how people are viewing the Rory DeChambeau thing. But let me throw one more factoid in.
Take your time, baby.
Because see, this is what I enjoy. There's 3 levels of golf here. Dibley is an expert.
Okay, gotcha.
He has loved golf his entire life. He knows the history. He knows infinitely more than me.
Cliff Clavin.
I'm kind of in the middle. Last 10, 15 years, I've really gotten into it. You're just learning.
Yeah.
So, yes, Rory McIlroy missed 2 pretty close. Yes, he missed 2 really close putts. But you know what we forgot, Evan, is on hole number 15. So 15, 16, 17, there's only 4 holes left.
Yeah.
4 holes left. DeChambeau had a little 3-footer. DeChambeau had a 3-footer. He's up 1. He had a automatic. He missed it.
Yeah.
He missed it. He missed a chip. Like, he missed a pretty easy putt.
Because he won, we're talking like we just omitted. And not on purpose, though.
And, this is the thing about choking. It's about, you can call it what you want. I'm not getting into it today, but it's about your nerves. It's about your nerves over the ball and your heart rate and all that kind of stuff. And all I'm saying is the reason DeChambeau didn't make the putt at 15, same reason Rory didn't make the putt at 18. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a little more pressure on the one that Rory's taken as opposed to DeChambeau.
And I think that pressure.
I agree with that.
I think the pressure's indistinguishable. That's kind of what I'm saying. When you're at that point.
But even though at 15, you got more holes to make it up if you don't do right. But when Rory took his, you got less time to fix it if you don't do it right.
But what I'm getting at too is everybody's going to say Rory missed 2 of the last 2 putts in the last 3 holes. And I'm just saying on the 4th to last hole, DeChambeau did it.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, we're going to talk about Rory McIlroy the way we're going to talk about Rory McIlroy.
But real quick before you go, what I don't like about golf or individual sports is I'm shocked. I didn't know Rory had 4, but that doesn't carry the weight to where when I say, well, whose tour is it now? Who is the Tiger Woods? I'm not hearing Rory.
Well, it's because
you said he hadn't won in a while.
Right.
But
he's still one of the best players. See, the difference between golf and a game is, in order to win a tournament in golf, you got to be better than 150 guys.
And he was 4 times, Rory.
Right. And yesterday he almost was.
So who would you, if I asked you guys whose league is it now?
Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler.
Right.
But now, Scheffler didn't make the cut, right?
Well, he's a changed man since he went to prison.
Wow, that would give you a 3. How many does he have, Scheffler?
I think he's got about 4 now. Hold on, let me get this.
And his are new. Yeah. As Rory, it's been a little while. And that's interesting. I hadn't heard. Rory was supposed to be the Tiger guy. He was going to take Tiger out. And then
Scheffler has 2, but they're both at the Masters.
Okay, wow.
Right. And Scheffler's 2 have, I think, been, and that's a big part of it. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. What's up, Rich? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I kind of believe, I don't believe that Rory choked. I don't. I kind of think that you have to look at the fact that in the beginning of the match, DeChambeau had the lead pretty much most of the match. I did find out from your producer, he did tell me, I did not know this, that DeChambeau did fall behind. I did not know that. Okay, yeah. But I still think that Rory did not choke. I believe he did lose the match. Although I know that Rory believes he choked, and the reason why is because when it was time to go to the media table, he didn't even show up. So that tells you right there, he believes that he choked. And by the way, shout out Dan Dibley. I saw him at Fremont Bank this weekend. I live less than 2 blocks away from that new bank, and it was nice to be able to meet him in person and talk to him. That was pretty cool.
Wow, that's
Cool,
what's
Rich.
up, Rich. Yeah.
Appreciate it. How about this? Speaking of Dibs, yeah, I watched the U.S. Open with Dibs. See that's why I was so interested in, and the number here is 888-957-9570. Well, we very seldom talk golf, but that thing was compelling yesterday, and I'm wondering, Guru watched it because it's always the 4th round on Father's Day, and he does it with Norm.
Yeah,
but yesterday we were at my buddy Dana's, and we had about 7 guys there.
Wow,
7 or 8 watching it.
So you got there at what time after you golfed?
I got there. Well, I got to his place about 2.
Yeah, I was just.
So I had the last 9 holes, which was perfect.
Man,
what a Father's Day! A lot of guys.
So you already know the answer to the Dibs question. I'm excited about on the crossover.
What
do they think Rory choked? Does Dibs? Well, you being with Dibs yesterday, do you?
I mean,
like you got to bring that home, or is Dibs going to be like, yeah?
I mean, what I'm focusing on today is because I know that I don't like the word choke.
Yeah, we
or
know.
Choke artist or somebody choked.
Yeah.
Is you can call it whatever you want. If you want to call it a choke, you can, but there's nothing official. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's not an official stat on choking.
I got you.
And so,
but we know what it is when we see it.
But if you're going to say, well, if you didn't choke, Steiny, are you telling me that nervousness or tightness had nothing to do? Of course it did.
Well, he's got 4, so now I'm like, you're not a choker. You might have tricked that off, but you beat those nerves on the biggest stage 4 different times, so you're a 4-time champ.
Right.
Choker is when you're trying to get over the hump, like a Dak or a Dan Marino. I'm not calling him a choker. They never Barkley.
Right.
And it wasn't their fault, but their teams, for whatever reason, could never get over the hump.
So in golf, like team sports, it's all about titles.
Yeah.
So the major champions, how many major champions a player has is their biggest stat.
Jack.
Right. Jack's got 18 and Tiger has 14. Or I'm sorry, 15.
Yeah.
So Tiger's not going to catch him. But among these kind of guys.
Well, we don't know that yet.
You're like my buddy.
He didn't even make it.
Yeah. Like the active, just Phil Mickelson.
Okay. Lefty.
Yes. He has 6
Damn.
majors. But he's getting to be 50 years old. So.
But he's had his run, though, Steiny. That's what, and even Rory, and it's still going. But like Phil's a big boy,
right? But
is favorite
Curry and like Joe Montana, there's a new group that usually comes in, and Anyway, Rory's got 4, and I don't know how old he is now. Brooks Koepka has 5. So, yeah,
damn, Koepka's got 5.
Yeah.
How did he do yesterday?
Not well. He was average this tournament.
Wow.
I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, I can't. It's different. Like, anyway, Hex in Berkeley. What's up, Hex? How you doing, man?
Heck of a name.
I'm good. Hey, look, I'm not going to call Rory a choker because he makes a lot of incredible shots under pressure, but there's no question, and I've done it. I've played in a ton of tournaments, and I've played in a lot of matches. And I can tell you, if you miss a putt that close, you've choked on that one shot. It's one shot at a time. So, and it doesn't matter if you only have 3 holes or 8 holes to go. When you miss a putt, and Sonny, your analogy of, it's the end of the game and you're up by 2 and you need to make 2 or whatever, free throws are harder. This is a layup. Okay.
And he said layup.
Nobody's around you, and you run down the court and you miss it. Okay, that happens 1 in 500 times. This type of putt, I can tell you, Rory, when he was a kid, probably wasn't allowed to go home unless he made 100 in a row. I do that all the time. I practice. I cannot leave the green until I get 50 in a row. But I can tell you 2 weeks ago, I missed 3 of these and I choked. Okay. But that happens. I mean, it sucks, but I'm just telling you, Rory knows he choked on these. These are layups, and he missed 2 layups with nobody around him, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But that's what happened.
And that's a great call, Heck.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna take your thunder.
Thanks, Hex. And everything he said, I'm saying, yeah. The only issue I have with Hex is I don't call that choking. I call
what about the layup as opposed to a free throw? Because I think a layup is easier. Obviously, we'll say a layup is easier than a free throw.
I think that was
that.
a little extreme, but I could be wrong. But listen, what I'm saying is when you're lining up over a putt and it's worth something, it's Rory McIlroy.
Feet, yeah.
What I'm saying is Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy, to my way of thinking, were both under a ton of pressure the last 4 holes on all their short putts.
Yeah.
All their short
We're
ones.
talking pros, Steiny.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Both guys in the last 4 holes missed really short putts. I don't call it choking, but I will. Of course, it's nerves. Of course, it's pressure. Of course, it's you start thinking about the ramifications. Like all that is what it is. But they've made enough of them, and they've missed enough over the course of 25 years. Again, if you want to call it choking, that's fine. Right. Call it choking, and I really don't want to get into it because I don't feel strongly about it. It's just like there's pressure.
And I'll say this.
Sometimes you make them, sometimes you don't. And he missed 2 that he's like, I'm not dismissing. Yeah, he's going to think about these 2 putts for the rest of his life. There's no doubt.
Okay, gotcha.
But I don't know if he's like, an athlete doesn't say, oh, God, I choked. They say, I was tight on that last one. That's what I do when I get nervous. I pull it or I push it or whatever.
Was there anything to the statistic that also populated, which he had been 496 for 496?
Yeah, that's big.
On 3-feeder in.
Right. Again.
So the pressure, the stage.
Honestly, he probably doesn't know how he missed those putts.
No doubt.
Like if he's never missed that putt before, that's what might be the most frustrating part is you don't know how you missed it.
And Evan, that's why I believe his reaction was, normally he'll sit and face the music. He got in his car, not to be a jerk, because he was so just flabbergasted, Steiny, of how he, normally 2 chippies, he missed. And I love the Nelly thing, but I would just tell Nelly, we got beat or we lost. It still goes under the same column, but that's how you feel about the game. I like that, but him getting in the car driving off tells me if he were right here, he'd be like, fellas, I tricked that off. I don't even care what they're saying. And if you want to say I choked, you can say it because I'm disgusted. Rather than I had my best stuff, it wasn't good enough, Steiny beat me. I mean, Steiny, Evan said what? The 196, however much, like, dude, those were less than 4 feet on the 2
No
putts.
doubt. But I think the other thing is golf is a sport where when you fail, it's something like that.
Oh, man.
It just is. And
wow.
And I guess here's like the only thing that gets me a little is if you're going to use the word, why are we the judge of if something mental was the reason another guy failed?
Because they're so, I believe, gifted physically. They're so the big man on campus in every facet of their life that the only thing that really is challenging to a pro is the competition component. So on the biggest stage with the world watching on Father's Day, a putt that we all know this dude can make 98 out of 100 times, guys like me, gals like me can watch and say that guy choked. But they say it, I believe, from a vantage point of knowing is hella hard to do. And they're so good, Steiny, that the only time that they're ever under this pressure is on the biggest stage.
So I'm going to find the game. But you remember when they used to have the Super Bowl and there used to be, there probably still is, great NBA game used to be on before the Super Bowl.
The Saturday night, you mean?
No, the Sunday.
You're talking about the Sunday. Oh, okay.
It would be the Celtics. Anyway, one game, it was the Celtics and the Sixers, so they're playing mid-season, and the Celtics are up 2 with the ball, and Bird got fouled. Game's in January. Bird gets fouled. He's got 2 foul shots Celtics up 2. He missed them both. And Julius Erving banks in a 3 to win the game for the Sixers. Did Bird choke?
I think he would tell you he choked.
I bet you Bird would just say, guy missed.
But he never, in that scenario, would miss those 2.
I mean, I could argue that he wasn't nervous because all he's got to do is make 2, and he's done that forever.
But when something happens that is abnormal,
why does it have to be a choke?
Because it was at the end of the finality of it all.
Right, I get it, but I think there's some things that, like, that's the nature of sports. You win, you lose. A guy wins and plays terrific, and there's going to be a loser who could have done 2 or 3 things or whatever. And I don't think it's fair to categorize one as more I guess what I'm saying is, like, okay, so Michael Jordan never choked? Did Michael Jordan ever choke in his career, in his life?
Boy, 6-0 in the finals, 6 final MVPs.
So we're talking about series.
No, well, we're talking about the biggest stage for me.
Well, sometimes he was trying to make varsity in high school, right?
Yeah, dude, that one. But what about when he got swept or he didn't even qualify for the playoffs? There was nothing to choke. It was obvious to anybody watching a Bull game, he doesn't have enough. He's spectacular.
But what if
you're saying choke?
So you're saying Michael Jordan never missed a big free throw, and the Bulls lost a game because I just explained one in the regular season.
I gotta believe there's something.
Okay, so Jordan has choked,
but to answer that, and Evan hitting and I love the buzzer for the better. Is there anything that comes to your mind to where we could say, you know what? When he came back wearing 45 against Orlando Magic, bringing the ball up, Nick Anderson stole it from him, and he fell down. They called Magic Tragic Johnson after the 84 conference finals against the Rockets. They were calling him Tragic Johnson. Jordan don't have that on his just turnovers. He just was lemon booty, and Magic owned it. Went to the lab the offseason, came back. Tragic Johnson.
My point is I don't think there's any difference between Jordan, Magic, and Bird, and I would never say any of them ever did that. Ever. They missed some big shots, but
choking in an 82-game series like that example you brought up to me means like that doesn't constitute choking in Game 7 in that scenario. That's a choke. I wouldn't say
who's ever choked in Game 7.
Do you want to be honest?
Yeah.
LeBron James was going to never live that down against the Warriors until Kyrie Irving hit that shot, I believe. But that didn't happen.
I just ask a lot of questions. So in other words, it's
got to be a big stage for me, Stein.
Right. And how about this?
Right.
How about this? By your way of thinking, Shaquille O'Neal could never choke at the line. How do you tell the difference between Shaquille O'Neal feeling pressure when he misses and not feeling pressure when he misses?
Because nobody ever expects him to make it because he's never been efficient.
Exactly right.
To his point, to his credit, even though he missed, they always seem to get over, and it never cost him.
Okay, so Shaq has never dealt with pressure.
Oh no, he got swept by the Rockets.
So did he choke in that series?
I don't believe so. But if you want to say that, I guess
I wouldn't say. That's what I mean. I
see
wouldn't
where
say
you're going.
I'm not saying I'm right,
Talk to me, Evan. No, I hear you, and I appreciate it.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to use the term.
Bill Buckner choked. That ball was hit right to him. If he feels that, Evan, that to me is a choke. Is that the reason they lost this series? No, but you know what I mean? Choking is one specific play to where Evans wide open, he dropped it, we lose the Super Bowl. Then I would apply that to you.
Well, I do think it depends on who you're rooting for. Like, if you're rooting for Goliath, then you feel like he choked when he loses to David. But if you're David, then
I ain't mad at that at all.
It's over. I mean, like, I think LeBron James in the 2011 finals choked.
Was Steiny.
They should have beat the Mavericks.
Remember, he just didn't even look like himself.
He had like 9 points in the finals.
He wasn't even shooting in the form. Now,
wait a minute.
Houston, when they beat Thurl Bailey.
What about it?
With Valvano. Who did they beat when
Houston?
that won? But
I don't believe in the word, so I'm going to tend
okay, gotcha.
I don't think
that was an upset.
I don't think Freddie Brown choked when he threw the ball. No,
Steiny,
I thought he lost his mind.
Yeah, and
I thought I don't know why Worthy was trailing.
Yeah, but that was a choke.
Okay.
Yeah, and he probably would tell you.
Well, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that. He might tell you that. When is the last time that you scored a basket? The other team walked the ball up the court, and there was a defender behind the play.
Who got a gift, though?
Why was Worthy in the back? But I'm just saying.
I hear you. Yeah. Rory went home mad because he knows he's better than that. That's all. I think if he would have did the Don Nelson and said, you know what, DeChambeau was better than me, he would have talked. I almost appreciate. I didn't want to hear from him, Steiny. He was pissed off, and he'll probably be like, you can say I choked. I did.
I guess let me just make it clear.
Like, he has reason to believe that he was the better player and lost.
Yeah, right.
What is that?
Well, it's just something other than the word choke. Like, I just have a problem. Like, and I'll do it this way. Like, I don't think Steph Curry choked when he threw the behind the back pass out of bounds in Game 7 of the NBA
was just
Finals.
one of a few plays. I got you.
But in everybody else's, that would be what more that's a choke. I mean, that's a choke, right? If
that's a turnover to me.
So how's that different than Fred Brown?
Because it wasn't at the end of the.
And he was a Golden State Warrior.
Nah, but Steiny, there were some other.
Let's do it this way. Has Steph Curry ever choked in a game?
Probably.
Yeah.
And I don't think so.
Yeah. All right.
Like, I just wouldn't. I guess it's. You can call it choking. I'll say, yeah, he came up short, or he didn't come through. But the idea, like, I just would never say Steph Curry choked, because I don't know that the one he missed was necessarily because of some way he was feeling inside or outside.
The closest thing for Steph, I would believe, when he was hampered and he couldn't get past Kevin Love. But people looked at that like that was a healthy Steph Curry. But some people held that against him.
Choked for that, though.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about a moment, but blowing a 3-1 finals lead is I think about as close to choking
team
as you
wide.
can get.
Like, that's not one. That's just a team,
right? And I guess
Boston did it to the Yanks.
See, they came back down 3-0.
Thank you.
Right.
But 3-0
again
in the NBA has never been done. That's why I want to know the difference.
Well, again,
it's what never happened.
If you're going to ask Steiny, name the list of guys who you consider chokers, I would probably come up with. If you made me, I'd probably say 2 or 3 in my lifetime. That guy Vanderbilt. Okay, if I'm not. But
did McCaffrey choke in the Super Bowl?
No, he fumbled.
Yeah. But let me tell you something. You're right, and I agree. But had that been in the fourth quarter and they were going down to win the game, I believe you could have applied it there. That's all.
You can apply it. That's my point. Is now we're getting to. I think we've gotten to the point where people apply it all the time, and it's like not every game has a choker.
Like, I didn't want that 82 game season to have the choke late. Like, that wasn't worthy of it. Yeah, you messed. You know what I mean? It's got to be playoff finals or something like that. Jackie Smith against the Pittsburgh Steelers for the Cowboys, wide open against the Steelers in the 78-79 Super Bowl. He dropped it wide open, and they lost. He's synonymous with that.
Huh?
Ernest Biner going in at the goal line against the Denver Broncos to win the game, and he fumbles. That's a choke.
But not if he did in the third quarter.
Did Norwood against Buffalo and the Giants in the Super Bowl when he missed that kick?
I don't use the word like you guys use the word. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. You know what? You want to use choke? Go ahead and use choke. But you know what? Y'all use it way too much. Not every game. In fact, very few do. This segment brought to you by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app.
Brought to you by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on Tuesday.
real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And Skinny Bob and the rest of our listeners and Goo and Evan, if you want to say that Rory McIlroy choked, have at it. I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing
and
with
I
you.
like how you're not putting extra on it. I don't like this, Steiny, when you're like, hey, you can do it good. It's okay.
Oh, no, go ahead. No. I remember in the past we had one of these and I got really pissed
you hated
off.
the word.
I still hate the word.
That's
why
kryptonite.
I still don't use it.
But when I walked in, hey, fellas, how you doing? The first thing I said was he choked. And Evan goes, no, that was a choke. And I was like, get him. And then you were just sitting there smiling still. I'd rather just ask questions of you guys, since you guys know all about choking and you guys can define what a choke is and what a choke isn't. Choke artist.
Let me throw this one at you.
Go.
Pick a player.
Kobe Bryant.
Let's pick Matt Steinmetz.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh boy, hold on.
Let's say hypothetically.
Someone get the couch
Say hypothetically. You know what what was I? And I'm going to make up all these numbers. Okay, just what was I as a career free throw shooter?
80.
Yeah.
Let's say 80%.
Yeah.
80%. Okay. What if I told you 5 times in my college career I was at the line in a game-winning situation 5 times shooting 2 free throws?
Okay.
Okay. All right. First game I played, I make both. We win the game.
Boom.
Second, oh my God, 3 weeks later, we're at a 1-point game. I make them both. We win again. Now it's my junior year. Now it's a big game. I'm at the line again for 2. I make 2 again. I've won us 3 games.
Love it.
Okay. And then you know what? I actually do it one more time. I make 2 foul shots. So I'm looking at a number here and I'm like, somebody goes to me, hey, Steiny, do you know in game-winning free throw shoot? No, I forget. They don't say a word to me. They don't say a word, but the fact is I'm 8 for 8 from the line.
100.
In pressure situation. Pressure.
You're better than your average.
Okay. Guess what? We have a 5th game. And the game's on the line. And I make 1 out of 2. Did I choke?
See, it's so different, Steiny.
It's exactly the same.
Scoreboard reads each game's its own entity.
That's right. So you can say, Steiny, in that instance, you choked.
All right, got you. Yeah, but I can't rob you of the. But the other 5 at that juncture.
No, I'm begging you to say I choked there. Did I choke?
Yes, you did.
Okay, even though I choked.
Yeah.
Okay, I choked
in that particular game,
and yet, in those moments, I'm shooting better from the line than I do normally.
Yeah.
Because I went 9 for 10.
Which is almost why it makes it a choke, because it's an anomaly.
Right.
Yeah, but I wouldn't.
They call it an anomaly. Don't call it a choke.
Missing a free throw, Steiny, in an NBA game. I'm even going in the finals. And we got a game tonight. I'm sorry. The way they're coming off their iron now, everybody's missing free throws. I won't call that a choke. But if you're Kyrie Irving or Steph Curry or Kobe or Bird, the guys that are 90, Mark Price, that should make them all, even Klay, that's when you're like, man, I don't know why you missed it, but that's abnormal. Yeah. And that's why I bring up this name, a golfer, Greg Norman, the Shark, Steiny. How could he be so good as a golfer? But if you follow his career, a lot of people say he choked off many majors. Like what would he might? I'm just like, is that fair, or is there when you think of Greg Norman, the Shark?
So in pressure situations, you would use the same word to describe Greg Norman and the fact that he lost 9 leads or whatever he did. It's in the same category as a guy who misses a foul shot in a regular season game one time in his career.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying that I choked. A guy at the free throw line choked. Okay,
but you're not a choker.
He missed the free throw time. But Greg Norman, well, that's why
it's happened 9 times with Greg.
Right. So that's why I think the word is. That's why I don't use the word.
What did you say during the break?
I can't distinguish. Yeah. Like here's the thing.
If it keeps happening, Steiny, then I think it's something.
We only use the word choke to describe or talk about a result. A result. We don't know before they took that shot or made that putt. We don't know how the feeling they had at that moment compared to other moments that were pressure-packed or where they were feeling pressure. So if a guy comes through 4 out of 5 times in a which is more than he does in the regular season, I wouldn't even call I don't call a miss a choke. I just don't.
All right.
But
let me throw this at you and Evan and the fans. Yeah. The Buffalo Bills under Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Marv Levy, one of the greatest teams ever. They lost 4 Super Bowls. Do you think Bill fan or just a football fan from afar during that run could say, you know what, you guys choked? Would that be fair? Because whatever your answer is, because I'm gonna give you mine. When we talk about Jim Kelly as a top quarterback, I'm not holding losing 4 Super Bowls, just like I'm not holding Dan Marino not winning one. I know how to differentiate. But Buffalo got their ass kicked team-wide, except to the Giants, in 3 of those games. So there was you guys just got beat.
Well, what are you asking me?
What do you label, if I said the Buffalo Bills during that great historic run, 4 Super Bowls lost, would you say they choked? Not they.
No. But the reason, I don't think teams can choke.
Oh, all right.
I mean,
well, what about the Yankees down up 3-0 and Boston came back?
I don't think that's necessary.
I think that's
okay.
Like
go ahead. I don't think necessarily that's a choke.
Okay, so if Boston lets Dallas come back, 156 for 156 in NBA Finals, up 3-0. If somehow Dallas wins, Steiny, Boston deserves to be the first team, if it were to happen, where you say team-wide, I ain't pointing nobody out, you guys choked. It's never happened.
Well, they're going to get called that.
Oh, okay, all right. But would you be okay? Would you be okay? Would you kind of understand it?
No. Well, I mean, I understand it because that's the way it is, but I'll never understand it.
Because it's never happened before in the association.
Okay.
And it hadn't happened now. But if it were,
just hypothetically,
that would be the epitome of using it.
Yeah, I mean, do I think the Yankees choked when the Red Sox would? I don't. I mean,
oh wow, Steiny.
You
were up 3-0.
I'm sorry if it's okay. Let's do it this way. Right. You're in a 7-game series. It's 3-3. It's baseball. We're talking baseball. Right. And you're in the World Series. And guess who's on the mound for the other team?
The Rays.
It's Greg Maddux.
Okay.
And guess what? They beat us 3-1. Did we choke?
No.
Why? Why didn't we choke?
Because Greg Maddux is a dog.
But you don't get to make that call. You're not the player.
Right. But it's not, Steiny, you're looking to, it's like Bill Buckner. That was a little league roly-poly ground ball. He'll tell you as much. That's a choke. 3-1 getting shut down by Maddox or Tom Seaver is
right. Okay.
Nothing to see here, bud. He shut us down.
What about someone like Clayton Kershaw, who has a 2.4 ERA in the regular season and a 4.5 in the postseason?
I'll let you handle this, Steiny.
And he's a 500 pitcher in the playoffs.
Again,
that's like over the course of 15 years.
Again, this is the difference. I am not going to sit here and say he didn't choke or he's not. I just don't like what I would say.
Apply it.
Guess what? He doesn't come through in the playoffs. Lights are too bright.
That's what you said during the break.
He feels the heat. He gets tight. All those things are fine.
You said, Guru, he can't handle pressure. That hit me. That's Kershaw in the play, and I think he was running from that.
I don't equate that with choking. I equate that with once in a while you get beat, you feel the pressure, and you lose.
But for Clayton, we're talking about multiple seasons, Steiny, not being himself in the high leverage situations.
Yeah.
So maybe he's not handling the pressure as well as he can do in the regular season. So he's different.
Those things are all true. Okay. I will agree with you in every single thing you said up until the point when you call somebody a choker. Then it's like, it's too strong because to me, the nature of sports is you win and you lose. And every time you lose, you think you could have done more. And so, if I know what I needed to do more or the feelings I had that I have to overcome, then how do you know why a guy misses a shot?
You never do. And that's how I watch sports.
So I don't automatically associate a big miss with a choke. Like, I just don't.
So God rest Jerry West. He just passed. And a lot of times we talk about his record team-wise in the finals. Steiny, what was it, 1-7? It wasn't one. But he was known as Mr. Clutch.
Yeah, well, how does that happen?
I'm asking.
Because we were a smarter society.
Yeah.
Or Evan, it's like Jordan. We can watch him play and his team lose.
Not the best time
and
to
we
live.
could be like, that damn Evan's
Like
great. He ain't got much to work with.
Well, it is interesting
There's no
because
choke.
if you don't believe in choking, conversely, you also don't believe in the clutch gene. Like, that's what I also hear too.
Man.
So how can you be clutch, but you can't choke?
Because it's just about the word choke.
Well, then we're all on the same page here.
Exactly. That's what I've been trying to be. That's what I've been trying
No. You've been
say.
fighting us on choking and what exactly it is.
No, I
you
have
just hate
not.
the word.
I hate the word.
When it's applied.
Because I believe it is applied after the fact.
Well, then I call someone clutch.
That's what sports is, Donnie.
I don't call anybody a choker. That's my only point. If you want to say Rory choked, then you think Rory choked. Steiny, do you think Rory choked? I don't use that term. Well, what do you mean, Steiny? Oh, he wasn't feeling the pressure? No, he was feeling the pressure. So his emotions didn't... No, yeah, it did. All those things are true.
Yeah,
I just don't call that choking. Because to me, when you say a guy choked, that is reserved for, to me, something that's very, that's very big. The nature of golf is, okay, I don't think Rory McIlroy has choked 8 times because he's lost a lead in a major tournament. And I'm just making this stat up. The nature of golf is you get caught from behind sometimes. And how do we differentiate? Can a guy just have a bad round without feeling pressure?
Right. Well, that's why I brought up Greg Norman, because there were so many examples to where would you understand if that were, and it's been applied, do you agree?
With what?
With him blowing leads in majors.
Right. I just wouldn't call him that word. It's about the word. It's like...
But if there was a moment...
Evan, I'm agreeing with you.
It.
Right, but it's not. To me. To me. Because...
That's what we're waiting on.
I don't believe... You know what? Because I don't... The word is, to me, is so harsh that, you know what? I don't believe Steph Curry choked 78 times in his career.
No, but Rory McIlroy had literally never missed the putt.
Right.
The putt was for the championship.
Right.
He missed the putt.
Okay.
That instance happens once in a lifetime or twice in a lifetime. So under your definition, it is reserved for a singular instance.
Again,
that was the instance.
Again, I don't know what you don't understand. I'm just
trying to get you to say the word.
When Steph Curry threw the behind the back pass out of bounds, I didn't say, oh, he choked. Now, was he feeling pressure? Yeah, I bet he was. Was it a big possession?
But the game wasn't over either, but I hear you.
But my point is I don't use the word.
All right.
Because these guys,
we're trying to get you to use it.
Because these guys are in win.
You understand
They are in win and lose positions so frequently that I can't make that, and they are in pressure situation. Like, sometimes they come through, sometimes they don't. The ones who come through the most, they call them clutch.
That's what
the
that's
ones
where
who
we're
don't.
going.
But I don't think the opposite. I don't think the opposite of clutch is choking.
Like, it's why I'm so down on Dak Prescott and why I'll ride for Brock Purdy. It's why when you bring up Derek Jeter, I'm like, he's one of the clutchest to ever do it. Tom Brady, are they perfect? No. Joe Montana. So that's why I watch, Donnie, and I think when you talk about a Greg Norman or you talk about guys that give you more examples, not that they're not good and I'm stripping them of that, but Patrick Mahomes, one of the clutchest to ever do it. He won a Super Bowl on the bubble wheel. So that's the men's are separated from the boys, and it's from pressure, I believe, sometimes. Mental pressure that these athletes apply to themselves. Alex Rodriguez, I don't think he's clutch, but he's one of the best to ever do it.
Sure.
I can't strip him from that.
Right. And I agree with every single thing you say. The only thing I don't...
You're not saying a word.
That doesn't, to me, it doesn't make them a choker. That's all. Kevin and Martinez. What's up, Kevin? We'll get off this. But I'm truly, No, that's what I meant after we wrap it up.
Hello.
What's up, Kevin? How you doing?
Good. Hey, so JAS, what you guys are talking about here, there's a difference between choking and being a choke artist. What Rory did was, it's the biggest moment right at the end of the game, right? He choked. Greg Norman, over his career, he's a choke artist, right? He did it multiple times. So there's a difference between choking and being a choke artist.
Appreciate the call. Yeah. Again, I'm not.
Evan, we're saying the same thing.
We've said the same thing.
You just won't use it, so we'll never get you to use it. But you recognize how people use it.
Yeah, I hate the word. That's all. It's
and
just
you
not the
did
word.
choke because you remember you brought up your college career, your high school career, where you missed a couple bunny free throws.
I missed one,
but
and it's the front end, and it was the front end of a 1-and-1, which they don't like.
But listen to the energy behind, it still hurts.
Yeah, it's like, here's what I really think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, if I made if Evan, is at the foul line 5 times in game-winning situations, and he comes through 4 out of 5 times, but he's a 70% free throw shooter. Like, how do I know? I don't. I just. It's all good.
How about if we're okay that you don't want to use it?
That's
you're
and
okay
there it is. That's
that we use it.
Well, let me just be honest with you.
And I'm happy because
this is bothering you guys a lot more than me.
No, you've met me halfway. I feel, and I appreciate it.
If you want to use it, go ahead and use it.
Yeah,
but me not using it is a problem for you guys.
No, it's not. It's the fact that you've rendered. You know what, Goo? Use it. Even pre-Evan, use it. I understand it because it used to be your kryptonite when you heard it.
It still is. I'm just not choosing to let you guys get under my skin.
You just said it was your kryptonite.
Yeah, but it's not getting under my skin because I'm not allowing it to anymore.
That's the definition of kryptonite.
It was. Does it seem like it today? I don't think so.
But Norm
sounds to me like you guys are frustrated.
No, Greg Norman to me is the epitome of that's a choke artist.
Okay.
And I'm not I read up Steiny, he has some tragic oh my God. Yeah. And he's still a bad dude.
Well, I don't know.
But imagine where he would be had he, let's just say, half of the chokes he brought home, the majors. Oh my gosh. And he's still an icon, man. But they talk about his career as like there's nothing to see here.
This is the crux of it on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny renders the word choke meaningless. See, I think it's the other way around. See, I think choking should be really, truly reserved for situations where we know. That's all.
Real quick, I got to say,
we
Rory
got 10
choked.
minutes left.
Yeah, there you go. That's Skinny Bob. He's older than both of us.
That is Skinny Bob.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. That is Skinny Bob. Let's see. What else we got?
Oh, I got something for you
Give
and
it to
Evan.
me.
Big Dex. Text in. I forgot 20 minutes ago. Just back to Klay real quick here. And I know what you said about what I'm about to bring up, and you brought to my attention. Do you think when Klay got hurt back-to-back and those checks still cashed, I know you said to me, Steiny, and I'll never forget it, Goo, yeah, he didn't play NBA games, but he was working his ass off trying to get back. And the text read, that should go down as the Warriors having Klay's back. That should be remembered. Or do you think it has anything to do with anything to where maybe Lakeup and company are like, you know what? We didn't get your services. It was just tragic on how, but that was us having your back then. So if we decide not to give you the number you think you're worth, and you think we're penny pinching or not being fair, go back to those 2 years you were out and couldn't play for the team. We still paid you over $40 million.
Okay, and I would go back and say I was an integral part of 4 championships. Like, to me, I don't think Klay got over on the Warriors. I don't think
never got over is not the word because his body suffered.
Well, this is where I don't put emotion into this. Klay Thompson's a free agent right now. I don't care that 2 years ago he rehabbed didn't play and got paid $40 million. Like, I don't care. To me, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is how much are we paying this guy for the next 2 or 3 years to equal the impact that he has on the court.
Yeah.
And if he's a $15 million player, I'm not paying him $25 just because he won 4 titles, but I'm not paying him less because he happened to get hurt in rehab 2 years and not play, but we paid him. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Like
are you going to offer anything less than what you offered allegedly over the summer? Like, it can't start to me anything less than 24. Because if you do that, you're saying you fell off. You're not even, you could have had this, but we're kind of taking that back after watching you. And like, that would crush me.
Well, that's what I would love to know from Warrior fans is if at the beginning of the season, those reports were true. So Klay had one more year with $43 million left. And according to Shams Charania of The Athletic, Klay did not take a 2-year, $48 million extension, which would have started this upcoming season. He would have made 24 and 24. Well, he turned it down. So if you're the Golden State Warriors, are you offering him more, less, or the same after the year he had? I think it's a tough question. I mean, 888-957-9570 is a number. I'd really, really, really have to think about it. I think I know my answer, though.
Which is?
If I'm the Warriors.
Yeah, no doubt.
I probably would not go over that number. And I'd really have to think about that number now. Well, what about you?
You know what?
Let's do it from the Warrior perspective. He turned down 2 for $48. So now you're the Warriors. Your first thing to Klay, what are you saying money-wise?
I would give him, what's 26, 5, 10? I would give him 2. Oh, man. 2 for 52, Steiny.
Okay. So you're going to give him a little raise.
Yeah. But here we go. I got to rewind. TiVo.
Yep.
That was Friday. What I believe the Warriors are thinking now with this scrubbing of the social media by Klay Thompson, I believe that number was less than what was offered in the summer.
I got what you're saying.
There's I hope I'm wrong. You don't do that on a Friday. You have fun. I'm just saying, Steiny, I think the Warriors are doing what you're saying. They saw they don't want to do it, and it's hard, and that's why he did what he did. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't know. I think it's tricky. I really do. If there were no feelings involved, I mean, obviously the reason you got to be careful about offering him less is because you risk insulting him, which you don't want to do. But if you don't want to pay him more, I don't. And you're right. At one point during the season, I thought, yeah, you know what, Klay, he probably deserves a raise.
Yeah, we had said it. You said as much.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I don't know. I don't know what he deserves. You know, if I'm the Warriors and they're saying, let's offer him 24 again, and he says, just give me 26, then I'm like, fine, give him 26. But if he's saying 30, I don't know.
Do you really think he would ask for that? And I know you're looking, are you stupid?
What if he's getting it from somebody else?
Well,
that's the other thing we got to talk about. 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson has unfollowed the Golden State Warriors on social media. He's deleted some photos of himself and teammates. What are you thinking? Yeah, what are you thinking if you're a Warrior fan? And what do you think Klay's thinking? Warrior fans are thinking about him. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it on the other side.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your Safeway app. You know, we always say, see you in the aisles. We could also meet you in the aisles. Let's talk meat. USDA choice beef, New York strip steak, bone in, $6.97 per pound limit, 1 offer per household, member price.
After the meat is the cookies. Nabisco family size Oreo cookies, 10.68 to 18.70, 1 ounce varieties, $2.77 each. Limit 4, member deal. Limit 4, I'd like to get 100.
Yeah, dessert once or twice a day for you?
4 times.
Correct answer. And Lucerne cage-free eggs, 18 count, large grade, AA, $2.97 each, limit 1, member price. Now, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. When you check out, boom, the money just comes right off your bill. It's that easy. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as mentioned, we'll see you in the aisles.
Make this the summer to go anywhere and do anything with exciting deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. Experience the luxury and comfort of Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. While the open-air freedom of Jeep Wrangler and Jeep Gladiator will have your summer filled with adventure. Or make this the summer to experience the innovative 2024 Jeep 4xe lineup. See your local Jeep brand dealer and make the most out of your summer with great deals at the Jeep Make This the Summer event. Jeep Grand Cherokee has received more awards in its lifetime than any other SUV, based on the latest available competitive information. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Amazon Pharmacy presents Painful Thoughts.
The guy in front of me in the pharmacy line is halfway through an incredibly detailed 17-minute story about his gout. A story likely more painful than the gout itself.
Next time, save yourself the pain and let Amazon Pharmacy deliver your meds right to your door. Amazon Pharmacy. Healthcare just got less painful.
I have a busy house, a kid, a wife, a baby. It's just going crazy. And the drain is constantly at work, collecting hair, food scraps, grease, and so much.
With me going, ah!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got to get to Aiyuk in a second.
I got to get my camera fixed. Hold on, Stoney.
Uh-oh.
No, it wasn't for you to stop. Keep going.
That's all right. Yeah, I got to get this.
Irritated with us.
It's okay. I just got to get
Grandy. It's just doing this like R2D2. It's doing its own thing.
I can't get the mouse to work on this thing. But we're fine.
Yeah, no, we're not.
Let's go out to take a call real quick. Right. Austin is in the city.
Our guy.
Let's get to Aiyuk. Hey, what's up, Austin? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is what I got. Hey, yeah. They should play Klay at least 35. He 35 million at least because he did contribute on winning the championship and fourth on one leg. Basically, he did it. Yeah, he deserved that.
So
Give
Austin,
that man his money, man.
Austin, let me say this. That's your number real quick. What do you make of him scrubbing the socials? Anything there like I think there is or nothing to see here?
There ain't nothing to see there. Hey, maybe he just don't want to, all that extra attention.
Okay.
Going on. I don't even deal with social media. I don't even like social media. That's stupid to me.
I agree, Austin. You and me, buddy. You and me.
Yeah, right.
You and me. Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Klay Thompson, and we're going to get into Aiyuk momentarily.
Boy, man.
But
this worries me more than Klay.
I mean, I do. Just if I had to make a blanket statement that I know you could end up poking holes in, but I'm not paying a guy for what they've done.
That's what the Giants did with Crawford, Belt, and Posey.
Like when you say, well, Klay helped us win titles, it's like,
but Klay would sit here now like Steiny, I can still help you win.
No doubt, but I'm not giving you extra money because you've won 4 titles now.
And do we believe 30 is the extra money? 30 is too.
I think we're guessing.
That's the conventional wisdom, though.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
I don't want to see him leave, but that did not help for me.
Well, he won't be the only one to leave.
Oh.
Brandon Aiyuk is gone. Take a listen.
Bro, look in the cam, bro. Look at the cam.
He got me vlogging this
Bro, what? They said they don't want me back. I swear.
All right, so
that
was Brandon Aiyuk on Instagram or TikTok.
Talking to Jaden Daniels.
Talking to Jaden Daniels,
quarterback of the Commanders.
Was the number 2 pick in the draft by the Commanders. He's a quarterback, and he knows Aiyuk from Iowa State. He transferred, but they know each other.
Arizona State.
Arizona State, my bad. Arizona State. Why did I say Iowa? Oh, because I'm thinking Kittle and I've heard. Yeah. So the point is, I guess his wife or girlfriend was taping. He's talking to Jaden Daniels, and he says, they said they don't want me back.
Wow.
I mean, okay, go ahead. Just go ahead. You start.
I'm going to start, but I didn't start this. This has been going on since the end of the Super Bowl. And people throw rocks at you and me or any other person that'll write an article, our other co-host, because we share what we're seeing and what we're reading, and we're all different. But for me to hear one Brandon Aiyuk, for everybody to see, they said, they being the Niners, they don't want me to back. Quit burying your head in the sand under the pillow. I'm an Aiyuk fan. I don't want him to leave. But Steiny, you could call whatever you think this is, whatever word you want to use. To me, that man told us what we thought we didn't know. They don't want me back. And I'm sure that is predicated on the number that they offered him or have not offered him. And after hearing that, my friend, I think it is imminent. A trade is coming, and if I'm Aiyuk's coach, which is current coach, Kyle or GM, that is not good for anybody in the building to see that going around and making this round. He is a grown-ass man, Aiyuk, and for him to say, and I'm taking it face value, they don't want me back, he ain't coming back. And I'm shocked.
I don't necessarily think that.
Okay.
I can just tell you the way my brain my brain operates, and it's weird. Yeah. I'll admit it.
You're weird. We're both weird.
Right. So it's a TikTok video of Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm going to repeat this a lot because people who just join us aren't going to know what we're talking about. Brandon Aiyuk was talking on the phone, like a FaceTime, to Jaden Daniels. The whole thing was on TikTok.
Yeah.
And it picked up kind of in the middle, but Brandon Aiyuk does say they said they don't want me back. Okay. You asked me what my first thought was. My first thought is, well, first of all, do we know he was talking about specifically the 49ers and him? And now that I even get further away from it, I'm going to be honest with you, it could almost be a joke where he could say something like, yeah, my Allstate didn't want us back on the insurance policy. Now, I could be a buffoon for even thinking that.
Right. Willie Lump, as we say, right.
But I'm just saying, okay. Now, if you do think it's real, what does it mean? I mean, to me, we've seen this play out, and the way I look at these things, Goo, is wake me when he's not a Niner.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise, we've seen examples of this before when guys have done similar things and they're back with their teams. It's now become a part of some precursors to a negotiation.
Okay, but we do have a file in regard to, and again, I want Aiyuk and I want Klay Thompson in uniform with their Bay teams. We put it up, Evan, but we went viral. Evan, your profound question a week ago: who stays? One stay? Do they both stay? Are they both gone? And I said they're both gone. Right now, Aiyuk tweeted at, and this is fact, Steiny, at Mike Tomlin, we look alike. I told you with my spotty senses that was kind of weird and odd. That's more than just that. But if this is what you got to do to get a number for your team, I'm out. I know it's a new world, social media. Steiny, I don't believe the Niners said, we don't want you back. They did that with a number that they exchanged with his camp. And that number is almost what I think is going on with Klay, to where they look at that number as an insult, insufficient, not enough. I'm thinking about my bank account, not enough. And that's why he's telling another player from another team where everybody can see and hear, they don't want me back.
I'd love to get fans' perspective on both Aiyuk and Klay Thompson and the whole social media thing. Because clearly social media is a part of everything. At the same time, it's just a part of everything. So let's say you are Mike Dunleavy and Klay Thompson takes off pictures and unfollows the Warriors.
Wow.
I mean, we don't even know if that took Mike Dunleavy by surprise, because maybe the Warriors already know Klay's upset with them, and somebody will now say, well, he's not unfollowed the Warriors, and Mike's saying, well.
But now publicly's involved. The public's involved.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I'm asking 49er fans and Warrior fans is, in the grand scheme of things, do you now have a different feeling than you did, let's say, a month ago about whether these guys are going to return? Do you think that what each of these guys has done, Aiyuk and Klay Thompson, does it matter? Do you believe now that they are upset with their organizations or frustrated? Or do you think this is nothing? This is absolutely nothing. And I don't know what the answer is, because I'm not an expert on social media and why and how guys use it, but I'll just ask you, Goo. Since the end of the 49ers season and the end of the Warriors season, has anything Aiyuk and or Thompson done on social media made you think differently of anything?
Yes.
Kind of.
Yes.
Let's cut to the bottom line. Has it changed your belief in the percentage of they're coming back?
I love the question. I told you a few days ago, prior to these two instances, examples happening, I think it's more, and I want to be wrong. This is the last time I will let social media dictate to me. I'm trusting. It's not, that's too strong. I'm believing. And somebody posted real quick here before I answer. It was kind of corny that Brandon Aiyuk and his girl recorded that. Now, you can do whatever you want, but that's what's happening. Steiny, $26 million is a lot of money. If Brandon Aiyuk think he's worth more than that, they don't want you back. They just got a point to where they feel like they can't go over. So for him to do that tells me I'm right. And for Klay Thompson to do what he did and then follow up removing every picture of him and the chef, that one hit me because there was a account showing every picture that was removed. I'm like, this dude's really trying to send a message that he's upset. So to answer your question without building your clock, and you just asked me the time, I think both of them are gone. And this is on top of, from a Brandon Aiyuk standpoint, the draft night, we all thought him or Debo might be traded. Ricky Pearsall getting drafted at your position? Why am I sitting here acting surprised? I want to throw water on my own face like, dummy. You thought they can afford in a year, they're trying to get back and avenge another Super Bowl loss, that they can afford just to redshirt a guy at wide receiver? Maybe Pearsall is Aiyuk's replacement. They don't want me back. I'm sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number. Social media with Klay and Brandon Aiyuk. I'm just fascinated by if it impacts the fan one way or the other, either in terms of how much you like the guy or don't like the guy, or does it impact at all kind of the odds that a certain guy's going to be back or not? Has it changed your mind? Let me ask Evan the same question. E.
Man,
I'd love to ask. So, E, let me ask you the same question that I asked Goo, and it's this.
Huh?
I actually like when he does that. I think it's kind of funny.
That's what we do.
I think it's kind of, I do. Okay, so has anything that Brandon Aiyuk done on social media and anything that Klay Thompson did on social media Friday when he unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram, do you think anything differently about their chances to re-sign because of what's happened on social media? Or is it any kind of insight as to what's going on as far as you can put it in the equation?
It is tough because Aiyuk's in extensions talk. Like, he's still technically under contract. So, but I will say, putting out a TikTok post from your personal account of you having a conversation saying, or I should say insinuating that the team that you're negotiating with doesn't want you back, that to me is more damning than what Klay Thompson did.
Gotcha.
Totally agree.
But does it lead you to believe, are you more so believing now that Aiyuk could be gone, I guess is what I'm saying?
Yes. Okay. Like at the beginning of the summer, I think we're all on the same page that Klay might leave, he might not leave, but obviously the Niners are obviously going to figure out a way to re-sign or extend Aiyuk. Now I don't feel as confident.
Interesting.
You asked me, Stotty, it's hammered home. And hopefully I'm wrong, but come on, man, Stotty, how can you not read like Evan said, why would you? And some are saying what Aiyuk did was more damning than what Klay did with the socials, but Brandon Aiyuk is apparently not happy. He's waiting, and he might be waiting, or he's done waiting for a number that he feels is sufficient for him and his family, and for the Niners to, Steiny, if they do go down this road of, we're going to give Brock Purdy blank check numbers, we don't know what it's going to be, this is a big year, and you don't have his services, Ricky Pearsall better be a damn good wide receiver in year one.
If I am leaning one way, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Wow.
But only because I feel like I've seen it with Debo. I feel like I saw it with Debo Samuel, and I know that when you're in the middle of an emotional negotiation, you know why didn't Rory want to talk to the media? Because he was emotional. He probably knew he was or despondent or whatever. In a week he'll be able to talk about it. But But I always feel like in terms of these, I don't know any more than anybody else. It's just a feeling I have. And the way you, I don't know, look at sports. For me, the social media thing, it is kind of, okay, well, maybe he will leave. Maybe I do think he will leave more than I did 2 months ago, but I still need to see him leave before I'll believe it, because this happens sometimes with guys. Now, the Klay thing's interesting because he scrubbed everything. Yeah.
Why? Or does that lead you to believe the contract negotiations are going good? That's what it doesn't signal to me. That's what scares me.
Well, see, you know what? That's a great point. And
there's nothing in that tells me, oh, everything's good.
That's
having
true.
Some positive conversation.
That's true. That is true. There's nobody that looks at those and says, oh, those guys are back.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they're definitely back. Man. So in that sense, there's no doubt it's probably not the most productive thing to do.
I hope I'm wrong. Evan, that was a great question. Evan put it out. Which one are you? There were 4 options. Aiyuk stays. Klay's gone. Klay stays. Aiyuk's gone. They're both gone, or they both stay. And now I hate this feeling I have. I'm like, man, I guess.
What did you say? Because
I said they're both out.
I said they're both back.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yes, and that shocked me.
Evan said one of the other.
But Evan admitted, though, as firmly as he felt, with these new examples, it's taking a little hit. He still feels like they'll stay, if I'm paraphrasing, but now there's like, man.
You know what bothers me more than anything about this type of talk? If let's say we played the game, and if you're just joining us, Goo and I had I'm going to reset the whole thing.
All right.
Brandon Aiyuk on TikTok today was doing a FaceTime call with Jaden Daniels. He's the second pick in the draft, plays for the Commanders. They know each other from college back in the day. And on the while he's FaceTiming, Brandon Aiyuk says, they said they don't want me. They don't want me back. They said they don't want me back. And, of course, Aiyuk's talking contract with the 49ers, and the natural assumption is he's talking about the Niners, and he's saying the Niners don't want him back. Klay Thompson similarly unfollows the Warriors, takes down some photos on Instagram. What does it all mean? That's essentially what we're talking about right now. The Aiyuk thing, to me, feels, I don't know, synthetic.
In what sense, though? I hear you.
I think there's a part of this where he could be just want to snooker somebody a little bit.
Who do you think has more leverage?
Brandon Aiyuk.
I'm going to say Klay. And Klay's leverage is from this standpoint. I have something to fall back on in regard to sentimental value. Like what you said Friday, the optics of the war. I don't think the Niners have it. Like, Brandon ain't been there long enough for, it'll still be bad. You leave, what happened? But he's not Klay. He's not part of the big three. Right. And I think maybe that's what's frying Klay's egg more is how much is that worth? And maybe they're not giving in. So to me, I feel like Klay has more leverage of, it can look bad to the Bay and the fans if you guys look like you treated me like yesterday's. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I just think it's just so indicative when Evan said, who's got more leverage? You went a little emotional. Yeah. You went Klay because of his championship. It's it's not necessarily emotional. But you cited his
to this market.
And the reason I think it's not even close is because leverage is, like, to me, Aiyuk's coming into his prime. Like, I only looked at it from a business thing.
Yeah, but Aiyuk's under contract. Technically, they could be like, dude, nothing to see.
You can also make the case that the 49ers have Aiyuk's replacement. We don't know if the Warriors have Klay's replacement.
And that scares me.
I just know that Brandon Aiyuk has more years left in his career probably than Klay Thompson. It's one big way that I define, who's got more leverage. But it's a good question.
I think he's going to end up a Steeler.
Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I do. I really think he's going to end up a Steeler, man.
Well, I remember when you asked the question about who's more likely to be here, and you said neither, and I said both. I mean, the only reason I said both, or the biggest reason I said both, is just because a lot of times we don't see trades. Just we talk about trades and guys switching teams more than they actually do. So I almost think the path of least resistance is both these guys will be back here. But if I'm wrong on this, like, it's not really wrong.
Oh, no,
this is all, no, but if there's no, it's just all a hunch.
But the two
We have
things
no
you will
idea.
admit, and you kind of just said it, and I'll just double back and ask you again and revisit.
Yeah.
The two things that are happening from the two guys whose future, if you want to say, is up in the air, there's no clarity. These two examples of what just happened this morning and over the weekend, Friday with Klay, are not good. They don't it doesn't send it in the other direction like, oh, the relationship is healthy. Give me that.
Well, I don't look at it like you. I don't look at it as though, like, okay, Warrior fan, you see what Klay did. Uh-oh, we may lose him. Bad.
That's totally how I feel.
Bad.
Okay.
I look at it as, oh, maybe Klay and the Warriors are at odds. And maybe Klay will walk. Huh. What's that mean basketball-wise?
Oh, okay. No, gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a vested interest in him staying or not. It's more, I believe absolutely that Klay could end up on another team.
All right.
I don't know what I'd bet on it, and I probably wouldn't bet.
Biggest thing, story of the offseason in the Warriors under Joe Lacob. We talked about it. I could totally see him in another uniform, but it's how the optics, Donnie. Did they lowball him? Did they give him less than what they offered him? How do they feel about him and where he's at as a player? And for him to do that, and then I got to double back to this. I keep using that word. Why do you? I'm trying to read Draymond's. What is hilarious about this? Guys like me, or even fans, pulling that on that emotional cord of it means so. Why do you think a guy that knows what's going on, that is out there in the Twitterverse, what is so hilarious to him?
I don't know, Goo.
That
I
hurt
really
me.
don't.
That bothered me.
I don't like that either. And Goo's referring to Draymond Green being asked about, hey, what do you think about Klay scrubbing his social media? And he thought, all Draymond said was, oh, it's hilarious. I just think it's hilarious. That's all he said. He thinks it's hilarious. But I do think there's something here with Brandon Aiyuk, who was FaceTiming Jaden Daniels and then posted on TikTok him saying, they said they don't want me back. And Klay Thompson kind of scrubbing the media. There's just something, I don't know. There's something about Aiyuk's where I think he might have, like, Klay scrubbing somebody sounds like, yeah, he's upset. Until Aiyuk says it, I think he could be up to something here. Aiyuk on his. I don't know why.
If he got
it's just a feeling, Gil.
I'm not mad. And I'm not mad at you. And my whole thing is, what good does that do him? Let's say something turns around or he gets the number he wants, Aiyuk.
Sure.
He's going to be asked about, hey, what did you mean, bro? And it'll be a fair question. Like, that's how I thought. Does he really want to answer what he was feeling like at the time?
But I know Debo Samuel didn't Debo have to answer those questions when he came back?
Yeah.
Listen, this is all, I'm not sure.
They said they don't want me back. They could have said that many ways. Yeah. The number, the non-number.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Wow, man. What's going on in the Bay, man?
The 49ers really don't want Brandon Aiyuk back? Or is it like the Warriors, I feel, in a way of, well, we don't want him back at that number. And do the Warriors want Klay Thompson back?
Man.
But at what number? It's all about the numbers. It's never about the letters. That segment was sponsored by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app.
Sports, man.
Brought to you by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app.
2, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You all right?
Why would you ask? Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, Evan.
Did you catch our boy Evan Saturday?
Oh, man.
With Devone?
Appointment radio. Devone went in on Klay.
You think?
Oh, my. He got some Steiny in him. I was like, whoa.
Why would you insult him?
No, when he brings the hammer, he brings the hammer. He's like, this team is old. He brought more than the hammer.
I never bring the hammer. I'm always the guy who says.
The peg leg comment earlier, I didn't like it.
That's just funny.
Didn't like
that's
it.
just goofy funny.
It was a peg leg.
And if I made was it Silk or?
Oh yeah, Silk basic.
If I made Silk smile, you know what a smile is? It's just a very short vacation. So I'm happy that if I made you smile today, I'm happy to do it, but I'm a lot happier if I piss you off.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm good now.
No, it's funny. I saw something here on the YouTube chat text. So the one thing Devone did say, and Evan did the show with Dan Devone, they're talking about Klay, and Dan did say something that I thought was interesting about how one of the reasons Dan didn't like Klay going to social media is he said, he lacks kind of perspective. Maybe if he's still single, he's 35, doesn't have a family. Yeah. And Devone was like, you know what? I'm sorry, but you have a family and you have kids, you get a different perspective.
Oh, man.
I do think it's funny, though. This is a side, but Devone doesn't have a family or kids.
No, that's
maybe
real.
He's acknowledging that he's all the things Klay is. It's not about Devone, although
we love you, Dan.
So on the text line, I saw on the YouTube chat, somebody said Klay has no family here. So because he has no family here, he's comfortable. So there's no way he'll move to another city because he won't have any roots there. And I was thinking, really?
Look at the other IG post of the basketball court in LA or Santa Monica, wherever it was. It was Southern Cal. I miss this place. You think that's not meaning something?
I don't know.
And the Lakers need a shooter?
Well,
they're going to say bye-bye to your boy.
Who?
D-Lo. He's out of there. That'll free up some money. I'm telling you, man. This is not good. I'm not happy. I hope I'm wrong. But good God, man. The world shook Friday from Klay and then this morning from Brandon. And I don't know which one is worth. I know which one is worth to me, and I'm going to be redundant and repeat it. Brandon Aiyuk telling you what he feels like the Niners are telling him. They don't want me no more. Man.
I love in instances like this just to throw questions out that are relevant to me. And one question is, do you think, and I'm asking Goo, but whenever I say do you think, I mean Goo and everybody. Do you think that whatever Klay did on social media Friday, which is unfollow the Warriors, and what Brandon Aiyuk did on social media today, which is essentially say, yeah, they don't want me back, do you think it took either team's front office by surprise?
Now, that's a hell of a one, and I'm going to say no to both. Because I think the Warriors knew, and the fact that, we cracked this, cookie last week, finding out that the Warriors could have already got a deal going with Klay Thompson as soon as the season ended for them, that's when I really got like, oh, boy. But you're going to wait. He's going to be courted by all the other teams. No, that lets you know it's been quiet on the set for a while longer than we initially thought. So with that, no. But I think him going public, I think they might be feeling some type of way. But Brandon is the one to where that tweet to Mike Tomlin, the Steelers coach, we look alike. That meant something else. Come get me, I believe. And then I'm going here. The weirdness of draft night, fire pick to John Lynch and John sharing that at the podium, in front of the media. The more I think, that wasn't what we thought it was. And Aiyuk may be out of here, Steiny, and he may be asking, get me up out of here. They don't want me no more.
But from the 925 Xfinity Mobile text line, the Niners gave Aiyuk their offer. He didn't accept it. he doesn't want the Niners. Well, I could say
real.
Klay Thompson was offered a contract before last season. He didn't accept it. He doesn't want to be with the Warriors. Are those two blanket statements? Are you comfortable with them both?
Well, I would say something's changed since the scrubbing of the social Friday.
Okay.
Why didn't Klay do it as soon as they lost to Sacramento if he didn't feel insulted? Something happened, I believe, contract-wise, since Friday to where he went and said,
before Friday.
Yeah, before Friday. Right. I'm going to show the world after Friday how I'm feeling.
All right. So how long's the Warriors season been over? 5 weeks.
Well, boy, don't remind me.
Let's just actually more than that, probably. Yeah. 6 weeks. So do you hear? I'm just going. I don't know. The reason I'm asking you is because I don't know. Do you think something happened with? So if they haven't played for 6 weeks,
right?
Do you think something happened with Klay on Wednesday or Thursday?
No doubt about it.
Or nothing's been really going on,
something happened.
And now he hasn't heard from him, and he's like, you know what, the heck with that.
His agent called him, said, this is what I got, or they talked, that and that. Stotty, it could have been so bad from a Klay standpoint to where that was the end. He knows he's not returning. And that's why I'm mad at Draymond. You could be like, why you keep bringing Draymond in? You were supposed to say, I called Klay, and this is the subliminal stuff, Evan's fine. I called Evan. This is hilarious, and not have to that would have gave me confidence if I wanted Klay to stay. If I'm a Warrior fan, nothing to see here. But to just say this is what's hilarious about it? You got people that want Klay. He's one of the big three. But for him to go scrub every damn thing about the Warriors, something happened Wednesday or Thursday or the finality on Friday, Steiny. And Klay said, you know what? I'm going to let everybody know how I feel. And right now, there's nothing good about scrubbing socials, especially pictures with him and the chef together on I got to believe one of their 4 chips, one of the, most special moments of their time together.
888-957-9570 is the number. I do think it's highly intriguing that we have 2 players whose future is up in the air. One's a free agent. One could be a free agent pretty quickly, but we all know the way it works in the NFL. Aiyuk wants to get paid, and this would be the year to get paid if there's an agreement that can be reached by both sides. So we've got 2 athletes, one a champion who has become an icon here, become a fixture, but is in the twilight of his career. And then we have another one who's just entering the prime of his career. This for the leverage question that Evan asked, I almost think it's such a good question that you have to break leverage into what kind of leverage. Because my initial response was, well, Aiyuk's got the leverage, but the criteria I used was different than yours and the criteria somebody else. When you say leverage, I just automatically think, well, it's Aiyuk. He's entering his prime, and he's set to make a bag. But
it seems both leverages aren't working for the said player.
Or maybe they're working. We don't know.
But Aiyuk shouldn't have to, I don't want to say stoop to this level.
What if it gets him an extra $5 million a year?
But, do you really got to do that to make the...
I don't know.
And I'm just... Dallas and CeeDee Lamb, 2 peas in the pod, I believe. Jamar Chase, contract eligible, starting something to pop off, 2 peas in the pod. Though I never once thought there could be a divorce. Why would Brandon Aiyuk have to go to those lengths of saying they don't want me back to share with the world something's amiss? Okay, yeah, we got you the contract. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think
Randy Moss and the Vikings. There was never I got to go do a video, even if it's to get it. No, Steiny, this I've learned through. I need social media rehab, but I'm saying this to you, Steiny. The streets have changed. Gangsters, the way people communicate now through the internet is sad. But I'll leave you with this one. If after the show at 2:20, I unfollow you on Facebook and you get that notification that Daryl L. Johnson unfollowed you, I'm not saying you care. I got to believe whatever you're doing when you read that notification that I unfollowed you, you got to say, Goo might be feeling, what did I do? Where are we at? What happened? Am I wrong? Because that's how I would feel if I saw Matthew J. Steinmetz unfollowed me. Just seeing it lets me know we ain't cool. Something is off.
I can't disagree with you. But is something that's off just temporary, a normal bump in the road?
See,
that happens in negotiations. Is this, yeah, I'll go. When Mickey Mantle, there you go, Bobby Mercer, Mike Krukow, Milt Pappas,
keep going.
Rick Russell, Andy Messersmith, Kurt Flood, Moises Alou, when they were negotiating their contracts, we didn't know the ups and downs. We just figured out when they went to another team or when they signed on the bottom line. But I think there could be a similarity with both, and it's this. I think in a way, neither team wants each guy back. If it means having each guy back at the number that the guy wants.
Then you don't want him back then.
I disagree. That's no.
And I was having some fun with that. No, but Klay, that means the Warriors would give, hey, Klay, you want 32? Right. Here it is, buddy.
No, and of course. Yeah. But I think it's really the 49ers, if Aiyuk saying they don't want me back. Okay, what do you mean? Well, they're not giving me 30 annually. Okay, are they giving you 25? Yeah, but I'm not taking 25. Well, they want you back at 25.
Yeah.
They don't want you back at 30.
Yeah, I got you.
So that's just wordplay, but I do think it's there could be similarities with both the Niners and the Warriors. I think there's a chance that neither team wants each guy back at their number, but they don't want to be interpreted as kicking these guys to the curb or cheap disrespect or anything like that.
But when the public does find out, and hopefully, they're still here, but Steiny, once we find out, hey, Aiyuk wanted 30, the Niners are going to be off the hook in the fan world of, that was asking too much. I don't think he's worth 30. Same with Klay. If Klay's asking for 32, Warrior fans are going to be like, we hate to see you leave, Klay, but you have a false sense of self-worth. You're not worth that. So I think the Warriors win that PR battle on why he got away. But if something comes in at $18 million for Klay, then that's you better not be disrespectful.
Yeah, I think obviously the number is going to determine the way the fan thinks. And that's why I'm just kind of looking and finding it interesting. But if you're right, Goo, if Klay Thompson signs with the Orlando Magic, 2 years, $35 million.
Wow, man.
And he gets to the podium and says, I was blown away. I thought I was going to make more, but I didn't. And so Klay, the Warriors wouldn't come in at 2 years and 38. Nope.
Oh, they would catch hell, I believe.
Right. And maybe at that point, everyone's like, can you believe the Warriors did that?
Right.
Can you believe the Warriors did that? But on the other hand, if you're right, if Klay signs with Orlando for $40 million, or what if the Warriors say, we'll match anything. We'll match any offer, Klay. And he gets an offer from Orlando, and the Warriors say, fine, we'll match that. And he goes, yeah, you know what? I want to go to Orlando anyway.
Wow. That could be on the table.
The thing about Klay is we just don't know he's, to me, the bigger enigma than Aiyuk.
But who's the better player at this stage of their both careers? Yeah.
Aiyuk. Yeah. But the thing about Aiyuk that I understand is he's trying to get his first big contract, big boy. This is, and especially in the NFL, this is the big boy contract that you gotta get.
But from what he's making now, let's just say it was 26 and he thinks he's worth more than that. I would tell Aiyuk that's a big boy contract. But if you're trying to get Justin Jefferson, maybe they don't see you like that, man. That's what I want to know.
Well, I also think a big part of this is what we think is a relatively small amount of money. We have no idea the way they think of it. Brandon Aiyuk or Klay Thompson.
Well, the bottom line is if Kyle Shanahan doesn't deem or Lynch, they don't think Brandon's in that company of let's just top 5 was Jamar Chase. And
okay. I don't either.
But I don't think that's the end of the world. Like, I'm there too. I think he's almost getting there, but he's not there now. So I would love to ask Brandon Budd, how much are you asking?
But what like, I can't ask a guy to take less than he thinks he's worth.
But then that means we're going to break up.
Okay. Then we're going to break up.
No doubt.
The other thing is Aiyuk knows that, look, the 49ers have leverage in terms of what's dealing with the contract right now, but Aiyuk's 25 years old. He's going to get another deal at some point, either now, in a year, or in 2 years. So, he's going to get paid.
You're going to laugh. You got me thinking about leverage. I'm wondering now, do these athletes and their social media pages, is that leverage in a sense? I now feel like for 3 hours, and I feel confident as all outdoors telling you, social media has let me know today and last Friday, that Klay Thompson is not happy with this team, and neither is Brandon Aiyuk. That's sometimes, like the Niners might be like, damn it, why would you put that video out when you went back old school? We never know. We just find out at the end.
Let's say that there's 5 receivers, and I think this is a number, making, I'm thinking of quarterbacks, but there's
50 mil.
There's 5 receivers making 30 mil on average. Receivers, 5. And the 49ers say, tell you what, we'll give you 27 a year. Okay. All I'm saying is, if the 49ers say, we don't view you as a top 5 receiver, but you're definitely top 10 or 15, this puts you there.
Let's go.
And
he's not. I think he is not. I think he said no to the 27.
And I think the thing we misunderstand more than anything else is, it's a lot of money to anybody, even if they make a lot of money. The one thing I think's a joke is when a fan says, well, what's the difference between 30 and 25? Just take the 25.
All right. You, Bonte, we're talking about
not,
that. All right. It's about respect, though, Steiny.
It's also about your. Here's what I believe. I believe a guy who makes $100,000, a guy who makes $1 million. Let's say 10,000, 100,000, $1 million, 10 million, 100 million. I believe that no matter who you are in that group, you have the same desire to make more money. I'm sorry.
No doubt.
You just do. Just because a guy makes 10 million doesn't mean he should take less than what he wants to make or expects to make.
Steiny,
that's
totally
all I'm saying.
Understand that.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you would never in your, what's the difference between 140, or hey, textile worker, what's the difference between 140,000 a year and 110? Are you kidding?
Right.
That's a boatload.
And I get it, but if it's going to cost me my 10-year,
he'll go get it somewhere else.
See, and that is he? Do we know that? But that's what I'm saying. You got to read the tea. You got to read the.
He's going to make a lot of money no matter what, and he knows that. So when you're at the top of your field, or you think you are, you want to get paid at the top of your field.
The timing of the contract, I also think, is interesting because I do believe also it's timing. It's a little sumptuous to think that Brandon Aiyuk is just going to get another contract.
Man.
When in football, things happen much quicker than they happen in basketball. I do think it's interesting that we've never really seen anybody use social media as a negotiating tactic for a second contract or a third one. Like, this is Klay's final, in all probability, his final bag that he's going to get. This might be the biggest one that Aiyuk's going to get, but I've never heard of a 30-plus-year-old, or especially guys near 35, like using social media as a form of messaging.
Man.
Brandon Aiyuk's in his mid-20s.
Yeah,
Tyreek Hill, Kyler Murray, Deebo Samuel. I mean, all those guys are relatively younger than Klay.
That's an aspect to it. I don't know to what extent, but that's something. I have in my mind, it's crossed my mind. Well, Aiyuk's 25. He's going for his first one. Klay, you're 34. You should be
But it's still his diary.
I thought
it's
you
his page.
meant. Here's what I meant about Aiyuk, in that if he wants 30, and he's been offered 26, for the people that say, well, just take the 26. What I'm saying is he knows football's a dangerous sport, but because this is his big bag, that's why the $4 million is, or a big reason why it is hugely important to him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's also because it could be the only one he gets.
Exactly.
And so if you have a chance to earn an extra $20 million over 4 years, when are you going to get that again?
Right.
But Evan, you guys are on fire. But the Niners may be saying, that ain't our math.
Well, clearly they
on
are.
Your calculator, that works. But, dude, we think this is a respectable offer. Yeah. And I was going to ask you and Evan this. Yeah. Are we? And I love Brandon Aiyuk and his upside, Stoney, and I guess I'm going potential to get better. But do I think he's in that top tier with the Lambs, Jeffersons, and the Chases? I don't. But I'm starting to wonder, what if he didn't have what we think is in his way in regard to all these other pieces of this offense? What if you take all that away? Is he still Randy Moss on the outside to where I don't need I'm getting a little, and I'm starting to wonder if Kyle is looking at him like we try to view Brock Purdy. Well, what if he was in another system? Well, that's unrealistic, is it? So I'm wondering just how good Brandon Aiyuk is. And I think, Stoney, I love everything about him, but I'm starting to wonder. And again, you guys said I'm being unfair. 26 is fine, but I don't want to sound like that regular person saying the $4 million is not a big deal. But it's like, dude, you ain't Justin Jefferson.
To me, it's the same thing with Brock Purdy. If you're going to pay Brock Purdy, if we just found out Trevor Lawrence got $50 million a year, but we know he's not a top 5 quarterback, just that what we say. Okay, so when Brock Purdy becomes a free agent, and his agent says, well, the 5th highest paid quarterback's $50 million. So, you know what? We want $53 million because we think we're a top 5 quarterback.
I understand that.
Well, okay, and do you understand if the 49ers said, we've got him in the top 10, not top 5?
Wow. And I think that could be a problem.
Well, and I think that's what's going on with Aiyuk and what it could, because the other thing is the 49ers, they got to start paying guys. So
but it feels like it's happening faster than we thought.
That's because in the NFL, there are no guaranteed contracts.
And we saw McCaffrey come to the front, rightfully so, and if Trent Williams is still out there.
The hell with him.
Hey, I bet if he says I need some more money, they going to come running.
I'm sure they will, because for whatever reason.
3 all-pro seasons in a row starting.
Oh, can't wait without Trent Williams.
But why you snub? You talk about choke, non-choke. The guy is all-pro 3 years in a row. Why would you say goo?
Because I think he's overrated. And I get it. You can tell me Pro Football Focus has him as the greatest lineman in the history of the game.
Oh, man.
It's like, yeah, I'm sure he's great, and there's stuff about football that I don't understand, but okay.
Yeah, well,
he's fine.
What's your plan B?
He's great.
To play hardball.
He hasn't guaranteed
Trent
that
Williams.
any team he's been on has ever won a Super Bowl.
No.
And here's the other thing. Here's where a guy like Trent Williams gets off. There you go. Go ahead, you got another one. Who would ever dare say an offensive lineman either choked or didn't choke?
Well, he had a bad Super Bowl.
Oh, did he choke?
No, he had a bad Super Bowl. He didn't choke. He had a bad Super Bowl.
How come? Chips were down and he didn't come through.
Holding calls. He wasn't his old self.
And that's my thing. Apparently, we can judge when Trent Williams chokes, or we can't judge when Trent Williams. You know what I'm saying. What's coming up next on the Games presented by Fremont Bank? Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Real quick, I got to say Rory choked.
Save at Whole Foods Market.
he's in the first quarter of his Jimmy Garoppolo scope.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder, quit playing good Kanye, because I get sad when he was just Kanye, not Ye. He's a genius.
Who?
And I wonder.
Hey,
would you prefer I played the bad Kanye?
No, I just go ahead.
I just think it's like, and I'll just make.
Uh-oh.
You can call me. I'm like the instrument. Sometimes I harp on things.
That was a 0. Oh, Evan gave you a 3.
I'll take Evan on that. Okay, so Trent Williams. I think he's overrated. Okay, I think he's overrated. Okay, fine. Steiny, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
He's one of the greatest linemen of all time. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm wrong on that. You know what? He choked in the Super Bowl.
Okay, he had a bad game.
He choked.
All right.
What's the difference? He had a holding call and he was illegal procedure on the first drive of the game. He made 2 mistakes in the Super Bowl, but you're going to judge what a choke is, and he choked.
No, okay. Oh, if you want to, hey, if that's what we're doing now, my
that
point
is what we're doing. That I don't like to do it.
In his hand, and that is if that man holds out or says, "I want some more," you go drive to his house with the blank check, meet us somewhere on the marina.
That's fine
because your Super Bowl chances and aspirations will be vamoose. Without Trent Williams.
That's great.
So that's where he's.
And how do you know you won't get to the same point next year and he'll choke in the Super Bowl?
It could happen.
That's my point. I would never say Trent Williams choked in the Super Bowl. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, come on, he is on line.
But my point is, under everybody else's definition of it, he did. He did.
Yeah.
It was the biggest game of the season.
Well, he fumble a punt, and on the game-winning drive that they went down.
He committed a penalty on a 40-yard game.
But they went down to take the difference. But it was early, Steiny, so that's why.
So was McCaffrey's fumble.
Chris Webber was a choke. The timeout at the end, that's a choke. And the coaching staff could, whatever. We won't
if that's what you think, then you can think it.
Like McCaffrey, he fumbled, but there was so much game left that wasn't a choke.
Again, so you are defining what a choke is. And if you're going to pick and choose what a choke is, which I think is a lot, I think it's overused beyond belief. Well, if we're going to do it that way, well, you know what? I'll say it from now on. Hey, Trent Williams choked in the Super Bowl.
My boy squirt text. I didn't want to ruffle your feathers.
See how pejorative that is?
Yeah.
If I say Trent Williams choked in the Super Bowl.
But he didn't.
Yeah, according to you.
How many old linemen bear Robin?
Well, exactly.
How many old linemen have choked?
Well, that's the other thing that I think's funny. An offensive lineman under this could never even, who knows?
We'll call it a bad game.
What about Feliciano? The guy who just let Chris Jones into the backfield.
He just stinks. Oh. When do you get a break for just being lousy?
Oh.
It's like, guess what? We'll never say Shaq choked at the free throw line. Well, he only made 40% anyway. Yeah. How do you know when he choked and how he just...
So the choke thing... My guy Squirt text says, after you talked about your high school miss, that has nothing to do with how you feel about the word. Because some will say that's what's driving this from a Steiny perspective. It's your prerogative that you feel like that was that was an experience you went through and you hated. So when you hear that word,
I'll tell you why.
You just go off.
No, it's not personal. Here's the reason why I hate it. It's because my little goofy little life. My little teeny, bitty little life. I played Division III basketball.
That's big time.
Guys play Division II. Guys play Division I. It's like, who? But that's my little world. So who are you? Who are you all? Who are you all non-athletes? You all non-athletes that never, ever played on a stage as big as these guys. You never smelt it. And I didn't either, but at least
I got you.
At least I have a sliver of an understanding. It's like,
but now I understand.
You don't get to decide when a guy feels something and when he doesn't.
And that's the internet.
What if
talking to millions?
Nick Anderson, you know what?
But that was a joke, Steiny.
Okay, and what if Nick Anderson says, it's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced? What, Steiny? Or what, Nick Anderson? You know, for my entire career, I got nervous at the foul line. But that one time, it's really weird. I was totally relaxed, and I missed him.
Well, you can say that to yourself all day. Bottom line is the misses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the ramifications for the misses.
Right, just like Trent Williams in the biggest game.
Hey, Goo, you want to know the worst mascot in college? The Grays Harbor in Aberdeen, Washington. Grays Harbor College in Aberdeen, Washington.
Give it to me.
Their mascot is the Chokers.
Now that, did you, look, with a straight
find
face,
out the meaning?
Did you know that? No, you didn't.
I know.
I've never heard of that. And what's it look like?
It's some kind of joke, of course.
Hey, hands
some
on
kind
the
of
neck.
joke.
No, it is because people who used to log wood and chop wood, when you wrap the chains around the wood, they call that choking.
Wow.
So those are the chokers.
Nice.
But in sports.
It's just like some other. But Chris, real quick, last name. Chris Webber. That was the ultimate by myself hand solo of choking.
Okay. In your mind, that's fine. I don't think it was.
But his bench let him down, but that he called the time.
Okay. Hey, if you want to rank your Mount choke more, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. That's fine.
I won't do.
And here, I got to correct the record here. 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Andres Biedrins was clutch when he made 1 of 2 free throws. Andres Biedrins made 2 of 2 free throws in Game 2 against the Utah Jazz.
No, he did. Yes, he did.
And Michael Petras didn't.
Oh, man.
And neither did Baron Davis.
They better have that on the documentary, man.
There's not going to be a documentary.
I want to throw this
Matt
7 up at
Barnes
the
and
wall.
Baron Davis cannot follow through on a project.
Baron Davis is in Hollywood.
And he still can't finish through on a project.
You might be on there.
You know what? I'm out.
No, please.
I'll do my own.
Camera, liked. I was out one day. You were in here with a sweater vest and a collar underneath the...
Wednesday.
Where were you going?
Golfing.
Oh.
I'm up in my game. I'm up in my fashion
game. Did he do
game.
the weather? Who did the... And Norman goes, he's sharp as a tack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, no, hold on. That's interesting because I remember Steiny specifically not being a big fan of the phrase, look good, play good. And I think it's ironic that the moment you start dressing better for golf, you drop your best score of your life.
Steiny, I'm really impressed. That 81 was...
But here's the thing. I was also dressed well when I played in Pennsylvania, and I didn't play great sometimes. Okay, 916.
Yeah, you want to set the record straight.
I'm begging you. You're making my point. I'm willing to bet more listeners than you think have played a level above your high school level ball. That's not what I'm saying. I'm sure they have. I'm sure there's many more than I think, and that's my point. How dare how dare Guru is going to say somebody choked? You're going to tell a Division I player? He played on a level you could never, ever imagine.
So I can't go to a movie and watch the movie and be like, Steiny's a terrible actor. Well, I don't have to have went to acting school to know dude, you were awful.
But you don't know what was in his body. You don't know how he was feeling.
But the final product was not up to par.
You're ready to unload on me.
Like, I don't see how the meal's made. I just taste it.
But you don't get to determine what emotion, whether emotion did or didn't play into it and how much.
Yeah, but
you have no idea.
But this is the beauty of what
that's
you're
why
saying.
it's just the result.
Social media has given me a diary and platform to share my thoughts.
Yeah, no, that's great. And you can use it. And I'm not gonna say anything about it.
Look inward.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Trust me, it's just about the phrase. I mean, it's just about the word. You want to say a guy? Oh, Steiny.
But Windhorse never played anything.
I don't.
Woj either. I would bet.
And I'll bet they don't use the word choker as often and frequently as you do. I'm just saying. I'm in a great mood.
No, yeah.
Oh, I am.
You had some moments.
How about this? Say the lights. Boy, the lights were too bright for him. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Hey, they got tight. Hey, Goo, they got tight.
Okay.
That's fine. I don't care.
Can a man or a woman choke with the opposite in regard to dating or like that happens?
I don't know what that means.
Choke like somebody comes to talk, you just forget and get clumsy.
Phrasing, but yes.
Yeah, you can. Evan, it's happened.
And, that would be more of a funny line. to me than calling an actual athlete, which is his craft, the athletics
Spidey,
that he's playing.
The moments, lemon booty's real.
No, like Goodwill Hunting almost choked.
Dude, that's a great film, by
at
the way.
bar.
Choked.
Remember, because she comes over and says, "I've been waiting for you to come talk to me. I've been sitting there for 3 hours with my friend, and now I got to leave now."
And it's okay. You can get better. Hitch, the movie, Will Smith.
I don't use the word. That's all.
By the way, don't go see Bad Boys.
The only
bad.
choke I've ever seen is when Clint Eastwood in that movie
Not
made the
Escape
guy
from Alcatraz.
had the heart attack at the dinner table and then said, "I didn't know the guy was going to vapor lock."
You got to go, my brother.
That segment brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. All righty, Steiny and Guru joined by Willard and Dibbs. It's the crossover. Gentlemen, what is happening?
Happy Father's Day, baby.
Yeah.
It should be a week.
Your boy's in a great mood.
Thank you.
You should be.
I had a good week.
I am too. I don't know why. This is Monday. We're supposed to be ticked off. I'm like so pumped to be here right now. I don't know what it is. The weather.
Well, I follow you on IG.
My kids were nice to me yesterday. Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't know.
No, hey.
Why are you in such a great mood?
I played great yesterday.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
81, Mark.
81.
Nice. Where?
Paradise Valley. Thanks for asking.
I don't know that
Fairfield.
course. Okay, yeah.
Nice course.
No, I do know that.
There's Rancho Solano and there's Paradise Valley.
I've walked it. My son played a tournament there, so I've walked it.
I walked it too.
Okay.
Now, we had a 4-hour show, a good show.
Hey, you didn't ask me about it.
I didn't like you saying thanks for asking. Like, damn, I guess I left that on the boat.
Well, it's Willard, so of course, he's afraid of Willard. We know that.
That's right. I'm terrifying.
Not only did he shoot an 81, but he got over on a good friend. And that's the other piece.
Oh, you got to tell Willard that. 55.
Well, it's not about the money. It's about the win. Because we have a mutual friend who likes to, and I owe him a golf date because he stepped out and let me play for him on one of these weekend outings. And so
solid.
He said, do me a solid back and play me for money. So I owe Double D a play him for money. I don't ever play anyone for money.
Right.
I just don't do that. For me, golf is about the weather, the game.
It ruins it.
I don't want to win. I don't want to lose. But yesterday, to set the stage.
All right. So I go back east playing with all my buddies.
Well, of course.
Well, he says, all right, tell me about the guys you're playing with in California. I'm like, great guy. I'm at 14, 16 on a thread. Somebody will be like, hey, we got an opening. People will be in. How the course? He goes, what do you play for?
This is great.
I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, what do you guys play for when you play?
Bar after the round.
And I said,
totally.
I said, you know what? I said, we don't really play for anything. We keep our score. We keep a handicap, but we don't really play for anything. He goes, what? I'm like, we don't really play it for anything. We just, and he's like, that's so weird. I've never heard it. I've never not played for anything, even if it's $5. You don't play for it. Like,
I hate that.
Dumbfounded. I said, well, actually, there's this one guy who always likes to put action on it, but I don't like it. And so he's like, well, you got to play him for me. That's what makes it great. Okay. Fast forward to my first round back with D. And I said, you know what? I got shamed because I don't gamble with my East Coast friends. So you know what? I got good news for you. What do you want to play for today, D? What do you want to play for? And he goes, okay, yeah. How about the standard $20 for who just shoots better for the round?
Yeah.
And I said, okay, fine, that's good. He goes, well, $5 birdies.
Oh, God.
And I said,
one of these
that's fine because that'll be no more than one.
Yeah.
Either way, plus or minus.
And then we're going to the first tee, and he mutters, hey, we say anybody goes under 85, it's another 20. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm doing your boy with an 81.
3 birdies?
And 3 birdies.
$55, Willie. Yeah.
Wow. It's like the only reason that happened, D, was because you made the bet.
You're a pressure player then.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, I did.
So I see this guy, and we go to a mutual viewing party
Thank you.
For the U.S. Open, and I get there before Steiny, and it's rare that I can actually go anywhere, but it's Father's Day, so I got a hall pass. So I'm sitting there, and in walks Steiny, and I always try to read body language, facial features, and all the rest of it, like what he shot. And he, hey, guy, hey, how you guys doing? And I go, hey, Steiny. What'd you shoot? 90? Which 90 is it's a good solid round. It's an ant round, and he doesn't answer. And I'm going, oh God, this must have been like a 95. He's not, doesn't want to talk to me. He comes over about 4 minutes later. He goes, 81.
I think that's his best since we've been together for 6 years.
One of the best. I mean, one of the best ever.
Anyway, I'm trying to be modest.
Long way to say, I can see why you're having such a good day on this Monday. Because you shot an 81. The U.S. Open was incredible. Wow, what great theater.
Yeah,
high drama.
Was that a choke by Rory? Because that's what we started with. What do you constitute a choke?
I mean, I get why that word sticks in the mud for some people, because I'm one of them too. Because choke means
2-putt,
right, but like if you screw up something that you would normally not screw up, that's not automatically a choke. To me, a choke is when the actual moment overwhelms you emotionally to the point where you perform worse. And Rory's been through too much. I don't think he missed those points, those putts, because he's just like, I can't handle this pressure. This dude's in the final group of the major tournaments like half the time. I mean, he's got 4. And in the last 10 years, he's been in the top 5 like a bajillion times. So I don't think he got overwhelmed by the moment. You know, he took a couple bad strokes. And that second one,
and he did the sideshow in the parking lot, burning rubber to get out.
Burned the rubber.
I don't blame him.
Me neither.
No,
I get that.
You want to ask me the same question you asked Mark?
Yeah, did he choke?
Of course he choked.
And there we.
Of course he choked.
And so.
You don't mind.
All you have to do is look at the stats for the year.
Okay.
Rory McIlroy this year on tour in putts that were shorter than 3 feet, he was 436 for 436.
There we go.
He had missed 0 putts. So you could say he's been there before and he has. You could say that he's won majors before and he has. But when you are there on the 16th hole and you got a 3-footer.
And you're 100%.
Dude, he doesn't miss.
So now you know how to define the word choke. It is simply based on who's saying it and how angry they are.
I'm not angry at all. My golfer was Brian Harmon, and he was, I think, tied for 23rd.
Right,
so
good.
See, I love to just. I
was looking for.
Hey, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but I got some questions.
All right.
Ask him.
We're here.
Could a left tackle choke in football?
Sure.
We had a
How do you know, Mark?
We had a right tackle choke.
Yeah,
Or no, we had a right guard choke in the Super Bowl.
I don't know that.
Well, Trent didn't have his best game either.
I guess this would be my answers. I don't know how an observer can automatically ever know if somebody choked.
That's too inside the game.
We define it based on, did you perform lesser than normal in a bigger than normal moment?
At the end of the game, in the most high leverage situation
automatically,
of the game.
we make that a choke.
Right.
I don't think it's automatically a choke. I don't know how an observer can ever really fully see that. I mean, maybe a closer gets to the 7th game of the World Series and literally is unable to even get the ball to home plate. I don't know what it looks like. That's how I feel. Yeah. That's how I feel about the word choke.
And they're never put in those moments to where they're the hero, to where, he caught it. He you know what I mean? It doesn't come with the territory. But PFF can tell you, oh, God, the left tackle was the greatest.
Was it Spencer Burford in the Super Bowl who went the wrong way on that play?
But that doesn't make it a choke. That means he went the wrong way. Like he had the wrong play in his head.
That was one of the biggest plays of the game.
Who knows? But he went the wrong way.
Right.
I don't know if that's because he was emotionally overwhelmed.
Well,
Clayton Kershaw chokes in the playoffs.
I don't know that we can say that either.
He's not his normal self.
Right. But is that a choke? I mean,
the moment gets to him, I believe, but why you're not yourself would be my answer.
I guess, and I can't tell you you're wrong. Yeah. All I can say is if anybody has achieved this level of athletic greatness, they've already been through stuff that's way more.
Rory has.
We're going to stop. We're going to talk to Spencer Bivens today, that cat that won the game for the Giants yesterday. And if you have not done the background story on Spencer and what he's been through to get to the big leagues, do yourself a favor. I don't know yet. We're going to figure it out here. 3:00 hour. But whatever. He that dude has been through things that are so much harder.
And he didn't quit.
Than yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday is when we would be like, he got to the bigs and he choked. That dude's life has been on the line, on the mound. Not his life, but like his professional life has been on the line.
He could have quit.
And he never quit. Yeah. Yesterday, he could get lit up, and that's not going to end his professional dream. He's faced that already 100 times and conquered it. So,
but he choked yesterday when he gave up the dinger.
Clearly.
No. First pitch, right off the strikeout.
Won the game, so you never can choke and win.
Took him over.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was just going to throw a curveball.
To equate the two things, this is like being down 1 and having a breakaway dunk with 7 seconds left, and you miss the dunk. That's what Rory McIlroy did. Or, you're all alone at the 10-yard line, and no one's in front of you, and you fumble the ball.
And
that's why he was so mad.
What I've come to terms with, and what I'm at peace with, is you can use that word, and I'm not going to engage. We'd be fighting.
I'm totally with you.
I just don't use the word.
You don't like to apply it.
I don't.
But he gave us a story in his college career, Mark, where he missed a free throw, Steiny, and we think that was the evolution
total choke job.
No, here's a great. This is a great example.
Front end of a one-on-one.
Great example. I get. Pick player A. Just Mark Willard. Let's just say you're an 80% free throw shooter. Okay,
not far from the truth.
Okay,
go ahead.
So, you play college basketball. 5 times in your career, you found yourself at the line having to make 2 free throws to win or lose a game. You go 2 for 2. You win a game, win a game, win a game. So you're 8 for 8 in game-winning situations, and now you go to the line, game's on the line, and you make 1 out of 2. Well, that's a choke, is it?
This is not an 80% situation. Yeah. This is Tony Romo as a holder in a playoff game being unable to catch the snap and put it down on a 99.6% PAT chance. Okay. That's a choke job.
They implemented a rule. They were using the K-ball.
80% is not a choke ball.
Prior to Rory missing those 2 pots, Bryson missed one that was 6 inches longer.
15.
Did he choke?
No, because he won.
No,
exactly.
It's result based.
You can't do that.
I just did that.
But it's result based. Don't you see what you did?
It's completely fair.
It is in your mind.
Play to win the game.
No, now hello. That's only based on what everyone else does.
So here's the way
whether
it works,
or not
Mark.
Bryson won. That's based on Bryson doesn't win if Rory makes that putt.
Well, you know what happened is Bryson choked and then Rory re-choked. Okay. And then when Bryson had to come through in the clutch, he came through in the clutch. And you know what? Rory choked on 15 when he couldn't get up and down, and then he gacked a putt on 16, and then he choked it on 18. It's okay to be honest with the listeners.
I wouldn't use that word.
I just did.
Honest is not the word for what
you're
doing.
So it's okay now, and it's okay now that we say Trent Williams choked in the Super Bowl, and McCaffrey certainly choked because he fumbled in the Super Bowl.
No, that was early.
And Garoppolo absolutely choked because he threw.
It's time
It doesn't matter if it's early.
Yeah, early is fine.
When does it
also depends on if there's defense or not. There's no defense in golf. Don't pretend. There's no defense. It's you in the ball.
So bad?
Oh my God!
Why does everyone stink so bad if there's no defense?
Wow,
that putt was a slider.
Oh, it was slippery.
Not the one on 16. It was straight in on 16.
Yes, he missed a short putt.
Understand the stimp, okay? Thank you.
That's a good nickname for you.
Oh boy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'll tell you what we didn't get into was Duvall yesterday.
That was a prickly one.
You can't pitch him there, can
you? It ain't up. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm just being provocative and then letting it out.
Because I'm mad that we're on this because I'm mad we didn't get to it earlier, but I want your thoughts on what's going on IG.
The time in the world.
Well, you're right.
We'll get to Aiyuk and Klay.
You got one job. You hadn't been setting the world on fire here lately, and I did watch that game. I swear to you, why is he coming in? But you're coming in because the manager wants to get you some work. You got a big series starting tonight in Chicago. What if they need you and you come with your gas can? We'd be like, oh, he didn't get any work. But for him to pout, I love throwing the cooler because he's upset. Dude, you got to go out there and get out. And I'm wondering if they figured you out a little bit to where your soft stuff is not biting, and now they're just waiting. But for you to give up 4 runs and have to be rescued out there, there's nobody to blame but yourself, Mark. That's all I'm saying. You can't be mad at. I don't think he was mad at the manager.
I don't know that he was. Dibbs thinks he was. I don't know how.
What would he be mad at though?
Why is he even out there?
To get out.
It's 13-2, and you're the closer. Does he need to pitch in a 13-2 game?
But shouldn't that be the easiest pitching I would do and work on my stuff? Because I haven't been that people have been getting at me a little bit.
If let's go there, Dibbs. Yeah. If that's how he feels, is that not him putting himself above his teammates?
Not really.
Because the other 2 relievers who are available are also, we have a short lead late inning guys. They're the 8th or the 7th and 8th inning guys.
Right.
So why should they be used and not him?
Well, it's a bullpen game, and so at some point you have to pitch somebody. You can't just let young Bivens go out there and throw 7 innings. So you're going to have bullpen guys who need to pitch, and your closer is a specialized role. You didn't have Jordan Hicks out there. You didn't heat up Logan Webb.
He hadn't pitched for a few days.
My point is, Walker and Rodriguez have specialized roles as well.
Right, Rodriguez didn't pitch, and Walker only pitched because you had your closer go in there and get blown up.
So here's the thing, because here's what I think. I think it's kind of brutal that he had to go in, but I understood. This is, to me, the whole thing. Do you or do you not understand or accept Bob Melvin's explanation? Bob said after the game, we got 3 available relievers. This is a bullpen game. We're already stretched. We have a game tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, right? You got a game the next night in Chicago. And Duvall has not thrown in 3 days. The other guys have thrown much more recently. I didn't want to use any of the 3, but I thought maybe this is an opportunity to get Duvall some work, and he hadn't worked in 3 days. Is that an acceptable explanation for why he chooses Duvall? Because we all can agree, Bob included, perfect world, of course you don't put him in there. Of course you don't.
In a perfect world.
But somebody had to go in. Yeah. Now, Evan brought up an interesting point. How about Brett Wisely? How would we? Now, you've said in the past you hate that.
I wouldn't have been mad at that, though, Diz, if you wanted to do that.
10, right? So, if you're up 8 or more, you can do that.
They're up 9. Yeah, like 11.
13 to 2.
13 to 2.
Yep.
So that would have been an option. There.
Yes, it would have been, but you almost never see that when you're up 11, only when you're down 11. And you go to a position player.
True, and I kind of hate it in general. I just don't like it.
It makes a mockery of the sport.
But in a situation like that, maybe that was the right answer.
Well, I mean, to me, it's the classic. I see both sides. I can see Duvall playing. I mean, now you got to start asking, did Melvin go up to him before the game and say, look, if we're way ahead, I'm going to try to get you an inning? I don't know. We don't know that. To me, that's important.
I would bet he said, no matter what, you're going to pitch today because it's a bullpen game.
I think that's very
important. Then why
important.
are you taking it out on the cooler then?
Because he
gave up mad.
Yeah, that's why. He wasn't mad at Melvin. He was mad at himself. That's what I'm saying. That's what told me he wasn't mad at the manager.
An all-star got 1 out and gave up 4 runs to people we've never heard of.
And if we're going to put a rat on the table, going back to the saves in New York on that road trip in Pittsburgh, I hold him in high regard because he's that good. But it's been an experience. It's been bumpy. There's been turbulence, man.
For sure.
So I'm seeing things like, oh boy. And yesterday was just like, I don't care what. You had 100-run lead, Steiny. Go get us 3 outs, buddy.
Easy to say. And you know what? The Boston Celtics lost by 70 points. You know why? Because they were up 3-0. It's like, Camilo Duvall's a closer. There's a part of him that probably doesn't want to pitch in a 13-2 game. There's probably a little something, whether he's right or wrong, of, they're going to try, they want to get me right when the stakes are so low. Yeah. I get why he's mad. I guess why he's got I understand why people are like, dude, suck it up and get 3 outs. And I get it why he's mad, because he's probably said, I wasn't in a great position, and now my ERA just jumped in a game that I didn't care about, and because I wasn't really ready to pitch, like all that stuff.
It's just, then I'll bring up the Yankee game and get sold. Well, what happened then?
It's also not a new thing. He's not the first closer who seems to always give up runs when you come in a non-safe situation.
Yeah.
It's just usually a non-safe situation is like 7-2. Not 13-2.
And it's an adrenaline position. And so when you're used to coming in high leverage and adrenaline, you come into a game at 13-2 and you let your guard down a little bit, and then you start to scuffle, and then you can't even get through the inning and you get pulled. I can see where he's frustrated, no doubt.
The other side to it is just Giants baseball. Like, even when things go well, you come away ticked off.
And he's been getting touched up a little bit. So even when they win, it's like, whoa, that was a ride.
You won a game by 7 runs. But in the end, you had to use all your relievers. You're worried about Duvall, and Harrison is on the IL. Oh, great day.
What?
Out of nowhere.
Do either of you guys, any of you guys know offhand what Duvall's ERA was before and after the game?
I could guess.
Okay. Did it go from 3.5 to 4.88?
No, I would bet his ERA was just a touch over. I'm just guessing.
Right.
Touch over 3, and now...
it's 4.88 now.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably 3.5 to 4.88 about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. It's viewed as selfish.
I was just going there like, wow.
And closers aren't judged by that. And he's not like he's in a free agent year. He's under team control till 2083.
Yeah. I get it, but that's also the unique nature of baseball.
No
like
doubt,
one game like that can really F things up.
His soft stuff ain't been biting, man, and I feel like they're waiting on the pitch, and when he gets, they're racking him. It's been happening again. Pittsburgh, the Mets. It's like he got out of it, but it's like, man, I need a shower.
Okay, it went from 3.62.
So it went up about a point, 4.2.
Yeah.
That's a tough day.
That's a big.
Tough day.
It's a big RA for a closer.
No doubt.
But he did finish.
So they're up 1 tonight.
No,
he's getting the ball.
Finish. That's right. He did come out.
He got one out.
And that's why I believe Melvin going to save them. If they're up 1 run tonight, he's going to come out. Yeah, no doubt. He didn't just leave him out there.
He didn't lose his job.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying there's no better option.
But before Steiny gets a bag and stands up and does all the things that he does, can we do Aiyuk?
We have to. We have to.
I see this one maybe
I'm so tired.
A little bit differently than because I was listening to you guys a lot on this. I see it maybe a little bit differently than you do. Like the whole idea of leverage with Aiyuk versus Klay. I don't see Aiyuk as having hardly any. I totally see what you're saying, Steiny. He's way younger. He's got way more of his career in front of him.
But Clay's got, I said the same. I think Brandon has no leverage.
He does, very little.
Clay has the sentimental leverage of, boy.
Well, his words were, they don't want me back, which is factually untrue. They've already picked up your option for this year.
What if he's looking at the number we don't know that was given to him? That's how he takes it.
That may be how he takes it. Right. We don't even have confirmation that he's talking about the 49ers. Maybe he didn't tip at the pizza joint last night, and they told him that they don't want him back. I know that sounds ridiculous, but the one thing about...
you're saying the whole... I
have no idea.
He was talking to a football player.
Yes. Yeah. He's talking to a former
his girlfriend's there who's been edging him on the whole time with the other I got to believe that. They don't want me back, Dibs. That was about his team. I have to believe that he's currently trying to get a new deal.
I agree with you, but let's not remove the idea of social media hijinks from a 20-something-year-old kid. Yeah. Clay's, to me, is way more A to B. Clay's mad at the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, I solely answered that just in where they are in their career. Aiyuk's entering his prime. Aiyuk has no. If you want to go, Aiyuk has no leverage. This point and this time, he doesn't.
And a trade. If the Niners didn't want him back, they'd have traded him before the draft. They'd have done it. No question in my mind.
So the little scuttlebutt we hear in Pittsburgh, maybe there might be a trade.
Pittsburgh.
I mean, or do you think they were thinking Dibs will take this 26 if that was ever offered? And Aiyuk is like, nah, I'm up there with, I need more.
Right. And it's June. So if the offer's 26 now, and he wants 30, okay. And in July, if the offer's 26 and he wants 30, okay. And in August, if the offer's 26 and he wants 30, he's taking 26. But right now in June, I don't think that he's taking 26. I think right now his motivation is, look, I've got between now and September to try to work toward what I want. And if you get to that point where it becomes time to Schmidt or get off the pot, then at that point, maybe 26 doesn't look so bad.
The Niners will move.
Maybe the Niners just say, okay, fine, 28. And they both go fine.
The Niners will move.
But that won't happen until August. So
exactly.
In the meantime, if he wants to go on, on TikTok.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Fine. Go on TikTok.
So if you're the organization, nothing to see here.
I wouldn't say nothing to see here.
You don't want this. You know what I mean?
But if you're the organization, my answer would be summer. This is what we do in June.
It's still spring, technically.
That's another thing. Good point.
Yeah.
That's
I'm not trying to be all seasonal on you, but we're not even in summer yet.
When's the last June and July where the organization wasn't doing this?
Yeah.
This is
every year. Exactly.
Parag is on a boat somewhere. Can I get another drink?
I saw the great Bob. June. I ran into the great Bob Sargent. He goes, "Goo, relax. We don't do anything in the first round." But why is Aiyuk taking it to this? Hey, Mike Tomlin, we're twins. That ain't what you were talking about. Something's at the core.
Well, that's Brandon. Each guy handles it their own way, and I don't want to brand everyone a receiver, but the receivers tend to be a little bit.
But wouldn't you think, and I hear you, but wouldn't you think Aiyuk seeing Debo the month that Debo got it and Bosa right before, wouldn't you think that would keep him a little bit quiet, knowing, hey, this is how they do it, bud?
But Debo wasn't quiet
on
his way to the same thing.
But he wasn't watching 8 other receivers get bags, a couple of them that he thinks are lesser than him.
He's mad.
Yeah, he's mad. And Klay is really mad.
I think Clay's been mad.
I think Clay's just done.
That is, and to put the LA picture of the court, I do miss this Saturday morning. I'm like, dude, I'm just saying that's LA.
Just real quick, before Steiny goes.
Relax, you're in a good mood.
I got to go to the bathroom. All right.
Go to the bathroom. Go ahead.
Just
that'll give us more time.
I can give it a minute. I'm not that old yet.
I just wanted to say I was at the Fremont Bank 60th anniversary.
We heard.
And I'll share more details throughout the afternoon, but I met Rich from Atco.
He called and told us.
Okay.
And you didn't big time him either.
No. I gave him a good 10 minutes. And Rich is a good guy. Anyway.
All right.
Take a leak. Wash your hands.
95.7 the game.
Spray Thompson. Yeah.
Wow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get on in here. Happy belated Father's Day. Seeing as you are going to be I know this is a weird way to say it because you're once a dad, always a dad.
Yeah.
But you're going to go down as the longest running dad in the history of my life, of all the people that I know, just because you are still
dadding it up
in Toddlerville. You're still in Happy Father's Day to you, buddy.
You too, brother.
Happy
Thank
Father's
you.
Day.
I spent the early part of Father's Day in and I'm not the mommy, but it was a mommy and me swim class at the neighbor's pool.
Believe me. I've done a lot of mommy and me classes.
So it was, believe me, I believe you.
Oh, God.
There's these 5 toddlers in swim diapers in the pool, and I'm over there on my phone trying to catch up on the leaderboard, getting ready to go to Dana's house to watch the back 9. So
God.
Father's Day was actually
Air quotes.
Turned out to be Labor Day.
Father's Day. Oh God.
Turns out every day is Labor Day when you've got a toddler.
That's
but anyway,
I was up
doubt.
at 6 a.m. driving a kid to Pacifica, California for a basketball tournament.
There you go.
So, but I loved every minute of that. So anyway, if you're listening and you're a male and you have kids, look at you. Look at you. Okay. Happy Father's Day, even to the ones who stink at it, because that's kind of everybody. You learn to just mess up every day and then go to bed and try again tomorrow. But anyway, happy Father's Day to everybody. I hope it was an awesome weekend. Social media has already taken over the world, and now here we go. It's taking over sports. So for those of you who don't know kind of where this has gone, let's go ahead and play it for you. We talked, the Klay stuff broke when you and I were together on Friday afternoon. So we've had some things to say about that. There's more to say. Shams had some comments earlier today, and there was one specific sentence in his commentary that really stood out to me. So we'll play that in a second. But for those of you who are like, what did Brandon Aiyuk say on TikTok? Well, here's what he said, and he was talking to Washington Commanders quarterback draftee and former Arizona State Sun Devil Jaden Daniels.
They said they don't want me back. I swear.
Yeah, they said that they don't want me back. For real. All right. Well, why is that clip only the only part that's on there? Obviously, that's not the entire conversation.
Right.
That'd be my question. Does anybody have what Jaden asked him prior to him saying that? And why is only that part on TikTok?
Well, the whole thing was on TikTok, I believe.
What was the whole conversation then?
It was a back and forth about,
Does he name the 49ers?
No, not that I saw.
Did Jaden Daniels say, what about the Niners? And he said, they don't want me back.
No, of course not.
I did not hear that. I heard Brandon Ayuk's girlfriend say something like, they got me blogging this stuff, and then with the expletive mixed in there, and a bunch of garbled stuff that I couldn't really hear, and then that.
Okay. So why did they only post that? Why did they only post that?
Because they're sending a message.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When your reaction to Klay Thompson on Friday, I think is the reaction of many, where and it's people of a certain age. We have a hard time with this. Like I joked with my dad. I did a Father's Day post for my dad on Instagram, and I love when people do this. My dad's not on Instagram.
Right, and you shared you added your mom to make sure she would show
my mom's on Instagram. I'm like, hey, Mom, will you show
that.
this to Dad? Because he's still on Facebook.
Yeah.
And so if you tell Dad something on Instagram, he's like, I don't know how to do the doohickey. Well, go back an earlier generation, that's us. And we're like, really, guys? This is how you directly send your commentary to bosses, coworkers, friends, whatever. You do it with veiled shots on social media. It makes us roll our eyes. But yes, that's exactly how it's done. And my two reactions to Klay and Aiyuk, and this is why I find them to be so different. Klay's, even though all of this is passive-aggressive, it's all passive-aggressive.
Right.
But Klay's was direct. Hey, Warriors, bleep you. Brandon Aiyuk's is, let's make this like mysterious. Don't put the word 49ers in there. Just the one clip. Yeah, man. They said they don't want me. For real. I mean, there's 1% of me that's like, I don't even know who you're talking about. But the 99% of me that thinks he's talking about the 49ers, there's no finality here. There's no bleep you. It's June and I don't like what you're saying to me, which makes him just the next 49er player. That's it. Every Niner player who's gone through this the last few summers has been mad in June. Right? Was Bosa mad in June?
Yeah.
Was Debo mad in June?
No doubt.
Brandon's mad in June. I don't know. To me, one of these means something, the other doesn't.
I agree. I think they both mean the same kind of thing. Klay's for me is maybe not so much bleep you as it is I'm leaving. I think Klay does what he does because he knows that the offer that he's going to get or has already gotten from the Warriors is not going to be good enough, and so he's leaving. So that to me is less mysterious than the Brandon Aiyuk one. And the thing about the TikTok is the video starts with him looking at a highlight of himself as a 49er. And he's on with Jaden Daniels. And so then Daniels says, turn the camera around, because the camera is actually pointing at Aiyuk's girlfriend who is filming him. Mm-hmm. So then he turns the camera around to show Daniels himself. And then that's when he says what he says. So he didn't say the 49ers, but the whole thing was staged so that he's watching himself on the Niners. And then, they don't want me.
You just said it.
Staged.
The whole thing was staged.
It's beautifully staged. It's well done. You see Daniels is, he's laughing and he's giving him the peace sign. And then you cut to Aiyuk and he's smiling. He's smiling. This is not somebody who's emotionally broken or disconsolate or shaken by the way things are going.
No, he's mad, and he was already mad. Like, the funny thing is, there's been much more on Brandon's social media that's been much more damning than this. Go back 2 months, and he and his girl are in the parking lot at Levi's Stadium being like, don't think we're going to ever be back here ever again.
Right.
And everyone's like, yeah, I wonder what he means. And then flash forward 2 months later, they don't want me back, and people think that a trade is coming or that if the 49ers didn't want him back, I don't think they'd have offered him $26 million. I don't think he'd still be on the team. Now, I don't want to speak as if I can tell you unequivocally this is going to work out, but nothing that I've seen on June 17th tells me that this looks any different than whatever the 49ers have been doing every summer. The only thing that's different every summer is there are different tweaks to the way it sounds based on who the player is. And the player's own personality comes out a little bit. Nick, who's a really quiet guy, I'm just going to go work out and eat omelets. And he's gone. That's it. You never heard a word. Well, Debo, a little bit more front-facing, right? This is a guy that, boombox guy right out front. He's going to let you know, and he's going to request a trade, and he's going to be out in the public making comments. Brandon, a little bit somewhere in between, but I'd argue is a little bit more out front with his displeasure, his words, his aggressiveness, and that's all fine. That's just his personality,
right?
And how he wants to handle his frustration. But I'll say the same thing today that I'm going to say every time. Until August 1st, I am not concerned in the slightest about Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers.
And I don't think that they are either. And honestly, Brandon's probably not that concerned either. He's just doing this as a way to continue to remind fans that he's unsigned and that he's relatively unhappy. And if the offer was a reported $26 million a year and he doesn't think that that's enough, well, what can you do other than have your agent go back to the Niners and say, try harder, do better? Other than that, you have to kind of just sit there and do this. And this is what we do now in the modern day and age. We use our social media to send messages to fans and to our teams to let them know how we really feel.
Well, not only that, and I agree with you completely, but I'll add this. At work, no matter who you are, at work, when do you really start to just be like, all right, that's it, man. Meet me in the break room. I got some stuff to tell you, and I'm going to just torch the bosses and the corporate structure. And you really get to that point, I'd argue, when you feel totally boxed in. In other words, you're out of choices and chances. They're not offering what you want, but there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And so you buck. You buck and you complain and you whatever. You lash out. And I would argue that that's exactly what's happening with Brandon Aiyuk. Do you realize what kind of a chance he'd be taking if he tries to play uber hardball with the 49ers? He's going to get crushed. The 49ers not only have control of him for another 2 years if they want, they drafted his former teammate, who he thinks is great, who also, by the way, supposedly had an unbelievable OTAs. Imagine if you're Brandon, you're like, okay, I'm sitting out. And it turns out that Pearsall is everything they hope him to be. Now what kind of a boat are you in? You left $14 million on the table. The Niners still have complete control over your rights. And your importance completely cratered because they found someone else who apparently can do the exact same thing. That would be the roll of the dice he's taking if he wants to look at $26 million and freak out to the point where he's like, I'm not showing up till it's 29. Well, yeah, you will.
Of course he will.
I think the number's going to go up, but yes, you will.
And they know that, and he knows that. And that's why all of this, to me, and we can talk about TikToks and the scrubbing of social media and Instagram and all the rest of it, this is all mostly nonsense because it's June. And so Aiyuk knows that he doesn't really have to show up until he has to show up. And when he has to show up, in order to make sure he gets that good money, that game check, and if you're making $14 million, even if he has to play on his fifth-year option, that's about $850,000 a game. So when push comes to shove, and that's the check that he's going to say no thank you to, he's going to show up. And they know it, and he knows it, and everything in between now and then is just Instagram and TikTok nonsense.
No matter who you're dealing with, you need to kind of know, I always try, you got to know the characteristics. It's just like us. We're radio partners. You know some things that would trigger me. I know some things that would trigger you. We avoid those unless we're trying to tick each other off, which is pretty rare.
A couple times a month.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, you got to know.
Angry, Jeff.
That's awesome. Yeah, you gotta know the characteristics of who you're dealing with. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk and his agent, know this. I want you to write it down in ink. Parag Marathe is allergic to giving in early. Allergic. The hard no, brick wall. Parag is never going to give you what you want in a month that starts with J.
Yeah.
Period. So know that. So don't get mad in June because there's another J month coming up in a second, and you're not going to get what you want then either. But the other characteristic of the Niners is that they do almost always end up making those guys happy in the end. So wait for the A month.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that. I'm sure he knows that, and his agent knows that. And I don't know if they're advising him to do this every couple of weeks just to keep his name out there and to keep the Niners' feet held to the fire and all the rest of it. Because when he does what he does on TikTok, he knows we're all going to talk about it because the fans are like, You should see the TikTok. There's like 1,100 comments, of
course,
underneath his post.
Yeah, come to Pittsburgh.
Right.
We're
Your Commanders.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and we love your calls on any. You can pick whichever player you want. How do you translate what you're seeing on social media from Brandon Aiyuk and Klay Thompson? Plus, Spencer Bivens, Giants fans, if you know the story, if you know any of the story of Spencer Bivens, he's going to join us a little bit later on in the show. It's an incredible story. We will get you some of that background before you hear Spencer, because it, quite frankly, is one of the most amazing trips to the big leagues that have ever happened, and he was yesterday's winning pitcher. So all that's ahead. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA choice beef.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's my favorite.
The Buster Olney one.
Buster's my favorite.
It's because of the pause.
And that's
a
great question.
A great question.
And that's a great question.
Yeah.
Buster.
Yeah. Thank you, Buster. Cheers.
That's good.
Cheers.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I wonder if you can get one from Spencer Blevins today. I bet you don't. Even hot, though.
Yeah. Well, not if I call him Spencer Blevins. No, that's actually...
Steiny got in my head because Jeremy Blevins.
That was Steiny's fault. That was totally... Yeah, Spencer Bivens.
Jerry Blevins.
Spencer Bivens. This guy got called up out of nowhere at age 29 for the Giants yesterday.
Almost
Goes out,
30.
Yeah, through 3 innings, struck out 4, got the win. Giants score 13. Jorge Soler connected with a ball with runners on base. That was crazy.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Totally.
And so people start sort of regurgitating the story that has been Spencer Bivens. And I guess the Cliff's Notes version is, okay, he's going to play at Penn State. He gets caught with weed. It ruins his entire, it's a positive test. They do the testing totally different now, but it ruins his entire time at Penn State. Plus, he's only throwing maybe 90 miles an hour with the fastball. You know, he's got a four-seamer that doesn't break, whatever. They're just kind of like, okay, so he starts looking for a place to play. And, you know, beg, borrow, steal, talk to friends. There's this trip to independent ball. He gets cut. He's got a friend that's playing over in France. He goes over and plays in France for $500. Was it a month? Or a week?
Yeah.
$500 a month. $500 a month he's playing in France. And
you get paid actually in croissants. It's the weirdest thing.
You finish the game and they're like, I'm
gonna eat it.
Yeah, there you go. You get a croissant
totally.
and a ride. You know, games are 6 hours away by car. And he does that. And then heads back over to the States and through, again, more beg, borrow, steal, ends up with independent ball, but goes on the internet and learns a little bit more about how he can change his pitches, ends up throwing a 93, 94 mile an hour heater, gives up on his four-seamer, replaces it with a nasty sinker, ends up in some independent ball thing, and Farhan Zaidi takes notice based on a spreadsheet that ends up on his desk in terms of the analytics of who's there. Who's this guy? Why is he there? What's going on? He's 27 years old, 28 years old, whatever. The Giants call him. Pregame. And this was, last year. And he goes and takes the call before a game. He starts crying right there on the phone. Now he's a Giants farmhand. He goes to San Jose. He crushes it. Then he ends up at AAA. He crushes it. And Kyle Harrison doing box squats messes up his ankle.
Is that what it was?
And poof, here comes Spencer Bivens. And you are yesterday's winning pitcher after you probably should have given up the game, 8 different times?
Right. No doubt. Just an incredible story. And even after his French experience, the French connection, he was going to go play in the Czech Republic, and then the pandemic hit.
Right.
So you lost a whole year due to the pandemic, and that you come out of it, and you figure, I'm going to go back and start it all over again. Independent ball.
There's a great story in The Athletic about Spencer that you can go check out if you want to learn more about this, and he is going to join us next hour. And one thing that really caught me was when, by the time he's 27, he would catch up with old friends. And he said the way that they would talk to him when he said, I'm still playing ball. Oh, what are you doing? I'm still playing ball. Oh, you're still playing ball. That's so cool. He goes, they would say it the same way somebody would react to a 5-year-old that says when he grows up, he's going to be a dinosaur.
I love that line.
Like an amazing line because it totally, you get the tone. Not like, that is so cool that you're, oh, that's so cool that you're still playing ball. Kind of like, oh, God, you're still playing ball?
Right. It's pretty pathetic.
Dude, when are you going to give up?
Well, not even like, oh, I'm with AA with the Mets. I'm AAA with the Orioles. No, you're playing independent ball, which means you're playing against people like our producer, Lucas, basically, who still is playing in an over 30 league. It's independent ball. Like there's a team in San Rafael, the San Rafael Pacifics, for example. It's that kind of level of ball.
I think they had a game over the weekend. I was driving through San Rafael and I saw a little sign on the side of the road.
You should go.
It's like a piece of paper. It's like game tonight. I'm like, did somebody just leave that out or is there actually a game tonight?
Pretty fun.
Anyway, so we'll get to all that coming up. Shams on FanDuel TV said something about Klay Thompson earlier today. Run it back on FanDuel TV. I want everybody to hear this. Because there's one line that really clicked. And I went, oh gosh, Klay is totally gone. Gone. Now, you and I already thought that. You've been thinking it for a while. I certainly think the unfollowing of the Warriors on Instagram is absolutely a thing. I think the breakup is imminent. And then I heard this and I went, oh, I've heard that before. See if you can notice the phrase that to me says Klay's gone. Here's Shams.
Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question. But the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going.
Okay. Now, this may hit you different.
Yeah.
You have any guess on what the phrase was that tells me?
I mean,
gone.
Was it test the market?
Nope. They all
I don't know
say
what
that.
it was. Yeah, it all was pretty cliche riddled, and it all kind of speaks to what we've been talking about for weeks.
I always have, to me, there's an indicator. You have a guess, Grandy?
At the very end, they're going to stay in touch and seize where he ends up going. That means they're done talking to him right now.
Give yourself a brownie and a round of applause. Have you ever heard when teams say that, it's no different than telling your friend who's having a party that you're going to try to stop by? They're going to stay in touch with him and see where it goes. That's what the Giants said about Madison Bumgarner. We're going to keep in touch. That tells you why he unfollowed them on Instagram. Because they literally told him, hey, Klay, go see what you can find because we got other stuff that we need to do first. You're not priority one. This has always been the thing. I think a lot of it's about money, but I don't think it's all about money. I think it's about the order of things, the prioritizing of things. The Warriors, I think, are likely telling Klay, we've got other things that we need to figure out first. So why don't you go see what kind of offer? We'll stay in touch. That's what people write in your yearbook when you're leaving for summer and they're never going to call you. Keep in touch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
For sure. I mean, keep in touch means it's July 7th and, we still need a shooting guard and you haven't signed yet. So, hey, Klay, it's Mike Dunleavy. Yeah. Hey, I noticed you're still a free agent and, geez, we could use some shooting. How does $12 million sound?
And that's, by the way, not going to happen.
Of course.
Klay is going to get great offers.
He's going to be a day one free agent signing, July 1st. He'll get signed right away.
He'll have offers. I don't know if he'll have decided yet exactly what he wants to do because he might have multiple offers.
Yeah, and you might be right. He probably wants to go out there and really test it out for the first time.
Stay in touch.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross. That's a terrible statement. They're going to keep in touch.
Well, I'm sure they told him that to his face, and that's why he unfollowed him.
Listen to it again.
Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going.
Listen to what he said after. They'll stay in touch to see where he ends up going.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means when he winds up in Orlando, they'll send him a gift basket.
That's right.
A food basket. Congrats, Klay, on your new team.
Be sure to call us and let us know where you end up.
Yeah.
But boy, we want you back. No, you don't. I mean, you do, but not really. Like,
well,
again,
they do, but not for the amount of money that he's going to make and not for the role that he's going to want.
Yeah. They're going to stay in touch. The minute I heard that the first time, I'm like, oh my God. Like, he's really, really gone.
Right.
Really gone. And you can see it for yourself all over the internet if you want. It's not just that Klay unfollowed. Then he was a posting machine all weekend long. Everywhere he went, he was on a bike. He was by himself. He was at basketball courts. He's at really, really cool, like beautiful tourist attractions with trees. He was with Rocco. He was doing the whole Klay thing, and there wasn't a damn bit of Tiburon or a boat in it. He was all over the place. And just the fact, when someone's posting a lot, when it's like, bow, 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 like, I don't know. I tend to want to, like, check on that person. Like, you good? Well, what do you know what I mean? Like, you're clearly,
especially if they haven't been posting at all.
You're
like some people just post a lot all the time.
You're reaching out for attention.
Yeah,
you're reaching out for attention. If it's machine gun posting, and we're doing this like 8 times a day, and I do. I think that this is a window into how Klay is feeling about this interaction.
Yeah, I think he's feeling like it's time for it to be about Klay, and he's not going to be the same Klay that he was because he's not going to be a Warrior anymore. So that's what I think that this is about. And, there's a lot of attention drawn to his social media by the very fact that he scrubbed his account of the Warriors and he unfollowed the Warriors and he took off a bunch of pictures. And so there's a lot of talk right now about his social media. So it's a great time to show people exactly what you're doing on social media.
Yeah. So to me, we put these two things together, what Brandon Aiyuk is doing and what Klay Thompson is doing, and I could not see these things as more different. The guys earlier were talking about who has more leverage, and I actually, where my brain went at least, is like there's a factual response to this, and it's Klay Thompson. One of them's a free agent and one of them's not. One of them can leave if he wants to. The other one can't. One of them has $250 million in the bank, and one of them doesn't. Like, Klay Thompson has way more leverage, and his story is also so much closer to being written. Like, let's remember the calendar right now. Klay Thompson and the Warriors not being on the same page right now would be akin to the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk not being on the same page on August 23rd.
Yeah.
Like, free agency is in 2 weeks from today.
Yep, no doubt.
And what we're getting from Klay.
2 weeks and 14 minutes, I believe.
So there you go. So we're getting unfollowings. We're getting Instagram posts from all over, from Southern California, which for Klay, even if you look at them, there's an air of like, yeah, to it. And maybe I'm reading into it, but it really feels that way to me. Klay's like, fine, I'm going on my bike.
Yeah.
And I am out, and I'm going to go do all the things I love in life. Because, maybe he'd be doing that anyway. It's the off season. He's Klay. He loves the outdoors. But the whole thing to me feels like a goodbye. And Brandon Aiyuk, we're reading like chapter 2. We're reading chapter 2 of the book.
Well, I think that we already know the way the book ends. I mean, we've read the last chapter of this book a number of different times, as you mentioned. I don't think that this one goes the way of DeForest Buckner, because when you go back to the Buckner situation, that all happened before the draft. They made a decision that they didn't want to pay what DeForest was looking for, and so they traded him before the draft. They got a pick. They blew the pick. That's not the point of the discussion. But with Brandon Aiyuk, I don't think that they're going to trade him now. I think that part of it is off the table. I don't care how good Ricky Pearsall looks at OTAs.
I agree.
He still isn't going to step in and be Brandon Aiyuk. You and I have had that discussion about how good a rookie receiver can be right away, and you can be good, but I don't think you can be as good as Aiyuk in that first year, and you're in a Super Bowl window. So I don't think that option is really on the table. For me, it comes down to what the number is going to be that ultimately he agrees to. And right now, if they're $4 million a year apart, if that's the estimated, if he wants Amon-Ra $30 million and they're offering Devontae $26 million or what the other receivers have gotten at $26 million, they can meet in the middle at 28. But like you said, they're not going to do that now in June. That'll be a mid to late August thing where they finally decide on what that number will be. And I think he signs it eventually. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I think you're touching on what is the little leverage that Brandon Aiyuk has. And the leverage that Brandon Aiyuk has is the 49ers are absolutely desperate to win the Super Bowl this year. And Brandon being healthy and ready to go week 1 is a very big part of that. There's no question about that. Better football team with him, worse football team without him. And so that's Brandon's leverage, which is that the 49ers do not want to limp into the start of this season. Everybody is keenly aware of the pressure that is riding on this season. So that's Brandon's leverage. It doesn't match the leverage that the 49ers have in return. Leverage doesn't even feel like part of the conversation with Klay Thompson and the Warriors. Klay is a free agent. So that sort of, in a way, takes leverage completely out of it. He can go wherever the hell he wants.
Right.
There's no pressure point to push. Like, you want to leave? You leave.
Or if you don't want to sign me, then don't sign me.
Right. And the Warriors are also sitting here going, look, we offered you, I think this is probably the under-discussed point of it. If they did truly offer him $2 and $48 before the year, well, what's different now? What's different now?
Well, he's a year older, and they probably don't have that much money to give him.
They missed the playoffs.
Right. They're 10 seed.
The money situation was probably largely they knew before the season what it was, but they offered him that then, thinking, all right, Klay, fully healthy season, let's go. We still think we can XYZ this year. And then while he was largely healthy, they didn't. They did not XYZ.
Yeah.
They did nothing. They did not even make the playoffs. And so that, to me, sort of empowers the Warriors' position where they're like, look, we're limited in how much money we have to spend this offseason. If we give you what we want, we are guaranteeing that we come back essentially the exact same team. And why would we do that?
It wasn't good enough this year. Right. How would it be good enough next year?
Right. So if you want to use the word leverage there, that I guess kind of is it. I more think it's like clarity and empowerment.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
On both sides.
Yeah. They're like, we can't do that. So when you hear all these reporters keep saying, and the Warriors even say it themselves, oh, we want Klay back. They do.
Right.
They do want him back for free, essentially.
Right.
They would love to have him on the team as a bench player for only the amount of money that doesn't prevent them from going out to improve themselves.
Exactly. Going out to get somebody who can actually be the starter for the spot that he used to have.
And that's probably super offensive to him.
No doubt.
I get it.
Well, and I think it was super offensive to him that the offer was 2 years and $48 million back in October or wherever, and he thought that he was worth more, and I'm sure he still thinks that he's worth more, and he's probably right. I saw Bobby Marks put out something that said that he would give Klay, I think, 30 a year or 35 a year, and he said the same thing on our show. Like, what Klay brings is so unique that there are going to be teams out there that are going to give Klay that much money and that big of a role.
So think about that. Like, all we can do right now is imagine what these conversations must be like. And unfortunately for the Warriors, I think that their 2-year, $48 million offer at the beginning of the year was likely based on two things. A, more optimism than they have now. And B, wanting to avoid this. Because now it's threatening to be an ugly breakup. And that's incredibly painful for a relationship that's been so successful. Nobody wanted this. Good God, if there was a way that one of the big three was going to leave, being unfollowed on Instagram is not where the Warriors wanted this to go. It would have to have been more like, almost like what Klay was saying toward the end of the year. You know what I mean? Like, look, what's good for my mental health, some new voices, maybe a role where I can be on a team that's a little bit younger, like reasons that are out of people's control. But now this is threatening to go down a road that is very uncomfortable for everybody involved. And I have no doubt that even if it does go that way, it'll circle back around and Klay will be an all-time great and the fan base will love him and he'll love the fan base someday. That'll all happen. But the Warriors, I think, badly wanted to avoid it sounding like it's starting to sound.
Like they don't want Klay Thompson after all. Like they're kind of pushing him out the door or they're lowballing him. There's still a lot that can still be done between now and him signing somewhere else. And part of that will be what the reported contract was. Because I think many Warrior fans would think, if you gave Klay an offer of 2 years and 50, let's just say, I don't think that the offer is that high, but if that's what the offer is, and he signed somewhere else for 3 years and 75, well, you could look at that and say, all right, he got more years, and maybe it's 3 years and 80. He got more money elsewhere. He got a longer deal elsewhere. That makes sense, and so the Warriors won't look as bad.
Right.
But if it comes out that the Warriors' offer was really low, like lower than the 2 years and the 48, then this could really blow back in their face.
Well, I don't know this, but if you start to read tea leaves, it feels like there's no offer on the table at all.
Exactly.
See, that's my translation of all this right now, which is based on nothing. It's really just based on, I shouldn't say it's based on nothing. It's based on the behaviors that we're watching, the words of those covering the team, the insiders, and the NBA landscape. It's based on all that. I think what's really upsetting Klay is I think it's very likely that the Golden State Warriors have looked at him and said, we'd love to have you back. We don't even know what to offer you right now. We are not prepared to put a number on it because we have other priorities that we need to take care of first. And I got to think that sends the top of his head through to heaven. Knowing what we know about Klay, you want him to blow his top. It's not, hey, would you play from the bench? It's, yeah. Can you come back in 4 weeks?
Yeah, exactly.
And then we might be ready to talk about it then.
We'll circle back to you. How's July 8th for you, Klay?
Wow.
And meanwhile, he's going out to be a free agent for the first time ever, which, as we mentioned, starts in 2 weeks. And so he's ready to take all the offers ahead of time. As you know, the tampering has already begun. Yep. So he's trying to line up all of his offers, and he goes to his team that he's been with his whole career, and they say, yeah, see that over there? That's called the on-deck circle. Why don't you go ahead and grab a bat?
I mean, it's like when you apply for a job and don't hear back. Like, how long should I wait before I email them again? Oh, I'm circling back. I'm checking in. It's just, oh my God.
You're hitting too close to home there.
Right?
I was doing
We've all been there.
Earthquakes play-by-play, and I did one season, won an Emmy, and so I reach out in, I don't know, December. Season starts in March. Hey, when's the schedule going to come out? When's the TV schedule going to come out? I want to block out the days. And the guy over at Comcast goes, block out the days? Nobody said you had the job.
Did he really say it that way? Oh, crap.
You know who the team president of the Earthquakes was at the time, right?
That's a terrible response.
Oh, yeah, it was awkward.
Oh.
Team president of the Earthquakes at the time?
Yes.
Dave Cavill.
I had a feeling that was the name you were going to say. Loser.
Night, Denver.
We're presented by
Denver go bye-bye.
Fremont. Yeah, A's go bye-bye. We presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We haven't gotten to Draymond's Klay Thompson comments on the podcast. We'll do that coming up next. Your calls welcome on Aiyuk and Klay, both going to social media. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable wild-caught.
Robert Saleh called it unexcused.
Right.
This is an unexcused absence.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Bring back Zach? Throw Zachy out there again? How'd that work out for you, Bob?
Well, he's a Broncos now.
I know, but
I don't even know who's Aaron's backup. I don't even know who the Jets' backup is. Niners playing him in week 1. You better get familiar with it. I'm not convinced at all that Aaron Rodgers is playing week 1. You got an unexcused absence from OTAs, and the video that we have of him running around at OTAs
doesn't look good.
It looked like he couldn't walk.
Tyrod Taylor is the backup.
Oh, is it Tyrod?
Tyrod Taylor.
I got Tyrod at 4-1 odds that he starts week 1.
Okay. Well, that's not bad odds. I mean, it's probably about accurate.
It means he's probably not going to, but he might.
There's a chance, no doubt.
Damn right there is. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it's about a 25% chance based on 4-1 odds, I think, the implied odds.
And I think as a Niner fan, I might be rooting for Aaron to start because I think Tyrod might be better at this point.
Some rust.
Well, at least he can move. He can move. I don't even know if Aaron can move.
Sure didn't look good. You got September 9th is your opener. So here we are, and that's, less than 3 months away. Get excited.
Don't tell me. Summer started essentially today for, I don't mean the season, I mean the kids. You know, obviously they had the weekend off, but they went all the way to Friday. They went late.
Which is crazy.
I'm like, summer just started today, and I'm like, it's over pretty soon. It started today. I'm like, we got to get back to school here it's barely 2 months now.
Yeah.
We could do a whole documentary on the shrinking of summer. Summer for school-age kids has turned into Mirror Lake in Yosemite. It gets smaller every year.
It's not bad.
And someday it's just going to be gone. It's going to be Mirror Meadow, and you're going to get out of school on like June 28th. They'll let you have July 4th off. Get your butt back to school. Let's go. Mainly because they take half the days off during the school year now.
That's the thing. It's almost a year-round school. And I mentioned this before, the old 45-15, where you'd go 9 weeks on, 3 weeks off, and you do it year-round.
Yeah, I know a lot of schools do that.
Yeah, that was up in Petaluma. There were a couple schools that did that. I never did that, but you and I talked about it like July 10th. All right, got to get to bed, got school in the morning. But I do remember when we were kids, it felt like it was Memorial Day to Labor Day.
We didn't start until 2 weeks into September.
Day after Labor Day.
We started in September. I'm like, what's different? The only thing that's different is your winter break is a month. Somebody made up something called Ski Week, and there are staff development days and minimum days every week.
And Thanksgiving, we used to just get the Thursday and the Friday.
That's it.
Now you get the week.
Like, that's why Highway 5 was so disgusting on Wednesdays. People were at school until 3 o'clock the day before Thanksgiving. All of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing ever is messing with the kids. They'll be talking to their friends or relatives who live in a different city. For my taste, right? My sister and her kids live down in Southern California. Well, they've been out for like 2.5 weeks already.
Oh, yeah. Same as my wife, who's a teacher in the East Bay.
My kids will not believe me when I tell them. I'm like, you guys don't understand. You're all in the state of California. It is a law that y'all go to school the same number of days.
180 days.
Same number of hours.
Yep.
It's a law. So whatever they've got going on down there, you got it already. No, Dad, there's no way. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you went to school the same number of days. His winter break was only 3 weeks. Yours was 4. He doesn't have ski week. I don't know. The teachers at his school went to work or something. I have no idea what happened. But y'all went to school the same number of days.
No doubt. 180 is the number.
Dad, that's stupid.
That's a 5 for your son.
Listen to Draymond. This do anything for you? So Klay Thompson unfollows the Warriors on Instagram. Klay removes some Warriors-related content from Instagram. And you know who couldn't wait to do an emergency pod? Well, it's none other than Draymond Green.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
Okay. What do you make of that?
I mean, Not a lot, I guess. I mean, he thinks it's hilarious, but I mean, does he think it's hilarious because he already knows that Klay is gone? Or is he more of an old school guy who thinks it's hilarious like I think it's hilarious because the whole thing is so stupid?
How do you think it's hilarious?
Because it's so stupid. It's so stupid that that's an actual thing. Like, you're going to have this contract situation, and I'm not going to say it's a negotiation. I don't know what they're doing, but you're in a spot where you're not happy with your employer, and so you're going to unfollow him. And by unfollowing that employer, and we all who are fans of your employer and of you, we get wind of it, and now we all look at it as a thing, as if it's really a thing.
Okay.
And it is a thing.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's really a thing, to me, is hilarious.
Okay, but devil's advocate for just a second. I'm looking at your Instagram page right now.
Yeah.
Let's get you a bunch of followers at Dan Dibley.
Yep, 1B.
Yep, and you've even got your Facebook page up there, which I find hilarious. But anyway.
I'd had it up there forever.
All right, you got over 4,000 followers.
I'm a big deal.
It's about to go up.
Almost never post.
At Dan Dibley. At MT Willard for those of us who only have like 2,000 followers. Anyway.
You'll get there, little guy.
I know, I'm trying. Hang in there, big guy. There are brighter days ahead.
And you post up a storm.
Well, it was Father's Day. So, are you telling me that you've never removed something from this page because of who was in it or how it looked or the message that it sent? You've never removed anything from this page?
Removed like posts of mine?
Yes.
Things, oh yeah.
You have?
I have, yeah.
Why?
Recently.
Why?
Well.
What was the reasoning behind it?
Because the content was lame.
It was lame? Like what?
I'd have to go back and look. And I actually went back and there were a couple of videos that I had posted for clients that I represented years ago.
Okay.
There was a couple of unboxings. I can't remember the name of the client, but it was one of these deals where you get a jersey for a week or two, and then you send it back and you get a new jersey. So like, not the state, but an actual new player's jersey. So like you get a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey, you wear it for a week, and then you put it back in the bag, free shipping back to the company, and then the next one in your inbox or your account, it comes to you. And so I had a series of these unboxing videos, and I was just going through my IG about a month ago just to see what was on there. And I looked and I'm like, not only do I look fat, a fat red pumpkin.
Fat red pumpkin, yeah.
But also I'm like, these videos are pathetic. I'm wearing sweats that are up around my armpits. Okay. I look terrible.
Do you know what I notice as I'm scrolling?
I scrubbed it.
I'm scrolling through your IG right now. You know what I notice? I'm nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a message? Are you sending a message?
It's funny you mentioned that
you're
because
on mine. You're on mine bunches of times.
Barely on yours.
Not barely.
It's funny you say that because today I was talking to the boss.
Multiple pictures of you on my Instagram.
The boss to me before you arrived said, "Look! I need a picture of you and Mark." And I said, let me go to Mark's Instagram and see if I can find one. And I went Chris Berman. Back.
Well, I know there's one not that long ago, but my son is in the middle of us, so maybe that didn't.
And I love that one. Yeah. And I said to him, there's one of Mark and his kid and me as the zebra.
As the zebra.
And he said, I need one of just the two of you looking at the camera. Looking at the camera.
Okay.
And so the one I found is of you and I from the Warriors Championship Parade. Really good picture.
Oh, yeah, with the shades.
I'm in my Zennies,
With the Zennies.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look like, what's his name's character from The Big Lebowski?
John Goodman.
Yes.
John Goodman. Yeah, I've gotten that before.
So good.
Anyway, there aren't a lot of pictures of you and I because I don't post a lot.
Well, right.
And I was asked by my lovely wife, Supper.
Well, there are none. It's not that there aren't a lot. There are none on your page.
You and I don't take a lot of pictures. Actually, there is a picture of you and I. The famous pizza picture where you're taunting me with a slice of pizza.
That's on your Instagram, or did you do it as a story? Because I am looking at your Instagram and I do not see any posts with me in them.
I feel violated, first of all, and here it is. If you would just look at this picture right here. You have to swipe. It's
swipe? What do you mean swipe?
April 23rd. Just a little photo update to show the pounds I've lost since March 22nd with abundant life, health, and wellness.
I don't know where you're talking about. I need to swipe. It's not here. It's not here. So you hid it. Is that a message?
If do you see this picture?
Yes. Oh wait. Yes.
No.
Oh, so you hid me in the third picture.
Picture 3.
Yeah, picture 3.
It's about me.
Yeah. It is.
For once.
And that's fine.
I love the young people.
Dibs.
It's him this time.
Dibs.
That was him, yeah.
Message received. I get it. All good.
There are as many pictures of you and I as there are of my wife and I. Does that make you feel better?
Well, no, because hers is actually like you don't have to swipe. I see it with your beautiful Mila right between the two of you. I liked it. I hearted the picture.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're good like that.
It's beautiful. Anyway,
Anyhow.
here's my point. Here's my point.
Gotta post more. God.
Well, but I actually have a point here. The point is a lot of us do this. We flick this idea as immature. I even see immature coming up right now on the text line. Wow, this is immature. We flick this idea. Oh my God, you sent a message to the Warriors by unfollowing them? Well, no, you do the same thing. It's not immature. I don't think he's negotiating. I don't think he's trying to get the Warriors to do something. I think he's done. The Warriors are an ex-girlfriend, and he unfollowed them and removed the pictures of them. And if you haven't done that, I'd suggest you do, because your new girl's not going to like that your old girl's on the Instagram. So remove pictures of past relationships.
You got me scrolling now to see if I have any pictures
is
of
your
the
other girl
ex-wife.
still in there?
Well, it was.
I would take that out.
The ex-wife.
I know it's an ex-wife.
We were together for a quarter of a century.
And you've got two wonderful boys together,
Yeah.
and you still have a good relationship, so fine. Look, you do you, but you
looking right
get rid of your old stuff. We all do it.
Yeah.
You should
No, you're
do
right.
it. You're purging.
But I don't do it out of spite.
Well,
look at this one.
I don't. Good Lord, who's that? What is happening?
That was my COVID face.
Good Lord, you had a lot of hair in a lot of places.
Fat.
Anyway,
and bearded. Anyhow,
no, I would argue it's a good thing. Be careful. I'm not saying like I never do it out of spite. Sure you do. Sure you do. We've all gone in there and been like, even if it's you didn't like your weight. What was that? That was out of spite.
Self-hatred.
Yeah, get that crap out of here. That's not me anymore. So I honestly think that's all that he did. I'm not a Warriors anymore. Is probably, and I know that's hard for people to hear, but I literally think that's the thought that's in his mind right now.
So why does Draymond think it's hilarious then?
Now listen to Draymond again and notice how he does this without boxing himself in. When he says, hey, it's hilarious, you notice it's hilarious that all you think he's leaving the Warriors. Oh, no. He just leaves it at it's hilarious. I know all of you want there to be feelings that are hurt, but it's not that. Well, but who are you talking about? Or do you mean that Klay's feelings are not hurt? Or are you saying that you want us to think that maybe your feelings are hurt? Or that the Warriors' feelings are hurt?
Play it again.
Listen to how vague he stays.
I know all of you were probably looking forward to me talking about Klay unfollowing the Warriors and deleting some IG posts or something. I had no idea that happened. I think it's hilarious. Just so y'all know, I laughed when I logged on here and Jackson's like, yo, so what about Klay? I'm like, what? Like, what happened? It's like, oh, he unfollowed the Warriors. I think that's comical. I know you all be wanting like somebody's feelings to be hurt or something. It ain't that. Ain't never going to be that. That's hilarious.
It ain't that. It ain't never going to be that. You notice, but he doesn't follow that up with Klay's never leaving. There's so many implications.
Or I don't care that Klay is leaving.
Right. There's so many implications. He makes you feel like he's saying, oh, that's funny that y'all thought that meant something. He makes you feel like Klay's not upset about this. And I'm sitting there going, how would you know? The last thing we found out about Klay being upset about, he was mad at you for talking about his contract publicly. I don't even know that Klay's not upset that Draymond just did it again. He's talking about Klay's situation on his podcast. But Draymond never boxes himself in there. Never forget that Draymond Green is brilliant. He's brilliant at everything he does, even though he may upset you. He's brilliant at basketball. He's brilliant at handling the media. He's brilliant as a podcaster and brilliant as a broadcaster. He's brilliant because he keeps succeeding. He keeps winning. He keeps making millions of dollars. And the more angry you all get, the more money he makes. He's brilliant, and he just did it again. He made everybody feel like he's saying this is a no big deal. He made you feel like Clay's not mad. Clay's not going anywhere. That's never going to happen. But he didn't actually say that.
Right.
So when Klay leaves, Draymond has nothing to apologize for and nothing to say that he was wrong about.
Right, because he was very vague, other than to say that he found the whole thing hilarious. And he didn't even know about it until he was made aware to the fact that he scrubbed it, and including pictures of Draymond, too, which was taken off of his Instagram. So if he's not bothered by it, why would anyone be bothered by it?
I mean, these guys know the score. It's just like when Kevin Durant leaves. The Warriors can want him to not leave all they want. But when he does, did anybody hold a grudge? Is Steph Curry mad at Kevin Durant? Has he ever said anything like that or ever acted like that? Even Draymond had Kevin Durant on his podcast, and they've tried to make amends. Nobody's going to hold it against Klay if he leaves. It might be an emotional parting. I mean, that would be very weird, I would imagine, for Klay to call Steph, let him know, my dude, I'm out. I bet that'd be tough. Might have already happened.
Exactly. I think it already has happened. And I think that Draymond and Steph, I don't know how often they talk to each other, but I think that they're well aware of the situation, and they probably have all had that conversation already. And the reality that Klay's probably going to leave. Because they're not, I mean, you mentioned it. Draymond is very, very smart. He knows the economics of the sport. He knows where the team is financially, and he knows about what Klay is going to be able to get. And I'm sure they've had conversations about, what a good run it's been together. And for Klay, Draymond's not going to look at Klay and say, hey, Klay, you got to stay. I mean, 2 years, $12 million a year. Come on, bro. You got to stick it out. We got to do this together.
I'm not going to say
when
that,
Klay can go out there and make 30 somewhere else. They all know the situation.
I am going to stop just short of this whole, Klay is 100% gone. Honestly, I feel like it's well north of 90%. There is a scenario that leads to Klay staying. I would argue it's a couple things. Either Klay doesn't get the offers that he wants on the open market, but I think he will, or Klay gets cold feet. He's just about to sign a new deal and can't imagine leaving the Warriors. But it also has to happen on the other side. The Warriors need to not be able to get done what they're trying to get done with another big name who might be expensive. So there's that possibility. But all that leads to second, third week of July. I really it's a path. It looks super cloudy to me.
Overgrown.
I don't see it. Yeah. I don't see getting through there. That would shock me at this point. It's possible, I guess.
It would have to be a double Titanic failure. Klay fails to get the kind of offer on the open market that he thinks he's going to get, and the Warriors fail to bring in anybody who they want to bring in. And I think about the Giants' path to Blake Snell. It became more and more clear as time went on that the market was cooling on Snell, and the Giants were kind of waiting there and waiting and waiting and waiting. And you got into March, and it was like, okay, he's going to do it. He's got to go somewhere and pitch. And the Giants were like, hey, Blake, how about you come pitch for us? Okay. All the deals that he thought were going to be out there weren't, and the Giants were sitting there with the kind of deal that worked for both. They got it done. I don't see the same path with Klay Thompson. I think that there is going to be enough interest from other teams and enough of a role that he wants that he's going to find a destination. And if the Warriors are waiting like Farhan did with Snell, I think they're going to wind up and they're not going to have it.
I think all these guys get really good at saying a lot that allows them to say, I wasn't lying.
Right.
I want to stay a Warrior. Well, sure. And the Warriors like, we want Klay. Sure.
You do.
Does that all match, though? You want Klay at what number? You want Klay on what date? Klay's like, I want to stay a Warrior, but not that badly. So all of them at a certain point, and Draymond, I think that's hilarious. Draymond, you said it was hilarious. You said it wasn't a thing. It wasn't. That I was just saying that I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
It was funny that he did that. Interesting. And you all got but nowhere in there does he say Klay's staying. I just don't, the goals right now do not feel like they match for anybody.
No. I mean, certainly, and you can look at it on both sides. For the Warriors, they need to get better, and bringing Klay back does not make you better. And for Klay Thompson, I think that he wants to be a bigger part of an organization and make more money than what the Warriors are going to allow.
888-957-9570. Spencer Bivens, this unbelievable story and winning pitcher for the Giants yesterday, is going to join us in just about a half hour. So we'll do that in a sec. The Aiyuk thing's still on the table as well, and Javier in Vacaville wants to talk about that. Hey, Javier, what's cooking?
How you doing, Mr. Will? How you doing, Mr. Dibley? I just want to make sure it's clear. I've called a few times to talk about this, and I'm really passionate about it because I feel like fans have forgotten, including Mr. Dibley, for whatever reason, that, the 49ers will be okay without him to a certain extent. He's expendable. Not having him will still lead to Niners having success. Like, that is so far from the truth in the passing game. He's the last receiver since Terrell Owens to have 1,000-yard receiving seasons in back-to-back seasons consecutively in 20 years. He was top 3 in the NFL in yards per catch, and he's a homegrown talent that is under team control. And for teams to think we can give a pick for him and the fan base needs the organization to say, yeah, we'll take the draft pick. You're talking about an unproven commodity in a draft pick. Say that has value. Brandon Aiyuk is a top 15 receiver in this league, and you could say, well, look, I said, his target volume and target share isn't nowhere near compared to the Amon-Ra St. Browns and the Justin Jefferson, and he still put up 1,000+ in both years. And people are saying CeeDee Lamb is better, and his numbers will be better in regards to his contract. CeeDee Lamb's a better receiver at what? Maybe receptions. The best blocking receivers on our football team in the NFL. And let's argue about who's better blocking in the Niners scheme, not as a wide receiver blocking in the run game, but in the NFL, period.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And although I didn't catch the part where you said otherwise.
Ever.
Yeah, I didn't catch the part where Dibbs said anything about Brandon Aiyuk not being incredibly important to the 49ers.
It was I who said a couple of weeks ago that if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, that I don't think that they're a Super Bowl team.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
You did say that.
Yeah.
So we're sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570 is the number. Spencer Bivens in just about a half hour. If you haven't heard the specifics of what Aiyuk said on TikTok and what Klay did on IG, that's what we're chatting out. What do you think it all means? Where are they going? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak, bone-in, $6.97 per pound. Limit 1 offer per household. Visit Safeway.com.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
So, interesting week for the San Francisco Giants. The Spencer Bivens story, if you missed it yesterday, we'll have him on here in about a half hour.
I can't wait.
You got the Rickwood game on Thursday. Speaking of I can't wait. My gosh. I hope Lamont Wade can play. I hope they play well. I hope the whole thing shows out the way they want it to. I cannot wait to see the way this thing looks on TV. This minor league ballpark is the way it looks, like about 8,000 people. The history, Willie Mays playing there when he was barely 20 years old, and all the Negro League players who went through there, and all the living Negro League players are invited, and I think most of them are going to be there. Maybe 60, 65 players, I think, who are going to be in attendance at this game. Just an incredibly unique experience, I think. And the fact that the Giants are going to be a part of it and that Willie Mays is still with us to see this, I just think is one of the coolest things baseball has done in a little while.
Yeah, it's outstanding. And I know that Willie is not going to be able to attend, 93 years old. He's already announced that he's going to watch it from the Bay Area, which, you know, is, I don't know if bittersweet is a fair way to describe it, but it'd be neat if he could get there.
That'd be great.
93, that's, you know, not moving that great, as most 93-year-olds probably aren't. That's
been my
pretty
experience.
Big ass. It's a pretty big ass to get him out there.
Still here at 93 is incredible.
Incredible, yeah.
It's incredible.
No doubt.
Yeah, would have been amazing if they could get him there somehow. But I totally get it. Even the fact that he's just here to experience and know that this is happening, largely in the honor of many, but I would say him being at the forefront of that.
Right.
The fact that he knows that and gets to experience that on any level, I'm thankful for that.
And the fact that he grew up within a stone's throw of the ballpark and he played there as a 17-year-old, made his debut at that time as well. I think that this game is largely about Willie Mays. You know, the fact that the Giants are playing in it.
Oh, for sure.
So, I mean, all the connectivity of Willie still being here is a treasure in and of itself.
Yep, and the uniforms that they're going to wear, and I do think, you know, gosh, I wonder, because we haven't heard much, I'm taking that as a positive sign that Lamont Wade might play in this baseball game. Because I think if they really were going to rule it out, and maybe they will, maybe you're going to hear that tonight, but if they were going to rule it out, I think they would do that early. And I know that there are not a lot of baseball fans around America worrying about or wondering if Lamont Wade is going to play. But for those of you who are tapped into the Giants, he has openly stated that this means the world to him. And he so badly wants to play. And I think it was one of the first thoughts that went through his mind when he got hurt a few weeks ago. And he has been behind the scenes pushing hard to at least DH in this game.
Yeah.
And the fact that we have not heard them rule that out, I'm hoping that means there's a good shot that he can do it. So
you would want him to do everything he can, but at the same time,
don't get hurt.
You
don't
want
make
him
it
to
worse.
get further hurt.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if he could just DH and get one at bat, maybe he gets a base hit and you pinch run for him.
Great point. Yeah. Maybe if it was late in the game, early in the game,
Something.
whatever. Yeah. Luke, what do you got?
The other person that this means something for, I heard recently that Mike Yastrzemski, like this is a big deal for him. I don't know if you guys know this, but he will be the third generation of his own family to play in this ballpark.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
Carl
Both his dad,
there.
and his grandfather.
I didn't know about the dad part. What role did his dad play?
Minor leagues. I guess he played in the minor leagues playing there.
I wanted to be there so bad.
I know you did.
It's too much. It's just,
Still time. You can make it happen.
Yeah. I didn't even look at flights to Birmingham. I don't know what they cost. What would tickets be to this thing on the secondary market? There aren't even that many tickets.
True.
You know what I
get
mean?
your media. I mean,
not
you
anymore.
can get your media on.
I could have. Maybe. I don't know. It's not like they got a big press box at Rickwood Field.
Right, but you are a man who has got the wherewithal to make many things happen. I think maybe you and I, during the next commercial break, we'll see what we can't do here. See if we can't get you out to Alabama.
Okay.
On a Thursday. Let's go.
Let's go. It's only Monday.
Make a dream come true. You know.
Bob Costas is going to join us on Wednesday to talk about it.
I can't wait.
Yeah, the historian that he is, especially in baseball. So that'll all be interesting. But anyway, gosh, I wonder what if Spencer Bivens is still on the team come Thursday. Again, I have no idea what that would mean to him, but what a time to join the, you know what I mean? Like, and those of you who don't know the story, for him to weave through multiple countries and so much independent ball, and the story of him when he wouldn't get picked up by anybody, he would just go to his rented place and throw pitches against an old broken down couch. Like, for him to join the Giants, where it's like, dude, we're calling you up. We're going to pitch you in the second inning. You're going to win the game. And then we're getting on a plane for Wrigley Field and Rickwood Field over the next 4 days. Wow.
Right.
Like, what? If he pitches in that game on national TV on Fox, just incredible.
Well,
it's incredible.
I mean, he might be in line to get the start, right?
I don't even know how stretched out he is. You know, he threw 3 innings yesterday.
I mean, that might be an opener game, right? Because that was yesterday, and they went with an opener. So they've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then
in theory it would be Keaton Wynn's game.
Okay, because you got Hicks today
and Webb.
Okay,
and then I guess would you have Spencer Howard on Wednesday, and then Thursday would be Keaton Wynn.
It is scheduled to be Keaton, by the way.
Keaton Wynn.
Kyle Harrison's going to be out for
at least a couple weeks.
And do we know exactly what happened? You mentioned something about a box squat.
He was working out. He just rolled his ankle really bad.
Like he jumped up on a box jump? Okay, because you said something flippantly.
Box squats.
Is that what it was?
Sources within the community tell me.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't either.
A box squat.
Yeah. I need to work out more to know what that even
Seriously.
is. But I'm now thinking maybe don't do them because you can get hurt doing them. So he rolled an ankle. And it is, It's a significant roll of the ankle. I'm not saying he won't be back in 2 weeks. I have no idea what his timetable is. I know that he was hurting. I know he was hurting after it happened. I know that.
And on Bivens, he's only been getting up to 3 innings in the minors at the most anyway. Yeah.
Which means when Keaton Wynn gives up a 4 spot in the second inning, it'd be perfect.
Exactly. Well, they don't play Friday, so I guess you don't really...
Because they got to travel from Rickwood back to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a 3-game series with a day off in the middle of it.
Yeah. I mean, Bivens has played for, outside of France, the Slammin' Sammies, the Wild Things, the Power, and the Honey Hunters.
So good.
These can't be real teams.
Yeah, I cannot
Ladies
love
and
it
gentlemen,
more.
put your hands together for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Cue up the crickets, Tim. Seriously.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick, a box squat is just a squat with a box behind you. It's like
you're doing something with the box, or the box is just behind you.
It's right behind you, so when you sink into your squat, it catches you and you stand
catches
back
your
up.
butt?
Yeah.
Man, you didn't catch it good enough.
No.
Squat.
Okay.
I will tell you this.
The squat.
Squat. Years ago, long time ago, just an annual physical. And you know how they ask you, they're like, what do you do to work out? You exercise? Are you walking? Are you running? What are you doing? And I'm like, I go to the gym, got a gym membership. Go over there, what do you do? Oh, the stuff. There's the machines there. You use them. What do you do? Yeah, leg day, whatever.
That pulley thing
Arm
and that
day.
grabby one.
I push this, I pull that, get over there on the elliptical, do some squats. Oh, stop right there. You do squats? Yeah, you pull down, do some squats. Why? You training for the Olympics or something? I'm like, I make my doctor sound like he's like some old Italian. No, I'm not training for the Olympics. Then don't do squats.
No squats.
That's not good for your back. I've never done another squat again in my life.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm like, I don't know why I'm doing squats. They're here, so I do them. That's how I would work out. Like, I have no plan. There's a machine here. Do it. Yeah. That looks good. Yeah, he's like, don't do that. There's no reason to do that. Now, if you're Kyle Harrison, you're a professional athlete, maybe that's a different story.
Yeah.
But, I was advised against it.
What about the snatch?
I'm sorry?
The snatch. I only mention it is because This is where the world famous "Please Explain" came from. Roxy Bernstein and I were talking about Olympic weightlifting.
What just happened?
And I said, the snatch.
It's a workout, Willard. Come on.
No,
The snatch.
I'm here doing a show. I've got my drink next to me.
And Roxy said,
and that just came out of nowhere.
Please explain.
Yeah.
And I said, I'll let my kids watch the snatch, but not the clean and jerk.
Please explain.
Thank you.
All right.
The clean and jerk is when you bring it up to your shoulders and then it's a 2-movement overhead lift. The snatch is a one movement. Pow!
Pow!
Please explain.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's where that came from.
Who's naming these things? Or
not
are these pet names that you just came up with?
No, they're real things.
Okay.
The real things.
I'm not a gym guy. Like, I don't know.
I'm not either, but I have done PA, public address announcing for weightlifting meets, so I'm familiar.
Good Lord, you've had some weird corners of your life.
If it's a paying gig, I'm the guy.
Yeah.
I'm in.
How much they pay you?
About $100 back in the 80s. It's a slow week. Slow week for your boy. Anyway, the Gastonia Honey Hunters.
Oh, God. I mean, that's more than they pay you to ref those games.
Close.
Depends.
Yeah.
I know how many you do.
Yeah. Anyway. It depends on what the coach is going to slip me. Get a couple calls.
Do you get tipped?
I should.
But you don't.
Nah, I don't.
Just the only job left in America where you don't get tipped.
Yeah, well, don't even get me started on that.
I mean, went to the ball game on Saturday, right? You go up there and you're like, I'd like 2 beers. Okay? I want a Blue Moon and a Coors Light. And they're in bottles or cans.
Yeah.
They're in a cooler right behind the person.
$32.
Turns around, grabs the 2 beers, and puts them down in front of me. I don't care that it's $32. I expect that. But what's the little machine say? Would you like to leave a tip? Would I like to leave a tip? I mean, yeah, I'd like to because I'm that kind of guy. I used to be a server. I always like to leave a really big tip. I just met you 9 seconds ago, and you turned your body one way and wheeled it back and put 2 cans in front of me. I'm supposed to tip you for this?
It's 10%.
Good Lord.
It's 10% bottle grab.
I'm going to give you $3 because you turned your left shoulder and then turned it back. Don't let me forget. You opened a door.
Yeah.
You opened a door and you grabbed 2 cans, wheeled back, put it in front of me. The whole thing took 9 seconds. You get $3 for that.
It's out of control.
All right. I mean, if you're telling me that's what I'm supposed to do, I'll do it.
No.
Oh.
I'm not. I was joking.
You're joking.
I was joking around. That's a no. Now, if it's a mixed drink situation and you're going to give me the big elbow lean, you're going to give me a couple extra shakes and a heavy pour, well, now you might be getting 10%, 15%.
Well, you're responsible for making the drink right.
Correct.
These drinks have already been made.
Yes.
You turned and you grabbed them and you handed them to me. I could have done this myself in about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The other one for me is tough, and I
don't
know
want to
we'll
be
get
that
off
guy,
it, but like tipping for takeout. If I call your restaurant and I go there and I pick it up, am I on the hook to tip you?
Well, somebody
at takeout.
Now remember, the tip now in that situation is going to the whole house, and somebody cooked this meal now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to go cook the people at Coors Light and Blue Moon who made Coors Light and Blue Moon somewhere at a factory in some other city. And I can't do that in this situation. I'm not overly thankful to the person who's standing 2 feet from me and in the 9-second interaction handed me two cans. Not really what I'd like to. I'd like to tip people who do things.
Right.
That doesn't feel
Provide
like
a service.
quite enough. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Anyhow.
All right. Back to Aiyuk. Back to Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570. These are the 2 things that we're getting into. Here's Aiyuk on TikTok talking to Jaden Daniels. This is the number 2 overall pick to the Washington Commanders. Good Lord, look at my phone. My phone is going berserk with people who clearly don't like to tip. I swear to God, I just got 8 text messages. You all I did. Thank you. Each one of you. You all get a drip. I guarantee you I'm going to open it up and people are like, yeah, I'm supposed to tip some guy for getting a scoop of ice cream out of the ice cream. Anyway, it's everywhere. Here's Brandon Aiyuk on TikTok talking to Jaden Daniels.
They said they don't want me back. I swear.
Yeah, there it is. They said they don't want me back for real. And then here's the Klay Thompson news, which is that on Friday he unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram and then removed some Warrior-related pictures. And then Shams said this on FanDuel TV.
Klay Thompson, I'm told, is open to all external options in free agency coming up. He intends to test free agency. We know the Warriors want him back. They offered him an extension before the start of the season. They're going to see if there can be a deal that gets done, but he's going to be there in the marketplace, seeking offers elsewhere. Could an Orlando step up? What team out there could step up for Klay Thompson? That is going to be the big question, but the Warriors will stay in touch with him and see exactly where he's going to end up going.
There's one additional piece, and what really got me on the Shams thing, just like quick 10 seconds on each of these, the Aiyuk thing on TikTok, to me, screams sort of like a ploy because you're giving us a tiny little piece of a conversation where you say, they don't want me back. And obviously there was more to that conversation, and I'm like, well, why'd you leave that out? I know TikTok, it gives you a little bit more time than that. It doesn't need to be 3 seconds. It could be longer than that. You left it out. Why? The Shams thing screams to me in the end when he says the Warriors will keep in touch with Klay. Keep in touch is no different than sending, like an emoji, like liking a text. That it means the conversation's over.
Right. It's what you write in someone's yearbook. Have a great summer. KIT.
KIT. Keep in touch.
And basically, you put that without putting down your phone number or your email address because you don't really want to keep in touch.
Yeah.
I mean, keep in touch means we'll see you in March when Orlando comes to town, and we're going to have a nice video tribute for you then.
If you, and I know you don't, let's say you had a deal coming up here at 95.7 The Game, and then you went down the hall and you grabbed Matt and you say, hey, it's time to maybe talk. I would like to talk about a new deal. And he said, let's keep in touch on it. How you feeling?
Not very good.
Not good.
Not good with a 2-year-old. Not great, Jim. Back to you.
Let's keep in touch on it.
We're focused first on Grandy and Lucas and making sure that they get taken care of. And, if something falls through, we're going to keep in touch.
I mean, no wonder he unfollowed the Warriors.
Keep in touch.
Well, I don't know if there was any other way to do this. And again, we don't know exactly what has transpired, but when you just look at all the things we do know, what is it that the Warriors could have said to Klay to not tick him off? Is there anything?
Yeah.
And again, the parameters are in place. We're not going to sign you because we feel sorry for you. We're not going to give you $30 million just because someone else will. The situation is the situation. We're up against it with the cap, and we didn't make the playoffs last year with you fully healthy. Those two things are not arguable. So what can you say to Klay, prideful Klay, who still wants to be prioritized, paid, and loved?
Nothing that he wants to hear. I mean, the only thing you could say is, Klay, we're going to give you $30 million a year, and we're going to sign you 3 years and 90. But you're not doing that. So the only thing you can say to Klay is what they've done. I'm sure that they've done everything that they can to let him know the situation. And the situation is, we're trying to find a player better than you by hook or by crook, probably through a trade. None of that can happen until we get closer to free agency. And at the end of it, like you said, it's about priorities. And for Klay, he's probably plan E. He's not plan A, B, C, or D. These are all things that have to get sorted out before they even get to Klay. And Klay wants to be somebody's plan A.
Right.
And that's where, and I don't blame him.
I think actually he wants to be the Warriors' plan A.
But he's not going to be their plan A.
Correct.
And that's why I think that we are where we are now.
Right. My point is, I think he'd even, all things being equal, he might take being someone else's plan B as opposed to being the Warriors' plan C, or as you call him, plan E. I don't know if he's plan E, but the Warriors have got to make changes. And unfortunately for Klay Thompson, he represents the inability to make changes. That's actually what I would almost say to him. If I were the Warriors, and maybe they have, and maybe he won't accept this, but I would look at Klay and be straight and go, we badly want you back. We are actively just totally attached to the idea of you being a forever Warrior. Here's the problem, Klay. We didn't make the playoffs last year. We have got to make changes. We've got to try to improve our roster. And contractually, with what you're worth, that represents the inability for us to make any other changes. So what do we do? And Klay's probably sitting there going, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. And by the way, sure you can. Sure you can. You've been doing it for years.
Right.
Checkbook championship.
Yeah, we choose not to. So, I mean,
now we're offended. Now we're offended.
And you can be offended.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I think that's what's going on.
I get that. And I wonder about the Kevon Looney situation similarly as far as communication goes, because in 9 days, they have to decide whether or not he gets $8 million guaranteed, or I think they pay him $2 million and he gets a $2 million buyout.
I think it might be 3, but anyway,
whatever the number is. Yep. I would imagine that they've already had that conversation.
Probably.
And the conversation is, Kevon, we're not going to guarantee it. We're going to buy you out. You can go find another team elsewhere. But hey, if things don't work out, we'd love to have you here for, the veteran minimum or whatever that number is. I'm sure they've had that conversation with Kevon. And I think similarly with Klay, they've had that sort of a conversation, which is, look, I think that you're going to be able to get 25 to 30 million a year on the open market. We aren't in a spot where we can give you that right now. Maybe on July 9th or July 11th, when everything else doesn't work out and you're our plan E, maybe then. But I do think you're right about the order of operations and the priorities, and he's not priority one, and he wants to be.
Well, what grabs my attention is that, have you noticed that we have not seen any NBA reporter say that there's an offer on the table? We know they offered him 2 years and 48 before the year.
Yeah.
We know the 49ers offered Brandon Aiyuk 26. So what do teams do when negotiations get difficult, feelings start to get hurt, and they want some public sentiment on their side? They leak to the media. This is the contract that's on the table. Why have the Warriors not done that yet? My guess would be because there isn't a contract offer on the table. And that is probably what is hardest for Klay. How can you not at least put something on the table? And the Warriors are like, because we don't know what we're doing yet. We have a bunch of other stuff to do first. And I just don't see any way. Like, this is one, it's not that I get both sides, but I get both sides. I don't think there's really a side for us to take here. The Warriors are stuck. Klay's worth $30 million. I wouldn't suggest to either of them that they should force it. Klay, if you're worth $30 million, go get your $30 million. And Warriors, don't give him $30 million if you think you're going to stink next year if you give him $30 million.
Right.
So you're both right. I'm not taking sides, but I get why this ended up being something that's not harmonious.
Yeah, seemingly it is. I don't know if it's acrimonious, but the fact that he did what he did on social media in this day and age, that's an indication of how he's feeling.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Spencer Bivens is going to join us next. Winning pitcher for the Giants in yesterday's baseball game, called up at the last minute because Kyle Harrison got hurt. 29 years old. That's a little odd for a rookie. If you don't know about this guy's story, we're going to dive into it a little bit next directly with him from Chicago, because Spencer has been to France, multiple independent leagues, throwing a baseball against his couch, caught with weed at Penn State, been through an unbelievable series of events that would have caused someone else to quit 5 to 10 times over, but not Spencer. He got called up to the big leagues yesterday, struck out 4 in 3 innings, and got a win. And he joins us coming up next on Willard and Dips.
What about the snatch?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game as we get the week started with a lot going on. There's no story better than this one. That is for sure. You may have seen the name, the Giants winning pitcher yesterday. It might be unfamiliar to you. Spencer Bivens, who was called up, gets the win right away. And we're going to give you a little bit of the background on the story, but Spencer joins us now. Spencer, let's take a moment and do this. Dude, how are you in the big leagues? You're at Wrigley Field right now.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it myself, but I'm blessed to be here, and I'm super thankful for the Giants for giving me an opportunity.
We're going to give the people listening a little bit of the background of why we're saying it that way and what got us to here. But start with this. What is the characteristic in you that just would not allow you through all of your journey to give up?
I would say persistent and probably a little bit annoying.
Please explain.
I didn't stop, and there were plenty of reasons to stop. And I reached out to a lot of people along the way for some help and some advice. I exhausted every resource, and it probably annoyed some people.
I mean, what a journey from the Wild Things to the Slammin' Sammys to the Honey Hunters to France and back again. Tell me about how you were able to use the internet to help you get extra velocity and learn new pitches.
Yeah, so, when I came back from France, I really wanted to, try to play pro ball. And one of my best friends was playing in the Wild Things, and during COVID, he got me into a little league that they were making, and I did well enough, got a contract over there. And then the 21 to 22 off season, I really, put all my eggs in one basket, went all in, and I did what's called Tread Athletics. I did a remote throwing program with them, and I was working out, really hard, as I'd ever gone. Gained 20 pounds, and their program really helped me figure out how to use my body and what pitches work best for me. And it really made my career go straight up.
Giants pitcher Spencer Bivens is joining us here on 95.7 The Game, and we will get back to a little bit more of the history, but let's get to yesterday for a second, and just getting the call, ending up in the big leagues. You said something after the game that really stuck out to me. You said it was nothing like you imagined it to be. What did you mean by that? What did you imagine it to be, and how was it different?
Well, I thought the way I would get called up would be different, and I didn't expect any of the things that happened the way they happened. It was unbelievable. It was everything I wanted it to be. It's just not at all how I expected it to happen. You picture like a night game or something, or getting in like a late role as a debut guy. But I got very fortunate to throw in some very important innings. And I got Sean Jelly here messing with me, and it's cool. It's cool. I can't describe it, but I'm super thankful for it. And it wasn't what I imagined, but it's everything I wanted it to be.
And how did that come about? How did you get the call, and where were you, and when it all kind of crystallized in your mind and in your reality that you were going to be a major leaguer?
Oh, it still hasn't settled in. But we were in Reno. Our team was playing against the Aces, and I got called down in the 7th inning to the dugout. And typically I'd be warming up in this situation. And they looked at me and said, "Bivens, get moving." And then they're like, "Wait, Bivens, they want to see you in the dugout," with a big smile. So it was pretty cool. But a lot of pitchers are going by right now, so I don't really want to be late for this.
Totally, yeah. No, totally understand. We'll get you going here in just a sec. I did have one more thing. I wonder if you could really kind of help our listeners understand. Is there kind of is there a thought or a scene in your head when you look back on your journey that really kind of crystallizes how far away from the major leagues you were, and can you take us there?
Oh, sure. In France, we would take little mini vans to games, and a coach would drive, and we would pack our own bags and stay in little motels. And then after games, people would be smoking cigarettes and drinking beer and kind of barbecuing with the other team, kind of like a rec league feel. But I mean, to be doing that as my quote unquote first pro year, and then sitting here in Wrigley Field talking to you guys, I mean, it's come full circle.
Have you done the walk out onto the field and pinch yourself thing yet? Yeah, me and some other guys, that were all in SAC earlier in the year, we walked out there and just taking a look at the view of the city. I've never been to Chicago, only flown into the airport, and it's just crazy. I'm at Wrigley Field right now. 1 for 1, 1 appearance, 1 win.
Let's go.
Look at you.
Yeah, this was awesome. It was the best debut I could have ever had.
Dude, keep it going. It's great to hear your voice and see your story. What an inspiration. Congratulations, man, and thanks for hopping on.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Spencer Bivens at Wrigley Field. I love that. He's like, I'm at Wrigley Field. This guy, and I don't even know how many years ago this was that he's talking about. We could kind of back float it, but I think it was just within the last 5 years, this guy has coaches driving minivans through France.
Yeah, 2019.
While teammates smoke cigarettes and drink beers as they get ready for a game that's 5 hours away, and they would only play on Saturdays and make $500 a month.
Crazy, and having a barbecue with the opposing team afterward, just like that rec ball feel.
Yeah,
and then you bounce around to more independent ball. And I also love the story in The Athletic about him just firing the ball into his couch to part of his rehab, and he didn't have anyone to catch him, so you're just trying to work on your pitching by throwing it at an old couch. Just so many great details to his story.
Maybe he could be the new Giants closer.
Maybe. I mean, he doesn't quite have 102 mile an hour velo, but the job may be open because the closer they have right now, they were in need of a closer. Maybe not yesterday, but in general, Camilo Doval has been, I don't know if shaky's the right way to put it, but he hasn't been great this year.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm kidding. I think Camilo Doval is going to be fine. I really do. Yesterday was, as it turned out, a tough spot. And Bob Melvin, I think, ended up, and for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Giants are up 13-2 going into the 9th inning. And it's a bullpen game, so you got 3 relievers left. You've got Doval, you've got Ryan Walker, you've got Randy Rodriguez. Ryan Walker had just thrown leveraged innings against the Angels the day before in Saturday's 4-3 loss. And Doval had not pitched in 3 days. He did not get to pitch in the Angels series up to that point. Obviously, there was a day off before that. So they want to keep him sharp. And Bob has a bit of a gamble to take, even though you're up by 11 runs. And that is, do I go to one of the other setup guys, even though they're a little bit tired, and we're about to go into, let's be real now, this is a 1-week road trip, but it's 3 plane flights, at least, right? You fly to Chicago, then you're going to fly to Birmingham, then you're going to fly to St. Louis. All of that time. This is a big week for the Giants. It's also big because when they're done with it, I think they maybe get one more series with the Cubs, and then you get some big boys. You're getting Dodgers, Braves, and Guardians back to back to back. Giants need to have a good week. And so Bob's thinking about all of that. Which reliever do I use? Doval hasn't pitched very much. Let's do a keep him sharp type of an inning, even though we know when he comes in non-safe situations, it doesn't go really well. Well, the roll of the dice comes up snake eyes for multiple reasons. A, Doval gives up 4, messes up his confidence. And B, what do you end up having to do? Bring in the guy that you didn't want to have to bring in. So you had to bring in Ryan Walker anyway. So this went as poorly as it could have in a situation where you won a game and you're up by 11 runs and that's all fun and all of that stuff. It went as bad as it could, but I have a hard time coming down on Bob for this one because I get that spot, and the only thing I can think of, if he really didn't want to use Walker and Rodriguez is, I guess it's probably a spot where you could have used a position player.
You could have, but you don't want to tinker when you have a big lead. Normally you go position player when you have a big deficit. I don't remember many times, if any time, that a team up by 10 or 11 runs goes that route.
You're right.
Because that becomes really risky. So you go with a position player, you go to Wisely, and let's just say that a guy who's not normally a pitcher starts getting cuffed around, and he gives up 5 or 6 hits, and he gives up 3 or 4 runs, and there's nobody out. Now you're in a spot where you got to go to one of these relievers anyway, and instead of being up 13-2, maybe now it's 13-6, and nobody's out, and now you have to really think about, how do we go out and win this game? I just thought that he could have managed it a little bit differently earlier in the game and have Jelly pitch more than just the 1 inning, because you have Bivens goes in there and he goes 3.
He goes 3.
And after his 3rd inning, you get 9 runs in the bottom half. And so now you break the thing open, and you're taking Bivens out because that's as far as he's been stretched out. And that's fine. 3 innings. It's great. You go to Jelly, let him pitch more than just the 1 inning. I thought he could have done more to preserve other guys in the bullpen, and then you wouldn't have had to go to Doval.
Yeah, I wonder if you can look that. I mean, at that point, it's only the 5th inning.
Right. You're
so
up 9-2.
You know what I mean? I would imagine if I'm up 9-2, here's the way as a manager I want to play it. I've got 5 more innings to pitch. I don't want to use anybody for multiple innings because that keeps everybody on the table for the next day. You get a reliever who's going to go multiple innings, he'd probably out for the next day. And you're playing the next 4 days in a row with 2 plane flights. This is a taxing week now, Monday through Thursday, for the Giants. You got 3 at Wrigley, including a day game, then a quick turnaround for the national game on Rickwood. It's a bullpen game. It messes with your bullpen. So everybody's going to pitch. What I don't want to do is start having guys go 2-3 innings, which takes them out of the possible rotation for the very next day, is my guess, is his thinking.
Right.
So how many guys can I get to go 1 inning? Well,
all of them.
All right. I got Jelly, I got Jackson, I got everybody with a last name of Rogers, and then I've got my 3 lockdown late inning guys. And Camilo hasn't pitched in 3 days. So, yeah, let's get him a little bit of exercise. I bet that was the thought process. It doesn't sound crazy, but it also ended up with your closer hucking a cooler in the dugout, which is not great.
And throwing his glove with his throwing arm, and one of the fastest pitches he threw. That glove there was a lot of anger behind that glove throw. I just in general don't like seeing a closer go in when it's not a save situation. And I know he hadn't pitched in 3 days, and so you want to get him a little work, and I get that. But when you have a big lead, for me, I guess the way I would approach it, and I'm not a big league manager, but I would be more apt to think about having a guy like Jelly go 3 and 4 innings, even though that takes him out. He's a guy who can be your long man. Let him go eat 3 or 4 innings, and then you save all the rest of those guys. They don't even have to go in there. The Rogers and Doval, right. None of them would have to pitch at all.
I get it. I really do. This is one of those situations, this is going to sound silly. It's a mistake because it didn't work.
Right.
But
Always.
I don't feel like he was really taking a big risk. Why would you think that that's taking a risk? I've got Doval. You're up by 11. I want him to get a sweat going. What's the risk? What's the worst thing that could happen? Nobody in the world would think the Angels lineup, good God, Joe Adell got a hit. Do you know how awful Joe Adell is? Did you watch him swing? Joe Adell is, if Jorge Soler was twice as bad. That's Joe Adell. He's got 12 homers. I think it's the only 12 times he's actually connected with the ball. He swings and misses at everything, in every at-bat. And he got a hit.
Yeah.
Who the hell thought that would happen? There's nobody in that Angels lineup.
Yet they took 2 of 3.
Oh, dude, this is a bad weekend.
No,
this is a bad weekend.
You could say there's no one in that Angels lineup, but they took it to the Giants Friday and Saturday.
The Giants.
You were out there.
I was there. Saturday was an incredibly frustrating game to watch.
Game, yeah.
I don't necessarily put that one on the pitching because you lost 4-3.
It was a walk, an error, and a and a bloop.
If you ask me where the Giants lost that game, the Giants lost that game in the inning where they went up 3-1 and had runners at second and third with nobody out. and did not get any more runs.
Been a lot of that this year.
And Jorge Soler is the at-bat that I'm looking at because I think somebody, I can't remember, somebody hit a looping liner or a ground ball right at someone, and so, okay, you don't score there. And then here comes someone who, again, is supposed to be your middle of the order. He's only a bat. He doesn't play in the field. Bases loaded, 1 out, and you could put your watch to it. The whole stadium felt like he was going to strike out, and he did. And I know he's had much better at-bats recently and obviously had a great day yesterday. So that's wonderful to see. I'm not 100% out on Jorge Soler, but he is frustrating right now. And I was sitting amongst fans who were giving him the business after some of these at-bats.
Home fans?
Yes.
Man.
There's just too many at-bats with runners on base where he can't even put it in play with pop. I didn't need you to hit a home run. Can you fly out to center?
Right. Gets it done.
And I know that's easier said than done, but you have to get another run in that situation. And then you leave, you're only up 3-1. Next thing you know, a half inning later, that kid, Ohapi, I think is his name.
Yep.
He's a young catcher. He's a good-looking player. He didn't hit a home run. He hit a bomb.
Like 470, I think?
Dude,
he
crushed that ball. That thing was heading toward the glove. He killed it. And the next thing you know, it's 3-3.
Tie game, yeah.
And you're like, we've been winning this whole game. The second Ramos hits a first-inning homer, you're like, okay, last night you shake that off. You had a weird inning. You had a bad start from Spencer Howard. You had a cool comeback attempt. 8-0 game turns into an 8-6 loss. Now you got it going. You're the better team. Then you lose that game.
Yeah.
And now you're just like, what the hell? And that's what I mean. You won a game 13-6, and you walked out of that weekend, I think, feeling crappy.
Yeah.
You lost 2 or 3 to the Angels. Your closer's hucking things off of a cooler.
When you opened up on Sunday, you gave up runs in the first 2 innings,
Yes.
and it felt like, holy crap, are we going to get swept by the Angels at home?
And Kyle Harrison's on the injured list.
Right.
That's not a good weekend.
It was all bad. It was all bad, and then it turned around with a nice little story from Bivens and one 30-minute inning.
You got Bivens and you got a win, but that doesn't equal losing a series to the Angels. Your closer's kicking a cooler, and Kyle Harrison's not pitching for 2 weeks. That's a bad weekend.
Yeah, a bad homestand where you go 3-3 against 2 of the worst teams in the American League.
No doubt.
And you only muster a 3-3. And you're right, we talked about this stretch before, and the next 10 games are against wild card competitors. Chicago, St. Louis, and Chicago again.
Wild card competitors.
Well,
that's everybody.
Exactly.
Right.
But
not great teams, but
these are teams that you have to be better than if you want to be a wild card team.
Here's what I'd say about, I mean, this is if you really want to catch all for the San Francisco Giants right now. Not an excuse, no sympathy, but here's the deal. I believe that this team went into spring training thinking, all right, if we didn't really, like, yes, you had some free agent offensive players, Soler, Chapman, okay? You didn't get Shohei Ohtani. You clearly, it's not like you looked at that lineup, even if things had gone better, you don't look at that lineup and think Dodgers or Padres. You still don't have that kind of a middle of the order. So, is your offense going to be better? You hope so. But I think the Giants went in, they swaggered into this season going, dude, we are going to have a pitching staff. And they don't.
Right.
Because most of them are hurt. And so they have built a team that is based on pitching that doesn't have pitching. So all you can do at this point is hope that you can hanging around until you have a pitching staff again. But let's be real. With Kyle Harrison joining the group, you now have 4 of your supposed top 6 starters are not there. They're not there. You have Webb and you have Hicks. And that's it. And so you got to duct tape this thing and hope that at some point come the month of July that pitching staff looks a lot more like the pitching staff it was supposed to. And at that point, we can go, all right, do you actually stink or do you have some action? They've got to hang around until then. And I'll give them that. They got 4 starters hurt. And the biggest name of the bunch, even when he did pitch, because he missed spring training or whatever was a total disappointment. So not an excuse, but that's their path. They've got to, you know.
24th in the league in ERA right now.
That's right. Their pitching staff has been a wild disappointment.
Exactly. And, you know, when you get Snell back and Robbie Ray, and if Cobb ever can make it and Harrison gets over the ankle, yeah, you're going to have an embarrassment of riches. If all these guys start humming and taking the ball every fifth day and you lock in on guys who can get you 6 or more innings, Logan Webb's been rock solid all year and Hicks has been a great surprise, then yeah, you can definitely hang around in the National League because you mentioned it. And I said, oh yeah, 2 teams that you're competing with in the wild card, and that is virtually everyone in the National League outside of Colorado and Miami. There's a game and a half between the Padres, the Nationals, and the Mets, and there's 8 teams in between. Everybody winning percentages of 500, 2 at 493, 2 at 486, 2 at 479, a 472, and a 471. That's your National League muck.
I was going to say, I didn't even realize the Mets were,
they're right there.
Well, they've won 5 in a row. I didn't realize that. They're terrible. The Mets are an absolute dumpster fire.
And they're a game and a half out of the card.
They're a game behind the Giants.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the same record in the loss column.
The Cardinals suddenly, after being terrible for the majority of the year, they're now the second wild card.
The number 2 wild card.
Right. So,
but still not a winning record. None of those teams that you just mentioned have a winning
500.
record. None of them.
The Cardinals are exactly at 500.
It's the Braves and the 3 division leaders. That's that 4 teams with a winning record.
So as far as hanging around goes, even if they go 3-7 over these next 10, they're still right in the thick of it.
They're still right in the thick of it, but it
does get tough with the other upcoming opponents, and they have been bad this year against the good teams.
They have, but the only good news I get, if it's a week and a half away, maybe they do have another. Maybe Snell's ready to go. Maybe at some point in those series, Kyle Harrison is ready to pitch. I don't even know exactly where Cobb is. Tristan Beck is still out there. By the way, I said 4 of their top 6. It's actually 5 of their top 7. I completely forgot about Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
Like, there is an entire starting rotation on the injured list. Ray, Cobb, Snell, Harrison, Beck. Oh, that's not a bad starting rotation. It's all on the injured list.
Yeah.
So that stinks. And that's yeah. They're based on pitching and they have no pitching. There's my 1-sentence review of Giants baseball so far this year. They're going to need to get better. They're going to need to get healthy. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We get back to Aiyuk and Klay, but add this in. There is a brand new, fresh report about something that Klay Thompson wants in his next contract. We'll tell you about that coming up next. If you've got something to say about the Aiyuk situation, Klay situation, contract, social media, we'll definitely take your calls. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
NBA Finals end tonight.
Oh, really?
My opinion.
Scheduled tweet.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Lock it up.
Makes sense.
Lock it in. Let me begin.
And this, for those of you out there new to the terminology, this would be the gentleman's sweep.
Correct.
Team A wins games 1, 2, and 3. Team B wins game 4. Team A wins game 5. Not all 5-game series are gentleman's sweeps. It's only when the team wins the first 3 and then game 5.
I know that one gets you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I know that. I know that one bothers you.
It bothers me more than it should. Doesn't keep me up at night.
Well, that's because you have a little baby. Ain't nothing going to keep you up at night anymore.
No.
Yeah.
She sleeps.
I mean,
we
sometimes
sleep.
her.
Yeah.
Sometimes her.
On the little vacation we took, she was on one.
I mean, ain't nothing keep me up at night.
No.
Nothing. My oldest son was playing video games at 2:15 in the morning the other day. # summer is here. And it woke me up for a second, and I got annoyed. And then once you get annoyed, now you're up for another second.
Yeah.
But I still went back to sleep.
You didn't go in there and give him an earful?
No, because I didn't want to wake everyone else up. So
right.
I sent an angry text.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Hey, dude, it's 2:15. You work in the morning.
Shut it down.
What are you doing?
Totally.
What are you doing? And so we took care of that actually.
Okay.
I have preset it being shut down now.
Oh, you can do that?
Oh, you can do that on your phone.
You can shut down his video gaming
the
with
Xbox
your phone? Really?
Off. Yep. Just set your time. Yep. You can do that.
Man. What time do you shut him down now? Midnight? You give him till midnight?
Yeah. I gave him a little buffer, like 12:15,
Okay.
something like that. Yeah. For summer. During the school year, it's like 10.
Yeah.
Off.
Do your homework.
Yeah.
Totally.
Like, Dad, we were playing and then it just turned off. Oh, that's a tough break.
Crazy. I didn't know you could do that.
You can do that.
Impressive. Wow.
Yeah. I'm learning. All right. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. Glad you are with us. Aiyuk and Klay Thompson and the social media escapades are center stage. There's also this, courtesy of our good friend, the well-respected Monty Poole at NBC Sports Bay Area, reported in a recent article that Klay Thompson is absolutely unequivocally seeking a 3-year contract.
Yeah, there you have it.
Okay, so
there you have it.
Add that in to not just the Warriors situation, but go back to the beginning of the year. I think most people process that, Klay didn't want 24 a year. I bet Klay would have signed 24 a year for 3 years.
Right.
The Warriors offered 2. The Warriors are trying to align everything with Steph Curry. Let's put another brick on the wall.
Okay.
Here's another thing that I bet, I don't know, but I bet would really annoy Klay Thompson. Oh, I'm 2.5 years younger than Steph. I'm going to the Hall of Fame. I've scored 37 in a quarter. I've scored 50 in a game. Okay, but we're lining everything up for Steph. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, it appears that Draymond Green, it appears that he got what's called a player option for a year after Steph's deal and after Steve Kerr's deal. So I would imagine you have no problem making mine a 2-year deal plus a 3rd-year player option. I'm sure that would be no problem, right? Right?
Yeah.
Warriors?
About that. And there's also Andrew Wiggins, who has 3 more years on his deal, too. So if you want to throw that in there, assuming he still is a Warriors.
Yeah, he's not going to be on the team.
Well, I mean, if they can find somebody who wants to take that on. And I didn't think that Draymond's was a player option. I thought it was just an ironclad. I'm looking at Basketball Reference.
I think
they put it in green when it's a player option. I know Wiggins has a player option for $30.169 million 3 years from now. GP2 has a player option for this year. Don't know if he'll pick that up or if they will tear it up and give him a deal.
Last year is a player option, according to Spot Track.
Okay.
Yeah, player option for the 26-27 year. But what that means is in full control of a $27.6 million salary the year after Steph Curry's contract is up.
Right. Steph Curry's contract is up, which I don't know if Steph Curry is going to want to continue playing basketball or not. And that would probably be decided at the end of next year. I don't know if you'd want him to go into his final year, his walk year, without him having an extension. So, yeah, everything does line up with Steph. And I get it if Klay feels some type of way about it. But Steph Curry is the guy. He's the dude on this team. And so, yeah, even Steve Kerr himself said, couple years and the shelf life and don't know about much after that.
Well, I've always thought this, and this is fundamental to the Klay conversation. It was fundamental to the Draymond conversation. It is fundamental to the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. While we as fans spend so much time on AAV, I think these guys are much more focused on what's the overall guarantee. Now, what that means in basketball is a little bit different than football because obviously in basketball, everything is guaranteed. But my point is, while we're spending here all this time going, Klay wants 30 a year. Klay wants 30 a year. My sense is if the Warriors had offered, instead of 2 and 48, if the Warriors had offered 3 and 72, Klay Thompson would not be a free agent right now. And you say, well, what's the difference? It's 24 a year. Well, it's 24 more $1 million. So Draymond Green, you remember this conversation we had about his situation and what would he take? Because if my memory serves, 2 seasons ago, the year that the Warriors went to the playoffs and lost to the Lakers, Draymond's salary at the end of that deal was around $27, $28 million. It was something in that range, I think. And we had that conversation about would he take a pay cut? And a lot of people are like, he's not going to take a pay cut. I'm like, he will if you're adding years. And so what did he end up doing? He signed a 4-year deal. Within year 1, last year, he made 22. He made $5 million less last year than he did the year before.
It was 25.8 is what he made.
Okay, and then
in 22-23.
And then last year he made 22.3. So that's $3.5 million cut for Draymond Green. Why would he do that? Well, because years.
Exactly.
Because you're guaranteeing things on the back end. So Klay may not be so much about, are you paying me 24 or 30? I think based on this report, and it makes sense, he's probably much more about 3 years than he is 2, which at his age is a fair request.
Right.
Based on, you gave it to Draymond. You gave it to Draymond. Why would Klay not say, why not me? Why do I have to do 2?
Especially after a year where he played in, I think, 77 games.
A lot more than Draymond did.
Yeah, more than almost everybody on the team. And so Klay, in his mind, is saying, I played more games, I played more minutes, I showed durability, and you know what? I got better in the second half. He actually had a good last couple of months. Forget the play-in debacle where he didn't make a field goal, but by and large, he had a good year, and he showed that he's durable. So I'm sure he's thinking about years. And I've said all along, I think it is a 3-year deal that is what he's definitely looking for. And you're right, if you're the Warriors, at some point, you got to think about your own financial flexibility and what's to come. So if you give Klay 3 years, 3 and 72, and you get him into the 26, 27 year, well, you got Draymond already at 27.6 that year. Wiggins can opt in for 30. If the chef is still around, he's going to be making 60 plus, and you're going to pay Klay 27. We're running out of money here again, people. Come on.
This whole thing. Everybody ended up in a bad spot.
Well,
that's what I tell you. Everybody ended up in a bad spot.
At some point, you were going to reach this destination.
Yes,
having this many good players and this many highly paid players.
No question. But I don't even necessarily mean that. When I say everybody ended up in a bad spot, it's not meaning that there has to be a breakup or someone's going to have to play a game in a different uniform. It's that it sounds like this. It's that this breakup does not sound like it's going to be quiet. It does not sound like it's going to be amicable. If you're unfollowing on Instagram, if you're pulling pictures down off of that, if you're off on your bike and taking pictures in LA and talking about how much you miss this place, I mean, just think about it. It feels like a basketball version of a midlife crisis right now for Klay Thompson. I mean, that's what he did. I'm going to change my Instagram, and I'm going to get on my bike and go to a different city and show everybody how much I love it there. I mean, it sounds like a country song, to be honest with you, what Klay's doing right now.
Scrubbed my feet and moved away.
Got off my bike, took my dog.
Totally.
And that's it. And I really do feel like everybody ended up in a bad spot. The Warriors wanted this to look and sound and feel different, but they missed the playoffs. And so it is their responsibility to their shareholders and their fans, and Steph Curry above all else, to do something different this year. And that's what I think nobody knew was going to happen. We got to a spot where Klay Thompson represents the inability to do something else. If they had even just been the 5 seed and made round 2, if they had just done that, I think they could easier sell that thing we hear people say. You know, if Draymond doesn't get suspended,
totally.
You just if Jokic doesn't hit the buzzer beater from half court, and then remember when they were up by 16 on the if we didn't do that, well, we're the 5 seed. Well, that's a lot of ifs, and you were the 10. And got blown off the floor in your opportunity to get out of the 9-10 game. Blown off the floor. And so with all of that being the reality, you know we've got to change. And unfortunately, Klay represents the inability to change. If you pay him what he's worth, because he is, it's what he's worth. If you pay him what he's worth, you're going to be the exact same team again.
Well, and if you give him the length of contract that he thinks that he's worth, and the market will determine whether or not he gets 3 years, I would bet that he probably will.
Me too.
And if he goes out there and he gets 3 and probably not 3 and 90, but maybe he gets 3 and 85, and he goes out and he's Orlando or wherever he winds up, then that's what the market would bear. And the Warriors are looking at it and thinking, at some point, we've got to get out of this second apron. We've got to get underneath the tax. And if you keep paying these kinds of contracts, and, you know, I mentioned it, you're already on the hook for this upcoming year. You got 174 on the books. And that is Chris Paul's on there still. That 30 comes off, but you're going to have to replace him. And you go to the next year, you already have 122 million on the books. 2 years out.
Yeah. We've got fresh sound from Ian Rappaport on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But on this, look, I'd never criticize a guy for knowing what he's worth. I'd never criticize a guy who's a free agent who wants to do something else, no matter what the circumstances. My gosh, that's what the word free means. You're a free agent, off you go, if that's what you want. No criticism here. There's one observation, however, that I'd like to point out. And if I were sort of suggesting something to Klay Thompson, if I were ever in that position, here's what I'd say. Did you notice the way Steph Curry spoke after the team had a disappointing finish to the year? And he did this on 95.7 The Game. He said it directly to Steiny and Goo. The Warriors had lost to the Los Angeles Lakers. And Steph's immediate response had nothing to do with his stats or how many games he'd played or whether or not he was producing at the level he was quote unquote supposed to produce. The point he was making was, if we don't play well, if we don't get to the goal that we're trying to get to, then we don't really have much we can say when the team wants to make changes. That's the way it goes.
And that's
our accountability. Our accountability is, if we fall short, we fell short. Therefore, I understand if the organization goes, can't keep doing this because that wasn't good enough. And we have to aim for the top. So what's Klay doing? Literally in his exit interview. Could not get out of his exit interview. You see how many games I played? Y'all want to talk about the future? How about if we talk about what I just did? What you just did was miss the playoffs. I don't know how you're not supposed to understand that the company is not okay with that. The corporation is not okay with it. You missed the playoffs. It doesn't matter that you played 77 games. In a way, that actually works against you. Because if you had only played 50, the organization could go, you know, I bet we could make the playoffs if he played 80. But you played 80 and you still missed the playoffs. It's an advertisement for this ain't good enough.
Yeah, for the ineffectiveness of the group.
I don't know what we're supposed to do, Clay. What do you want us to do? We should give you $30 million and come back and be the 11 seed?
Yeah. I don't think he wants that. He wants them to pay him for what he can do and what he is still doing. And that ultimately the market will determine how much that is. Is it 25 a year over 3 years? Is it 30 million? You know, Bobby Marks has said that 30 is about where he thinks it'll go. Is a team out there going to give him 3 years and $90 million? That seems like that's a high price. And I know that's the cost of doing business out there.
Yeah, I bet somebody might.
Right. If somebody's going to do that, then best of luck, Clay. Godspeed and go do it. Go be a Magic, because the Warriors aren't going to be in a spot to do that. And if they did, then we'd be talking about what? Thank you contracts is what we'd be talking about.
Yeah.
And this team, I don't think if they pay Clay that, they can't replace anybody else. And so you're going to bring back basically the same group. And I don't think that team is a top 5, top 6 seed. I don't think that team's good enough to be a playoff team.
So Clay's not wrong, but neither's the organization. And that's why I would, at this point, predict a breakup, because both of them have positions that are completely defensible. They just don't match.
No.
They don't match. So if he's gonna look at this through an individual lens, I did this, so pay me that. I find that to be totally fair, but it does not line up with what the Warriors are doing right now. The other side to it is he could look at it through the team concept, and it's still not going to lead to where he wants to go. So that's why I say I understand his side too. Clay should not look at the Warriors and go, look, I understand we missed the playoffs, and therefore that's super disappointing, and we've got to make changes, so I'll take 10 a year. For the rest of his career, of course not. Think about what he's leaving on the table. Even if he took his 2-year, $48 million offer, you know, again, our fan brain sometimes goes, well, you're only going to make $6 million more somewhere else. No, because somewhere else will give him 3.
Exactly.
So he's actually leaving $42 million on the table. You do that.
Exactly.
For the team concept.
Right.
Nobody's doing that.
Well, especially for the team concept that maybe wants to move you to the bench and have you take on a lesser role. And now you're going to suddenly be the 6th man. And last year, Clay came off the bench for the first time since his rookie year. And it seems like he wants to still be Klay Thompson.
Last 2 texts that came in. This is worth our time. Listen to the last 2 texts that came in on our text line. 650. Clay apparently forgot how well the team paid him while he was hurt. Shouldn't that mean anything? Very next text. 480. Clay has no consideration for the Dubs paying him to be injured? 4 question marks, which is a statement in and of itself. All right. I don't know how you'd answer that. Here's how I'd answer that. I'd answer that by saying, Clay, if he were sitting here, would go, how did I get injured?
Right. Playing basketball.
For who?
For the Warriors.
What were we doing when I got hurt the first time?
We were in the NBA Finals, Mark.
What did we do the year before that?
I think they were in the NBA Finals.
And the year before that?
NBA Finals.
Okay.
I think I'm getting those right.
So Clay's response, and here's the last one. Okay, Warriors, let's pretend you didn't come to the hospital with a max contract. What would have happened?
He probably would have gotten a big contract somewhere else.
18 other teams would have shown up.
Exactly.
In the next hospital room, knocking on the door.
And it's not like he duped him. He didn't trick him into giving him a contract.
Well, like this was all happening when Clay was not even 30 years old yet. He was not even 30 years old, top of his game, phenomenal player, Warriors going to the finals every year. Like, I understand where you're all coming from, but let's get the Warriors and their contract off of the white horse. They're not heroes, in my opinion. They're not. They paid a guy who had earned it and was clearly still worth it. Now, he ended up getting hurt again before he ever played, and that made it difficult. But never forget, he would argue, and then I came back and we won another ring.
That's right.
So I get where you're all coming from on that point, those of you who feel that way, but I wonder if you can understand why Klay's response would be that. Let's not act like the Warriors saved my life or something. I'm out here giving something to the Warriors, too, that's pretty significant.
Right, and that is championships, and you mentioned it. He came back and won a fourth, so that in and of itself is rewarding the Warriors for their faith in him because he did come back, and nobody knew that he'd get hurt twice.
Twice, yeah.
You know, it's one thing if you miss a year with the ACL, okay, but then he tears the Achilles as well, so you miss 2 full seasons, 2 and change, actually. Nobody knew that when they were giving him that max, and is that Klay's fault that he tore his Achilles when he was trying to rehab to get better? Of course not. And so because of that, doesn't mean that he owes the Warriors anything. Well, geez, you know, I missed 2 years. I should have only missed 1. So I should probably play 1 year for free to make up for the fact that they paid me a second year when I was hurt. It turned out to be about $68 million he earned without playing basketball.
Yeah.
And so
he's out there trying to put a fourth ring on Joe Lacob's hands, tears his Achilles, knocks down some free throws, gets carried off the court, and people are like, I hope you thanked the Warriors on your way to the locker room and the hospital. No one's going to look at it that way. I totally get where fans are coming from when you say that. I do. I get it. I also get why Klay would be like, that's a bunch of BS.
Right.
It's a bunch of BS.
It's not the way it works.
No.
You know, you get paid and you get a contract, and your job is to do everything you can to fulfill it. And he did by winning another championship.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We would love to talk this out with you. 888-957-9570. If there is a reaction to Klay, he's unfollowed the Warriors on Instagram. Do you think this means Klay is gone, or is it something different? Same with Brandon Aiyuk on TikTok, saying that the 49ers, or, quote, they don't want me back for real. What's your take on that? And we have brand new sound on the Brandon Aiyuk situation from NFL insider Ian Rappaport. We'll play that for you next and take your calls. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here, Slim Dibley, as some are calling me, because I've lost 25 pounds. I'm down 2 T-shirt sizes. I got to wear belts all the time now because of AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. You could lose up to 1 pound of fat every day by getting on this program. Many people lose between 20 and 30 pounds in the first month or 2. I certainly did, and there are many people who've lost even more weight than that. You don't have to worry about exercise with this plan. There's no counting points, no counting calories. There's no prepackaged meals. It's just a good, solid nutritional plan that is backed by doctors and supported by doctors as well. One of my favorite parts of the program is I can email my doctor, and we go back and forth with encouragement and ideas. And, you know, I can ask him questions about things I'm eating, if it's portions or different foods, to make sure that I'm sticking to the plan. All you have to do to get started is to make a phone call. It's a free consultation. 925-854-5140. Just give them a call, get the free consultation, and decide when you want to start your weight loss journey. 925-854-5140, or go online to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, it's that time of the day. Let's get stupid.
Let's go.
You know what I mean? Dillard and Wibbs.
You know,
what does that mean?
Willie and Dibby.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of monikers out there, nicknames.
Fresh sound on the Brandon Aiyuk situation from me and Rappaport. We'll do that in a second, but this could be interesting. Let's go to Rob in Alameda. Hey, Rob, you're on with Dibby and Wibby. What's going on?
How's it going, guys? Big fan. First time calling your show.
Thank you.
I'm a lifelong Dubs fan. What's that?
Yeah, lifelong Dubs fan. It's awesome.
I said thank you. That was all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So lifelong Dubs fan, this Klay situation has had me sick all weekend. Thinking back to your guys' call with Stephen A. when there was talk about the trade and potentially maybe doing a sign and trade with Klay, if it doesn't work out with the payroll. But I'm worried now with the situation, him being disgruntled, that might not be, an option anymore. And, say what you want about KD, but he did the sign and trade. He didn't have to, and we may not get that fourth ring without him. So curious what you guys think about, the possibility of that and what that might do to his legacy or what the fans might think if Klay is so disgruntled that he leaves and we don't even get a sign and trade out of it.
This one is a good question, Rob. Thank you for calling and for your kind comments. I like that. This is a tough one. Here's why that would be difficult. When we say that there's discord between the Warriors and Klay, we don't really know the depth of that. We know what we can see. We know that there have been very, very well-confirmed reports that Klay has been upset off and on for the whole year. I think Steve Kerr admitted as much. You don't have 4 closed-door meetings if everything feels great. So Klay was mad, and now it appears Klay is mad again. Does it mean that he would purposefully not do a sign-and-trade? Maybe, maybe not. But here's actually where my mind goes on that.
Okay.
I think the Warriors would have a really hard PR time, quote-unquote, trading Klay Thompson.
I see that.
I don't think they want to do that.
From a PR standpoint, it would be a hit, but in the long term, you could at least say, hey, we got something back for him. I think a bigger issue is their ability to even do that because they'd have to get out of the second apron, which is a luxury tax penalty threshold where they currently sit, and none of that really takes effect until July 1st. So you're talking about really threading the needle here between free agency beginning and I know a lot of these deals and these conversations have already happened and they've been discussed already, but you need to get down in payroll to get into the space where you can even take money back, because as it is right now, they can't even take a single dollar more back than what they send out. So you'd be sending Klay out for whatever you sign him for, $27 million for next year, and if you're not out of that second apron, then you can't get anything back other than less than $27 million.
Yeah.
It gets to be very, very difficult, I think, the timing of it.
Complex deal. Could you involve Chris Paul in it to a team that wants Klay Thompson and then wants some salary relief or something like that? Now you're sending back something, like $55 million or whatever in contracts back to the Warriors. I would be very surprised if you found a fit for that. So, would Klay just be like, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm not helping the Warriors? Maybe, but I just don't see it ever even getting to that.
Right.
I think there's a staircase to climb before that's too hard to climb.
Right, and I think it's going to be one to watch heading into July 1st on what they do with their other decisions. That might signal to you, to me, to everybody, where the Warriors are as far as that going, because you've got Chris Paul on, I think, June 28th is when his contract becomes fully guaranteed.
Soon.
Yeah, 11 days. And I think Kavon's is June 26th, his deal.
9 days.
Right, so when we get to those decisions, they're going to be made based on certain things. If they guarantee any of Chris Paul's contract, because I don't think they have to fully guarantee the whole thing, but if they guarantee some of it, we may then have action
trade
on a possible trade. Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
So we're going to see some, as you like to say, breadcrumbs, tea leaves. We're going to see some moves that they make that are going to signal ahead of July 1st when the new league year starts the direction that they're going to go.
Yeah. This information is coming really, really soon. It's coming really, really soon.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah,
and this could be like the new league year starts July 1. The old league year could end here in about 3 hours if the Celtics handle business.
The Celtics are winning tonight.
Yeah, I think so too.
Celtics are winning tonight.
I would imagine.
I don't know what's going on with Porzingis, but this is just, to me, this is what you would call kind of an energy game. Like, I think the building overwhelms the Dallas Mavericks tonight. It's not to say that Luka and Kyrie can't handle situations like that, but this is a freight train. When you win game 4, tonight becomes the game. Obviously, the series is over if Boston wins, but if Dallas wins, that's when it becomes a sphincter series. You start to get a little tight. It's like, wait a minute.
Pucker?
Yeah, you're not coming back, are you? You know what I mean?
No team has ever blown a 3-0
like, here we go, and all that whole thing. And it's like, no, they're not coming back. But still, now you're staring down the barrel of a Game 7 situation because your Game 6 would be on the road. I think that the Boston Celtics have had 3 years of frustration that is going to get poured into tonight.
By the way, really quick,
yes.
Joe Mazzulla, Celtics head coach, has talked. He expects Kristaps Porzingis to play. He is officially available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Full minutes, probably not, what have you, but he's going to be out there. And I just think from that fan base to Tatum and Brown is such an energy player. What happened against the Warriors in that building in Game 4 2 years ago, still fresh on their mind. Miami Heat, a play-in tournament team, knocks them out. Like, there is a lot of angst, and that is all going to be poured into tonight. And that's asking the Mavericks to do a lot to outplay that.
For sure. Yeah. Especially when you've been, kind of outplayed throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, Boston's had the better of them other than Game 4 where, Dallas came out and they were playing with all that energy you talked about, and that thing got away from them so quickly. And you can kind of see the Celtics wave the white flag in that one, knowing that they're up 3-0.
Dip toe in water on something for me. I wonder how everyone feels about this, because I hear a lot of sort of big statements about how the fan base feels about Klay. I was struck by what Rob just said. I've been sick about this Klay thing all weekend long. God, Rob, I hope you don't have kids. You didn't ruin Father's Day worrying about Klay, did you? I hope not. But anyway, this idea that the fan base wants Klay gone, doesn't like Klay, I really do think is largely the result of the echo chamber in which we live.
Agreed.
If you spend a lot of time in sports media, social media, sports radio, whatever, I do think you come away with an inaccurate portrayal of what this fan base thinks about Klay Thompson. I think there are plenty of people also who do the Klay got paid, almost $100 million to be hurt. He should be grateful. I think Klay is grateful. I think Klay is incredibly thankful. However, Klay also is like, I'm a really good basketball player and we won a bunch of championships and I'm not giving the money back. Like, I'm worth this. Sorry, I'm worth this. I'm not going to apologize for it. Both times I got hurt trying to even be better for the Golden State Warriors. That's what I'm trying to do. So it's interesting to watch the way fans always sort of pick a side. Player, owner. Where do you identify? The player should be thankful. No, the team should be thankful. Whatever. But I do think that there is this sort of misconception about how the fan base feels about Klay. I would still argue my bet, majority rule, is going to be really torn up at the idea that Klay Thompson left.
Absolutely.
I still think that's the majority opinion.
For me, and we've had this conversation about, how you feeling and where are your emotions and all that. And for me, it's going to be when that Shams tweet, or if it's Woj who gets it, when that comes out and the fill in the blank have agreed to a 3-year, $84 million deal with Klay Thompson, that's going to hit me. And then the other one is when he has the press conference and he stands up with the GM on one side and the coach on the other.
And the jersey.
And he holds up the jersey.
The Magic jersey.
The blue Orlando jersey with the number 11 and the Thompson on the back.
Banchero's in the first row.
That's when it's going to hit me. And, I think
that sucks.
The term you used, echo chamber, I think it's accurate. And a lot of it is, because of us in the media, we react on social media. And the majority of the people who go to social media are on the negative side. You don't often see people, rush to social media to praise a player like this in this spot.
Or who calls our show.
Right.
So, I hear that a lot. If you're really, first of all, we'd love the living hell out of you if you're that tapped into 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Good on you. Tell your friends. If you're that tapped in, you can go through each day and come away with him. Damn, people really don't like Klay. I don't think that's accurate at all because it's like you said. How many people are driving around? Okay, you get a late lunch. It's time to go back to work. All right, there's the handoff thingy, and now it's Willie and Dibby, and they're talking about Klay Thompson. And I just want to call those guys to let them know that I think Klay Thompson's the bee's knees. That's it. I'm just inspired to call you guys to let you know that I think Klay is just amazeballs.
Yeah, you don't often get that.
Nobody does that.
Well, you don't do that about any player.
Steph gets it sometimes.
Yeah, well.
Sometimes Steph and people are just like, I don't even believe this guy exists.
It's after he did something that's just unbelievable. I mean, think about the calls we get. It's Jorge Soler can't hit.
Totally.
It's Luciano can't play short. Camilo Doval can't close.
I went off on this last week about Vamos Ramos.
Yeah.
Why is this so quiet? This guy's a flippin' all-star.
He might be.
Have you watched this dude play?
It's crazy.
He is firing line drives to the outfield almost every at-bat. He is absolutely crushing it.
And now there's chatter that he actually might get voted in.
He should.
Yeah, he's been incredible.
He is their all-star. He is their all-star.
Fine. That's all quaint and cute.
But anyway.
Let's rip somebody.
I digress. Exactly.
Because that's what we do. Not only in our show, I think we do a good job of positivity more than other shows, but in general, like Stephen A. and that show, First Take, and all the shows, it's all about take and negativity and rip somebody. I mean, heck, the WNBA now has been injected into our lives because of what?
Yeah.
Because of the negativity.
Controversy.
And the hate.
Sure.
I mean, I could ask you, or I could quiz anybody on who's the leading scorer in the WNBA, and most people wouldn't know. And yet, if you said Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, well, now we got takes, and everybody's got opinion, and this and that and the other thing.
You'd be wrong, though. They're not the leading scorer in the WNBA.
Oh, yeah, I know neither one of them is.
What's her name? Is it Asa? What's her name?
Asia Wilson.
Thank you.
Las Vegas Aces.
I know.
Is she leading still?
Pretty sure.
She's like the best player in the world.
She set the record for most consecutive 20-point games in WNBA history. I know that.
Enrique was leading for a while. Hogan Bawale.
I don't.
Notre Dame.
Yeah. I do not pretend that I've got the whole thing dialed. I know a lot more about it than I ever have before.
And it's because of the negativity and the tension surrounding it. And that's my point. And my point was not to get off on a WNBA tangent, but the thing about Klay Thompson, a lot of it is the echo chamber of the negativity. We repeat it. It becomes a thing. And it just kind of continues to spiral and have a life of its own.
Yeah, how about this one? If you listen to 95.7 The Game, you know what Clank Thompson means.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think anybody's yelling that at Chase Center? For a second now, have you been to any game and people, he goes 0 for 2 in the first quarter? Clank! Nobody's doing I've been to the games. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that. That is reactive to what happened in Sacramento, and it is reactive to how we talk to one another in this industry sometimes. And it is a little unfortunate because I do think it leads to misconceptions. I don't think this fan base hates Klay Thompson or, quote, wants him gone. I think there's a healthy bit of fans who understand why he might be. That's different now than want him gone. I don't want him gone. I understand why he might be. I very much understand why he might be. It's circumstances.
Right.
For both of them, for the team and for the player.
Yeah, it's a lot of it. It's finances, it's role, it's definitely circumstances, like you said. And, the Monty Poole piece today in NBC Sports Bay Area is interesting because he's getting a lot of quotes from Leandro Barbosa, Klay's buddy, and, you're getting a sense of what you talk about, which is priority. And if you're Klay and you want to be a free agent for the first time really in your whole career, you want that special feeling. You want people to want you, and your own team is kind of saying, maybe in a minute, Klay, not now.
Yeah.
It's not your turn.
What did Barbosa say? We not going to be championship? What did he say?
He said, quote, he's going to have to really be patient. I hope he comes back. I don't know what's the situation, but it's going to be tough. Oof. I know the money's going up, and he's been thinking about the money. But I think he needs to be happy. I think that's the most important thing.
There you have it.
But the word is patient.
Patient. That tells you what the Warriors are doing. Klay, I'm sorry, we're not ready to offer you anything yet. And if I were Klay, that would drive me batty. I know a lot of you, but you paid him when he was hurt. That would drive me batty. A decade with a team, 4 rings, a future Hall of Famer. And I call because it's contract time and you go, yeah, well, we're not even ready to talk to you. Excuse me? You're not ready to talk to me? Sorry. We're doing other stuff right now.
I'm just picturing Klay going into the front office, the literal front office, and going to Joe Lacob's secretary. Hey, it's Klay. To see Joe. Have a seat. Joe's in a meeting right now. He'll be right with you. And Klay's in there for hour after hour after hour. Every about 40 minutes, he goes back up. Hey, is Joe free yet? Yeah, he's on a call, and he's got a lunch at 2. Can you be patient, Klay?
What's your estimate? July.
Seriously.
Mid-July. Come on.
You've been in those situations where you go to meet with somebody. It's like, it's going to be a little bit. Go ahead and hang out over there. We're going to get to you. It's like, man.
It's not easy. Let's go to Heck in Berkeley. Hey, Heck, what the heck are you doing? I couldn't resist. What's going on?
I'm listening to you guys.
All right,
and
that works.
You're saying, I think a lot of really what I want to say, but you know what? I don't think you have to be for or against Klay or one or the other. To me, I love Klay. I love his style. I love how hard he tries. I'd love to have him on the team, but I don't think he's a starter anymore. I think he's a gun who comes off the bench. Some of the times he shoots well and sometimes he doesn't. And I think he may be worth 16, maybe 18 million, but he's not worth for the Warriors because I also want to win, and so I want Klay, but I want to win. And that means Klay isn't going to, Klay's defense is down. So I'd like him on the team, but it may be better for Klay, and I'll wish him well in Orlando, where there's a bunch of young guys and they can use a guy who's won some championships. But, the Warriors got to think about, not the past. They need to think about where are we going next year? What's the best way we can put a team together? And we only got so much money. And, anyway, that's what I got to say. It's like, I want Klay, but I want him at the right price.
Thanks, Heck. I think that what you're saying is pretty spot on and displays exactly why Klay Thompson's probably going to be on another team next year.
And on behalf of Klay, Heck, when you said 16 to 18, I hung up the phone.
And a bench roll.
Right.
We want you, but we just don't want you.
Right. We want you at 16 million to be our sixth man.
I wonder if everybody sees that in a similar way. This is kind of how I would bet Klay hears that. I know that a lot, like Shams every week. The Warriors want him back. Mike Dunleavy in front of a microphone. We want Klay back, and we've told him that. And fans are like, we want him on the team, but just not in that way. Here's what I think Klay hears. Hey, Klay, we want you back. We just don't want you back. Because Klay doesn't see himself the way many of you are talking about him. Think about that. We want you back, but not the player who you think you are. We want the player who we think you are. And we would like to offend you by telling you who we think you are. We think that you should be on the bench, and we'd like to pay you half of what all of the other teams want to pay
Exactly. We want to pay you less and play you less.
Then he's like, then you don't want me. You don't want me because the market is telling you who I am. My stats are telling you who I am, but you are still comparing me to who I was 6 years ago, which isn't fair. And therefore, you want me to be someone completely different who's cheaper and less effective than what I actually am. That's how do you navigate that?
Well, you don't. And that's why he still is in the waiting room harassing the virtual secretary to try to get that meeting because they're saying you have to be patient while we go out there and try to make big swings for bigger names, players that we think can have a bigger role on this team. And meanwhile, Klay's probably sitting there thinking, well, screw this then. I'm going to start to take some action in my social media. I'm going to unfollow and scrub some pictures and start to turn the page and get ready to move to Florida.
It's like when you're on time to a Zoom, but that little spinny thing comes up. The host will let you in soon.
Yeah.
How long am I going to sit here and stare at this screen before something happens here? Before I just close my laptop and move on with my day.
Yeah. It's brutal.
888-957-9570 is the number. All right, we promised this. Fresh sound on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. This is from NFL Network. Ian Rappaport, what do you make of this?
My first reaction to this, seeing it was on TikTok, was like, wow, who filmed this and posted it? But it was literally Brandon Aiyuk who filmed it himself. I don't know if he was actually doing the filming, but he certainly did the posting, clearly sending a message to his former teammate and maybe everyone that in his mind, the 49ers don't want him. But they do want him. They just want him at their price. It is not a negotiation, to my knowledge, that has been completely dead. They just have not done a deal yet. And it's pretty clear that Brandon Aiyuk wants the kind of money that Amon-Ra St. Brown ended up making, about $28 million average over the first 3 years of his deal. The 49ers are not there yet. They like him. They really like him. They just have not been able to come together on a deal. So maybe that's kind of the feeling that Brandon Aiyuk was trying to give out.
All right, first of all, someone's got to call him. I can't do this anymore, this Brandon Aiyuk thing. We got to stop. If we're going to do this for another 2 months, there were 3 Aiyuks in that sound clip.
Yeah.
We got it. Dude, you're Ian, Rappaport. You can't. We can't do this. He's been in the league for 4 years. He's going for 1,300 yards. It's not Aiyuk.
He's close.
No, not close.
It's not close enough.
No.
Aiyuk.
We're not doing Aiyuk.
It would be Aiyuck if it was Aiyuk. And if it was,
it's so bad.
Aiyuk. It's not that tough. But I do think it's interesting what he says about, where he sees the contract going. And, if Brandon wants Amon-Ra money, average of $28 a year, and the team right now is sitting at 26, a reported $26 million a year. If they're really that close, I don't have any worry about the fact that this does eventually get done.
You know this. I have no worry. Because it's June 17th.
Yeah.
And that's not time to worry yet. But again, for those of you who didn't hear, and Ian is referencing the TikTok from Brandon Aiyuk, and this is what he posted on TikTok, and he's talking to Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall pick of the Washington Commanders, and his girlfriend is present as well.
They said they don't want me back.
I swear. They said they don't want me back. I swear. And again, this thing, I wish we could show it all to you. Some of you, I'm sure, have seen the video of it. It's like his girlfriend's in the background. She's vlogging. Jaden Daniels is on FaceTime. They set that screen up so that you can see that as well on Brandon's screen.
Well, he's watching himself on his screen.
And then
very well done.
The only little part we get is that. They said they don't want me back. I swear. And that's it. That's all you get. This is as staged can be. This is to send a message This is to show your frustration. This is try to get a lot of people. I've noticed this also about Brandon. If it dies down for a few days, you get something on social.
Of course.
Because Brandon and his agent, they want his name out there. They want stress. They want you stressed.
Well, yeah, they want us stressed, but the Niners aren't stressed.
No.
And you were mentioning earlier the image of Parag Marathe on vacation on a boat having a drink, and I immediately was thinking about a Mai Tai or something that involves an umbrella. It's a colorful drink with an umbrella, and he probably has TikTok, and he opens it up, and he looks at it, and he probably giggles and says more.
Yeah.
How about a daiquiri this time? Let's go with a daiquiri.
I honestly, I picture Parag watching this while having his lips on a straw.
Exactly.
Right? Not his lips on a farmer, his lips on a straw.
He's got sandals on and a Hawaiian shirt. Exactly.
Yep. Delicious.
And then he checks his pulse. 54.
It didn't go up.
It didn't go up. So you mentioned stress.
That's awesome.
I don't think that Brandon Aiyuk is stressed. I think that he understands.
I think Brandon Aiyuk is stressed.
I don't think so.
I do.
I think that he understands that this is how the game is played.
But he's angry. TJ Houshmandzadeh has told us as much, Brandon's personal coach. When this happens, you get mad.
Well, it's personal.
Right.
Personal.
You think about it now. Is he stressed? All right. Well, he's due to make $14.1 million. He's really good. Someone's reportedly offering him $26 million. That's not stress. Like, boy, a lot of people would love to have those problems. But if you count anger as a stressed emotion, he's angry. He's angry because Amon-Ra and because Jalen Waddle and because A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And if all of that is happening there, why? Why am I 26? Why?
Yeah.
Why are you kicking dirt on me? And I know a lot of people are like, $26 million is
You can
kicking
kick dirt on me for $26 million.
But that's how it's translated. And I get it because it's no different than what Klay is doing. Klay will never worry about money ever again. Who cares what you make? Play for free, Klay. Why don't you play for free? The only reason he doesn't play for free is because he can see that out on the open market and
there's value.
Right, in comparison to other players. And oh, by the way, there's a players union pressure here. You know, for those of you, Brandon, just take it. 26 is great. You don't think that he gets a phone call from the players union? You get to 1,360 yards and you took 26? Jalen Waddle got 28 and a half. He only went for 1,000. Brandon, what are you doing?
Well, and there's also agent pressure.
Yes.
The agent, he's getting a piece of whatever the contract is signed, and the agent has an organization that he undoubtedly works for. So it's more than just, we'll just take 26. I'm going to be rich, and that's great. It's the guaranteed money. It's the actual number, the guaranteed number at signing. That's a factor. It's all these different things that have to get worked out. And I do believe that they will. But, Brandon Aiyuk is going through and doing what modern athletes do now. They handle it passive aggressively through social media. And I just wonder about, his choice of the phrase, they say they don't want me. Like, who said that they don't want you? I've never heard anything from the Niners other than he's great and they want him.
Well, again, listen to Ian Rappaport, and we apologize for the Aiyuks. Listen to his response about that. What does Brandon mean by they told me they don't want me?
My first reaction to this, seeing it was on TikTok, was like, wow, who filmed this and posted it? But it was literally Brandon Aiyuk who filmed it himself. I don't know if he was actually doing the filming, but he certainly did the posting, clearly sending a message to his former teammate and maybe everyone that in his mind, the 49ers don't want him. But they do want him. They just want him at their price. It is not a negotiation, to my knowledge, that has been completely dead. They just have not done a deal yet. And it's pretty clear that Brandon Aiyuk wants the kind of money that Amon-Ra St. Brown ended up making, about $28 million average over the first 3 years of his deal. The 49ers are not there yet. They like him. They really like him. They just have not been able to come together on a deal. So maybe that's kind of the feeling that Brandon Aiyuk was trying to give out.
Yeah, my guess, and again, that's all it is. We're just translating social media over here, but my guess would be that Brandon is like, look, if all these receivers, if you've got receivers who are clearly below me on the ladder, and whether you agree with this or not, in this moment in NFL circles, Jalen Waddle is below Brandon Aiyuk on the ladder. He just is. It's the way it is. Those are your numbers last year. You're clearly your team's number 2 receiver. You're below Brandon Aiyuk on the ladder. All right. And he's making 28.5. And the Niners are like 26, last offer. Well, Brandon's like, well, okay, then you're telling me you don't like me. You're telling me you don't want me.
Right.
Right. So, although even Rappaport there is like, they like Aiyuk. They really like him.
Just, depending on the price.
They didn't say they love him. I mean, right. And again, I think that the 49ers are very, very, they're very smart and they're very firm with how they handle this stuff. They're not going to budge until they have to budge. And they don't have to budge yet.
Yeah.
But would I be shocked if the 49ers are flippant with this. That's what they're also not. The Niners are not flippant.
No, they're patient and they're measured. They're always very measured. And they, I'm sure, have a number where they are going to settle and they can feel like, the deal is going to get done. And you mentioned it before, and I agree with you that, deadline spurs action. We aren't even near the deadline. The Niners know it, and Brandon Aiyuk knows it as well. So he can sit back and TikTok, and he can get everyone revved up with, they don't like me. You can see that. And we all know how this is going to go. It's going to be another month, maybe another 2 months. And finally, as we get close to camp and a real report date, this will get done somewhere between 26 and 29.
Maybe we sound different than I think we sound. That happens sometimes. Text 415. Thanks. You guys have convinced me I'm out on BA as well. I'm not out on BA.
At all.
I'm like all in on Brandon Aiyuk. I'm over here in what I think is corner position A, what most people are predicting. I'm in on this. I am in on a Brandon Aiyuk extension and 1 more year of Deebo Samuel. I wish it didn't have to be that way, but if you are convinced that something has to give, you cannot have 2 $25 to $30 million receivers and a first-round draft pick all in the same wide receiver room long term. If you're convinced of that, and I am, then how would you play it? Would you trade one of them? Well, they didn't. They still could. Would you play hardball with Brandon? I wouldn't. I would sign Brandon Aiyuk to an extension, and I would try to win the Super Bowl this year with your top 2 receivers. And then I would probably move on from Deebo Samuel before he moves into his 30s, where I think he's going to have a hard time staying on the field.
And you could get to a spot in the offseason where you trade Deebo Samuel, or you can just outright cut him and take the cap hit. I don't know how that would work, but yeah, I think that makes the most sense. You bring everyone back, you try to win the Super Bowl, and then you kick the can down the road. And you can't really do that with Brandon Aiyuk. You could and have him play on his 5th-year option, but I don't think that that's ideal for the player or for the team. And I don't believe the threat of the Niners, using the franchise tag on him. The Niners don't use the franchise tag, and I don't think that you would take a guy in his 5th-year option who would clearly be somewhat disgruntled. He would still probably play hard because he's playing for his next contract,
Sure.
But I don't think that then franchising him and having him be even more unhappy, and the franchise tag number would be north of $30 million for that subsequent year. It's not good business.
One, it sounds miserable. The whole process sounds miserable. And I don't think the 49ers and Brandon want to be miserable for the next 2 years. Like when you really, really end up at odds with a player, and that player is like, I'm angry, and the Niners are like, that's not awesome. No, but when they're like, I'm angry, I don't want to be here anymore, and the team is like, well, we're holding you hostage because we're not going to, like what you're describing is Trent Williams in Washington. That's not, who wins there?
No one, yeah.
Trent ends up missing 2 years of his career. Washington ends up having to sell him for absolute nickels. What'd the Niners give up for Trent Williams? A 5th or something? What'd they give up for the best left tackle in the NFL? Like literally pennies. in terms of what his worth is.
You're right. And a third.
Fifth and a future third? Was that it?
Yep.
That's ridiculous. The best left tackle in football. So Washington did not win there. Maybe you could argue Trent extended his career because he just sat there and rested for a little while. But long term, nobody's going to win there. Brandon's going to miss the 5th and 6th year of his career. The 49ers are not going to have their best receiver. And what? Trade him in a year and a half for somebody's future 4th? Yuck.
Yeah.
That's a yuck.
Totally. And they know it. And, Brandon knows it. And TJ Houshmandzadeh can say, well, he's not playing on that 5th year option. He can say that all he wants. But if the Niners do try to play this game of chicken and force him to play the 5th year option year out at $14.1 million, Brandon, I think, would have to suck it up and get out there and play because the downside is too much for him if he doesn't.
Yeah. So I highly doubt that it'll end up there. But we're just in a spot now where I would get ready for more of this. Listen to the way Ian even starts that conversation. Wow. Who filmed this and put it on TikTok? Oh wait. Brandon did.
Exactly. It was not a caught you in a gotcha moment.
No, D'Angelo Russell is not a part of this story.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Really quick, just thinking about that Trent Williams trade. 5th round pick in 2020, 3rd round pick in 2021. The two players that the Washington football team ended up selecting with those picks that netted the 49ers the best left tackle in the league. A center from San Diego State, Keith Ishmael, and a cornerback, Benjamin St. Juste from Minnesota. He actually starts and plays for them. But,
okay. A starting corner, what's the center doing?
Not much.
Is he on the team?
I can check.
Even make the team? So... Nobody.
He's now an Arizona Cardinal.
Okay. It's not going that way.
No.
This can't go that way. And I do think it's significant and important for people to hear that Brandon is the one who posted this. You know what I mean? Like, he's, I don't want to call it a cry for help. It's not a cry for help.
No.
Brandon's fine. But it's just a shot of, it's just venting. He's venting.
And he's trying to get the fans to rally up and make some noise. And that's what the fans are doing because we're all talking about it. And so you put that out there and you realize that fans who don't really care about the cap, they don't really care about Parag Marate, all due respect. They don't care about the 49ers financial situation and the future and all the rest of it. They want their favorite player or one of their favorite players to be a 49er. So fans get all up in arms and they make all this noise about, the Niners, just pay him, and you got to do it, and you better do it, and all the rest of it. And meanwhile, Brandon just hangs out on his phone with former teammates.
That's why I say the idea of stress is Brandon's friend right now. You create the public chaos.
Right.
And the hope is that the 49ers get uncomfortable because people are starting to really get worried about the whole thing. All right, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willie and Dibby on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure you subscribe to the Morning Roast and subscribe to Steiny and Goo, as they were spending a lot of time on Brandon Aiyuk and Klay Thompson today as well. 888-957-9570. Back with more on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Children Auto.